In the first second of opening his eyes, Chu-Yi confirmed one thing: he was no longer human. There was no ceiling in his field of vision, no sunlight. Only a gray, hazy void stretching infinitely in all directions. He looked down. His hands and body were gone. He had become the outline of a tattered gray card on which a crude illustration of a ragged boy was printed, the art style quite rough. Beneath the illustration, a line of cold data floated. Rank F. Attribute no fluctuation. Evaluation waste. Chu-Yi stared at the word waste, the chaotic fragments of memory finally piecing together in his mind. He had transmigrated. This was an era of nationwide card drawing. Abyssal monsters tore through space and descended upon the human world. Humans relied on the source card pool to draw contract spirits. Contractors provided spiritual energy while spirits fought. Rank was everything. He was now the lowest frank trash in this pool. Dozens of golden or purple cards floated around him, their SR and SSR spirits looking at him with contempt. What the hell? Where did this gray piece of trash come from? All stats 0, not even a basic trait. It would be too tough to feed to a goblin. How ridiculous. Did the source card pool glitch and generate industrial waste? It's taking up a slot and affecting our SSR drop rate. Just dissipate already. Who drew this illustration? The designer should be hung on the city wall tonight. If some unlucky bastard draws this, they'd better delete their account and start over. Keep this for New Year. The mocking voices came from all around. Chu-Yi did not reply. He simply couldn't be bothered. He tried to mobilize the power within this card body. Deep in his soul, a dull, throbbing suddenly began. Boom. It was a mass of dark energy coiled at the bottom of his consciousness, huge and violent. Even a trace of its aura leaked out, causing the golden cards around to tremble slightly. Not a single one noticed. But Chu-Yi felt it. That mass was locked tightly by an invisible binding. It only needed an external contract as a trigger to fully erupt. He withdrew his will, casting a cold glance over those arrogant golden and purple cards. Laugh now. When I break this seal one day, you won't even qualify to kneel as background extras. The card pool space trembled violently. A huge suction force came from above the void, and spiritual energy tides surged wildly. The external summoning array had activated. Jiangqing Central Square. The live broadcast of the national card drawing ceremony was streaming to 30 million viewers. The comment barrage was dense. Holy crap. Jiangqing's lineup this year is insane. 70 pulls in the pity pool today. I'm definitely getting a gold. Eldest Miss Jiang is about to draw in person. At that level, she should at least get a legendary grade. The luster of that spirit stone, top purity. I can't even imagine the joy of a whale. If the pool doesn't drop anything today, I'll eat my keyboard live. The commentator's voice was cracking. Ladies and gentlemen, the only daughter of Jiangqing's premier family, the Jiang clan, and Scrade innate spiritual vein genius Miss Jiang Shui, is about to perform her destined spirit contract summoning. Let us see which mythical level spirit can match this top-grade spirit stone. The crowd parted automatically to make way. The sound of high heels tapping on white jade steps clearly overpowered all noise. Jiang Shui's high-level spirit pattern gown clung to her figure, her long hair tied up high. In her hand, she held a fist-sized, shimmering top-grade spirit stone. She walked to the center of the summoning array and stood still. Let's begin. The spirit stone was pressed into the array eye. Spiritual energy poured out. Golden light shot into the sky, wind whipped banners around, and spiritual energy turbulence tore visible cracks in the air. Inside the card pool, the suction force surged. Chu-Yi felt his card body being firmly gripped by that force, pulled rapidly toward the external light source. Now is the time. As long as the contract was completed, the binding could be broken. Just as the card was about to pierce the space barrier, Jiang Shui's voice came through the contract channel, cold as ice. Rank detection in progress. Frank. Attribute fluctuation, 0. Jiang Shui looked down at the tattered gray card floating above her palm, the light in her eyes instantly fading. Then she flicked her fingers. The card was flung to the ground. What trash? Her voice was not loud, but spread across the internet through the live broadcast. Not even fit to be fodder. She dropped her eyelids, her tone full of undisguised disgust. Get out of my summoning array. The contract channel was forcibly severed. The backlash slammed into Chu-Yi's spirit body. The gray card crashed heavily onto the white jade floor, a crack running along its edge, spiritual energy beginning to dissipate. A dying weakness washed over him, his vision rapidly darkened. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui had turned around, taking another spirit stone from a backup space, not even sparing him a glance. Reshuffle the pool. Miss Jiang's contracted spirit must be SSR. The crowd was silent for less than 2 seconds, then exploded. Oh my god. Frank, gray card. 70 pulls guaranteed for this. Miss Zhang's luck must be industrial waste. Just break and make space. This trash pollutes the spiritual energy just staying in the pool. Recommend recycling it into fertilizer. Grade genius matched with grade trash. This variety show effect is perfect. What's the use of this broken thing? Suggest directly decompose it for dust. The mockery and barrage filled the surroundings. Chu Yi lay on the cold floor, the light in his vision fading inch by inch. Deep in his soul, the mass of dark energy surged uncontrollably due to the contract break violently hammering against the invisible binding. It roared. It demanded. Only one step remained. The slightest contract trigger would be enough. Anyone. At the very edge of the square.
She still looked like the neighbor girl in a floral dress with a ponytail, but the coldness in her.
The girl wore an old washed-out coat, her body thin and frail. The gauze covering her eyes was yellowed with dried dark red blood seeping through the edges. Lin Chushuang tilted her head, trying to sense the spiritual energy ripple from the summoning array. She wasn't there to watch the commotion. She just wanted to catch a trace of the drifting free spiritual energy. To prolong her life. Her family had gouged out her eyes, stripped her of her spiritual veins, and then thrown her out of the Lin family gates. Without spiritual energy replenishment, she would not survive the month. Hey! A sharp shout. A security guard in uniform rushed over and shoved Lin Chushuang's shoulder. The girl's body was too light. She staggered back 2 steps, and the cane slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. A blind beggar dares to come here to steal spiritual energy. The security guard's boot kicked away her cane. If you dirty the floor, can you afford it? Get lost. Scram. Lin Chushuang's knees slammed against the tiled floor, sending a jolt of pain through her that made her whole body curl up into a ball. Her hands fumbled blindly across the icy ground, trying to reach the white cane that had been kicked away. She could not reach it. Can't you understand human speech? The security guard crouched down, his tone thick with impatience. This is the summoning ceremony for class genius. What are you, a blind nobody, doing here, trying to leech off the spiritual energy? If this place gets dirty, who's going to be responsible? Hurry up and crawl away from here. I'll go. I'll leave right now. She braced her hands against the floor, trying to push herself up, but her elbows gave out. Her body swayed, and she slumped back down where she was. 3 days without food had left her without even the strength to straighten her spine. From the center of the plaza, there suddenly erupted a roar of wild laughter, tens of thousands of voices crashing together into a sound so loud it seemed to batter the eardrums. They were not laughing at her. They were laughing at something else. The security guard's attention was drawn over there. He glanced in that direction and muttered about yet another bizarre incident, then carelessly waved a hand in Lin Chushuang's direction. That's enough. Just don't be an eyesore. His footsteps receded into the distance. Leaning against the metal barrier of the cordon line, Lin Chushuang panted softly, focusing all her attention on the faint residual ripples of spiritual energy drifting over from far away. Live one more day, and that is one more day. Inside the summoning array at the center of the jade-white floor, cracks had already spread across the gray card, veining the entire card face. Spiritual power dust seeped out along the web-like fissures, forming a thin layer of ash upon the ground. Everyone thought it would simply shatter quietly into fragments and be swept into a trash bin, dust and shards together by the cleaners. The card's surface lit up. A streak of gray light emerged from the fractured gap, weak and unstable, stretching and gathering in midair bit by bit until it finally pieced together the outline of a human figure. The spirit of a young man took shape. His clothes were in tatters, his face deathly pale. The entire spirit body was nearly transparent, its edges continually flaking away. His fingertips and ankles had already dissolved into fine gray motes of light. By all normal logic, and class spirit, forcibly torn from its contract, should completely disintegrate within a few breaths. He did not. He stood there, back ramrod straight, his hands hanging loosely at his sides, his gaze fixed on Jiang Shue's back as she walked toward the edge of the array. What the hell? He can still maintain a form. He shattered this badly and still managed to stand up. Since when are class spirits this hard to kill? He's just struggling on his last legs. At most he'll last another dozen seconds. Something's off. Look at his expression. What expression? I don't know how to describe it, but it's definitely not the expression something about to die should have. Jiang Shui had already walked 7 or 8 steps away, a new guiding spirit stone clutched in her palm, all her thoughts focused on the second summoning that was about to begin. The commotion behind her made her footsteps pause. She turned and glanced back. The spirit from that discarded card was looking at her. Not looking up and not looking straight across. An glass piece of trash on the verge of dissolution was regarding her from above, as if from a higher vantage point. In those dim ashen eyes there was no fear, no pleading, not even hatred. only a single emotion. Contempt. Pure absolute contempt. And class failure looking at his class genius with blatant disdain written clearly in his eyes. Jiang Shui's fingers tightened around the guiding spirit stone, her expression icing over visibly. She turned back. Her high heel struck a sharp, rapid rhythm against the jade floor as she strode forward, stopping 2 meters in front of Chu Ye's spirit form. The spirit binder's ring on her finger flared with an icy blue light. What kind of look is that? Chu Ye did not answer. He only lowered his head to glance at his own palm, which was in the process of fracturing, flexing fingers that were on the verge of falling apart. I'm talking to you. Jiang Shui's voice leapt an octave. And class scrap of paper. Once you're discarded, you don't even know to shut your eyes and wait quietly for death. And you still dare to make that face at me. Oh. Chu Ye finally spoke, his voice so faint it seemed about to break off, yet each word was crystal clear. I was thinking about something. He raised his eyes, those ashen pupils locking directly onto Jiang Shui's gaze. What level are you that you think you're qualified to be my master? All sound in the plaza vanished in an instant. The livestream barrage froze for 2 seconds. Then comment sections on every platform across the net exploded simultaneously. Huh, did I mishear that? No way. And class discard looking down on its class master. Bro, at least take a look at your own status panel before you talk. You're a full 0 across the entire panel, man. My stomach hurts from laughing, guys. This is the most absurd, iconic moment of the year. Is this guy hallucinating in his dying moments? He's already crumbling into dust and still putting on an act. This is beyond ridiculous. Please, you're a discarded card. The kind that gets kicked around like trash. Wait a second. Why does it feel like he's not just bluffing when he says that? That look in his eyes was way too calm. There's something off about this. From the tips of her ears down to her neck, Jiang Shui's skin flushed scarlet. The color of someone driven to absolute fury by public humiliation. She, the sole daughter of the Jiang family, born with an innate class spiritual vein, the genius spirit binder, held in the palms of Jiang City, had just been called unworthy by an class piece of trash, with a panel full of zeros in front of 30 million people. Fine. Very fine. She ground her back teeth together, forcing each word out between them. So that's the last thing a piece of trash wants to say before it dies. Then I'll oblige you. She raised her hand. The icy blue glow on the ring surged to more than triple its previous brightness, the fluctuation of spiritual power, so violent that the surrounding staff all stepped back several paces. 2 of them were even shoved off balance by the blast of force. A spirit binder's privileged final disposal. When a contract is unilaterally severed, the original master retains one last prerogative over the discarded spirit. Forcible pulverization. Not letting it disperse naturally, but crushing it straight into dust. A pillar of icy blue light blasted out from the ring and slammed directly into Chu Ye's spirit. The rate of his spirit's collapse increased tenfold. His legs shattered, then his waist, sheets of gray luminescent dust peeling off him in swaths and scattering, the disintegration so rapid it could be watched with the naked eye. Pain. A fierce tearing ripped through his soul. Yet from beginning to end, Chu Ye never shifted his gaze away. The faint curve at the corner of his lips that drove Jiang Shui mad remained even as his spirit disintegrated from the bottom up until only the outline above his chest remained. Watching that face, Jiang Shui felt cold sweat bead in her palm around the guiding spirit stone. She could not name the feeling, only that the way that dying piece of trash looked at her left a heavy pressure on her chest. When his spirit had been ground down until only a face remained, Chu Ye gave her one last look. Remember today? You will regret this, Miss Jiang. The day you kneel crying and beg me to come back, I won't so much as glance your way. Huh? Jiang Shui laughed, her brows and eyes curving in amusement. What did you wander into my summoning array from your dreams? With my next tenfold pull, even if I casually draw and record, it'll be 10,000 times more useful than you. Beg you to come back. You think you're worthy of that? She turned and walked away without looking back. Clean this up. Prepare for the second summoning. Yes. The staff rushed forward, using their tools to scoop up the last small clump of Chu Ye's gray light shadow, pushing it to the outer edge of the array. With a final kick, they sent it out of the summoning field and left it in the farthest, darkest corner of the plaza. Not a second person spared it a glance. The 30 million viewers in the live stream had already shifted their focus to Jiang Shui's second summoning, the scrolling comments refreshed into a new wave. Come on, let's watch Goddess Jiang's second temple. With so much pity built up, she's got to pull something gold. That class discard was hilarious enough, don't bring it up. Let's watch the next one. As for that heap of gray residue kicked into a corner. Who cared? On the outermost edge of the plaza in a shadowed corner, Chu Ye's spirit had been reduced to a nearly invisible film of gray light clinging to the cold ground. His consciousness was plummeting, darkness closing in from all directions. The light in his vision had shrunk to the size of a needle's tip. Deep within his soul, that ferocious mass of energy continued to hurl itself madly against the seal. Every impact made his nearly extinguished consciousness flare awake for a heartbeat, but the seal did not budge in the slightest. It lacked one contract. Just one. No matter with whom, no matter how weak the other party, so long as someone spoke those words of binding to this heap of remnants, the seal would shatter. But 30 million people had watched him be ground into dust with their own eyes. The entire world was laughing at him as trash. Who would extend a hand to glass discard? A gray, luminous membrane clung to the ground, its edges curling inward until it was no larger than the palm of a hand. Passers-by hurried along as some who glimpsed that faint gray glow on the ground hastily skirted around it. Don't step on that thing, it brings bad luck. Residue from an Frank trash card, if that sticks to my shoe, I'll have to burn them when I get home. Hurry up and disperse, Goddess Jiang is about to start her second temple, let's go. The crowd surged toward the center of the plaza, though every gaze and camera followed Jiang Shui, while the gray glow in the corner was left utterly neglected. Chu Ye's consciousness plunged to the bottom of an abyss. The vicious energy lump battered the seal in violent rhythmic strikes. Almost there, but it was too late. No one would come near. A blind cane lay abandoned on the pavement 3 meters away. Lin Shushuang knelt by the barrier, hands pressed to the cold tiles, her face smeared with dust and dried blood. Amid the cacophony of footsteps and cheers, she heard an exceedingly faint sound, the tiny crackle that accompanies the shattering of spiritual energy. Ordinary people could not hear it. But with her sight taken, her hearing had been driven to the brink. The spiritual fluctuation coming from that direction was decaying at an alarming speed. Something was dissipating. Lin Shushuang scraped her palm inch by inch along the ground, her knees grinding against the rough stone. The sleeve of her old coat was torn anew. She did not know what she was crawling toward, only that the faint afterwave of spiritual energy pulled her senses forward. Her fingers brushed something cool, almost without warmth, as thin and fragile, as if it might shatter at any moment. The gray membrane quivered beneath her fingertip. Hey, what's that blind woman doing? No way she's touching that pile of trash card residue. She wants to contract that thing. Haha, a blind person with a trash card, the best duo of the year. What a sick joke. And Frank's scrap about to break, and a blind girl with no spiritual vein, together their combat power equals 0 + 0. Unbelievable. I screenshotted. This is even more absurd than Goddess Jiang failing. Laughter crashed down like a tidal wave. Lin Shushuang's shoulders trembled. She could hear every word. Those voices pierced her ears like the insults hurled when her family once threw her out the door. But her hand did not loosen. Her fingers closed, cradling that paper-thin membrane gently in her palm, careful and reverent. As long as you don't despise me for being a waste. Her voice was small, almost swallowed by the surrounding mockery, yet every word held no hesitation. From now on, I will be your contract master. A droplet fell onto the gray membrane. It was not rain, it seeped from the yellowing edge of the gauze, a tear tinged with blood. The spiritual fluctuation shifted the instant that tear touched the membrane. A dim white light bloomed from the joined palms, faintly sketching a crooked contract formation on the ground. The laughing spectators froze for a beat. Holy, she actually signed it. Signed. You can sign that. Someone wants an Frank trash card. What a waste of a contract slot. Her life is ruined. The moment the formation completed, Chu Ye's consciousness plunged to the abyss's bottom, was abruptly yanked back by a hand. Deep within his soul, the violent black energy that had battered the seal accelerated its strikes, each blow fiercer than the last. Under the contract light, the seal's pattern showed its first crack. Ding! A system chime detonated in his mind. Detected life and death contract established. External trigger conditions satisfied. Multiverse downscale strike system officially activated. The seal shattered. The energy that had been locked away for who knew how long roared free, pouring into Chu Ye's remaining shards of spirit. The broken shell healed and reformed at a visible rate. New player starter pack granted. Fusing an SSR combat template. Fusion target Yujibo. Chu Ye opened his eyes. No longer dull voids, 2 crimson magatama swirled slowly within black irises. A dark crimson battle armor condensed from nothing to cloak his remade body. Shoulder-length black hair billowed violently, without any wind. An unknown energy never before seen in this world surged out from him. Laughter at the plaza's edge died instantly. What is that? The spiritual fluctuation is spiking. It keeps rising. Rank. No rank. It's still rising. At an absurd velocity. Laughter at the plaza's edge died instantly. What is that? The spiritual fluctuation is spiking. It keeps rising. Rank. No rank. It's still rising. Impossible. How could an Frank trash card? Chu Yi rose to his feet. He looked down at his newly solid hands, flexed his fingers, and chakras circulated along his meridians in a smooth, complete cycle. Good. He lowered his gaze to the girl crouched on the ground, face upturned, yet sightless beneath gauze tear tracks still wet along her covered eye sockets. Stand up. He bent and grabbed Lin Shuxuang's wrist, hauling her to her feet. The motion was not tender, but it was steady. Do not kneel again. You are my master. Without my permission you need not bow to anyone. Lin Shuxuang had no time to answer. The sky split. Without warning, a black gape tore open in the center of a clear expanse, and the stench of a rotting abyss poured down through the rent. Alarms wailed through Jiangcheng. Abyssal rift. An abyssal rift. How could this appear here? There was supposed to be a military containment barrier today. A rank alert. Detected a rank demonic energy source. All citizens evacuate immediately. A giant leg encased in black chitin extended from the rift, then another, then a third. 8 jointed limbs ahead, bristling with compound eyes. A 10-meter abyssal spider descended from the sky, its 8 limbs slamming into the plaza. The white jade floor shattered, web-like cracks radiating outward. Screams erupted in every direction. Jiang Shui stood less than 20 meters from the impact. The shockwave toppled her crew. She screamed as she hauled herself up and tremblingly activated a ring. Come out. Show yourself. A golden light shot from the ring. The SR substitute contract spirit she had bought with a third of her family's resources, condensed sword in hand and ready to strike. The spider's compound eyes turned toward that golden flash. One foreleg rose then fell. The SR contract spirit did not even swing its sword. It was slapped from head to toe into the tiles, its golden form shattering into motes of light, without so much as a struggle. One blow. Instant dust. Jiang Shui's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the broken floor, lips trembling violently, as the massive creature loomed ever closer in her vision. No. Please no. The spider pushed all 8 legs at once and lunged toward her. No one looked back. Then someone stopped between the spider and the fleeing crowd. Chu Yi put Lin Shuxuang behind him, arms crossed. His armor glowed dark crimson in the abyssal miasma, his long hair whipped back under the gust raised by the spider's attack. He lifted his head. The Magatama swirled slowly as his crimson eyes fixed on the 10-meter abyssal monster. The curve at the corner of his mouth was pure hauteur, mere grains of sand not worth half a breath. His voice was low, yet it cut clearly over alarms and screams reaching every ear present. Do you also wish to dance? Chakra surged. The ground split. A gigantic blue skeletal arm thrust from the void beside Chu Yi, followed by a shoulder, a torso, a full armored skeleton. Blue spiritual flames burned and leaped between the bones. A colossal azure war god rose from the earth, growing from 10 meters to 20, 50, still climbing. 100 meters. The complete Su's Weneng, who towered, blotting out half the sky, and a spirit energy greatsword longer than the entire plaza coalesced in its hand. The blue light that flowed along the blade bleached every face pale. The spider froze. Its compound eyes all turned skyward to that 100-meter god. Its 8 limbs trembled uncontrollably. Abyssal instinct forced a choice. Turn. Flee. Too late. Suzhou raised the sword and brought it down. A sapphire sword chi cleaved down from the heavens, its breadth spanning the plaza above. Wherever the blade passed, the air was sliced into vacuum. The 10-meter a rank abyssal spider and the ground beneath it vanished utterly in that light, not even a scrap remaining. The sword chi did not stop. It rose and struck the abyssal rift in the sky. The edges of the fissure contracted and sealed, and the force that rent the heavens was severed along with the space it occupied. The rift closed. Tens of thousands remained frozen mid-escape in twisted poses across the plaza. Jiang Shui sat on the ground staring upward as the 100-meter azure war god slowly dissipated. Through the drifting blue motes of light, her gaze fell upon the crimson figure standing at the god's feet. Long hair, battle armor, Magatama. It was the Frank trash card she had personally crushed 10 minutes ago. Her lips moved, but no sound came forth. From the crowd, a voice squeezed out a complete sentence, as if suffocating. Just now. That Frank trash card, with one slash cut down in a rank abyssal monster along with the spatial rift. No one answered that question. Because everyone saw the answer, the blue light dust continued to drift down from the sky, landing on the shattered white jade floor, on the shoulders of the crowd, and also on Jiang Shui's pale face. The residual image of Susanoo dissipated in the wind. The last trace of blue light returned to Chu Yi's body, and the square returned to its normal lighting, yet no one felt that the scene before them was normal. Chu Yi stood at the spot where the abyssal spider had fallen. The ground beneath him was flattened by sword energy. The tiles within a radius of 30 meters had all vaporized, leaving only an unusually smooth-cut surface. Not even a fragment of the abyssal spider's shell remained. Crimson battle armor, black long hair, and the Freedomo spinning slowly in his eyes. He crossed his arms and glanced at the sky above that had finished healing, the curvature of his lips never faltering. The live broadcast room crashed. It wasn't due to too many comments freezing the screen, it was the server that directly overloaded and crashed. The messages sent out simultaneously by 30 million people burst the data channels of the entire platform. The main screen turned black for 2 seconds before urgently switching to the backup server, and the flood of comments surged back. I didn't see wrong, did I? I didn't see wrong. One strike. Just one strike. The Agrade abyssal spider and the spatial rift vanished together. What on earth was that blue giant's contract spirit skill? I can't find it in the database. Grade trash card. You call this an grade trash card? What did Jiang Shui throw just now? What did she throw? It's over. Jiang family's young lady has truly become the laughing stock of the entire network. Thousands of people in the square maintained the pose of fleeing, some with one foot still suspended in midair, others squatting behind flower beds holding their heads, all eyes nailed to that crimson figure, not daring to breathe. The military's emergency communicator was ringing madly. Headquarters. An unknown SSR level or above contract spirit force has appeared at Jiangxing's Central Square. The method of killing was a super large range spiritual energy slash with an estimated destruction radius exceeding 500 meters. Immediate report requested. Whose contract spirit is this? That blue giant was at least 100 meters tall. I've been a soldier for 20 years and have never seen. Jiang Shui sat on the shattered ground, her skirt hem covered in dust and debris, maintaining her tilted head position for nearly a minute. Her pupils dilated, her lips continuously opening and closing, producing some fragmented syllables from her throat. Her SR-level substitute contract spirit was shattered with a single slap. That a great abyssal spider which had left her in despair was cut into nothingness with a single strike. And all of this was accomplished by the grade trash card she had personally crushed and publicly humiliated just 10 minutes ago. Her mind was a blank. No way. Her fingers dug into the cracks of the shattered tiles. She didn't even feel the blood from her bent nails. Tears kept pouring down her cheeks, ruining her makeup. Her proud dignity completely vanished in this moment. Chu Yi. She called out that name, her voice hoarse and unlike herself. Chu Yi did not turn back. He was looking down at Lin Chushuang, who was huddled in the corner. The girl had been blown into a ball by the shockwave that burst forth from Susanu. Her blind cane lost somewhere, her hands tightly hugging her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could see nothing, but she felt that the overwhelming power just now had erupted from her own contract spirit. Chu Yi. Jiang Shui's voice came from behind, this time filled with a sob and tremor. Chu Yi stopped, but did not turn around. She heard the sound of knees hitting the ground behind her, followed by the sound of fabric rubbing against the stones. Jiang Shui rolled and crawled towards him. One of her high heels lost the hem of her spirit pattern dress, torn by stone shards. Chu Yi, I knew you were special. She knelt 3 meters away from Chu Yi, hands on the ground, her face smeared with tears and mucus, her voice urgent and distorted. I was just testing you. Do you understand? I was deliberately provoking you. I could tell at a glance that you were not an ordinary grade. The square fell silent enough to hear the wind. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on this scene, and the comments on the backup server of the live broadcast exploded once again. Test? You call that a test? Forcing someone to crush you is called a test. Insulting someone in front of 30 million people is called a test. Jiang Shui, what about your face? What about your face? Classic green tea rhetoric, I'm sick of it. Jiang Shui couldn't hear the comments. Her mind was filled with one thought, that this contract spirit's combat power had exceeded her entire range of understanding. If she could resign a contract, the Jiang family's status would directly rise to the top in the country. Quick, dissolve the contract with that blind girl. She crawled forward 2 steps, stretching out her hand to reach for Chu Yi's wrist that hung by his side. That waist without a spiritual vein can't provide you with any spiritual power at all. Following her will drag you down. Come back to me and the young lady of the Jiang family. I can provide you with the best resources in the entire city. The best spirit stones. Whatever you want, I can. Chu Yi turned around. The Freedomo stopped spinning on the crimson iris, his eyes looking down at the kneeling Jiang Shui, devoid of anger nor any sense of pleasure, only indifference. Jiang Shui thought he was moved. Her eyes burst with ecstatic light. She pushed against the ground, trying to stand up, her arms reaching out to Chu Yi. Chu Yi lifted his leg. No extraneous movements, just a simple and direct kick infused with chakra-enhanced strength solidly kicked Jiang Shui in the abdomen. Bang! Jiang Shui's body left the ground flying backward in an arc soaring 15 meters before her back crashed into a broken stone pillar, finally stopping. She lay on the ground retching and dry, heaving acidic liquid oozing from the corners of her mouth mixed with dust and debris. The entire venue gasped in shock. Get lost. Chu Yi withdrew his leg, crossed his arms again, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone present to hear. What level do you think you are to deserve me to dance? Jiang Shui lay on the ground, her cries cut off by that kick, only able to make gasping sounds from deep in her throat, tears mixed with blood streaming down from the corners of her eyes. The sentence she had said 10 minutes ago, "Do you even deserve it?" echoed repeatedly in her mind, tormenting her. The comments went utterly wild. Great kick. That felt good. That felt great. What level do you think you are to deserve me to dance? I could repeat that 100 times. 10 minutes ago, she said, "Do you even deserve it?" 10 minutes later, it was returned to her intact. Even a script wouldn't dare to write it like this. Jiang Shui, where's that arrogant look you had before? Didn't you say in grade trash card isn't even worthy of being dog food? From today on, Chu Yi is my god. Several senior military officers finally reacted. One middle-aged man at the forefront straightened his uniform and hurried forward, a cautious smile on his face. This esteemed contract spirit. I am Zhao Tieshan, commander of the 3rd Defense Line of Jiangxing Military. Your performance just now was truly. May I ask if you are interested in joining the National Strategic Contract Spirit Reserve? Regarding treatment, absolutely. Esteemed contract spirit. I am the vice principal of the top contract spirit academy in Xuancheng. Our school has the nation's top training system if your master is willing to enroll. Let me through. I was here first. The conditions of our research institute. 7 or 8 people surrounded him, business cards and communication talismans almost shoved into Chu Yi's face. Chu Yi didn't even raise his eyelids. He moved past the crowd. The chakra aura overflowing from his battle armor caused everyone trying to approach to instinctively step back. Their outstretched hands froze in midair, and no one dared to stop him. In the corner, Lin Chushuang still huddled there, hugging her knees. Her body trembled less than before, but still did not release her curled position. The area beneath the bandage was still wet. Footsteps stopped in front of her. Can you stand up? It was his voice, completely different from when he kicked Jiang Shui, devoid of the coldness that oppressed everything. The tone, not exactly gentle, but very steady. Lin Chushuang opened her mouth, trying to push herself up with her hands, but her elbows were still weak, her body weakened further after 3 days without food. Before she could say anything, a hand slipped through her knee bend, another hand clasped her back. She was lifted. Hey! Lin Chushuang panicked, unsure where to put her hands, ultimately instinctively grabbing the collar of Chu Yi's battle armor, her knuckles going pale from tension. Don't do this, I can walk. Shut up. Chu Yi glanced at her, though she couldn't see, but the anxiety and embarrassment written in her eyes beneath the bandages made her ears turn red. You are my master. His voice was low, only audible to the person in his arms. From now on you don't have to walk, I will carry you. Lin Chushuang's fingers clutched the collar of his armor, her knuckles turning white with nervousness. She attempted to speak several times before finally producing a complete sentence. Go left after exiting the main gate of the square, walk straight, and turn left at the 3rd intersection. Her voice was very soft, each word laced with uncertainty, as if she feared giving the wrong direction. Chu Yi glanced down at her, said nothing, and moved on. With the aid of chakra, his speed was remarkable. Passers-by only saw a crimson shadow streak by the gust of wind knocking over 2 umbrellas on the roadside. 20 minutes later, in the deepest part of Old Town District 7 of Jiang City, Chu Yi came to us. The alley before him was very narrow, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side. Black mold grew in the walls, cracks, the ground was pitted with stagnant water, and the overhead wires were tangled with only a broken lamppost leaning askew, its bulb long shattered. At the end of the alley, an unlocked iron door hung ajar, the rust on the frame thicker than the door itself. This is the place. Lin Chushuang's voice grew even softer, her grip on his collar loosening slightly. Chu Yi kicked the iron door open, the rusted hinges snapping off, the entire door crashing onto the floor inside and sending up a cloud of dust. The room was about 10 square meters, containing a wooden bed propped up by bricks on one leg and a broken table stained with dark red dried blood. On the table lay 7 or 8 empty nutrient solution cans with remnants of congealed, expired paste at the bottom. The dust on the floor was marked with many traces of knees and hands, while a few pieces of old clothes washed to the point of losing their color were neatly stacked in the corner. The most prominent feature in the room was the bloodstains on the edge of the table. Some had turned black, while others were still a fresh dark red at a height, where a person's forehead or elbow would brush against when bending down. A blind girl living in such a place would often suffer from bumps and bruises. Chu Yi's gaze lingered on those bloodstains for 2 seconds, the three tomo slowly rotating before he set Lin Chushuang down. Sit on the bed and don't move. I'll get you a glass of water. After steadying herself, Lin Chushuang immediately turned around, her hands feeling along the wall as she moved toward the table. Her fingertips brushed the edge of the table as she reached for the enamel cup. Her fingers touched the rim of the cup, but the angle was off, and the entire cup toppled over, spilling the remaining cool water all over the table, the enamel cup clattering to the ground. Lin Chushuang's shoulders slumped. She squatted down, her hands frantically searching for the cup on the ground, wiping her fingertips on her sleeve as she moved in a panic. I'm sorry, I can't even pour a glass of water. I'm really useless. She found the cup, cradled it in her arms, her knees kneeling on the damp ground, her head lowered, her whole body curling up, her voice growing smaller. If you despise me, I won't blame you. I know I can't do anything. I'm a burden to you. A hand reached out, gripping the back of her neck, lifting her directly off the ground. Chu Yi pressed her onto the only intact wooden chair, his palm resting on her shoulder with a gentle force that rendered her unable to move. Can't you understand when I tell you to sit still? From now on, in front of me, you are not allowed to kneel, not allowed to apologize, and not allowed to say you're useless. He released her, taking a step back, the three tomo glowing red in the dim room, his gaze falling on Lin Chushuang's eyes covered with gauze. The inside of the Sharingan penetrated the yellowed gauze. His pupils constricted slightly. He knew the eye sockets beneath the gauze were empty, but what held his gaze was the remnant within the walls of the eye socket. A layer of dark purple cursed lines rooted at the spiritual nodes within the eye socket, continuously gnawing at the surrounding spiritual tissue, preventing any possibility of recovery. His gaze continued to move downward. The meridian system lay in ruins. Yet beneath the ruins, a remarkably wide primary spiritual vein remained, flickering with a faint light, its flow forcibly severed and drained, leaving only desiccated filaments. The width and purity of this spiritual vein even raised Chu Yi's eyebrows. What was your original spiritual vein level? His tone did not sound like a question, but more like a confirmation. Lin Chushuang's fingers twisted the hem of her clothes, remaining silent for a long time. Chu Yi did not reply. I was originally the first genius of the Lin family in the imperial capital. Her voice was soft, as if recounting someone else's story. The night before the family competition 3 years ago, I was drugged by my uncle. When I woke up, my eyes were already gone. She raised her hand to touch the edge of the gauze, her fingertips trembling slightly. I possessed a pair of innate gifted eye techniques called the broken illusion. I said to appear once in a millennium, capable of seeing through all illusions and formations, able to gaze directly at the inherent weaknesses of abyssal creatures. My uncle dug them out and transplanted them to his daughter, my cousin Lin Ruoyan. On the day of the transplant, my father rushed into the operating room to stop it, but was killed on the spot by my uncle's guards. My mother went mad the next day. Then they disabled my spiritual vein and threw me from the imperial capital to Jiang City, saying it was to let me fend for myself. When Lin Chushuang finished speaking, her tone was very calm, but her hands twisting the hem of her clothes betrayed her, knuckles turning white, the fabric nearly torn. The room fell silent for a long time. So quiet that Lin Chushuang began to feel scared. She thought Chu Yi had left after hearing all of this, and she even prepared herself for the possibility of being abandoned after the contract was dissolved. Her words were not completed. The air shifted. In the entire 10-square-meter dilapidated room, the temperature dropped to freezing point in an instant, and the chakra emanating from Chu Yi was no longer calm, but radiated a palpable killing intent outward. The armrest of the wooden chair creaked under the pressure, the sound of wooden fibers snapping. Lin Chushuang could see nothing, but her body trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming sense of oppression that was terrifying her, instincts screaming. The Lin family of the imperial capital. Chu Yi spoke, his voice very flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. But Lin Chushuang had heard this tone before. This calm was 1,000 times more terrifying than anger. What is your uncle's name? Lin Honyuan. What is your cousin's name? Lin Ruoyan. Chu Yi turned around, squatting down in front of Lin Chushuang, pinching her chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to lift her face toward him. The hollow eye sockets beneath the gauze faced his rotating red Sharingan. Listen well, little blind girl. His voice was low, carrying an undeniable weight. From the moment you grabbed hold of me, you became my private possession, Chu Yi. I will retrieve your eyes. I will restore your spiritual vein. I will exact your father's blood debt one by one from every participant of the Lin family. As for that Lin Honyuan and his good daughter, as long as I am here, no one in this world can make you bow your head. Even if the Lin family of the imperial capital kneels before me begging for mercy, if you say to kill, I will twist off their heads one by one. Lin Shushwang's lips trembled violently. In her 3 years of life, no one had ever spoken to her like this. Everyone told her to accept her fate, that a blind waste was unworthy of hatred, that she should be grateful just to live. Tears seeped from the edges of the gauze, and she reached out, feeling around in the air until her fingertips touched the corner of Chu Ye's garment hanging by his side. Then she clutched it tightly, her entire arm trembling. No need to speak. Chu Yi did not pull away the fabric, his gaze landing on her fingers gripping the cloth, pausing for a moment before moving away. Just remember today. When I return your eyes, the first thing you will see is me standing atop the ruins of the Lin Shushwang's breathing gradually grew long and steady. Her fingers, which had been clutching his sleeve, loosened and tightened several times before finally going completely limp. She leaned against the legless wooden plank bed and fell asleep. Chu Yi stood by the bed looking at her for 2 seconds. Going 3 days without food, being shoved by security, and enduring the abyss rift and the chakra impact of Susanoo. It was a testament to her tenacity that her body had held out this long. He grabbed the faded old coat draped over the chair back and covered her with it. Then he turned, walked to the window, and sat down cross-legged, his back against the cracked wall. Come out. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The Myriad Realms Dimensional Strike System is now online. Host's current status is as follows: a translucent light panel unfurled in his field of vision. Host Chu Yi current fusion template Uchiha Madara template progress 3 Tomo Sharingan 7 source power 312-1000 note. The 100-meter perfect Susanoo released during the square battle was a newbie experience card effect, now expired and destroyed. Current true combat cap is the 3 Tomo stage Susanoo skeletal form approximately 15 meters tall. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. So that / just now was a trial version. Correct. The experience card was designed to ensure the host would not perish from lack of strength upon first activation, while also generating sufficient social influence to pave the way for subsequent missions. Current true combat power is roughly equivalent to the upper echelon of this world's A-rank spirit contractors. Upper A-rank. Chu Yi flexed his fingers. Chakra circulated through his meridians. It felt much smoother than when he first activated it, but compared to the inexhaustible feeling of the experience card state, there was still a vast gap. How do I level up? Upgrade Path Source Plunder Path 1 Kill Abyss monsters, devour their spirit cores, and convert them into source power. The higher the monster's rank, the greater the conversion. Path 2 In battle, completely defeat this world's favored prodigies, shattering their Tao heart and crushing their faith. The system will strip their fortune, convert it into source power, and grant an additional dimensional card draw fragment. A corner of Chu Ye's mouth twitched. Shatter their Tao heart. Speak plainly. In simple terms, trample those who think they are children of destiny. Make them kneel, weep, and doubt their very existence. The greater their despair, the richer the reward. I like that. He pulled something out of his pocket, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger, and held it up to his eyes. It was a black spirit core, its surface covered with the corrosive patterns unique to abyss monsters. Inside, dark red energy swirled, the remains of the A-rank spider he had slain. When he had shattered the spider, the core had been knocked to the ground by the residual energy of his sword slash, and he had picked it up. How much will eating it get me? A-rank abyss spider spirit core. Estimated source power conversion 1500 points. Enough to push from 7 to how much? Estimated to advanced template progress to 22. This will unlock the complete illusionary abilities of the 3 Tomo Sharingan and the fire release Great Fire Annihilation. Chu Yi didn't waste another word. He closed his fingers. The spirit core shattered in his palm. The black shell crumbled into powder and sifted through the gaps between his fingers, while the dark red energy inside was drawn in by an invisible force surging through his palm and into his meridians. Source power 1500. Current source power 181210000. Template progress breaking through. 3 Tomo Sharingan progress 22. Unlocked Sharingan illusion Tsukuyami prerequisite. Unlocked fire release Great Fire Annihilation. Detected hosts single breakthrough amplitude exceeds 15. Passive skill triggered. Bond reciprocity law activated. Chu Ye's expression changed. He felt the surging chakra flow to the ends of his meridians, but a portion of the energy did not remain. Instead, it followed an invisible chain rapidly flowing towards another direction. The contract chain. It connected to the sleeping girl 3 meters away on the bed. Wait. It was already too late. That overflowing energy following the contract channel poured directly into Lin Chushwang's body, without any buffer or transition. In her sleep, Lin Chushwang's body arched violently. A muffled groan escaped her lips. Sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. Her complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and her fingers clutching the bedboard emitted a faint creaking sound. Chu Yi crossed the distance in a single step, pressing his palm onto her shoulder, his Sharingan's insight fully activated. He saw it. Golden threads of chakra rapidly coursed through Lin Chushwang's body, but not without order. Those threads precisely located the severed ends of her artificially cut, main spiritual meridian, entwining around them, forcibly opening the dried block channels inch by inch. That S-rank main spiritual meridian that had been crippled was being repaired. No, not repaired, reforged. After those golden threads embedded themselves into the walls of the meridian, they did not dissipate. Instead, they directly integrated into the meridian's structure, reinforcing and transforming it. Bond reciprocity law explanation: high-dimensional energy overflowing during each host breakthrough will automatically be infused into the contractor's body, forcibly initiating physique modification. The direction of modification is determined by the system's optimal path calculation. This modification affect contractor main spiritual meridian repair progress 3A physique enhancement 12, with a bonus byproduct. Byproduct: chakra perception beginner. The contractor will gain the ability to replace vision with chakra wave detection. Perception range tentatively set at 5 meters. Lin Chushwang's body relaxed. The groaning stopped and her breathing steadied once more. Then she woke up. There was nothing in the eye sockets beneath the gauze, yet her head turned precisely towards where Chu Yi stood, even tilting at a slight angle, as if focusing. Chu Yi. Her voice carried the hoarseness and confusion of just waking. I can see you. Chu Yi sat on the edge of the bed, without moving, his elbows resting on his knees, just tilting his head to look at her. What did you see? A red, human silhouette, Lin Chushwang said, reaching out a hand to gesture in the air. There's a layer of red light flowing around you, very bright, like a fire wrapped around the shape of a person. Her fingers were trembling. It wasn't fear, but a tremor from the shock of immense joy that hadn't yet subsided. I haven't seen anything in 3 years. Her voice cracked. She pressed her lips together several times to hold back the sob, but the edge of the gauze was already wet. What is this? What did you do? Chu Yi didn't answer. He reached out, using 2 fingers to press against Lin Chushwang's forehead, pushing her back. The back of her head sank into the flat pillow. Don't get excited. Your spiritual meridian is only 3% repaired. If you get worked up, your chi and blood will reverse flow and you'll pass out again. Lin Chushwang was stunned by the push. Her fingers twisted the corner of the blanket. For a moment, she didn't know what expression to make, but the corners of her mouth beneath the gauze kept lifting. This? Chakra perception. She tested the unfamiliar word. Well, I always have it. Chu Yi stood up, looking down at her. The 3 tomo in the shadow of the night slowly rotated. It will only get stronger. He turned and walked back to the window, his back to her, his tone as casual, as if discussing the weather. Every time I get stronger, the overflowing power will push you up another notch. Repairing your spiritual meridian is just the first step. When the progress goes up further, your meridian capacity will be forced to the ceiling of this world. Lin Chushwang sat up, her fingers gripping the corner of the blanket so hard her knuckles turned white. So, you don't need me to provide spiritual energy. The traditional relationship between a spirit contractor and their spirit was that the master provided spiritual energy for the spirit to consume. This was common knowledge. But from the moment Chu Yi appeared until now, he had never extracted a single strand of energy from her. That little bit of spiritual energy of yours is enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Chu Yi didn't turn his head, his words blunt. My own mana pool is infinite. What do I need you to supply? Just behave yourself, and be a vase waiting for me to fatten you up. The tips of Lin Chushwang's ears turned red, whether from the word vase or fatten up. She buried her face in her knees, her voice muffled. I don't want to be a vase. Fine then. Be a useful vase. Lin Chushwang buried her face even deeper. The night outside the window was deep. The city lights in the distance were bright. Occasionally, a military patrol airship skimmed across the sky, probably still searching for residual effects of the abyss rift. Chu Yi leaned against the wall, eyes closed, regulating his breath. The mechanical voice in his mind sounded again. Ding. Detected host's current social influence has met the trigger condition. Issuing Phase 1 main mission, dignity trampled. Mission objective: in half a month during the Jiangxing citywide freshman secret realm combat tournament, defeat former contractor Jiang Shui and her new partner Spirit in a public setting, utterly shattering her Dao heart. Reward Dimensional Card Draw Fragment X1. A week passed, and Lin Shuxuang could already move about the dilapidated 10-square-meter room by feeling. Chuyi sat cross-legged on the windowsill, pinching a stone he picked up from the roadside, and casually flicked it into the room. To the upper left, a distance of 3.2 meters. Lin Shuxuang tilted her head, her hollow eye sockets under the gauze aligning with the trajectory of the stone, reaching out to grasp at her fingertips, brushing against the edge of the stone as it hit the wall and bounced back. You missed. Chuyi flicked another stone, changing his angle. To the right 2 meters. Lin Shuxuang threw herself to the right, bringing her hands together to slap the stone into her palm, some fragments slipping through her fingers. She turned towards Chuyi, holding the stone with a hint of pride on her face. I caught it. That was 3/10 of a second faster than yesterday. But just now a fly flew past your head, and you didn't even move. Well, I thought it was dust. Dust has a uniform chakra fluctuation, while living beings have a heartbeat frequency, with pulsing fluctuations. Can't you even tell the difference? Lin Shuxuang pouted, looking a bit dejected as she tugged at the hem of her clothes. Chuyi looked at her for 2 seconds, and reached out to pat her head, lightly scattering a few strands of her hair. Don't be so glum. A week ago you couldn't even find where I was standing, and now you can track the stone's trajectory. You're improving quite fast. Suddenly a crackling sound of electricity came from outside, and the old broadcast devices on both sides of the street lit up with red lights, the announcer's voice coming through the speakers. The Jiangxing Defense Department issues an urgent notice according to Article 73 of the Federal Education Law and the Abyss Defense Regulation Amendment. All newly contracted spirit masters who complete their spirit contracts this year must register at their community office within 3 days to participate in the Bronze Secret Realm Practical Assessment. Assessment results will serve as the sole basis for admission into higher spirit master academies. Those who do not participate will be considered to have voluntarily forfeited their status as spirit masters, and the Defense Department will forcibly revoke their contract privileges. Repeating, those who do not participate will have their contract privileges forcibly revoked. The broadcast repeated 3 times before stopping. Lin Shuxuang's fingers clenched the hem of her clothes as she clearly heard the last phrase about the forcible revocation of contract privileges. Chuyi. I heard it. Chuyi leaned against the door frame, the three-demo Sharingan swirling in his eyes, a hint of a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Bronze Secret Realm is just what I need for some experience points delivered right to my doorstep. But Lin Shuxuang stood in place, her hands wringing together. I haven't even fully repaired my spirit veins. Won't I just drag you down if I enter the secret realm? Your job is to stand behind me and not run around. Chuyi grabbed the coat draped over the chair and tossed it into her arms. Let's go first to collect the group assignment list. The community office was located at the junction of the old and new districts, a gray 3-story small building. Dozens of young people lined up at the entrance, clustering in small groups to quietly discuss the ranks and skills of their respective spirit contracts. Chuyi led Lin Shuxuang to the window. The girl held onto the hem of his clothes with one hand while the other hung at her side, using her chakra sense to avoid obstacles on the ground. Inside the window sat a middle-aged man with a mustache, casually crossed legs, looking at a holographic screen. He didn't look up at the sound of their footsteps. Name: Lin Shuxuang. The man with the mustache typed a few keys on the keyboard, and information popped up on the screen. Only then did he lift his gaze, landing it on Lin Shuxuang's gauze-covered face and the blind cane that Chuyi was holding. Are you blind? Yes. Spirit contract rank. F rank. The mustached man's mouth twitched in disdain. He swiped a few times on the screen, and then pushed a printed group assignment list out of the window. Group Ding Pioneer Exploration Team assemble, in Zone 3. Lin Shuxuang paused as she took the paper. She couldn't see the words on it, but Chuyi could. He glanced down at the group assignment list. Group Ding's Pioneer Exploration Team had the task of being the first to enter uncharted areas for reconnaissance, essentially acting as cannon fodder. Switch groups. Chuyi spoke in a flat tone. The mustached man finally looked at him properly, then furrowed his brow. Groups are automatically assigned by the system based on comprehensive conditions. A blind person with an F-rank spirit contract. Where else would this configuration go if not to Group Ding? Who do you think you are? Chuyi didn't respond further, simply pinching the group assignment list between 2 fingers and lifting it in front of the mustached man before letting it go. As the paper fell, chakra overflowed from his fingertips and the paper ignited spontaneously in midair, turning to ashes that drifted onto the windowsill. I said switch groups. Group A. Assault team, is that enough? Chuyi took the new group assignment list, shoved it into Lin Shuxuang's hand, and turned to walk away, leading her. At the entrance of the office, a circle of new students waited to receive their assignment lists. They all witnessed the earlier scene, and their whispers died down as the two passed by. But someone still spoke up. Humph, isn't it just an F rank who can start a fire? Once in Group A, he'll be the one crying. Yeah, bringing a blind person into an assault team. If he doesn't want to live, that's one thing, but don't drag others down. I heard that girl is the one who signed the waste card last week. She needs someone to lead her when she walks. Isn't entering the secret realm just asking for death? TCH, she probably won't survive the first layer. A young man in a leather jacket stepped out from the crowd, the silver spirit chain around his neck swaying. He wore a smile on his face as he stepped forward to block Lin Chushwang's path. Hey blind sister, are you sure you want to go to Group A? He tilted his head. I'm a kind-hearted person, so let me give you some advice. Stay home so that you don't get eaten by monsters before you even enter the secret realm. Your spirit contract is better off just being a burden behind to avoid dragging down the whole team and needing someone to protect you. He didn't finish his sentence. Chuyi did not turn around, but his 3-mo Sharingan merely shifted its gaze in that direction. A wave of chakra suppression emanated from him, covering only the area where the leather jacket youth stood. The leather jacket youth's spirit chain violently vibrated, and a semi-transparent gray mouse spirit emerged from the chain. As soon as it appeared, its limbs began to tremble, and then it collapsed to the ground, yellow liquid seeping from its abdomen. Its owner directly knelt on the ground, his face pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he gasped for air with a wheezing sound. Silence instantly fell around them. Chuyi withdrew his gaze, his voice not loud, but everyone at the entrance heard him clearly. Shut your dog. He pulled Lin Chushwang forward a step, the 3-mo, sweeping over the crowd, and where his gaze fell no one dared to meet his eyes. Anyone who looks again, I'll gouge out their eyes. No one spoke. Even the sound of breathing was minimized as the crowd automatically parted to create. Chuyi led Lin Chushwang out of the crowd. The girl's fingers tightened slightly in his palm, her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing, just followed his pace more steadily than before. In the northern district of Jiangqing, at the Jiang family main residence, the door to the study was locked from the inside, and heavy soundproofing runes sealed all sounds within. Jiang Shui sat at the desk, the cold light from the holographic screen illuminating her face, which was displaying a replay of the footage from the square a week ago, showing the blue Susanoo rising from the ground, which she had dragged back and forth no less than 50 times. Her nails had dug deep grooves into the table. The content of the elder meeting this morning still echoed in her ears. Her uncle had, in front of all the clan elders, cut her training resource allocation down to only 30%, claiming that she wasted the family's top-grade spirit stones, severely damaging the family's reputation. None of her friends from childhood answered her messages. Her social media was filled with mocking shares, with captions being screenshots of her kneeling and begging Chuyi to come back that day. Jiang Shui slammed her holographic device on the table. A corner of the screen shattered, the video still playing. That blind person. Her lips trembled, her eyes red, but without tears. If it weren't for that blind person picking him up, Chuyi would be my spirit contract now. She rummaged through the very bottom of the drawer and pulled out a black communicator which she had obtained by chance at a family auction last year. It only had one number stored, labeled Dark Fong. It took only 3 seconds for the call to connect. Miss Jiang, a rare guest. The voice on the other end was hoarse and lazy, tinged with amusement. What wind blew you over? I want you to kill someone. Jiang Shui's voice was very low, the words squeezed out through clenched teeth. In the Bronze Secret Realm, in 3 days the target is a blind woman, Lin Chushwang. Oh, is it that blind waste who made headlines all over the internet last week? The other side chuckled. Isn't the one next to her a bit capable? We watched the footage. He's just a strength-type spirit contract card. Without his master spirit power, he's just a decoration. Jiang Shui's fingers tightened around the communicator. All you need to do is separate him from Lin Chushwang deep in the secret realm. That blind person can't even walk by herself. Killing her will be easy. Price: 300,000 spirit stones. The other side whistled. Miss Jiang is quite generous. To kill a blind person without a spirit vein, this price is enough for us to dispatch a rank members, but for this sort of target a few of our peripheral subordinates will suffice. I have additional conditions. Jiang Shui's pupils reflected the blue remnants of the shattered holographic screen, her smile twisting her face slightly. Shield the examiner's monitoring, record the entire process. I want every frame of her desperate cries being torn apart by monsters captured on video. And then send that video to Chuyi. The other side fell silent for 2 seconds, then let out a low chuckle. Miss Jiang, you really go to great lengths for this task. Deal. Jiang Shui hung up the call, locked the black communicator back in the drawer, and turned to face the mirror. The woman in the mirror had exquisite makeup, bloodshot eyes, and a twisted smile at the corner of her lip. Chu Yi, wait until you see your dear master being devoured alive. Her nails dug into her palm, blood beads seeping out, but she remained oblivious. You'll realize that abandoning me is the biggest mistake of your life. In the Jiangxing Defense Department Underground Surveillance Center, 3rd floor. A massive circular screen displayed real-time spirit power fluctuation graphs of the Bronze Secret Realm, with dozens of curves rising and falling steadily within normal ranges except for the bottommost dark red line segment, which was slowly climbing at an extremely sluggish pace. Team leader. A young technician adjusted his glasses, pointing at the dark red curve, his voice somewhat. There are abnormal fluctuations at the deep spirit power sampling point in the 7th layer of the Bronze Secret Realm. The spectral features match known abyssal contamination energy. Although the values are still below the safety threshold, there are no signs of the upward trend stopping. Behind him, a middle-aged officer was flipping through 3 urgent documents. The abyssal rift remnants in the Western District weren't cleared yet, and 2 more sightings of magical creatures were reported in the Eastern District, stretching manpower thin. The highest magical creature level in the Bronze Secret Realm is 15. Even if there is some abyssal infiltration, what can it produce? The officer didn't look up, signing one of the documents. On the outskirts of Jiang City, the entrance to the Bronze Secret Realm. A massive bronze barrier gate stood on the wasteland, its surface adorned with ancient spiritual patterns. In front of it, over 300 people were lined up, with the spirit energy vehicles of noble families parked in a long row, their emblems reflecting the morning light. Chu Yi walked to the end of the line with Lin Chushuang. The girl held onto the hem of his clothes with one hand while the other hand hovered by her side, slightly open, as her chakra perception mapped everything within 5 meters into a world of red dots. She could sense the dense fluctuations of spiritual energy from the crowd ahead, and she felt those fluctuations converging towards her direction one after another. Do you see that? It's that blind person. Grade waist card paired with a blind master. What's the difference between this combination entering the secret realm and suicide? I heard the members of the front assault team of Group A signed a petition unwilling to team up with her for fear of being dragged down. That guy is the one who unleashed a big move at the square last time. I bet it was a one-time item, and now he should be back to his original form. Lin Chushuang tightened her grip on his clothes, leaning her shoulder closer to Chu Yi. He glanced down at her, reaching out to press down on her head, smoothing down a few strands of hair that had been ruffled by the morning wind. Don't shrink back. You are from Group A. They should be afraid of you. I am not shrinking back. You're practically pressed against my arm. Lin Chushuang's ears turned red. She loosened her grip on his clothes and stepped half a pace to the side, only to trip over a piece of rubble and stumble forward. Chu Yi reached out and caught her by the back of her collar, pulling her back like picking up a kitten. I told you not to move around. The sound of high heels clicking on the gravel came from the front, quick and obviously purposeful. Jiang Shui wore a brand new high-grade spiritual pattern battle suit, with a deep brown spirit stone hanging at her waist containing the outline of a robust rock puppet, the surface of which emitted a heavy luster from the SR inscription. 4 or 5 noble children followed her, and the group walked straight towards Chu Yi. Oh! Jiang Shui stopped 3 meters in front of the two, her gaze sweeping past Chu Yi's face, and finally landing on Lin Chushuang's bandaged eyes, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. So pitiful, even a blind person is here to seek death. She raised the spirit stone in her hand and deliberately waved it in the sunlight, directing the deep brown SR inscription towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi, I spent 800,000 spirit stones to buy this rock. Lord rated a class in defense, one of the top 20 meat shields in Jiang City. Her tone was deliberately slow, as if she were showcasing a trophy. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might show mercy and allow you to barely pass the assessment by sticking with my team. The noble children behind her laughed in unison. Miss Jiang has a kind heart, giving the waist card a way out. I bet once they get to the first level, they'll have to be carried out. They might as well admit defeat now. Chu Yi didn't even shift his gaze. His attention was entirely on Lin Chushuang, whose old jacket collar had been blown askew by the morning wind. He reached out to press the flipped fabric back, down the motion casual and natural. Shuanger, do you hear any insects chirping? Lin Chushuang tilted her head seriously, sweeping her chakra perception around, and shook her head in response. No, it might just be the sound of the wind. Jiang Shui's smile froze on her face, a flash of coldness flickering in her eyes, and the expressions of the noble children behind her also stiffened. Chu, you don't get too cocky. Jiang Shui's voice lowered, squeezing each word out through her teeth. There are no cameras in the secret realm, and no 30 million viewers sending you barrage once your one-time big move is used up. All that awaits you inside are monsters and death. Chuyi finally glanced at her, the three tomos spinning in the morning light. You're still here. Jiang Shue's face turned ashen, and she turned to leave, her high heels crushing a stone beneath her. The barrier gate opened. The bronze spiritual pattern split apart in the middle, and a thick gray mist surged out from within the gate, carrying the mixed scent of decay and blood that choked the first few students, causing them to stagger back. The lead examiner was a middle-aged man in a gray uniform holding a roster. He glanced at the line, his voice neither loud nor soft. Group as frontline, stick close to the main force, advance at my pace. Those who can't keep up are responsible for themselves. His gaze lingered on Lin Chushuang for less than half a second, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, and he turned to be the first to step through the barrier gate. More than 300 people followed in single file. Inside the secret realm was a canyon that had been shrouded from sunlight for years, the sky above sealed by heavy rock layers with glowing moss hanging from the cliff walls on either side, providing a faint greenish light. The concentration of miasma in the air was more than 10 times higher than outside, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Most spirit masters immediately activated their spiritual power, condensing light balls above their heads for illumination. Chuyi did nothing. His Sharingan could already capture the chakra movement invisible to ordinary people in the dark, and Lin Chushuang's perception didn't require light. She was even more adapted to this environment than everyone else. The team advanced for less than 20 minutes when the examiner leading the front force suddenly accelerated, shifting from normal marching pace to a jog, then to a rapid advance, without a single word of warning. Hey, you're going too fast. We can't keep up, someone shouted from the back. The examiner's voice floated back from the depths of the miasma, laced with impatience. Those without strength can just stay behind and eat dust. Life and death are up to fate. The light balls of the main force rapidly transformed into a few blurred light spots ahead, then completely vanished into the dense fog. Left behind were a dozen new students without noble backgrounds, along with Chuyi and Lin Chushuang. The darkness closed in once more. Fear spread among the crowd. 2 girls had already begun to sob quietly. It's over, we've been left behind. The miasma is getting thicker, my light ball can barely hold on. My spirit card is only grade. I can't fight against monsters above level 10. Lin Chushuang suddenly turned her head towards the right cliff, her fingers gripping Chuyi's sleeve. They're coming. Her voice was soft, but her tone was certain. On the right cliff above 6. No 12 biological signals, rapidly approaching, heart rates very high. It's a group hunting mode. In the same second her words fell, the sound of claws scraping against the rock wall came from the cliff. Dozens of dark green eyes lit up in the miasma. Corrupted skin wolves. Level 10 low-grade monsters, pack hunters adept at using low-visibility environments to hunt isolated targets. The first wolf leapt down from the cliff, directly pouncing into the center of the crowd. Screams erupted. There's a monster. Summon. Quickly summon your spirit. A few uneven beams of light lit up low-level spirit manifestations, forming clumsily, some trembling in fear before they could fully materialize, deterred by the oppressive presence of the wolves. One corrupted skin wolf, using the cover of the miasma, circled to the outermost edge of the team, diving down from an outcropping rock, targeting a female student crouched on the ground with her head hugged the corrosive liquid on its claws, already trailing acidic threads in the air. 2 o'clock, 2 meters above the rock, moving fast. Wind direction to the left will cause it to land half a meter to the right. Lin Chushuang's voice cut clearly through the chaos, not a single word wasted. Chuyi moved. Without releasing chakra, without using the illusion of the Sharingan, his hands were in his pockets, and his figure vanished from the spot, purely a momentary displacement, powered by muscle strength. He appeared directly beneath the corrupted skin wolf, delivering an upward flying kick that struck the side of the wolf's head. The entire head was violently severed from the cervical vertebrae, shattered bones and brain matter mixed with corrosive liquid splattering out the headless wolf's body, flipping twice in the air before crashing against the cliff and tumbling to the ground, its limbs still twitching reflexively. The entire head was violently severed from the cervical vertebrae, shattered bones and brain matter mixed with corrosive liquid splattering out the headless wolf's body, flipping twice in the air before crashing. Chuyi landed casually, his left hand still in his pocket, scanning the surrounding wolf pack. Schwanger, keep reporting. 15 meters directly in front of you, 3 wolves charging in side by side. The one in the middle is the largest, it's the alpha. If you take it down, the others will scatter. Receive. He stepped forward, the stone slab beneath his feet cracking into a web pattern, and he shot forward, moving fast enough that the miasma parted visibly around him. The largest corrupted skin wolf opened its mouth full of fangs, charging straight at him. Chuyi did not slow down, his right fist pulled from his pocket, delivering a straight punch to the wolf's jaw. The jawbone, along with the entire cranial structure, shattered the moment his fist made contact, the impact force penetrating the wolf's body and exploding out from its back, fur and shredded flesh scattering. The two wolves on either side were splattered with the blood of their comrade, their steps faltering as they instinctively tried to retreat. Chuyi swept his left foot, the toe of his shoe slicing through the waist of the wolf on the left side. A clear cracking sound of the spine breaking could be heard as the entire wolf was kicked away, crashing against the cliff and creating a dent in the stone, falling down without a sound. The last wolf on the right turned to flee, 7 meters behind, accelerating. Lin Shushwang's voice was steady, as if announcing the weather. Chuyi bent down to pick up a piece of rubble from the ground, flicking it with his fingers. The sound of the stone breaking through the air was short and sharp, piercing through the miasma, accurately striking the fleeing wolf in the back of the head, exploding its entire head from the forehead, the stone passing through and embedding itself into the distant cliff. 6 seconds. From the first wolf's head being kicked into the last wolf hitting the ground, a total of 6 seconds. The remaining 8 corrupted skin wolves all stopped crouching low, emitting fearful whimpers from their throats, their tails tucked between their hind legs as they slowly retreated. Chuyi turned his head to look at them, his 3 tomo spinning once, his mouth curving with pure boredom. If you don't run, I'll kill you all. The wolf pack turned and fled desperately, their claws scraping against the cliff as they swiftly ascended, disappearing completely within 3 seconds. The canyon fell silent once more. The dozen new students left behind maintained various ridiculous postures, some crouching with their heads hugged, some sliding down against the cliff, and some with their spirit manifestations half summoned, stuck in midair, not knowing whether to withdraw or release. All eyes were fixed on Chuyi. Did he just use a skill? How come I didn't detect any fluctuations of spiritual power? No, nothing at all. It was purely a kick. A pure fist strike. He smashed the head of a level 10 monster with one punch. Are you sure that was a fist and not a siege hammer? He shot a stone and pierced the wolf's head. A stone. Just a random stone picked up by the roadside. You call this great? What the hell, that kick was like a nuclear bomb. The girl who had nearly been mauled sat on the ground, gasping heavily, looking at Chuyi as if he were some indescribable being, her lips trembling as she tried to say thank you, but her vocal cords felt as if they had been removed, unable to produce sound. Chuyi had already walked back to Lin Shushwang's side, pulling out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the wolf's blood off his right hand before tossing it to the ground. Your reporting was good, much more accurate than when you were practicing with stones. Lin Shushwang's mouth curved up beneath the bandage, her hands clasped in front of her, her tone carrying a hint of pride that she couldn't suppress. I told you I wouldn't drag you down. There's been progress. You've upgraded from a vase to a useful vase. Can you not compare people to vases every time you compliment them? Then keep working hard. When you upgrade to a strategic level vase, it'll change what I call you. Lin Shushwang bit her lip, falling silent, but the redness in her ears never faded. In a protruding rock platform deep within the canyon, 5 figures dressed in gray-black, tight-fitting clothes were hidden in the densest corner of the miasma, covered by a layer of light-reflecting film, completely concealed from view. The leading man lowered the spirit energy telescope in his hand, licking his dry lips, and turned to his 4 teammates behind him. Martial arts type speed and strength far exceed his level assessment, close combat capability, at least a class mid-tier. Prepare the mist lure. We need to create distance between him and that blind girl. His gaze pierced through the miasma, landing on Lin Shushwang's frail figure. As long as she is isolated, it will be a matter of one strike. A purple mist surged forth from the crevices along the canyon walls, its density far surpassing that of ordinary miasma, carrying a pungent scent of sweet decay that swiftly filled the entire passage. Cough. What is this? Poisonous fog. It's man-made poison fog. Who brought the startled shouts of the dozen or so scattered new cultivators quickly faded into the dense fog, leaving only the sound of footsteps scattering in all directions and occasional muffled thuds from stumbling or hitting the walls. Lin Shushwang tightened her grip on Chuyi's sleeve. Her chakra perception was disrupted by the purple mist. The once clear red light points became blurred, and her sensing range shrank from 5 meters to less than 2. At the 12 o'clock direction ahead, 5 humanoid signal sources. The chakra fluctuations are heavily interfered with, but I can lock onto their heartbeat frequencies. All are suppressed to very low levels, exhibiting trained rhythms. There are also spirit beast signals, 2 serpentine, and 3 quadrupedal forms. Their levels. I cannot judge, but their spiritual power density is several times higher than that of the corrupted wolf pack, just now. Chuyi did not move, one hand remained in his pocket, while the other casually pushed Lin Chushuang half a step behind him. Slow applause echoed from within the mist. 5 black figures emerged from the deepest part of the purple mist, all wearing gray masks that concealed their entire faces. They had deactivated the light-refracting films on their bodies, and each carried a dark purple chilling stone at their waist from which the enclosed spirit beasts growled lowly, exuding killing intent. The man in the lead stopped 8 meters away, casually tossing an emptied magical scroll onto the ground. A hoarse voice came from behind the mask. Your physical combat skills are quite decent. I saw you handle those wild dogs with remarkable efficiency. He tilted his head, lightly tapping the chilling stone on his waist twice with his fingers. A jet-black shadow leopard sprang forth from the stone, crouching low with its limbs, its pupils reflecting Chu Ye's silhouette. However, young man, no matter how tough your physical skills, they are worthless against poison and assassination. The 4 men behind him simultaneously released their chilling. 2 venomous serpentine spirit beasts with dark green bodies slithered through the mist, while 2 shadow leopards flanked from both sides. The 6 spirit beasts encircled Chu Yi and Lin Chushuang tightly. Someone paid for your lives. Obediently accept your death and suffer less. Chu Yi stared at him for 2 seconds, withdrew his hand from his pocket, flexed his wrist joints, producing faint cracking sounds. Chushuang, moi, stand firm and don't move. 3 minutes. The captain laughed, his laughter muffled behind the mask. 3 minutes. Are you counting down for yourself? His voice broke off abruptly as his right hand rose, holding 3 poison-coated shadowless needles between his fingers. Without any preliminary movement, a flick of his wrist sent the needles flying at supersonic speed, forming a triangular formation aimed directly at Lin Chushuang's throat and eyes. His target was clear: kill the master first. This was the iron rule of assassination. In his view, the opponent's chilling would not have time to react. Lin Chushuang's chakra perception detected the 3 high-speed, tiny fluctuations approaching, but her body could not keep up with the speed, not even managing to issue a sidestep command to her limbs. Yet one hand was swifter, blocking in front of her. The fingers were slightly spread, with the index and middle fingers firmly pinching the 3 buzzing and trembling poison needles, their tips less than a finger's breadth from Lin Chushuang's throat. Chuyi did not even change his stance. He raised the 3 poison needles to his eyes for inspection. The 3 tomo glowed coldly within the purple mist. Is that all? The captain's laughter still lingered on his lips as his breathing suddenly stopped. I thought anyone coming to kill me would at least be interesting. Chuyi twisted his wrist, flipping the 3 poison needles to the opposite direction and pinching them on his fingertips before flicking them away. Their speed doubled on the return journey. 3 muffled stabbing sounds rang almost simultaneously as the shadow leopard beside the captain was pierced in both eyes and throat. The level 20 magical beast's limbs weakened, unable even to cry out, its body melting from the extremities inward until it became a pool of black liquid seeping into the stone crevices within seconds. Mine. The captain retreated a step, staring at the pool of black water on the ground, his voice changing tone. Chuyi was already in motion. He made no hand seals, did not release chakra externally, nor used any Sharingan skills. He simply stepped forward swiftly with each stride, sending the gravel beneath his feet scattering to both sides. The closest assassin reacted fastest, pressing both hands atop the heads of the 2 venomous serpentine spirit beasts, infusing them with spiritual power. The 2 snakes opened their blood-red maws and lunged simultaneously from left and right. Chuyi withdrew his left hand from his pocket, firmly grasping the 7-inch pressure point of the serpent on the left, fingers curling tightly. The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed through the purple mist. The serpent's body convulsed, losing its spiritual luster, and was casually thrown to collide with the serpent on the right. The 2 snakes tumbled into a tangled mass. He did not cease his steps. His right fist struck the assassin's mask directly. The mask shattered. The face beneath the mask was also broken. The upper body of the man was swung backward by the force of the punch, both feet lifted off the ground, and his back slammed into the cliff wall. Gravel cascaded down both sides, burying most of him, with only 2 twitching legs visible. 1. Chuyi shook the blood from his fist casually, as if counting off numbers. The second assassin was forming hand seals as a dark purple energy shield materialized before him, densely covered in spiritual runes. Theoretically, physical attacks below level 20 could not penetrate this defense. Chuyi did not dodge. His fist pierced straight through the center of the shield, which instantly shattered into fragments. The momentum of his punch remained unweakened, leaving a penetrating wound on the assassin's chest. 2. The third assassin turned and fled. Shuyi picked up a stone from the ground and flicked it with. Less than a fraction of a second later, the fleeing figure collapsed, the back of his head dented. His limbs sprawled out lifelessly. 3. The fourth assassin forgot to even run. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his trousers soaked, and a hissed intake of breath escaped his mouth. Shuyi approached him, raised his hand, and lightly slapped his face. Shoo! Then he grasped the back of his neck, lifted him entirely, and forcefully slammed him onto the ground. The rock cracked, leaving a human-shaped indentation on the ground. The man inside was already lifeless. 4. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. The purple poisonous fog continued to churn, but it could no longer mask the pervasive scent of blood in the air. The 4 bodies lay twisted within a 10-meter radius. The chilling stones, now ownerless, dimmed one by one as the spirit beasts inside rapidly dissipated. Only the captain remained. He knelt on the ground, utterly unable to condense his spiritual power. His hands pressed against the shattered stone floor, fingers digging deep into the crevices, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat seeped through the cracks of his mask. He had been a professional assassin for 12 years, hunted down glass spirit beasts, and escaped military sieges, yet in this moment only one thought remained in his mind. This was not human. This thing was not human. Shuya's shoe tip pressed down on his spine, gradually increasing force. His vertebrae creaked under the pressure. Speak. The 3 Tomo gazed down at him, tone as casual as when counting earlier. Who paid for your lives? Hey, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The captain's face rubbed against the gravel, voice trembling with sobs and blood-stained spittle. It was Jiang Shui, the eldest lady of the Jiang family, in Jiangxing. She paid 300,000 spirit stones for us to kill that blind woman in the secret realm. His hands clawed wildly in the stone crevices, his entire body shaking as if about to fall apart. She demanded the entire process be recorded, capturing the moment that woman dies, and send it to you. We were just paid to do the job. Please spare my life. Shuyi lowered his head, pulling out a black communicator from a hidden pocket at his waist, thumb swiping the screen. The call log showed an encrypted number labeled as Client Jiang. He pocketed the communicator. Anything else to confess? Nothing. Truly nothing. I've said everything. Please let me go. I'll be your dog if you want. Shuyi withdrew his gaze, suddenly intensifying the pressure beneath his foot. The sound of spinal fractures rang exceptionally crisp through the purple mist. The captain's scream broke off after half a syllable, his entire body going limp, utterly devoid of life. Shuyi stepped forward, returning beside Lin Chushuang, who stood firmly where he had left her, hands clasped before her chest, knuckles white. It's over. I heard it. Lin Chushuang's voice trembled slightly, though not from fear. She turned her head toward Shuyi, lips moving twice before producing a complete sentence. Jiang Shui. She came for me. You need not worry. Shuyi reached out, pressing her head, gently brushing the disheveled strands of hair stirred by the poison mist behind her ear. I will settle her score, you only need to. His words were cut off abruptly. The ground beneath them trembled. The entire basin's rock layers emitted a tearing resonance, with large chunks of debris peeling off the cliff walls. The blood seeping from beneath the 5 corpses trickled along invisible veins deeper into the crevices. The speed at which blood seeped into the cracks in the stone increased, as if something beneath the ground was drawing nourishment. The entire canyon's rock layers emitted a dull rumble, with the frequency growing ever more intense. Shuyi took a half step back, one hand pressing Lin Chushuang behind him. Something is moving underground. Lin Chushuang's voice tightened, her chakra sensing flashing warnings frantically. It's massive. The density of spiritual energy is dozens of times that of the group of assassins earlier, and it's still rising. The purple poisonous mist was torn apart by a rancid wind that surged from a crack in the ground, revealing the entire layout of the bronze secret realm. The newcomers and examiners advancing behind the main force turned back in terror as the stone slabs beneath their feet crazily cracked. An earthquake. How can there be an earthquake in the secret realm? No. Look at that spot in the middle of the ground. It's collapsing. Heavens, what is that sound? The rock layers in the center of the basin sank as hundreds of square meters collapsed. Debris and dust were hurled into the air by a rising shockwave, and a piercing screech emanated from deep within the fissure, the sound sharp enough to pierce everyone's eardrums. A limb covered in dark purple armor crawled out from the crack, thicker than an adult's waist, with a fluorescent green venom seeping from its joints. With each droplet that fell, white smoke rose from the rock below, corroding deep pits into the surface. The second, the third, the fourth. 8 massive limbs supported the edge of the collapsed pit, and then a gigantic head rose from the darkness. Dozens of crimson compound eyes opened simultaneously, each reflecting the tiny silhouettes of everyone within the secret realm. The creature, towering 3 stories high, completely emerged from the ground. It merely exhaled once. Just that one breath. The 5 newcomers closest to it suddenly foamed at the mouth, their spiritual bodies transitioning from solid to ethereal, ultimately shattering into motes of light. In less than 3 breaths, the spirit veins of the contracted spirit masters were exhausted by the miasma, and they collapsed into a heap on the ground. Emergency warning. Detected a target exceeding specifications. Level 30 Mutant Abyss Spider King. Contains a high concentration of Abyss Essence, significantly surpassing the upper limit set for the Bronze Secret Realm. Suggest immediate evacuation for the host. Shuyi glanced at the red warning panel that popped up from the system, and the curve of his lips did not retract, but rather turned upwards. Level 30. Abyss Essence. His gaze fell on the massive Spider King, the 3 tomos spinning once, reflecting pure interest rather than fear. In the distance, the chief examiner of the secret realm finally reacted. The middle-aged man in a gray uniform kicked aside the students blocking his path and rushed to the front. The spirit stone in his hands surged with a yellow glow, and a heavily armored earth dragon materialized from the light, its length exceeding 10 meters, its roar echoing through the canyon. All students retreat immediately. The examiner's voice was strained with fear, yet he stood resolutely in front of everyone, his spiritual energy burning fiercely, radiating a blinding yellow aura. Rock shall charge with mountain collapse and force it back. The armored earth dragon roared as it charged towards the Spider King, its armor plates erect, dragon head lowered, delivering a powerful blow filled with its master's spiritual energy against the Spider King's forelimb. Not even a white mark was left behind. The dark purple shell showed no signs of dust from the collision with the armored earth dragon. The Spider King's compound eyes turned towards them, filled with indifference and contempt. One of its forelimbs lifted and fell. The armored earth dragon was sliced in half, its 2 segments flying towards the cliffs on either side, smashing into the rocks and creating 2 deep pits, while yellow spiritual body fragments scattered through the air. No, it's impossible. The examiner stood frozen, unable to even issue a retreat command to his brain. The Spider King's jaws opened and a stream of fluorescent green liquid shot forth, moving so fast that it left a straight trail in the air, directly dousing the lower half of the examiner's body. The scream lasted less than 2 seconds before fading as the lower part of the examiner's legs rapidly dissolved into a red liquid under everyone's gaze. His body collapsed into the pool of blood, fingers twitching in a desperate attempt to reach for the emergency signal flare at his waist, but he could no longer press it. At that moment, all sound vanished. Then something more terrifying than any monster appeared. Despair. The examiner. The examiner is dead. A level contracted spirit of level 25 was eliminated in one blow. Run. Run to the exit. The crowd erupted into chaos, frantically surging towards the entrance of the secret realm, pushing and trampling each other. Some fell and were stepped over by those behind, with no one stopping to help. However, the few at the front collided with an invisible wall. The copper-colored barrier patterns emerged in the air, activated by the abyss aura from the Spider King, sealing the entire secret realm completely. We can't get out. We can't escape. The door is locked. I don't want to die. Mom and Dad, someone help me. The Spider King's dozens of compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the most densely packed direction of the crowd. Its abdomen's silk-spinning organs expanded, and a highly toxic web larger than several hundred meters was ejected from behind it, descending upon the crowd with corrosive green fluorescence. The shockwave carried by the web shattered the rocks along its path into powder, scattering fragments and turbulent winds in all directions. Lin Shuxuang was too light. The residual shockwave swept over her, and her body felt weightless, lifting her directly off the ground. Instinctively, she reached out her hand in midair, but grasped nothing. An arm wrapped around her waist from the side, spinning her in midair to shed the inertia of the impact, her feet landing smoothly on the ground without a hint of jolt. Lin Shuxuang was pressed against a broad chest. The warmth of chakra flowing through the armor passed through her thin clothing, and she gripped the armor plate at his chest, her heartbeat still racing from the earlier sensation of weightlessness. Are you scared? Shuyi glanced down at her, his tone casual. No. Lin Shuxuang took a deep breath, forcing herself to release her grip on the armor plate. Be careful. The density of spiritual energy from this creature is too high. My perception is heavily suppressed, and I can't give you any warning. No need. Shuyi set her down, pressing his palm on her shoulder, signaling her to crouch low. Stay back. The source power of this prey belongs to me. He released her, and turned to face the direction of the Spider King. In the crevice of a massive rock, a small newcomer huddled in the shadows, trembling all over. He wasn't wearing a standard student's uniform. Instead, he bore a tiny Wong family emblem stitched into his lining. His face was pale, like paper, fingers trembling as he fished out a button-sized microcamcorder from his pocket. Since we're all going to die anyway, let's record the last moments. He shakily pressed the record button, aiming the lens at the crimson figure moving against the tide in the center of the secret realm. Everyone was running. Only one person was walking forward. His hands hung at his sides, steps slow, the dark red armor glimmering with a faint light in the pervasive miasma. His long black hair was blown back by the airflow generated by the Spider King. With each step he took, fragments of rock within a 3-meter radius were automatically pushed aside by an invisible force, and the water pooling on the ground flowed to the sides. Chakra overflowed from his body in layers, condensing into a visible light membrane of pale blue on the surface. The air around him began to warp and distort, waves of heat rising. As the fleeing newcomers ran past him, their footsteps involuntarily slowed, turning to look at this solitary figure moving against the flow, their screams caught in their throats. That person is walking towards the Spider King. Is he insane? The examiner was just taken out. Is he going to die too? Wait. That red armor, that black hair. It's him. It's the one from the square. And F-grade waste card. F-grade trash card. Is that him? The one who sliced in a grade magic spider with a single blow. Are you crazy? The examiner was defeated in an instant. That's a level 30 calamity class monster. No one responded to these screams, as all sounds were drowned out by the prelude to the Spider King's next attack. The dozens of crimson compound eyes of the Calamity Spider King simultaneously constricted and focused, all locking onto the scarlet figure moving against the tide. It sensed danger, a primal instinct warning it, causing its entire body to tense up, the carapace plates on its abdomen violently shifting, its 8 long legs coiling tightly in preparation. A sharp screech echoed throughout the canyon. The abdomen of the Spider King suddenly erupted with hundreds of dark purple fissures, countless poisonous spikes shooting out from within, the density of which instantly sealed off all space within 10 meters directly in front of Chu Yi. It's over. It's locked on. Such dense poisonous spikes, not even glass defenses can withstand them. He's going to die. Chu Yi halted his steps. Amidst the whistling sound of the poisonous spikes, he raised his head, and his originally pitch-black pupils suddenly glowed a brilliant crimson in the dark canyon. 3 black magatama spiraled rapidly on the red iris. Without the blue glow of Susanoo to obscure it, and without the majestic figure of a 100-meter giant to accompany it, the Sharingan was revealed for the first time in its most primitive form, directly exposed to everyone in this world. At the very moment the red light ignited, a mental pressure entirely foreign to this world emanated from Chu Yi's eyes, this intangible and formless pressure directly affecting the spiritual level. The Spider King's 3-story-high body momentarily halted in its full speed, charged the joints of its 8 long legs, emitting piercing sounds, and the ferocity in those compound eyes momentarily wavered. The new arrivals hiding behind the rocks were also affected. Those closest directly fell to their knees, their pupils dilated, murmuring incoherently, while those farther away felt a soul-chilling tremor, their bodies stiffening uncontrollably. What is that? What is this feeling? My legs won't obey me. This isn't the pressure of a monster. It's something on a higher level. It feels like I've been targeted by a deity. The poisonous spikes arrived. Hundreds of dark purple spikes infused with corrosive energy rapidly covered the entire area where Chu Yi stood. Chu Yi's hands remained in his pockets. He did not raise them to block, nor did he release a chakra shield. His body merely began to move with an extremely subtle motion. With a slight sidestep, a poisonous spike grazed the tips of his hair as it flew past, embedding itself into the rock wall behind him. Bowing his head slightly, 3 parallel poisonous spikes swept an inch above his head, slicing through a few strands of black hair. With a gentle tap of his toes, he shifted 20 centimeters, causing all 6 fan-shaped poisonous spikes to miss their mark, exploding into a corrosive pit where he had originally stood. He weaved through the dense barrage of poisonous spikes, each evasion requiring only minimal bodily movement, precisely avoiding all attacks, not even a speck of dust landing on him. Under the extraordinary dynamic vision of the Sharingan, the so-called deadly trajectories of the attacks became clear, their speed significantly slowing in his eyes. What is he doing? How is he doing this? Hundreds of poisonous spikes didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Look at his eyes. They're red. They're spinning. The Spider King, realizing the futility of its ranged attacks, exerted power through all 8 long legs, its 3-story-high body lunging towards Chu Yi at incredible speed, its forelimbs raised high ready to strike down with immense force. Chu Yi did not dodge. He walked to within 10 meters of the Spider King and came to a stop, pulling his hands from his pockets. Then he performed a gesture that no one in this world had ever seen before. His hands crossed, fingers dancing, completing an extremely complex series of poses in less than a second, with each joint's bending angle being extraordinarily precise. Zicho Su Wu Shen Haiyin. What is that? A hand gesture? A seal? No. This world has no such casting method. No chanting, no magic circle, no wand. Oh, what can be released just by hand gestures? I searched the entire spiritual technique database and found nothing like this. After completing the seal, Chu Yi's hands froze on the last gesture, his chest slowly swelling as chakra gathered and compressed within his meridians, the concentration refined to a level never seen on this land. The 3 Magatama spun to their utmost limit. He opened his mouth, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. The flames of this world are all too small. The forelimbs of the Spider King came crashing down. Chu Yi exhaled. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A fine line of fire erupted from his mouth, and at the moment it made contact with the Spider King's forelimbs, the fire line exploded. Not an explosion. It was an expansion. The fire line instantly swelled and expanded in midair, forming a wall of blue and white flames, which continued to grow into a sea of fire, sweeping outward in all directions from the Spider King, spanning over 100 meters in width, and reaching towards the top of the canyon, the dazzling light illuminating the entire secret realm. This was not merely flame. It was the manifestation of high-dimensional energy in its destructive form, an apocalyptic fire transformed from chakra, with temperatures and concepts far exceeding this world's understanding of fire attribute magic. The dark purple anti-magic carapace, which the Calamity Spider King took pride in, began to vaporize the moment it came into contact with the blue and white sea of flames. The defense that could not even be breached by class spells was instantly burned through the flames, flooding into the flesh beneath the carapace, incinerating all organic matter at the molecular level. The Spider King could only let out half a cry of agony. That cry was swallowed by the flames, even the sound waves distorted into meaningless noise by the high temperature, the massive 3-story-high body rapidly shrinking in the blue and white flames, the carapace, shattered flesh, desiccated bones, turning to white ash, and the ash consumed by the fire into nothingness. The sea of fire did not cease. It passed over the spot where the Spider King once existed, continuing its advance. Upon contacting the rock face of the canyon, the surface of hundreds of meters high cliff began to melt the rock, transforming into a boiling orange-red liquid flowing downward, forming cascading lava waterfalls. The flames continued to burn for a full 12 seconds before gradually subsiding. The canyon was left in utter silence. The surviving new arrivals peeked out from their hiding places, and the sight before them left them all breathless. The area where the Spider King had existed transformed into a lava pit over 200 meters in diameter, with orange magma slowly flowing down the walls, the heat scorching their skin tightly. The level 30 Calamity Spider King left not even a scrap of debris. That's not magic. No chanting. No magic circle. Just a hand gesture and a breath. What kind of flame can directly burn through anti-magic carapace? That thing could withstand even class spells. What on earth is this ability? Something like this has never existed in our world. A miracle. This must be a miracle. After the flames dissipated in the center of the scorched earth, Chu Yi stood on a rock platform that had not been completely melted, with slowly flowing orange magma. Beneath him, the air, beside him, still twisting and warping from the heat, his long black hair blowing back in the residual heat waves. He slightly turned his face. The crimson 3 Magatama slowly rotated under the reflection of the magma, his outline becoming distinct at the intersection of firelight and shadow, the arc of his lips never having retracted. In the distance, within a crevice of a massive rock, a frail new arrival held a miniature camera recording this scene. He stared at the small playback screen, his lips trembling, fingers shaking, his whole body shivering. The footage was stored in the chip of the miniature video recorder. The frail new student's fingers trembled, pressing the power button 3 times before finally turning it off as he huddled in the rock crevice, panting heavily. Chu Yi had already stepped into the heart of the scorched earth. The temperature of the lava pit had not yet dissipated completely. The orange-red magma flowed slowly, just 3 inches beneath his boots, the heat waves distorting the air behind him, causing his long black hair to billow upwards. In the center of the pit, a fist-sized crystal floated, radiating an exquisite deep purple light. Its sheen was pure and transparent, with no impurities or cracks on its surface. It was the abyssal spirit core of the Calamity Spider King, refined by the high-dimensional flames of the Sharingan. Chuyi stretched out his hand, fingers closing together. The spirit core shattered in his palm, the deep purple light transforming into energy that surged up his arm and flowed into his veins. The chakra pathways were filled to the brim with the overwhelming power of the source, accelerating the circulation of spiritual energy throughout his body several times under that impact. Source power 4,200. Current source power 601210000. Template progress breakthrough in progress. Freedom O Sharingan progress 38. Unlocked fire release, great fire annihilation enhanced. Unlocked Sharingan copy. Can copy any low-level spiritual technique from the local world and release it with chakra enhancement. Detected a single breakthrough exceeding 15 bond rebound law restarting. The contract, the overflow of high-dimensional energy, surged along the invisible channel, accurately rushing towards its target several dozen meters away. Lin Xushuang was crouched behind an intact rock platform, hugging her knees as she waited for him to return. Suddenly, a scalding warm current erupted from the contract mark on her chest, instantly spreading throughout her body. She bit her lower lip, her nails digging into the fabric of her knees, her body uncontrollably arching and relaxing, the strands of hair on her forehead sticking together with sweat as the once blurred world of red light points in her mind rapidly changed. Her perception range surged from 5 meters to 50 meters, no longer limited to vague human silhouettes. The residual chakra flow traces in the air transformed into clear blue lines imprinted on her consciousness map, as hundreds of newborn heartbeats in the distance were captured without missing a single one. Even the spiritual fluctuations of the insects lurking in the rock walls were crystal clear. She blinked her hollow eye sockets forcefully, the warmth seeping from beneath the gauze, no longer blood tears, but a thin layer of warm mist. The soreness had eased, and the gnawing sensation that had haunted her for 3 years receded significantly. Chuyi. She stood up, her voice trembling. I can see so far. Everything within 50 meters is crystal clear, even the bugs in the rock walls. The sound of footsteps approached from the direction of the scorched earth. Chuyi stepped out from the edge of the lava pit, his boots still coated with cooling black magma debris, and stopped in front of her. How do you feel? It's hot. My whole body feels warm. My spiritual veins are sore, but it doesn't hurt. Lin Xushuang's hand fumbled to grasp his sleeve, her fingertips tightening slightly. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? I can feel the chakra concentration on you has increased several times since we entered the secret realm. That's obvious. Chuyi raised his hand and pressed it on her head, brushing aside the strands of hair stuck to her forehead with sweat. It's not over yet. Let's go. Instead of heading towards the exit, he turned and walked towards the direction where the chief examiner lay, his lower. The middle-aged man in gray uniform lay in a pool of blood, his fingers still reaching towards the distress signal flare at his waist, unable to muster the strength to press it down. Blood mixed with debris and dust oozed from the corners of his mouth, forming a dark scab. Chuyi stopped in front of him, retrieving a slender glass vial from his pocket. It was a first aid potion scavenged from the corpse of the assassin leader, of mediocre quality, but barely enough to extend a life. The potion was casually tossed down, bouncing off the chief examiner's chest before rolling back, wedged in the hollow of his collarbone. Drink this, don't die here, it's annoying. The examiner's eyeball moved slightly, his unfocused gaze barely managing to focus on the vial, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but Chuyi had already turned and walked away. He led Lin Xushuang through the wreckage of the entire canyon. All the surviving new students were kneeling on both sides. Some were weeping and bowing to him, others clasped their hands in prayer, while more simply knelt there forgetting to cry, following his retreating figure with eyes full of reverence. My lord, thank you for saving our lives. Without you we would all die here. Please take me as your disciple. Oh, I am willing to do anything. Chuyi did not turn his head, did not slow his pace, not even giving a single extra glance, his gaze fixed only on the direction of the secret realm's exit, holding Lin Xushuang's hand with his left and his right hand stuffed in his pocket. Chuyi, they are calling for you. Lin Xushuang tilted her head. The kneeling people in her 50-meter perception range were densely packed. It has nothing to do with me. But you did save them. It was just a casual thing. I didn't burn the Spider King to save anyone. That thing had the spirit core I needed. Chuyi glanced at her. But can you please stop stepping on my heels while walking? Lin Xushuang's ears turned red, stepping back half a step while tightening her grip. The bronze barrier door was tightly closed, the copper-patterned spiritual runes on the door radiating the sheen of an emergency lock. Looking from the inside, it appeared as a solid metal wall. Chu Yi stopped 3 meters from the door. Stand back. Lin Shuxuang was gently pushed back by his released hand, taking 2 steps back. Chu Yi raised his right fist. Chakra condensed and compressed on his fist, blue light spilling out from between his fingers. Though not much, the high density deformed the surrounding air, creating visible optical distortions. He smashed his fist forward. A hole exploded in the center of the barrier door, cracks spreading from the point of contact in all directions, the copper-patterned spiritual runes dimming completely. The entire door then shattered in half, fragments flying outward and crashing onto the ground outside the secret realm with continuous booming sounds. Sunlight poured in from the door, causing everyone to squint. Outside the secret realm, the official station troops formed 3 rows in a combat formation with a dozen fully armed mid-level officers aiming spiritual energy weapons at the door. They had received the emergency lock alert from the secret realm half an hour ago and were preparing to forcefully breach the door. Then the door shattered. From the inside, a young man in dark red armor with black hair led a frail girl wrapped in gauze, stepping on the debris of the door as they emerged. Sunlight hit his face, and the 3 tomo in his red irises spun once before slowly disappearing. A technician holding a detection device reacted the fastest, rushing over with the spiritual energy detector in hand. Please cooperate with the inspection. According to Article 12 of the Calamity Emergency Regulations, all personnel exiting the sealed area must undergo. The device was less than half a meter from Chu Ye's body. With a sizzling sound, it then exploded. The detection device's screen flickered, the internal circuits directly overloaded and burned out as the entire machine cracked open in the middle, emitting black smoke as it fell from the technician's hand, bouncing twice on the ground before completely breaking down. The technician stood dumbfounded, staring at his empty hands and the smoking scrap metal on the ground. His face shifted from red to white and then to green, and after several attempts he finally squeezed out a few words from his throat. Unable to determine. Exceeds the measuring limit of the instrument. He turned his head and shouted at the commander behind him, his voice cracking. Quickly report to the city lord's office. This energy level is at least, I don't know what level. Our equipment can't measure it. Chu Yi walked past him without even turning his head. Lin Shuxuang, being led by him, felt the warmth of sunlight on her face for the first time. The heartbeats of those official personnel on her chakra perception map were all very fast, the tension and fear in the air almost palpable. She gently tugged at Chu Ye's hand. They seem to be very afraid of you. That's normal. The weak fear the strong. What about me? Chu Yi looked down at her, the girl tilting her face up. The hollow eye sockets beneath the gauze gazed in his direction, her lips curving with a hint of tentative expression. You're different. In what way? You are my master. Why should I be afraid of you? I won't bite you. Lin Shuxuang's ears flushed completely red, turning her face away, muttering something indistinctly. Jiang Shui leaned against the door of her spiritual energy vehicle, gripping a black communicator for a full 2 hours, but the Dark Tooth Squad had not responded. She had harbored a glimmer of hope. Then she saw the secret realm door shatter, and that scarlet figure leading the blind girl out from the fragments, both of them unharmed. Jiang Shui's back hit the car door, her whole body sliding down the cold metallic surface, her legs giving way, her high heels skewing to one side, and the communicator in her hand fell to the ground, breaking in half. How is this possible? Her voice was almost a wheeze from the depths of her throat, her nails digging into her palm, blood droplets trickling down between her fingers, staining the white skirt. 5 people. 5 A-level assassins. How is this possible? Chu Yi led Lin Shuxuang past her 20 meters ahead, without looking at her, without slowing down, not even changing the rhythm of his breath for her. Jiang Shui stared at the 2 receding figures, her lips starting to tremble violently, the blood vessels in her eyes spreading into the whites of her eyes. At the highest point of Jiang City, the Cloud Club on the 72nd floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the night view of the entire city, the lights blending into a river. Wang Tung reclined on a black leather sofa, his left arm around his smiling companion, while his right hand swirled a crystal glass filled with amber liquid. The light brain flickered on the coffee table. He casually clicked it open. It was an encrypted video file, with the sender's note reading Secret Realm I. The video unfolded from a shaky first-person perspective, the quality unstable due to the recorder's trembling hand, yet the content was clear enough to imprint every frame into his retina. The man in red armor smashed 5 assassins into pieces with his fists. That pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the purple mist, while hundreds of poisoned spikes didn't even graze the hem of his clothes. Finally, there was the sea of blue and white flames turning the entire canyon into a lava hell, obliterating the 30-level Calamity Spider King without leaving any remnants. As the video played to the last second, the crystal glass in Wang Teng's hand exploded. Fragments and liquid splattered all over his hand. His companion next to him screamed and jumped up, but he remained unmoved, his eyes glued to the light brain screen, his pupils reflecting the paused image of the slowly rotating 3-tomo. Young master, you're bleeding. Wang Teng did not respond, extending his blood and wine-stained fingers to drag the video back on the light brain, replaying it once, then a second time, a third time. After the third replay, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, not a smile, but a distorted arc stretched by extreme greed, his eyes glinting with avarice. Go call Manager Lin up here. His companion was still frantically pressing tissues against his hand, but he pushed her away, causing her to fall onto the carpet, too frightened to move. Wang Teng stood up, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, the lights of Jiang City spreading beneath his feet. He licked the wine that had splashed onto his lips, his voice soft, as if speaking to himself. These eyes are not in any known spirit contract ability database, nor do they belong to any branch of spiritual technique system. He turned his head, staring at Lin Shushwang's frail figure wrapped in gauze on the light brain screen, the arc of his lips growing wider. A blind waist with no spiritual veins whatsoever, yet riding atop such a monster as a master. The door opened, and an old man in a black butler suit entered silently. Young master. Wang Teng did not look back, his right index finger pressing against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Under his fingertip was the direction of the 7th district in the old city of Jiang City. Investigate everything about that Chu Yi, who he signed a contract with, what the terms are, whether there is any room. He lifted his finger from the glass, leaving behind a blood-stained fingerprint. No matter what means I want, though. In the alley of the old district's 7th zone, the streetlight remains that crooked half-pole, the bulb shattered and unattended. Moonlight leaks down through the chaotic gaps in the overhead wires, barely illuminating the outline of the alley entrance. Chu Yi sat cross-legged on the windowsill, his back against the cracked wall, eyes closed as he regulated his breathing. A translucent system panel unfolded in his mind. Current source power 601210000. Template progress 3-tomo Sharingan 38. Next stage unlock conditions: source power reaches 1000, or complete the main quest. Dignity trampled for additional progress. Boost days until newborn secret realm real combat competition 13 days. Chu Yi opened his eyes as the 3-tomo rotated once before vanishing. 13 days was enough. The sound of a spatula clashing against the pot came from the kitchen, interspersed with a few dull thuds, the sound of an elbow hitting the corner of the stove. He turned his head to look. Lin Shushwang stood in front of the half-square meter stove, her left hand searching for the position of the spice jars, while her right hand flipped food in the pot, her movements much smoother than a week ago. Her chakra perception map projected everything within 50 meters as red line contours, freeing her from the need to bump into walls to determine direction. She reached for the salt jar on the shelf, her fingertips hovering above 3 bottles for a moment before accurately picking up the middle one. The second one is salt. The particle structure inside is the most uniform. The first is sugar, finer particles, and the third is MSG with the most chaotic fluctuations. She muttered softly to herself, using this method to differentiate the spices. The egg in the pot flipped over, and she pressed the edge with the spatula to judge its doneness before reaching to turn off the heat. The back of her hand brushed against the edge of the pot. The metallic heat made contact with her skin, causing her shoulder to twitch momentarily. Her grip on the spatula tightened, biting her lip to suppress any sound. Her other hand quickly retreated and clenched behind her back, her fingertips rubbing against the fabric of her old clothes. She did not turn back, instead scooping the contents of the pot onto a plate and carrying it toward the table, her steps steady, her expression deliberately maintaining calm. Chu Yi, it's time to eat. She placed the plate on the table, quickly folding her hands in front of her, hiding her right hand beneath her left. Chu Yi jumped down from the windowsill and walked to the table to sit. The plate held a portion of fried eggs and half a bowl of white porridge, the edges of the eggs slightly burnt and the shape irregular, but the porridge was just right in thickness. He did not reach for his chopsticks, his gaze resting on Lin Shushwang's overlapping hands. Show me your hand. Lin Shushwang's body stiffened slightly, her fingers tightening. It's nothing, I just accidentally bumped it. It doesn't hurt. I told you to show me. Lin Shushwang bit her lower lip and slowly pulled her right hand from beneath her left palm, facing down as she extended it toward him. Chu Yi turned her hand over, revealing a 2-inch long red mark near her thumb, the skin raised with a thin layer of blister, the edges turning red. His thumb pressed lightly next to the red mark, causing Lin Chushwang's fingers to reflexively curl up before she forced them to unfold. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Chu Yi looked up at her. The girl tilted her face up, her hollow eye sockets beneath the gauze fixed on him, her lips attempting a strained smile, while her other hand gripped her clothing tightly, betraying her. Your lying skills are as poor as your cooking skills. He released her hand and pulled a slender glass vial from his pocket, tossing it onto the table. The vial contained a light green medicinal liquid, a first aid healing agent scavenged from a secret realm assassin. It was of low grade, but sufficient for treating burns. Apply it. This must be expensive, it's just a minor burn or it will heal in a couple of days. Just apply it when I say so, no need for so much nonsense. Chu Yi picked up his chopsticks and began eating the fried egg on the plate, taking a bite, chewing twice, his expression unchanged. Lin Chushwang stood still, her fingers rubbing against the texture of the vial, the corner of her mouth beneath the gauze rising uncontrollably. Is it good? The taste is average. He finished all the fried egg and drank the porridge clean, the sound of the empty bowl placed on the table clear. Lin Chushwang heard the sound, her fingers gripping the vial tightened, her ears reddening, as she lowered her head to twist open the vial cap, applying it to the red mark on her hand. Chu Yi stood up, picked up his coat from the back of the chair, and said, I'm going out for a while. Stay in the room, don't go outside, and lock the door. Where are you going? Just to exchange some things, but I'll be back in an hour. He paused at the door, not looking back. Next time you burn yourself, while cooking, call me. My master shouldn't have to endure pain pretending everything is fine. Did you hear me? The door was locked from the outside. Lin Chushwang stood there holding the vial, slowly squatting down after a while, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling, slightly unsure if she was laughing or crying. On the south side of the old district in the underground black market. Entering through the back door of a dismantled spirit-powered vehicle car, one must pass through 3 spirit inscription gates that require a password to open to enter this underground trading area, which has not seen sunlight for years. The lighting was dim, stalls were dense, and the air was mixed with the sour stench of low-quality spirit smoke and expired nutrient solutions. Chu Yi walked up to the innermost counter marked by a sign of withered bones, pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket, and tossed it onto the counter. The bag contained low-tier spirit-powered equipment parts scavenged from a secret realm assassin, along with several shards of, or soaked in abyssal venom. Behind the counter sat a bald, overweight man, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, shelling melon seeds. Upon hearing the sound of something falling on the counter, he didn't even lift his eyelids. What is this? Just leave it there, come back in 3 days. His hand reached toward the cloth bag, his fingertips barely brushing against the shard of, or glowing with a purple sheen, when his entire body froze. A piece of melon seed fell from the corner of his mouth onto his belly, and he suddenly sprang up from the chair, his chubby face wrinkled in astonishment, his eyes bulging, as he leaned over to sniff the, or before picking it up to examine it under the light. My goodness. Is this a shard of purple crystal or stained by the bodily fluids of abyssal monsters above level 30? His voice trembled, carefully cradling the shard in his plump hands with extreme seriousness. Young man, where did you get this? If you take this to a crafting workshop, even a single piece can be used as a grade spirit inscription material. The entire black market of Jiang City combined couldn't produce a second one. Enough with the nonsense, exchange it for spirit stones and daily necessities, stock up on food for 2 weeks. All right, please wait. I'll personally prepare it for you. The best. All the best. The fat man scampered into the back warehouse, rummaging through boxes while mumbling something about an unprecedented big client. 3 minutes later, he returned holding 2 large boxes, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he handed over the list, his attitude becoming exceedingly respectful. Chu Yi glanced at the list, confirming the quantities were correct, and put the items into his storage bag. He turned to leave when the fat man suddenly leaned halfway out from behind the counter, lowering his voice. Young man, wait. Chu Yi paused, glancing back at him. The fat man's expression shifted, the slickness from munching on seeds vanishing as his eyes darted around to ensure no one was listening, and he leaned in closer. There have been people from the imperial capital in the past few days, causing quite a stir, accompanied by their own intelligence team. His chubby fingers tapped lightly on the counter, twice, his voice lowered to a whisper. They spent a fortune buying the addresses of 2 young people from the high-level intelligence network in Jiang City. The male wears red battle armor and has long hair, while the female's eyes are covered with gauze. Chu Yi's expression remained unchanged. I have been in this business for 20 years, and my survival relies on being tight-lipped and cautious. Once this information leaves my mouth and enters your ears, it ends here. The fat man stepped back, returning to his chair, resuming his seed, shelling his face, regaining its previous demeanor. Young man, take care. Next time you come, I'll give you a 20% discount. Chu Yi weighed the spirit stones in his storage bag, a slight grin at the corner of his mouth. From the imperial capital, the fat man did not respond, but pointed vaguely toward the door with the hand holding the seeds. Chu Yi secured the storage bag and turned toward the exit, his pace as unhurried as when he arrived, uttering only one sentence, his voice not loud, but resonating through the underground passage. Tell them to hurry and find them. I'm just worried about not being able to practice. The fat man watched him disappear behind the spirit inscription gate, noticing the scattered melon seed shells on the table, shaking his head and squeezing out a comment from his throat. Are the young people these days so bold? The night was already deep. Chu Yi returned to the entrance of the alley in the old district's 7th zone, moonlight leaking through the gaps in the wires, illuminating the uneven ground, just as quiet as when he left. Not right. His footsteps halted. There was an additional vehicle at the alley entrance. A sleek, all-black, high-end floating spirit vehicle was parked downstairs, the spirit inscriptions on its body emanating a subdued golden sheen, a luster only produced by the top spirit energy manufacturers in the imperial capital. There might not be a second identical vehicle in the entire Jiang city. On the engine hood, a gilded family crest reflected cold light in the moonlight. The character Chu Yi's gaze shifted away from the family crest. The 3 tomo glowed in the depths of his pupils, and through the dilapidated iron wall, he glimpsed the scene within the house. Lin Shuxuang was curled up on the ground against the wall, hugging her knees, her fingers digging into the fabric of her pants, turning her knuckles white, her entire body violently trembling, not from cold, but from fear seeping from her bones. In her chakra perception map, a female figure stood in the center of the room, exuding a powerful and stable spiritual energy wave enveloped in an intensely pungent scent of expensive perfume. That scent she would never forget in her lifetime. It was the last thing she smelled before the drug was forced down her throat 3 years ago. The woman in the room's voice drifted through the gap in the iron door, carrying a tone of condescension and scrutiny. But Shuxuang, it's been 3 years. You seem to be doing quite poorly. Chu Yi did not quicken his pace. He hung the storage bag at his waist, and with his right hand, he pinched his knuckles, the crackling sound echoing far into the night. 2 men in black standardized spiritual armor stood beside the spirit carriage, arms crossed over their chests, gazing ahead, with the spiritual rune talismans around their necks emitting a faint blue glow. At the peak of brink, their spiritual power circuits were very stable, indicating they were trained fighters. Chu Yi's gaze swept over them, showing no interest in the 3-tipped jade. The woman behind the iron wall was still speaking. Why isn't Shuxuang responding? I flew all the way from the imperial capital to see you. At least give me some reaction. Her laughter was light and airy, carrying a hint of mockery. Everyone praised my broken illusion eye at last month's Spirit Eye appraisal event as a heavenly treasure. I was even planning to thank you in person. Chu Yi walked to the doorway. The door had already been kicked open, with the hinges hanging crookedly and a piece of rusty iron skin attached to one side. The ground bore 2 large gray imprints from military boots. The scene inside the room lay before him. Lin Shuxuang was curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, her knuckles white from the grip. She had shrunk into a small ball, her chakra sensing heavily interfered by the woman's spiritual power suppression, her body trembling uncontrollably. The speaking woman had her back to the door, tall, with long black hair cascading down to her waist, tied up with a spirit silver crown. She wore an intricately tailored dark golden spiritual patterned dress, playing with a pendant shaped like an eye that emitted a soft glow. Next to her stood a young man in his 20s, about 185 meters tall, whose features bore a resemblance to the woman. With a high nose and a hint of natural arrogance at the corners of his mouth, he had his left hand tucked into the pocket of a custom-made spiritual patterned coat, while lightly tapping a black rectangular brocade box with his right index finger. Behind the two stood a black-armored guard, each making a total of 4 people, including the 2 outside. The woman squatted down again, leaning closer to Lin Shuxuang's face, her fingers pinching the edge of the blindfold, covering her eyes and lifting it slightly. Let me see what it looks like underneath now. Is it disgusting? Lin Shuxuang suddenly slapped her hand away. With all her strength, she struck the woman's wrist at an angle, causing the eye-shaped pendant to slip from her fingers and fall to the ground, rolling twice. Don't touch me. Lin Shuxuang's voice trembled, but each word was pronounced firmly. She braced herself against the wall to stand up, having no idea where her blind cane had been kicked to, relying only on the vague red silhouette in her chakra sensing to determine her position. Lin Ruoyan, you don't deserve to touch me. The woman named Lin Ruoyan straightened her body, lightly patting the back of her hand that had been struck. Her smile remained unchanged, yet the light in her eyes turned cold. Finally the young man spoke up, his voice neither high nor low, carrying the nonchalance typical of a young master from a noble family. Cousin Chushuang, mind your manners when you speak. Ruoyan is your elder sister. He took 2 steps forward, spinning the black brocade box between his fingers, his gaze sweeping over the shabby 10-square-meter room, a clear expression of disgust curling the corners of his mouth. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I didn't expect you really live in a place like this. Cousin Chushuang, are you deliberately bringing shame to our Lin family? Lin Haoyan, what do you want? Lin Chushuang's back pressed against the wall, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She recognized that voice. He was the legitimate son of Lin Hongyan, the elder of the Lin family in the imperial capital, 3 years older than Lin Ruoyan. What do you mean? Lin Haoyan chuckled, wiping dust off his fingertips with a handkerchief. Uncle asked me to bring you back. You've suffered alone out here for so many years, your family is very worried about you. Worried? You gouged out my eyes, killed my father, drove my mother insane, and tossed me here to wait for death. Now you dare to say you're worried. Don't be so angry. Lin Haoyan stepped back, leaning against the edge of the broken table, adopting a relaxed posture. Let the past be the past. Uncle said as long as you obediently return and cooperate with a few spiritual vein experiments, your future needs will be met according to the standards of the Lin family's direct line. What do you think? Get lost. Fisk. Lin Haoyan shook his head, his false smile slowly fading. Cousin Chushuang, I'm discussing this with you amicably, don't be ungrateful. His gaze finally shifted from Lin Chushuang to the empty corner behind her, the smile returning to his lips, this time filled with naked greed. But today's highlight is not you. I heard you signed a rather interesting spirit contract. One capable of cleaving open a rift in the abyss. Not your concern. Not my concern. Lin Haoyan chuckled lightly, pulling out a dark, chain-like spiritual device from the brocade box. The chain emitted a twisted black glow, with the surface's prohibitive patterns slowly writhing, filling the air with a disorienting low-frequency hum. Both guards took a step back, their eyes filled with apprehension. This is the Spirit Binding Lock, one of the 13 forbidden devices in the Imperial Capital, a rank specifically targeting the spiritual core of spirit contracts. Lin Haoyan wrapped the chain around his fingers, the black light casting shadows on his face, distorting. No matter how absurd your spirit's combat power is, as long as this thing locks into its spiritual sea, the original contract mark will be forcibly erased, and it will then recognize me as the master anew. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with determination. So, Cousin Chushuang, where is your spirit? Call it out for me to see. Lin Chushuang's complexion turned pale. She understood every word: mental attack, forced contract erasure, and recognizing a new master. This meant Chu Yi would forget her and become this person's tool, turning into a puppet of the Lin family. She did not hesitate. With legs trembling so much she could barely stand, she stepped forward, arms outstretched in front of her, positioning herself in the doorway, her hollow eye sockets directed toward Lin Haoyan. None of you can touch him. Her voice trembled, her body shook, yet something seemed to burn within her empty eye sockets. Chu Yi is my spirit, my only spirit in this lifetime. Whoever wants to touch him must step over my corpse. Lin Ruoyan covered her mouth as she laughed. Cousin Chushuang, what expression is that? So touching a blind and crippled waist, protecting her spirit. How do you plan to protect it? Lin Haoshan's gaze showed he couldn't be bothered to feign pity. He flicked his fingers against the spirit binding lock, and the black chain emitted a sharp screech. Don't block the way, Chushuang, my patience is limited. The light at the doorway dimmed for a moment. Something obscured the moonlight seeping into the alley. Lin Haoshan's gaze passed over Lin Chushuang's outstretched arms, looking toward the doorframe, behind her, a smile still on his lips. Then the smile froze. A hand appeared from behind, resting lightly on Lin Chushuang's shoulder, not applying much pressure, but gently nudging her aside, while casually stuffing a bag of items into her arms. I brought back food, make sure to fry me 2 eggs later. Chu Yi stepped across the threshold, pulling Lin Chushuang behind him with his left hand, while his right hand returned to his pocket, fixing his gaze on Lin Haoyan. The 3-tipped jade lit up in the dim room, the red light casting a faint hue over the black chain. He tilted his head, observing the spirit binding lock for a few seconds, then glanced at Lin Haoshan's self-satisfied expression, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So you traveled all the way from the Imperial capital just to flaunt this black, worthless chain. Lin Haoshan's retreating footsteps halted at those words. He stared at the black-haired young man in dark red battle armor before him, whose long hair flowed gently in the night wind, the red totem swirling in his eyes, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. But he quickly suppressed that instinctual unease, tightening his grip on the spirit binding lock, forcing a smile back onto his face. You are Chu Yi. Indeed, you look quite intimidating. No wonder my useless cousin is infatuated with you. Chu Yi ignored him, glancing down at Lin Shuang. The girl was gripping the fabric of his back tightly, her entire arm trembling. Have you been crying? No. Your nose is all red. No. Chu Yi reached out, pressing down on her head to smooth a few stray hairs behind her ear, then turned back to Lin Haoyan. This time his smile completely vanished. Who said just now that this is a doghouse? Lin Haoshan's lips twitched as the two guards behind him had already pushed their spiritual power to the limit, the patterns on their armor glowing to the extreme, poised for action. Stop pretending with me, it's just a spirit without a master's spiritual power supply. Lin Haoyan tightened his grip on the spirit binding lock, the resonating sound of the black device suddenly rising an octave. What are you going to use to defend against a mental attack? I have locked this chain onto an rank peak dragon-type spirit, and it can still erase its consciousness in 3 seconds. He took a step back, twisting his wrist. Attack! The spirit binding lock transformed into a stream of black light shooting out with such speed that even the two brink guards only saw a flash, the sharp mental piercing force condensing at the front of the chain, accurately targeting Chu Yi's brow. Lin Shuang's chakra sensing caught the malicious wave rushing toward them at high speed. Her body moved faster than her thoughts, diving toward Chu Yi in an attempt to block for him. Chu Yi pulled his left hand from his pocket, pressing down on her head to push her down, causing her to crouch lower. Don't move. The black light penetrated into his brow. Lin Haoshan's face broke into a wild smile. Lin Ruoyan covered her mouth, and the two guards simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit binding lock had entered the spiritual sea. According to past experiences, next the spirit would become dazed, its spiritual core invaded by the chain. The original contract mark would completely disintegrate within 3 seconds, and then it would kneel before its new master. 1 second passed. Chu Yi stood there, his hands back in his pockets, his expression unchanged. 2 seconds passed. The three-tipped jade continued to spin, reflecting Lin Haoshan's stiffening face in its red iris. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Chu Yi tilted his head slightly, not a single ripple of disturbance at the spot between his brows, his expression akin to waiting for a cup of tea that was brewing too slowly, filled with impatience. 10 seconds passed. Chu Yi raised his hand to rub his brow. The action was very perfunctory, lacking any seriousness. Lin Haoshan's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, his fingers still maintaining the posture of activating the binding spirit lock. His whole body immobilized, his eyes darting from left to right, then from right to left, fixating on the person before him who hadn't even furrowed his brows. What's going on? Lin Ruoyan's voice floated over from the side, clearly confused. Brother, why hasn't it knelt yet? Lin Haoyan did not answer her, his Adam's apple bobbing, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he increased the spiritual power, driving the binding spirit lock by 30%, the dark purple restrictive patterns wildly writhing in the air, the humming sound rising to a piercing frequency. Chu Yi stood in place, his hands once again tucked into his pockets, the three-demo spinning slowly in the dim room, reflecting the black chain that had already burrowed deep into his sea of consciousness, struggling within the sea of chakra. Detected low-dimensional mental intrusion system evaluation ineffective against the wielder of the Sharingan. The intrusion has been automatically isolated and digested by the sea of consciousness. Chu Yi glanced at the system prompt in his mind, the curve of his lips finally changed, shifting from boredom to amusement. Hey! Lin Haoshan's body trembled slightly. Is this all you could manage? Chu Yi turned his head to look at him, his crimson eyes filled with mockery. How much did you spend on this piece of junk? You should return it, but it's not even fit for scratching my itch. Lin Haoshan's face turned beet red, his 10 fingers pressing hard on the spiritual channel of the chain, cracking sounds echoing as he refused to believe it. He had personally witnessed this binding spirit lock and snare in a level peak dragon-type contract spirit, erasing consciousness in mere 3 seconds without a doubt. Impossible. The spiritual penetration of the binding spirit lock is the evaluation standard of a level forbidden device. No contract spirit could be completely immune to mental. I told you. Chu Yi's voice suddenly lowered, quiet enough for only Lin Haoyan to hear each word clearly. What level are you? The three tomo accelerated. This was not the usual careless slow turn. The blood-red light erupted from the depths of his pupils, illuminating the entire 10-square-meter dilapidated room in crimson. Lin Haoshan's gaze was firmly captured by those rotating scarlet eyes. He instinctively wanted to look away, but his neck no longer obeyed him. Sharingan illusion. No hand signs, no incantation, even the fluctuations of chakra were too weak for outsiders to perceive. Just a mutual gaze, and an invisible mental torrent surged along the remnants of the binding spirit lock's connection, pouring into Lin Haoshan's mind. Lin Haoshan's world collapsed. He found himself bound to a pitch black cross, his limbs pierced by burning chains, surrounded by an endless void where only two things existed. A gigantic crimson eye so large it was impossible to see its edges. And from that eye surged blue-white flames beginning to burn upwards from his toes inch by inch. He wanted to scream, his mouth opened, but his vocal cords were seized by some force, unable to produce a sound. He could feel his skin cracking under the high temperature, could smell the burning flesh. The pain was so real that his spirit struggled madly on that cross, his soul nearly tearing free from his body. In reality, only half a second had passed. The confident smile on Lin Haoshan's face vanished, completely replaced by a twisted expression that dislocated his features. His eyes rolled back, the blood vessels in his pupils visibly bursting, crimson streaks spreading from the corners of his eyes to the whites, and the binding spirit lock in his hand shattered into powder with a sharp cracking sound, black debris falling at his feet. "Brother." Lin Ruoyan's voice changed pitch. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The response to her was a non-human howl. Lin Haoshan's neck turned at an odd angle towards the nearest level guard beside him, his eyes rolling back, his mouth opening in an abnormal way, the skin at the corners of his mouth tearing into bloody cuts, and then he lunged at him. His teeth sank into the guard's neck. Blood gushed from the bite, splattering all over Lin Haoshan's face and body. The level guard screamed, trying to push him away, but Lin Haoshan's strength had gone completely out of control after his mental collapse, spiritual power unrestrainedly pouring from his body into his limbs, allowing a young master from a family who had never practiced martial arts to unleash astonishing brute force. "Young master, please let go." Another guard rushed up from behind, hugging Lin Haoshan's waist and pulling him back. When Lin Haoshan's teeth loosened, they took a piece of flesh with them, blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. He turned his head and bit down on the second guard's arm. The three of them became a tangled mass, toppling over a broken table, a leg snapping off and flying out to smash the window. Then their intertwined bodies rolled out through the tilted metal door, crashing into a gutter filled with filthy water. Lin Ruoyan screamed as she chased to the doorway, her high heels splashing dirty water onto her skirt. She watched her brother covered in blood lying on the ground, tearing at the guard, and the color drained from her face. "What have you done to him?" She turned around and yelled at Chu Yi. Chu Yi didn't even glance at her, his attention fully on Lin Chushuang. Behind him, the girl huddled in the corner, tightly gripping the fabric of his back, trembling from the sounds of the outside screams and the smell of blood. He reached out a hand, placing his palm over Lin Chushuang's left ear, blocking out half of the chaotic sounds from outside. "Don't listen." Lin Chushuang's fingers came around from behind, gripping his wrist. The force was weak, but her 10 fingers were trembling. "What they just said. It has nothing to do with you anymore." Chu Yi pressed his thumb above her ear, pushing aside the wayward strands of hair. "It will never have anything to do with you again." Outside the alley, chaos erupted. A dozen residents and scattered cultivators, awakened by the commotion, watching 3 individuals dressed in the best spirit-patterned attire of the imperial capital rolling around in the drainage ditch, one of them bloodied and still gasping like a beast, the scene absurd enough to make one think it was a dream. "What the hell is going on?" "Fighting. Look at that car, it has imperial capital plates, the family crest on it belongs to the Lin family. The young master of a major family in the imperial capital biting people. In our slums, filthy gutter. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Record it quick, get the light brain to record." Several recording beams from light brains lit up in the darkness. Chu Yi stood inside the door, the rotation of the 3 tomo gradually slowing down the fragments of information captured during the instant the illusion was released, replaying frame by frame in his mind. The images were blurry, like peering into another room through dirty glass. A white operating room, the lights so glaring that all colors turned into cold white tones. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was bound to a metal table, gagged with cloth, blood flowing from her hollow eye sockets, no longer having the strength to struggle. A middle-aged man stood by the operating table, his spirit-patterned surgical gown stained with dark red blood. He was using spiritual power tweezers to pick up an eyeball, emitting a faint purple glow, placing it into a nearby container filled with nutrient solution, his movements skilled and calm. In the corner of the scene stood a 5 or 6-year-old girl wearing a pink dress, her hands behind her back, looking up at the surgery on the table with an expression of anticipation, as if waiting for a new toy. That was young Lin Ruoyan. The scene cut off here. The fragmentary information was not complete, but it was enough for Chu Yi to confirm one thing. He looked down at Lin Chushuang's bandaged eye sockets, his fingers lingering on her head for an extra 2 seconds. System prompt target Lin Haoyan is not the fated prodigy of this world. Dao Heart, shattered no-dimensional draw card fragment reward triggered host is advised to seek a higher value target. Not even worth an experience pack. Chu Yi withdrew his hand, walked to the door, and looked down at Lin Haoyan, who was still convulsing and howling in the drainage ditch. The mentally collapsed young master of the imperial capital was barely restrained by two bloodied guards, but his mouth kept opening and closing, his teeth clicking on the air, drool and blood mixing as it dripped from the corners of his mouth, his appearance no longer resembling the young master of a prominent family. Lin Ruoyan crouched nearby, her dark golden gown soaked in sewage, her face as pale as paper, her communicator having been dropped twice before finally dialing the number, her voice distorted. Hurry, send someone to the 7th alley of the old district in Jiang City. My brother has gone mad. He's biting people. Chu Yeske swept past her, his tone as calm as when he was explaining cooking precautions to Lin Chushuang. Go back and tell your family head. The pair of eyes he owes to Chushuang, I will personally retrieve them. Chu Yi kicked the crooked iron sheet of the door frame straight, turned around, and walked back inside. With interest. The iron door was closed from the inside, bolted, isolating the bloodshed and madness outside in another world. The room fell silent once more. Lin Chushuang stood in place, her fingers still maintaining the pose of gripping his wrist suspended in the air, her lips opening and closing several times before finally squeezing out a single word. Chu Yi. Are you okay? That chain got into your... That thing is no more threatening than the rice porridge I had this morning. Chu Yi walked back to the windowsill, sitting down and pulling out the ingredients he had just bought from his storage bag, arranging them on the table. Don't think about those anymore. Tomorrow's training volume will be doubled. Your perception range has increased, but the accuracy has decreased quite a bit. You need to practice. Lin Chushuang's lips curved slightly, then arched again, and finally her entire face buried into her sleeves, her shoulders gently shaking. Okay. Her voice muffled from within the fabric of her sleeves, nasal sounding, but unexpectedly. Outside in the alley, the noise continued, the number of recording light brains increasing as the scene of the young master of the Lin family from the imperial capital going mad and biting people spread through the underground information channels into the network currents of the entire Jiang City. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Club at the top of Jiang City, New District, a woman who had just set down her wine glass sat on a sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Shue's fingers glided over the avatar of an encrypted contact on the light brain screen, the avatar lacking a photo, only a line of cold spirit text code. Young Master Wang, the level 30 catastrophe Spider King, couldn't kill him, and all the members of the Dark Tooth have been wiped out. She spoke into the communicator, her voice devoid of the hysteria from a week ago, replaced by a calmness of desperation. I need stronger power. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds before Wang Tung's voice lazily came through, tinged with the nasal sound of having just drunk. Jiang Shue's nails dug into the edge of the communicator, her voice low and steady. Young Master Wang, I have a business proposal I would like to discuss in person. It's about that Sharingan. The breathing rhythm on the other end changed, followed by the sound of a glass being set down on the table, light and restrained. Yunshan Club, 72nd floor, come up now. 40 minutes later, at the highest point of Jiang City, Jiang Shue stood at the door of the private room in a black low-cut dress, still carrying the chill of the night wind, her makeup exquisite, yet unable to conceal the fatigue in her eyes. She pushed the door open, and inside the private room 4 or 5 young heirs lounged on the sofa, holding drinks or embracing others. They all turned to look at her as she entered, their gazes filled with open scrutiny and mockery. Oh, isn't this the young lady of the Jiang family? That video of her crying on her knees online has gone viral, hasn't it? I heard the Jiang family cut her cultivation resources down to 30%. Tisk tisk, looks like she's completely fallen now. Jiang Shue's back stiffened for a moment, her nails digging into her palm, but her expression remained unchanged as she walked straight towards the innermost sofa. Wang Tung leaned casually against the armrest of the black leather sofa, one leg propped up on the edge of the coffee table, his shirt collar loosened by 2 buttons. He twirled a pure black contract spirit stone on his left hand's index finger, the outline of the spirit beast sealed inside, emitting a red glow in the shadows. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Shue, then pointed his chin towards the carpet beside the sofa. Sit. That spot was directly below the armrest of the sofa meant for attendance. Jiang Shue bent her knee, kneeling on the carpet beside the sofa. She picked up the wine jug from the coffee table, filled Wang Tung's glass, and handed it over with both hands, her posture very humble, causing the laughter of the nearby young heirs to quiet down slightly. Wang Tung took the wine glass, but did not drink, waving his wrist. All right, everyone get out. The people on the sofa laughed and embraced their respective companions as they walked out. As they passed Jiang Shui, someone deliberately lowered their voice to say something, but Jiang Shui remained motionless on the ground. The door closed. Wang Teng placed the wine glass on the armrest, looking down at the woman kneeling at his feet with a scrutinizing smile. Speak, what business is worth the young lady of the Jiang family kneeling to discuss? He is not an ordinary contract spirit. Jiang Shui lifted her face, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, but her voice was extremely calm. Young Master Wang, you have seen the footage from the secret realm, right? I have. Wang Teng's fingers stopped twirling the contract spirit stone. A level 30 disaster spider king reduced to ash with a single breath, not even a remnant left. Jiang Shui straightened her upper body, while kneeling, her hands pressing on her knees, her nails pinching wrinkles into the fabric of her dress. That is not a fire attribute spiritual technique. I have researched all known fire attribute spiritual technique databases and compared all skill attributes from F to SSR. None matches casting method. No incantation, no formation, no preliminary calculations of spiritual energy circuits, just a few hand gestures and a breath. Her voice trembled, laced with obsession. This indicates that what is circulating within him is fundamentally not spiritual energy. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes. Then what is it? A type of high-level energy that has never been recorded. Jiang Shui's pupils reflected the warm light of the private room, her lips moving faster and faster. It is purer than spiritual energy with a higher transformation efficiency, unrestricted by the resistance and anti-magic rules of the native world. This is why that abyssal shell, which even level spells cannot penetrate, was easily burned through in front of him. Wang Ting did not respond immediately. He pulled a light brain from the hidden compartment beneath the coffee table, his fingertips gliding across the screen, and a segment of encrypted video projected into the air. In the footage, a blue and white sea of flames turned the entire canyon into lava, and a crimson figure stood in the center of the lava pit, the three Tomo slowly spinning, a slight smirk on his lips filled with disdain. Wang Teng stared at the pair of crimson eyes, his tongue slowly sliding along the back of his teeth. Interesting. I have signed a contract with him, and I am well aware of his weaknesses. Jiang Shui moved half a step closer, her voice lowered to a whisper only the two could hear. He has a pathological desire to protect that blind girl. As long as we control Lin Chushuang, he will be trapped. Moreover, Lin Chushuang's spiritual vein has been artificially severed. She cannot even supply spiritual energy below level C, now making her completely defenseless in battle. Wang Teng turned off the projection, his gaze returning to Jiang Shui's face as his fingers tapped lightly on the sofa's armrest. What do you want? I want to see him kneeling in front of me. Jiang Shui's lips twisted, her teeth clenching. I want him to watch Lin Chushuang being crushed right before his eyes to make him realize the cost of abandoning me. As for that Sharingan and the unknown energy system within him, they all belong to young Master Wang. Wang Teng smiled, but the smile was cold, purely driven by the excitement of greed being triggered. He reached out and grasped Jiang Shui's chin, his thumb pressing against her cheekbone. Young Lady Jiang, your current state is far more interesting than your previous lofty demeanor. Jiang Shui did not shy away, even leaning her face closer to his palm, her eyes filled with hatred and humility. Deal. Wang Teng released her, withdrew his foot from the coffee table, and stood up to walk toward the study. Next Monday, Wuling High School will start. All new students must report. There's no escaping it. He pushed open the study door. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a military green coat, his features resembling Wang Teng's to a degree, his white hair at the temples meticulously styled, the 3 stars on his shoulder insignia gleaming in the dim light. Dad. Wang Teng closed the door and sat down opposite the desk, still twirling the pure black contract spirit stone in his hand. The master of that Sharingan is a blind person with severed spiritual veins. She must report to school next Monday. The middle-aged man flipped through the documents on the desk, without looking up, responding with a grunt. The higher-ups are currently researching the reverse utilization of the abyssal origin, and there is an urgent need for samples of the unknown energy system. He signed his name on a document, set down the pen, and finally focused his gaze on his son's face. If you can obtain a living sample, the Wang family will secure a spot in the Central Committee. But he tapped his fingers on the desk. Do it cleanly, leave no traces on campus, use rules to suppress, don't resort to fists. Wang Teng's lips curled upwards, the contract spirit stone in his hand clenched tightly, the hot red light, an ice blue cold light emanating from between his fingers, the two opposing types of spiritual energy converging and separating in his palm. Dad, when have you ever seen me do things uncleanly? Jiang Shui walked out of the Yunshan Club's door, the night wind chilling her as she shivered. She did not call for a car, instead walking alone into the public restroom of the nearby shopping mall. The woman in the mirror had red-rimmed eyes, faint red marks left on her neck from Wang Teng's fingers, her lips slightly cracked under the light. She stared at her reflection for a long time, her lips gradually curling into a twisted smile. Chuyi. She turned on the faucet, icy water rushing over her hands, the warmth quickly dissipating from her fingertips. What does it matter how strong you are? Wang Teng's father is a senior officer in the Jiang City Military District, and any one of the military's restricted spiritual devices is 10 times stronger than that broken chain of Lin Haoyan. I want you to understand that in this world, no matter how strong the power, it cannot compete with authority. The sound of running water echoed as she washed away all traces of tears from her face, reapplied her eyebrows, touched up her lips, and when she lifted her head, the mirror reflected the image of that exquisite and dignified young lady from a prominent family once more. Only the depths of her eyes concealed a strong hatred. 7 days later at Jiang City, Wu Ling. On the morning of the school opening day, Chu Yi donned a pure black long coat, the collar turned up to cover half of his face, yet his height of nearly 2 meters and shoulder-length black hair made him stand out in the crowd. Lin Xushuang walked half a step to his right, one hand clutching the hem of his coat, the chakra-sensing map projecting the road conditions ahead for 100 meters into clear blue lines. Today she wore a new dress that Chu Yi had bought for her at the black market using spirit stones. The light gray fabric was clean and tidy, and the gauze had also been replaced, but her figure was too thin and the dress hung loosely on her. The school gate was crowded with new students reporting in and their parents sending them off. There was a long queue of spiritual vehicles stretching 200 meters, and the young heirs all stepped out of their custom vehicles with expressions of superiority. As Chu Yi brought Lin Xushuang to 30 meters from the school gate, the commotion in the crowd ahead began to feel a bit strange. The originally congested passageway split open with those affected by the chakra fluctuations instinctively retreating, unaware of why they were making way. Lin Xushuang's fingers suddenly tightened around the hem of his coat. Chuyi. Her voice was very low, the blue lines on the chakra-sensing map flashing wildly. In front of the Academic Affairs office building inside the school gate, a dense array of signal sources unfolded, making her feel uneasy. Someone is waiting for us up ahead. Many hundreds of spiritual energy sources all concentrated in a curved formation within 200 meters of the main entrance, not a single one of which is as strong as an ordinary student. Don't be nervous. Chuyi's footsteps did not slow down. His left hand emerged from the pocket of his coat, gently patting Lin Xushuang's head and tucking her tousled hair behind her ear. It doesn't matter how many there are, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Xushuang pressed her lips together, loosening her grip on the hem of his coat before tightening it again, stepping through the school gate in sync with his pace. In the hall of the Academic Affairs building, 7 or 8 lines of students were waiting in front of the window with their materials to register. When they saw Chu Yi and Lin Xushuang, interwhispers spread through the lines. Look, that's the class waist card. The one next to him covered in gauze is his master. Even skinnier than in the videos online. I heard the military has sealed off information about the secret realm. It's still uncertain whether it's a one-time item. Lin Xushuang walked up to window number 3, pulled out the prepared enrollment form from her bag, and handed it in smoothly, her movements steady as her chakra perception clearly locked onto the position of the clerk inside. A middle-aged woman with thin-framed glasses sat inside the window. She glanced at the form, raised her gaze from the paper, and looked at Lin Xushuang's gauze-covered face, her lips curling down as she pushed the form back unchanged. Applicants with more than 70% damage to their spiritual meridians will not be accepted. Your situation does not meet the enrollment standards. Lin Xushuang's fingers paused for a moment, but quickly caught the paper that was pushed back, her voice calm. The enrollment notice states that the conditions for registration are to possess a contracted spirit and complete the binding. There are no clauses regarding the damage to spiritual meridians. That is the old version. The supplementary regulations were just updated this morning. The woman adjusted her glasses and pulled out a document with a red stamp from her drawer, slapping it on the windowsill. Can't you see? Oh right, you indeed cannot see. Then let me read it out for you. Article 3, Clause 7. Applicants with excessive damage to their spiritual meridians must submit a capacity assessment report from a tertiary spirit hospital. Without the report, no processing will be done. Her voice intentionally rose a few decibels, and all the students in line turned to look at her. This student, please step aside. There are others waiting behind. Lin Xushuang did not move. Her fingers explored the edge of the document on the table, and her chakra perception swept over the ink distribution patterns on the paper. The ink smelled strong, freshly printed, but the anti-counterfeiting pattern with the red stamp was old, at least not matching the last 3 days. This document is forged. The woman's expression changed, her eyes narrowing behind her thin-framed glasses as she reached out to snatch the document back. What do you know, blind girl? Don't waste everyone's time here. Chu Yi stood 2 steps behind Lin Chushuang, remaining silent. Hearing this, he tilted his head slightly, the 3 tomos spinning in the shadow of his coat collar, his gaze cutting through the crowd to the corridor leading to the stairs on the other side of the hall, where 3 boys in uniforms were messaging on a communicator, the screen flashing with a note saying Ting Xiao. He withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, ignoring the commotion at the window, instead looking towards the main entrance of the hall. The noise outside changed. In the originally crowded school gate passage, a sudden rush of footsteps and hushed discussions erupted, and the crowd instinctively parted to the sides, the actions clearly showing initiative and fear. Wang Teng is here, the top student among the newcomers. Look, the one next to him is Jiang Shui. While the spiritual pressure from both the class contracted spirits is overwhelming, I can't even breathe from this far away. The glass doors of the hall were pushed open from the outside. Sunlight, along with a wave of intertwined ice and fire spirit energy, surged in, causing the waiting students to instinctively scatter, creating a wide passageway. Wang Ting walked at the front, dressed in a black custom spirit pattern uniform with golden chief insignia embroidered on his shoulder. He had his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely, a slight smile on his lips, followed by 7 or 8 members of noble families fanned out behind him. Jiang Shui, in a brand new white spirit armor dress, walked half a step to his left, her gaze fixed on the frail figure at window number 3. Wang Ting stopped in the center of the hall, not looking towards the window, but instead raised a hand to pat a boy beside him on the shoulder, his voice not loud, but clearly audible to everyone in the hall. I heard someone is causing a scene. The bespectacled woman at the window seemed to receive some signal, her voice suddenly sharp and loud. Chief Wang, this student has more than 95% damage to her spiritual meridians, and even a blind aid device cannot be adapted. For her to force her way in and take up a slot is a waste of national resources. Wang Teng turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd to land on Lin Chushuang, his expression shifting from casual indifference to a feigned sympathy. You are Lin Chushuang, right? He took a few steps closer, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and gesturing. I actually feel quite sorry for your situation, but rules are rules. Every resource in Martial Spirit High School is taxpayer money. It is only right to allocate it to students who can fight. He turned to the students behind him, raising his voice a notch. Don't you agree? Yes. Resources should be given to the strong. What right does a blind girl with damaged spiritual meridians have to compete for a spot with us? Expel her. Get her out of here. The uproar erupted from all directions, some clapping in approval, others crazily recording with their light brains. The voices came together in a seemingly rehearsed harmony. Jiang Shui walked up to Lin Chushuang in her high heels, bending down to bring her face closer, a malicious curve on her lips, her voice sweetly dripping with malice. Sister Chushuang, why humiliate yourself like this? You're someone who can't even see the road. Even if you manage to squeeze, and how will you attend classes, take assessments, or deal with the abyss training? She extended her finger painted with dark red nail polish and pointed vaguely in the direction of Lin Chushuang's gauze-covered eyes. Just obediently transfer your contract to Ting Xiao, and we might generously offer you a meal, which is much better than dragging Chu Yi down with you in the slums, right? Lin Chushuang's blind cane tapped once on the ground, the sound not loud, but surprisingly clear amidst the noise. She did not step back. Her back straightened inch by inch from its previously bent arc, her slender shoulders filling out the empty gray dress. Chu Yi is not a commodity. Her voice was soft, yet clear, her chakra perception locking onto Wang Teng's direction, the hollow gauze facing his face. He held my hand when everyone else rejected me, stood in front of me against the abyssal demon spider, and when the people of the imperial capital wanted to take him with chains, I risked my life to protect him. She switched her blind cane to her left hand, her right fist resting on the contract mark over her heart, her knuckles pressing down with such force that her entire arm trembled. As long as I breathe, I will never dissolve this contract in my lifetime. The hall fell silent for a second, then Wang Teng smiled, the smile slowly spreading from the corner of his mouth to his entire face, before completely vanishing, turning icy. Touching. He withdrew his hands into his pockets, tilting his head to glance at a middle-aged man in a spirit-patterned uniform beside him. What does Article 47 of the Federal Spirit Contract Law say? The middle-aged man flipped through the legal text in hand, reading quickly and dryly. If a master is deemed unable to effectively control or ensure the safe growth of their contracted spirit, a high-level contracted spirit master with class or above certification of their spiritual meridians has the right to apply for a forced contract transfer to the arbitration court. Wang Tong turned back to look at Lin Chushuang, or rather at someone not present behind her, his tongue pressing against the back of his front teeth. I gave you a chance. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, fingers splayed wide, and 2 spirit stones shot from his palms, exploding in midair. The scorching red and chilling blue beams shot into the sky simultaneously, causing the spirit pattern shield on the glass dome to flicker madly under the impact of the opposing energies. A giant lion-shaped beast engulfed in red flames took shape from the red light, and upon landing the marble floor shattered into a spiderweb, the heat wave toppling the nearest 3 rows of students to the ground. On the other side, the ice-blue giant wings expanded, spanning over 6 meters. The ice griffin, with an eagle's head and a serpent's tail, hovering in midair, every flap of its wings releasing shards of ice like blades. 2 A-class spirit beasts, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched Lin Chushuang in between. The flaming lion lowered its massive head, the heat from its breath blowing Lin Chushuang's loose hair back. The blind cane trembled in the gust, producing a buzzing sound, and her legs buckled slightly under the pressure of the spiritual energy, her knees nearly giving way. The tips of the ice griffin's wings passed within 30 centimeters above her head, the icy shards landing on her shoulders, causing frost to form. The aura of killing intent pressed against her neck. Last chance. Wang Tong's voice drifted through the storm of spiritual pressure from the 2 giant beasts, calm, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Dissolve the contract or die. Jiang Shui stood at a distance, covering her mouth and letting out a sharp, piercing laugh filled with the delight of long-suppressed revenge as she stared at Lin Chushuang, whose figure swayed precariously under the spiritual pressure. Haha, Sister Chushuang, look at you now. You can't even stand. How can you protect him? What do you have to protect him? Lin Chushuang's knees hit the shattered floor tiles, her blind cane rolling far from her grasp. She lay flat on the ground, hands propping herself up on the debris, her fingertips bleeding from the sharp edges, but she did not lower her head, her hollow eyes still facing straight ahead. Her lips moved, squeezing out 2 words. Not dissolving. Wang Tong's smile vanished. He raised his right hand, his 2 fingers pointing in Lin Chushuang's direction. The flaming lion opened its massive, toothy mouth, the red energy converging and compressing deep within its throat, the air distorting from being seared. Then don't blame me for being rude. You're just a waste. No one will care if you die. Everyone retreated, no one stepped forward, hundreds of eyes fixated on the frail figure about to be crushed, mouths agape, but unable to utter a word. Behind the side bulletproof glass doors of the academic affairs building, something was approaching at high speed. Jiang Shui's laughter still hung on her face, and the flame of the lion was about to erupt. Then the entire bulletproof glass door, along with the metal frame on both sides, was forcibly detached from the wall, kicked off its hinges by an immense force. The 100-kilogram tempered glass flew out, crashing down in the center of the hall and shattering into countless fragments, the shockwave sending debris and dust into the air. A figure emerged from the dust, dark red armor shimmering in the reflected light of the shattered glass, shoulder-length black hair blown back by the chakra currents emanating from his body. The 3 tomos slowly spun in his crimson irises, his gaze cutting through the 2 A-class spirit beasts and the shattered marble to land on Wang Teng's hand, which was still raised in command. The compressed flames in the lion's throat seemed to have their switch flipped off. Under that gaze, the burning frequency began to destabilize, and the ice griffin's wings froze in midair, forgetting to complete the motion of flapping. Chuyi stepped forward, crunching the glass shards beneath his feet. Each step resonated with the heartbeat of everyone present. His gaze shifted from Wang Teng's face to the figure of Lin Chushuang kneeling on the ground, noticing the blood at her fingertips and the frost on her shoulders. He stopped. His voice was soft, almost a self-talk, yet it clearly reached every corner of the hall. What did you just say about forcibly depriving someone of something? Wang Teng's hand hung in the air, his gesture pointing at Lin Chushuang froze as the man who had emerged from the shattered glass was watching him. There was no anger in his gaze, nor any killing intent, only an utter indifference devoid of any extraneous emotion. I'm asking you a question. Chu Ye's voice came through the reflection of the glass shards as he walked forward. With each step he took, the crushed glass crunched loudly against the marble floor, the chakra pathway on his dark red armor radiating a ghostly blue light. He did not look at the flame lion or the ice griffin, nor did he even glance at the 2 A-rank spirit beasts gathering energy. Instead, he walked straight to Lin Chushuang's kneeling position and bent down to lift her off the ground. Show me your hand. Lin Chushuang's 10 fingers were cut by the sharp edges of the broken tiles. Blood dripped down between her fingers as she instinctively shrank her hand back into her sleeve. It's nothing, just a little scrape. Chu Yi firmly grasped her wrist and pulled it out, turning it over to take a look. He rubbed his thumb against the skin beside the wound and blood stained the pad of his finger. Who did this? Lin Shuxuang did not answer, but she felt a powerful wave of energy enveloping Wang Tung's position on her chakra-sensing map, and her grip on Chu Ye's wrist tightened. Chu Yi, don't act rashly, this is a school. Who did this? Chu Ye's tone had not changed, or it remained nonchalant, yet everyone's breathing in the hall paused at that repeated question. Lin Shuxuang bit her lip, the energy outline of the flame lion still releasing residual heat radiation in her direction. She turned her head, aligning her bandaged eyes with Wang Tung's position. Chu Yi followed the direction. She turned her head. Wang Tung stood 15 meters away, flanked by the two rank spirit beasts, the flame lion's mane still burning, and ice crystals falling from the tips of the ice griffin's wings. He tucked his hands back into his pockets, forcing a confident smile on his face. So you must be Chu Yi? I've heard much about you. I watched that video from the secret realm several times. Wang Tung took a step forward, displaying a relaxed demeanor. To be honest, I appreciate your strength, but rules are rules. The federal spirit contract law is clear. Your conditions as a master are indeed lacking. This is also a kind of, did you not hear me when I asked you a question? Chu Yi interrupted him, his tone identical to when he inquired about Lin Shuxuang's injury. Who allowed your spirit beasts to target her? Wang Tung's smile faltered for a moment before returning. He shrugged, pulling his hands out of his pockets to spread them open. I was just trying to scare her. I didn't actually do anything. Why are you? That's good. Chu Yi released Lin Shuxuang's hand, gently pressing down on her head to signal her not to move, then turned to face Wang Tung, his hands once again tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. Since you didn't make a move, I'll let you off easy this time. I'll only ruin your spirit beasts, not your life. The air in the hall froze. Huh. The sneer escaped from Wang Tung's throat, his head tilted in disbelief. Just you. You think you can take down my two ranks? His fingers gripped the bases of two spirit stones in his pocket, activating the energy circuit. The flame lion and ice griffin simultaneously roared and entered battle mode, creating a colorful spiritual pressure field in the hall with their crimson and icy blue energy storms. These two are not the wild monsters from the secret realm. They were purchased by the Wang family for 80 million spirit stones from the imperial capital's Royal Spirit Taming Institute as wargrade. Chu Yi opened his eyes. Not in the usual half-closed state of indifference, but with both pupils wide open, the crimson irises glowed in the dim hall. 3 black tomo spinning rapidly against the blood-red backdrop. An invisible mental torrent surged from the center of his pupils. There was no chakra released, nor any visible energy fluctuations. All the detection devices present would not record any abnormal data. But the flame lion stopped. The ice griffin stopped. The lion-like giant beast, engulfed in crimson flames, was mid-charge, its forelegs fully extended, fangs bared, and the intense flame cannon had already coalesced deep within its throat, its entire body frozen in the trajectory of its highest speed assault. The ice griffin, poised to dive and slash with its 6-meter wingspan, was also suspended in midair, the ice crystal shards at its wing tips hanging in the atmosphere, no longer falling. The two rank spirit beasts maintained their attacking stances in the air for less than a breath, their spiritual power brilliance extinguishing instantly before they fell stiffly from the air, crashing onto the marble floor and creating too dense debris and dust scattering everywhere. Then they lay down. The flame lion pressed its massive head against the cold ground, its limbs curled underneath its body, the last embers of its mane extinguished, its entire skeleton trembling violently, emitting a series of feeble whimpers from its throat. The ice griffin folded its 6-meter-long wings tightly against its body, coiling its serpent tail into a ball tucked beneath it, its eagle head drooping into a pit in the ground, not daring to look in Chu Yi's direction. The two rank war spirit beasts crawled before Chu Yi in a way no one had ever seen in textbooks or combat records. No one in the audience spoke. That silence lasted an eternity, long enough for someone to hear the sound of their own heartbeat, long enough for the low rumble of the spirit energy vehicle at the school's entrance to become exceedingly clear. This, the first voice squeezed out from the back of the crowd, tinged with a sob. Did I see it wrong? Is the flame lion shaking? He didn't make a move, he did nothing, just looked at it. An rank spirit beast can be intimidated into submission by a mere glance. That's impossible. Oh, it's an rank. 80 million bought from the Wang family. No, look at those two spirit beasts' energy circuits. They are completely dark. They weren't scared, they were forcibly suppressed. What kind of ability can suppress the energy circuits of two ranks without contact? Is there such a thing in this world? Wang Ting did not hear these voices. His ears were filled with a buzzing sound, the backlash from the spirit stones flooding into his palms, crawling along his energy meridians throughout his body. The mental impact of the spirit beast's forced suppression transmitted back into his consciousness core through the contract channel. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His teeth were clenched, biting down too hard led to his gums tearing blood, and saliva mixed and dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the collar of his black uniform. His legs trembled, his knees bending repeatedly, yet struggling to stand straight. His whole body shook violently on the verge of collapse. Chu Yi lifted his foot and stepped on the head of the flame lion. The thick sole pressed down on the spirit beast's forehead. The flame lion's whimpers turned into a dying lament. Its limbs frantically clawed at the ground, but lacked any strength. Its massive body curled up beneath Chu Yi's foot. 80 million. Chu Yi glanced at the trembling flame lion beneath his foot, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. For 80 million you got this kind of trash. You've been played, and don't even know it. He raised his head, the three tomos slowly rotating, aiming at Wang Tung's face, which was losing its color layer by layer. You must be Wang Tung, the #1 genius of Jiang City. Wang Tung's throat bobbed. He wanted to speak, his mouth opened, but something seemed to block his throat. Chu Yi withdrew his foot from the flame lion's head and walked towards Wang Tung, step by step, his pace as leisurely as if returning from grocery shopping. Were you just trying to cripple my limbs? 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Chu Yi stood before him. Wang Tung was more than half a head shorter. The swirling three tomo in his crimson pupils looked down at him, reminding Wang Tung of the figure standing at the center of the lava pit in the Secret Realm video. His knees buckled. An instinct that came from the deepest part of his soul compelled him to kneel. His body was descending while his will struggled against it, caught in a half-squatting position, his whole body convulsing violently. Don't kneel, it's embarrassing. Chu Yi nudged his knee with his toes, forcibly preventing him from going down. If you kneel now, how will you play with me in the future? Wang Tung's pupils reflected those crimson eyes which held no anger or killing intent, only a pure, aloof boredom. Chu Yi shifted his gaze, and the mental pressure disappeared the moment he turned his head. Wang Tung's legs went weak, and he staggered back 3 steps, caught by Jiang Shui and 2 guards rushing up behind him. Blood continued to flow from his mouth, and something deep in his eyes shattered, while something darker emerged from the cracks. Chu Yi turned his back to him, walked back to Lin Chushwang's side, bent down to pick up the blind stick that had fallen on the ground, and stuffed it into her hand. Let's go, let's handle the paperwork. He did not look back, leaving only one sentence. From today on, if she loses a single hair in this school, I will break a bone from you. He took Lin Chushwang's hand and walked toward the administrative office counter. Lin Chushwang's fingers gripped her palms sweaty. After taking a few steps, she leaned in closer, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Chu Yi, that guy named Wang Tung, his father seems to be in the military. I know. Then why? Even if his father comes, it won't matter. Ding. Detected luck. Target Wang Tung. Dao heart wavering value reached 23. Continuous pressure may trigger the ultimate dimensional card fragment drop. Please maintain the spiritual pressure frequency on the target. Chu Yi glanced at the golden prompt that popped up in his mind, the curve of his mouth rising. Sustained development. On the rooftop of the experimental building opposite the administrative building, a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat put down the high-powered energy telescope in his hand, with lingering spiritual light remnants of the earlier scenes still on the lens. He took off his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes, beads of sweat rolling down his temples into his collar. His fingers dialed the encrypted channel with only 3-digit codes on the communicator. Eagle I know. 7-0 requesting to initiate S-level strategic assessment contingency plan. The communicator was silent for 2 seconds before a deep male voice came through. What level of target? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, lowering his voice to the extreme. Unknown energy system, non-contact, mental suppression, dual rank spirit contracts, instantly losing combat capability, no known database can match his ability model. Silence fell on the other, and once more. Confirm the target's identity. New student from the Martial Spirit High School. Frank Spirit contract registration number. Master is Lin Chushwang Spirit Vein Waste. Codename. The middle-aged man looked at the crimson silhouette leading the blind girl toward the counter in the hall below, his throat bobbing. Chu Yi. Wang Tung was being supported by 2 guards as they pushed him into the back seat of the spiritual energy vehicle through the side door of the academic affairs building, the blood at the corner of his mouth still not wiped clean. He shrank into the leather seat, his entire body soft and weak, his back unable to straighten, his 10 fingers gripping the seams of his pants on his knees tightly, the nails digging into the custom fabric and leaving white marks. Outside the car window, the faces of the new students flashed by one as some pointed their light brains in his direction to take pictures, while others covered their mouths and laughed with their companions, their gazes and laughter penetrating the soundproof glass, piercing into his ears and making his face burn with pain. Jiang Shui sat in the passenger seat, her lipstick intact, her fingers sliding across the light brain screen without looking back. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Wang's Manor in the northern suburbs of Jiang City. As soon as the spiritual energy vehicle came to a stop, the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the main building were pulled open from inside. A middle-aged man in a military green shirt stood behind the window, the 3 stars on his shoulder gleaming under the indoor lights, his expression colder than the weather outside. When Wang Teng was helped into the living room, his legs were still weak. Every time his knee bent, the image of those scarlet pupils looking down from above flashed in his mind, the suffocating feeling making it impossible for him to stand straight. The slap came without any warning. Wang's father's palm struck his left cheek, the tremendous force, causing Wang Teng to stagger back 3 steps, his shoulder crashing into the corner of a cabinet, causing a vase on top to roll down and crash onto the carpet, rolling twice at his feet before stopping. Kneel down. Wang Teng's knees dropped onto the carpet, sweat beads rolling down his reddened cheeks, dripping onto his pants. Dad, shut up. Wang's father approached him, the tip of his military boots less than 10 centimeters from Wang Teng's knees, leaning down to glare at his face, his voice extremely low. With over 3,000 new students watching, my Wang family spent 80 million to buy a level contracted spirit trembling under the feet of an level waste card. Do you know that this afternoon the Central Committee has already received calls asking about it? Do you know what they asked? Wang's father's finger pointed at him, his voice filled with suppressed anger. They asked if the Wang family is raising useless people unable to even manage a new student. Why should they occupy that position? He's not an ordinary new student. Wang Teng finally shouted, his voice hoarse and tinged with a cry, his nails embedding into the flesh of his thigh. Those eyes are not from our world at all. His mental attack it's impossible to defend against. Even the binding spirit lock was shattered by him. Wang's father did not respond to his shout, only straightened up and looked at him for a few seconds, his eyes filled with disappointment. If you can't find a more dignified excuse than this, just keep kneeling. The footsteps faded away and the study door closed at the end of the corridor. Wang Teng knelt alone in the empty living room, his hands supporting his thighs, his fingers uncontrollably tightening and loosening again and again. The sound of heels approaching on the carpet came from the side, and Jiang Shui's dark red dress appeared at the edge of his vision. She did not crouch down, but simply stood in front of him, watching him kneel, the arc of her mouth perfectly shaped. Young Master Teng, would you like some water? She extended a cup of warm water to him, her tone filled with just the right amount of concern. Wang Teng did not take it, his fingers twisting the fabric of his pants on his knees, the joints creaking. If you want to comfort me, don't just stand there. How dare I comfort you? Jiang Shui placed the cup on the side table, her voice soft, as if talking to herself. I just find it a bit unfortunate that the first genius of Jiang City was scared by a mysterious wild spirit using dark arts. Tomorrow the headlines all over the internet will probably read young Master Wang was scared to the point of wetting himself by an level waste card. Wang Teng's spine stiffened and he suddenly lifted his head to glare at Jiang Shui, the scab at the corner of his mouth splitting from the action of gritting his teeth, fresh blood oozing out. Jiang Shui's expression showed no change, as she even took half a step back, her hands crossed in front of her, putting on a weak demeanor as if she were frightened by him. I'm just speaking the truth, young Master Teng, please don't be angry. I can't control how thousands of people at school will discuss you tomorrow behind your back. Enough. Wang Teng stood up from the ground, his knees still weak. He leaned against the edge of the cabinet to steady himself, his gaze landing on his reflection in the mirror on the living room wall. The face in the mirror did not match the self he recognized at all. The first genius of Jiang City, an awakened double spiritual vein, the only heir of the Wang family. A being that everyone had looked up to since birth. Now in this state, he looked utterly disheveled. His fist struck the mirror. Half of the glass shattered, shards embedding into the flesh of his knuckles, blood flowing down through his fingers. Jiang Shui stood 3 steps away, watching the cracks in the mirror, and the blood on his hand, the corners of her mouth finally curling up from the angle where he was facing away. Actually, there's no way out. Wang Teng did not turn his head, but the action of smashing the mirror with his hand. The 2 spirit beasts you have were suppressed by his mental force today. If their core limits are raised to a higher level with a sufficiently thick mental defense, they won't collapse the next time they face those eyes. The A-level threshold isn't something you can break through just because you want to. Normal means are certainly Jiang Shui walked to the side of the shattered mirror, her fingertips gently gliding across the intact half of the mirror, her voice lowered to barely above a whisper, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. But you know better than I what your father's secret chamber contains. Wang Tung's breathing grew heavier. The red syringe, classified as a controlled substance by the military, floated into his mind. He had seen his father activate a discarded contracted spirit with that substance in the Midnight Lab, the rampaging spirit beast denting the reinforced steel plates of the entire basement. The side effects of that thing. The side effect is the depletion of the spirit core. Jiang Shui's tone was nonchalant. But if the spirit core shatters, you can just buy another one. However, if the Wang family's reputation shatters, it cannot be pieced back together. She retreated toward the door, the sound of her high heels on the carpet light, and even. Young Master Ting, think it over before deciding. I'm leaving now, I'll see you tomorrow. The door closed. Wang Tung was left alone in the living room, staring at the shattered mirror, blood dripping from his fist onto the dark velvet of the carpet, absorbed silently. He stood for a long time, the moon outside the window moving from one side of the sky to the other. The door to the secret chamber on the third underground level required both spiritual pattern fingerprint and iris verification. He pressed his blood-stained finger against the recognition panel. The system beeped twice before successfully reading, and the heavy alloy door slowly slid open, cold air rushing out and enveloping him. In the innermost temperature-controlled cabinet, 2 glass vials as thick as thumbs lay quietly in the shockproof tray, the liquid inside emitting a dim red glow, a sickly crimson color. He took out the 2 vials, gripping them in his palm, the coldness of the glass seeping into his skin and all the way to his bones. 2 contracted spirit stones were taken from the pendant on his chest and placed on the operating table, the crimson and icy blue glimmers flashing alternately under the cold fluorescent lights. The 2 level spirit beasts inside were in a state of enforced hibernation, recovering. The moment the needle pierced the surface of the crimson contracted spirit stone, the flame lion emitted a piercing wail from within the seal, the surface of the spirit stone erupting with dense blood-red lines, red light seeping out from every crack, turning the entire secret chamber blood red. The second needle pierced into the icy blue contracted spirit stone. The ice griffin's scream was sharper than that of the flame lion. The spiritual energy circuit inside the contracted spirit stone completely overloaded, blue and red light twisting and intertwining the metal surface of the operating table, smoking from the overflow of energy. Wang Tung held the 2 cracked contracted spirit stones, the blood-red light reflecting on his face, making his young features appear somewhat distorted under the crimson glow. Chuyi. His lips moved, his voice squeezed out word by word between his teeth, tinged with a metallic taste of blood. Tomorrow I will make you kneel and lick the feet of my spirit beasts. In the old district of Jiang City, District 7, Chu Yi was leaning against the windowsill in the new dormitory corridor, flipping through the student ID just received by Lin Chushuang. The embossed braille on it was orderly, and the photo space was blank. Why is your photo space empty? They said my situation is special, so they used a number as a placeholder for now. Lin Chushuang stood next to him, her hands clasped behind her back, holding her skirt, her voice laced with an uncontainable excitement. But it's already entered into the system, and I can officially attend classes tomorrow. Chu Yi flipped the student ID over, flicking the anti-counterfeiting code on the back with his finger, a smirk tugging at his lips. Those people at Academic Affairs certainly act quickly. They didn't dare to say a single word more just now. That's because you smashed their door. Who would dare to say anything after that? The door was too flimsy. You'll have them reimburse me later. Lin Chushuang's shoulders quivered slightly as she turned her face away, the arc of her mouth hidden in the shadows of her collar. Chu Yi shoved the student ID back into her hand, casually patting her on the head, then closed his eyes, leaning back against the window frame, the data on the golden panel floating quietly in his mind. Wang Tung's Dao heart wavering value 23, fattening him up before the kill. The next morning at 6:17. Lin Chushuang's chakra sensing map was forcibly activated in her sleep by a sudden explosive energy wave. When she sat upright from her bed, the hairs on her body stood on end, and the windows of the entire dormitory building within her sensing range were resonating with a buzzing sound at the same moment. In the direction of the playground, a violent spiritual pressure, mixed with heat and extreme cold, broke through the clouds, the intensity of that energy source far exceeding the 2 level spirit beasts she sensed yesterday, at least 2 to 3 times stronger. In Lin Chushuang's chakra perception map, the surge of chaotic spiritual pressure, a mix of intense heat and extreme cold, was expanding from the playground towards the teaching area, its intensity multiplied 2 to 3 times compared to before, and the protective spiritual patterns at the end of the dormitory corridor were blaring overload alarms. Shu Yi, already clad in battle armor, stood by her bedside, his fingers sweeping aside the curtains for a glance outside, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Get up, there's a spectacle to watch. Lin Shuxuang sat on the bed, clutching the blanket, feeling the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, sending chills down her spine, her voice hoarse from sleep. Is it that person from yesterday? He took drugs. The energy circuit of the spirit beast is abnormal. It has surged significantly more than yesterday. Shu Yi tossed her coat from the back of a chair towards her, the clothes landing perfectly on her lap. Put it on and come with me. Is he coming for you? No need to ask. At exactly 7 o'clock, the campus broadcasting system erupted. Wang Tung's voice blared from every speaker, the amplified audio shaking the glass windows of the teaching building. Shu Yi, I am waiting for you at the playground. If you have any guts, come out within 10 minutes, otherwise I will start dismantling your blind master one building at a time. The voice cut off abruptly. Immediately a roar came from the direction of the playground, sending tremors through the ground, causing the dormitory's chandeliers to sway twice. Lin Shuxuang tightened her grip on the sleeves of her coat, hearing the rising cacophony of screams and rushing footsteps in the corridor as hundreds of freshmen surged towards the playground. Shu Yi, will that drug make his spirit beast vary? Doesn't matter what it turns into, it will still be down. Shu Yi handed her the blind cane, casually tapping the top of her head. Let's go, we'll take you to the front row to watch the show. A crowd of over 1,000 had already gathered around the playground. Wang Tung stood in the center of the track, the sleeves of his black school uniform ripped apart by spiritual energy, his fingers displaying a sickly purple hue from the abnormal influx of power, while the two spirit beasts behind him no longer resembled the trembling figures from yesterday. The Inferno Lion had expanded in size, its mane shifting from crimson to nearly pure white flames, each breath releasing waves of heat that scorched the rubber track beneath, while the Ice Eagle's wingspan reached 12 meters, its eyes swirling with icy blue energy, the cold gusts it generated frosting the brows of the nearest onlookers. A middle-aged man in a gray teacher's outfit quickly stepped out from the crowd, raising a spiritual shield to block Wang Tung's shoulder. Wang Tung, fighting is prohibited on campus. Your current state clearly indicates the use of banned. His words were cut off. The Inferno Lion flicked its forepaw without turning its head, a shockwave of power, sending the middle-aged instructor flying 15 meters away, his back smashing against the concrete steps of the bleachers, blood spraying from his mouth onto his gray attire, knocking him unconscious. The surrounding students screamed and recoiled. Oh my god, Instructor Zhao was just swatted away. But Zhao is a class spirit master. That Inferno Lion's spiritual pressure level has completely changed. This is no longer in a class. Its AMI detection instrument shows a... How is that possible? It was just an ordinary class yesterday. What did Wang Tung take? Has he gone insane? Jiang Shui stood at the front of the crowd, her hands clasped over her chest, the curve of her lips well concealed, but her eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. She had seen the military's reports on the effects of such injectables. In a rampaging state, a spirit beast attack output could exceed normal peaks by over 3 times at the cost of accelerating the depletion of its spirit core, yet the short-term explosive power was capable of shredding any equivalent defense. Facing 2 A-class rampaging spirit beasts at this distance, even those strange red eyes would not withstand the onslaught. The crowd at the entrance of the playground suddenly quieted, then parted to the sides, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Shu Yi walked over, holding Lin Shuxuang's hand from the direction of the dormitory area, his dark red armor glinting coldly in the morning light, his shoulder-length black hair fluttering slightly in the chakra aura naturally emanating from his body, his steps indistinguishable from a leisurely stroll. The sound of Lin Shuxuang's blind cane striking the track rang out crisply. Her chakra perception vividly reflected the situation across the entire playground, the energy outlines of the 2 rampaging spirit beasts appearing extraordinarily massive on her mental map. She tightened her grip on Chu Ye's hand. The energy concentration of those 2 spirit beasts has tripled compared to yesterday, and their circuits are very unstable, clearly forced to the limit by external forces. I can see that. You need to be careful. No need. Chu Yi reached the center of the playground, stopping 20 meters away from Wang Tung, his right hand still in his pocket, while his left hand guided Lin Shuxuang, half a step behind him, gently tapping the back of her hand twice to signal her to stand firm. He looked up at the young master from a prominent family on the opposite side, whose 7 orifices were already seeping blood, without even raising an eyebrow. Haven't you learned your lesson from yesterday? You rushed here to seek death today. Wang Tung's lips twitched, his teeth grinding audibly, blood trickling from his gums down his chin, his eyes filled with ruptured blood vessels, pupils dilated from the side effects of the banned substance. yet all he radiated was intense hatred exuding a dangerous aura. Do you think yesterday's scene can happen again? His fingers spread wide, the spiritual energy circuits overloaded and operating at a self-destructive frequency, 2 spirit stones covered in cracks glowing brightly in his palms. Today I'll show you what true A-class power is. Kill him. The Inferno Lion and Ice Eagle moved simultaneously. The Inferno Lion threw its head back. A stream of pure white flames compressed for 3 seconds erupted from its massive maw. No longer an ordinary fiery breath. The temperature at the exit ionized the air into a plasma state, the thermal radiation cracking the protective barriers of students 20 meters away. The Ice Eagle synchronized its dive, its 12-meter wingspan, tracing a path that crystallized into an ice blue absolute zero domain, the ice crystals shedding from its wingtips immediately reducing all molecular motion within the covered area to near zero. The opposing energies of fire and ice converged 3 meters above Chu Ye's head, forming an energy field of entangled crimson and azure, violently rolling and crashing down, uprooting the ground within a 30-meter radius. The crowd erupted into sharp screams. Run! That energy density could flatten the entire administrative building. That girl is still inside. She can't escape. It's over, who can withstand such an attack? Zhang Shui's fingers clenched tightly around the sleeve of her arm, her nails embedding into the fabric, her lips silently mouthing 2 words: go die. In the eye of the storm, Chu Yi remained with his hands in his pockets, the 3 tomos spinning steadily within his crimson irises, glancing back at Lin Xushuang, who was gripping the fabric of his clothing, her body trembling slightly from the residual force of the rampaging spiritual pressure, yet her steps did not falter. A faint cold snort escaped his nostrils. Chakra overflowed from his internal meridian system, weaving around muscle tissue and skin barriers, coalescing into a visibly translucent azure structure outside his body, the contours of his skeleton extending outward from both sides of his ribcage, each rib materializing in the air, intricate energy patterns flowing over the surface of each bone. Susanoo first formed blue ribs. The massive skeletal frame fully unfolded faster than the storm's impact by 3/10 of a second, the translucent blue ribs completely enveloping him and Lin Xushuang, forming a 3-meter energy dome. Then the storm came crashing down. Boom. The ground of the entire playground was lifted by the shockwave, a mix of rubble and dust rushing outwards in all directions, the outermost protective barrier cracking under the impact, dust clouds blotting out the sun, obscuring everything. Everyone held their breath. 5 seconds passed, and the dust began to dissipate. First, a beam of azure light pierced through, radiating an otherworldly cool sheen that stood out starkly amidst the gray dust. Then everyone saw the full picture. The blue ribs were completely intact, the surface of the skeletal frame smooth, not a single ripple of energy distortion, the azure glow flowing steadily, identical to how it was before the storm descended. Inside the skeletal frame, not a single hair on Chu Ye's head was out of place. The hem of his coat remained perfectly still, holding Lin Xushuang's hand in his left, while his right stayed in his pocket, even his standing posture exactly the same as 5 seconds ago. The playground fell into a long silence. How is that possible? That was an A-class rampaging full power output. Look at that blue skeleton, not a single crack, not one. What kind of ability is that? I've never seen such a defensive form. It's not a shield, it's bone, translucent blue bone. Chu Yi didn't even take his hand out of his pocket. Wang Tong stood 20 meters away, the pure white flames on the Inferno Lion's mane rapidly dimming, the Ice Eagle's wings drooping, large chunks of ice crystals falling and shattering, both spirit beasts gasping heavily from the backlash of their full output, the cracks on the surfaces of their spirit stones widening. Blood oozed from his nostrils and ears simultaneously, the side effects of the banned substance accelerating the destruction of his spiritual meridians, but he felt no pain. He could only stare at the flawless blue skeletal frame, his mouth agape, a raspy sound escaping his throat, the meaning of which was unclear. Chu Yi slightly lifted his chin within the skeletal frame, the 3 tomos slowly rotating, aimed at Wang Tang's twisted face from the backlash of spiritual energy. After observing for a few seconds, he shook his head. This is your all-out effort. His voice emerged from the gaps between the blue ribs, quiet, yet clear to everyone in the playground. You don't even qualify to make me yawn. Wang Tang's lips moved, parting several times as the syllables in his throat were shattered by the backlash of spiritual energy. He wanted to refute, to roar, but every meridian in his body bled out the pain, rendering him unable to articulate. He chose the most direct approach. His 10 fingers gripped the base of the contract spirit stone fiercely, the spiritual energy circuit overloaded at a self-destructive frequency. The Flame Lion and Ice Griffin received their master's final command, abandoning all forms of magic as they lunged at the layer of blue ribs with pure beastly ferocity. Clang! The Flame Lion's forepaw struck the ethereal blue skeleton, producing a piercing metallic collision sound, but the skeleton remained unmoved while two of its claws shattered. Clang! The Ice Griffin pecked at the junction of the ribs, retreating after each peck, repeating this 7 or 8 times, its beak dulling, without leaving a single scratch on the skeleton's surface. The two spirit beasts began to scratch and bite frantically, their claws and wings making a chaotic racket against the transparent blue bones, the sound dense and shrill. Chuyi stood inside the ribcage, his hands always tucked into his pockets, tilting his head slightly as he watched the two spirit beasts bouncing around outside, his eyes filled with unabashed boredom. Bored, and a bit noisy. What the hell are those two A-grade beasts doing sharpening their claws? Has it been 10 seconds? They've been outputting with all their might for 10 seconds, and that layer of skeleton hasn't even gotten a single pattern on it. Look at Chuyi's expression, he's even yawning. Has anyone started a live stream yet? Hurry. It's already started. The comments are exploding with discussions of dimensionality reduction and Buddha help us. The crowd outside the playground snapped back from their initial fear. Hundreds of light brains lit up with recording blue indicators as people jostled for better positions. The new students who had been screaming and fleeing just minutes ago were now craning their necks to look over the protective line. Jiang Shui stood at the front of the crowd, her smile having frozen on her face 30 seconds ago. Her fingers dug into the flesh of her forearm, leaving a row of crescent-shaped white marks as she waited for the two A-grade spirit beasts injected with banned drugs to wear down that layer of defense. But her eyes told her that it would not happen. Lin Chushuang stood behind Chuyi, her fingers gripping a corner of his armor as the chakra sensing map showed the two frenzied sources of spiritual energy visibly diminishing. Their spirit core energy was rapidly depleting, and each ineffective attack accelerated their collapse. Chuyi, their spirit cores are about to hold out no longer. I know. Then why don't you? Waiting for them to tire themselves out would be a waste of time. Chuyi withdrew his gaze from the two spirit beasts, his tone no different from discussing what to have for lunch. I just find this noise a bit annoying. Is it bothering you? Lin Chushuang's fingers tightened and then relaxed. Her mouth opened as if to say something, but she ultimately just leaned her forehead gently against his armored back, mumbling an affirmative. Yes, 3 Tomo spun once. Are you done making noise? His voice filtered through the gaps in the ribs, not heavy, yet all the noise in the playground vanished after those 4 words. The Flame Lion and Ice Griffin continued to scratch frantically, their intelligence nearly burned out by the drugs, unable to comprehend human speech or sense danger. Can't understand. Chuyi finally pulled his right hand out of his pocket. At the top of the blue ribs, energy patterns began a new cycle of circulation. Chakra gathered and extended from the upper half of the skeleton, slowly growing outward. Before everyone's gaze, a complete giant arm materialized from the rib structure. The blue translucent chakra coalesced into a shoulder blade, forming an upper arm extending into a forearm, and finally unfurling 5 massive fingers 10 meters in the air, each phalanx thicker than the entire foreleg of the Flame Lion. The right arm of Susanoo hovered above the playground. The entire venue fell silent. My God, that arm. Can that thing keep growing? The ribs are just the first form. Is there more to come? Runny's about to make a move. Wang Ting 20 meters away spasmed violently on the ground. He raised his bloodied face, his dilated pupils reflecting the massive blue arm that was closing its fingers high above. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a single word. Chuyi glanced down at him, simply uttering one word. Roll. The blue giant palm descended. The gust of wind from the palm arrived first. Within a 20-meter radius, all loose debris was pressed into the ground, and the two A-grade spirit beasts still scratching at the skeleton were directly blown back to their master's side by the gust. The Flame Lion's claws carved 4 half-meter deep grooves in the earth, while one of the Ice Griffin's wings snapped. Then the palm came down. The entire foundation of the playground collapsed 10 meters at the moment of contact. The explosive marble shattered to dust, the metal framework of the underground pipes crushed to the thickness of paper. The massive palm print pit embedded Wang Tung and his two spirit beasts into the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt metal and scorched spiritual energy. 2 crisp cracking sounds echoed from the pit's bottom, one after the other. Scarlet and ice blue lights spilled out from the depths of the pit, the last remnants of energy released after the spirit cores shattered, flowing upward before quickly dissipating into the air, taking with them the last traces of the Flame Lion and Ice Griffin. The 2 A-grade war spirit beasts perished on the spot as their spirit cores shattered. Following that was a dull spurt dark red liquid splashing up from the pit's bottom, clinging to the fragments of stone on the walls mixed with pieces of internal organs. Wang Tong was buried at the very bottom of the 10-meter deep palm print, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, his chest caved in halfway, blood bubbling from his mouth. His spiritual veins were completely destroyed, utterly incapacitated. Over 1,000 people in the playground stared at the deep palm print pit. Not a single person made a sound, even their breathing intentionally softened. In the live stream, the comments were stuck for 2 seconds before scrolling at a frenzied pace, but everyone on scene had forgotten to check, their light brains clenched tightly in their hands. A slap. The first person to speak trembled, sounding as if they were in a dream. An A-grade beast in a rampage, outputting with all its strength, couldn't even leave a scratch on the defensive body. He himself only needed one slap to send the opponent 10 meters into the ground. Wang Tong. Finished, completely ruined with shattered spiritual veins. Is he still alive? That blood volume at the pit's bottom. 80 million for 2 A-grade spirit beasts pushed to a grade with drugs, and the Jiangcheng's #1 genius who was shouting to make others kneel and lick his feet just reduced to this with a single slap. Dimensionality reduction. This is textbook-level dimensionality reduction. Jiang Shui's legs lost all strength in the shockwave of that palm strike. Her knees smashed against the shattered ground. Her face turned ghostly pale, her lips trembling as she opened and closed them, her pupils reflecting the edge of the 10-meter deep pit and the figure at the bottom that was no longer human. The support she had just climbed up to. The trump card she had knelt to pour wine for him. Just like that, it was smashed into the mud with a single slap. Chu Yi retracted Susanu's arm, the blue ribs slowly dissipating into the air. He turned to face Lin Chushuang, reaching out to tuck the hair that had been blown askew by the gust behind her ear. Now that the noise is over, let's go. Lin Chushuang switched her blind stick to her left hand, gripping the hem of his windbreaker with her right, falling into step with him as they walked towards the teaching building. Deep in his mind, the golden system panel flickered wildly. Ding. Detected luck target Wang Tong, Jiangcheng's #1 genius, Dao heart-shattering value soared to 100. The belief of the prodigy has completely collapsed. System judgment luck deprivation conditions met. Reward issued dimensionality reduction lottery ticket fragment, 1 current progress, 13. Collecting 3 fragments can synthesize a complete dimensionality reduction lottery ticket, allowing you to draw a brand new SSR villain template. Chu Yi glanced at the line of golden text, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. 1/3 down, still needing 2 more geniuses of the same level. Chu Yi, what are you smiling about? Just thought of a good deal. What deal? He'll tell you later. As the 2 figures had just stepped out less than 20 steps from the edge of the playground, Chu Yi's footsteps halted. At that very moment, Lin Chushuang's chakra sensing map went off the charts. Something in the direction of the sky was tearing apart the structure of space. She had felt that frequency of energy fluctuation in the bronze secret realm. It was the breath of the abyss. But the concentration was more than 10 times greater. The sunlight above disappeared, not due to clouds obscuring it, but rather a rift was torn in the sky, dark red light seeping through the crevice and dyeing the faces of everyone in the playground. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, the 7th, the 15th. Dozens of menacing dark red rifts simultaneously opened in the sky over Jiangcheng, and the city-wide disaster air raid alarm blared at the same second, that sharp sound wave flooding from each neighborhood's speakers, freezing everyone's blood in their veins. Chu Yi looked up at the rifts in the sky, the 3 tomo spinning rapidly in his crimson iris, his fingers tightening in his pocket. City-level abyss descent. The sky was torn apart. Those dark red cracks did not appear one by one, but tore open 15 in a single breath, and crimson light seeped out from the depths of the fissures, dyeing the skyline of Jiang City a dark red. The piercing sound of the air raid siren blared from the campus speakers, a sharp and jarring noise that instantly threw the thousands of new students gathered on the playground into chaos, with screams and cries ringing out in unison. The abyss has descended. It's at the city level. Run, head for the underground shelter. Don't push, don't push. The crowd surged toward the underground passage of the teaching building, pushing and trampling at the crowded entrance. Some fell and were trampled a few times before getting back up to run, while others crouched in corners holding their heads and crying. In Lin Chushuang's chakra perception, the energy signals around her became hopelessly chaotic due to the impact of the crowd. She could not discern the direction and could only tightly grasp the hem of Chu Yi's windbreaker, unable to extend her blind cane in the throng. A tall boy rushed in from the side, his shoulder colliding with Lin Chushuang's right arm. The impact caused her to lean to the left, her fingers slipping from the windbreaker, and her body lost balance and fell toward the ground. Chu Ye's left hand shot out from his pocket, catching her waist before she hit the ground, his fingers tightening around her as he pulled her back to his side. The boy who collided with her ran a few steps away, suddenly feeling a gaze lock onto him from behind. He instinctively turned back, meeting a pair of crimson eyes, his body stiffening, before he hurriedly squeezed back into the crowd. "Did you fall?" "No." Lin Shuxuang gripped his wrist to steady herself, lowering her voice to be heard over the noisy surroundings. The energy concentration in those cracks in the sky is extremely high, at least 10 times denser than the abyssal aura in the Bronze Secret Realm. 10 times. Chu Yi looked up at the sky where the edges of the cracks were spewing black mist. Countless dark figures were falling in groups, landing on the edges of the city, on the rooftops of high buildings, and at intersections of streets. A golden panel in his mind flickered. Emergency event triggered, large-scale abyssal invasion detected. Killing abyssal monsters grants origin power, enhancement multiplier 2. Current event duration unknown. It is advised that the host seize this high-yield window to kill a large number of abyssal monsters to accelerate the template fusion progress. Chu Yi stared at the golden 2 for 2 seconds, the 3 tomos spinning in his crimson iris, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chu Yi, what are you smiling about?" "I'm smiling because heaven is doing business." He bent down and picked up Lin Shuxuang horizontally, one hand supporting her knee, the other gripping her shoulder, moving swiftly, nearly causing Lin Shuxuang to drop her blind cane. "Wait, what are you going to do?" "Rush the dungeon." Chu Ye's chakra exploded beneath his feet, creating a crack in the plastic surface of the running track as his figure vanished from the spot, soon landing at the edge of the teaching building's rooftop. Lin Shuxuang's loose hair was blown against her face by the airflow from their high-speed movement, and her chakra perception map rapidly switched through scene coordinates. By the time she reacted, Chu Yi had already jumped from the rooftop's edge, leaping across the buildings of the city toward the area with the densest abyssal aura. Each landing created a sizable dent in the cement roof. "Are you going to the front lines?" "Yes. They're fighting there." "No kidding, how can you gain experience without fighting?" Lin Shuxuang tightened her grip around his neck, the wind rushing into her collar made her shiver. She stopped trying to persuade him and buried her face in his shoulder, fully activating her chakra perception to scan all energy sources within 100 meters ahead. There are 3 flying-type monsters 200 meters ahead, not very large, around level 20, approaching in this direction. "I see them." 3 4-meter wingspan black crow demons burst out from the group of tall buildings on the right, their pitch-black wings edged with dark red corrosive air, their claws reaching for Chu Ye's back. Chu Yi did not even turn around. He shifted his footing in midair slightly, tilting his body to dodge the trajectory of the first black crow demon's claw strike. His right hand, now free, punched out diagonally backward. No skill release or hand seals involved, pure chakra infused into his fist, forming a visible layer of blue energy explosion. In the path swept by the punch's wind, the 3 black crow demons instantly exploded, their bones and flesh turning into fragments that detonated in midair, quickly blown away by the airflow generated by Chu Ye's movement. 3 level 20 little bugs, 54 points of origin power doubled to 108. Chu Yi glanced at the pulsating numbers on the system panel, his tongue pressing against the back of his teeth. "The unit price is too low, I need to find bigger ones." At the edge of the city, the first line of defense, the mecha formations of the Jiang City Defense Army and the summoning formations of the Beastmasters Guild were mixed together to form a moving wall of firepower, beams from spirit cannons and barrages of summoned spells alternatingly pouring down on the front line of the monster tide, the explosions illuminating the area 300 meters ahead. But the density of the monster tide was too high. Abyssal creatures were continuously falling from the cracks in the sky, and low-level monsters on the ground formed a dense formation advancing toward the defense line. Every wave of firepower could clear hundreds, but immediately there would be hundreds more filling and stepping over the corpses of their companions to keep charging. The left flank gap has expanded to 40 meters. The 7th squad has been wiped out. The spirit cannon in the right flank B zone has overheated, requiring 3 minutes to cool down. 3 minutes. That gap will be overwhelmed by monsters in 30 seconds. General Wang stood in the command vehicle at the front line, the tactical map on the screen filled with red alerts. Every few seconds a friendly marker would extinguish from the map, the communication channel filled with the screams and pleas for help from frontline soldiers. His fist slammed down on the alloy command platform, knocking over 3 tactical cups on the table, spilling tea everywhere. 10 minutes ago, he had just received news of his son's incapacitation and was preparing to use military channels to dispatch the Imperial Guard to apprehend people at Wooling High School. The communicator still in his hand, untouched, when the sky split. General, the third firewall is about to fall. Do you approve the use of tactical-grade spirit cannons? Fire hit them hard. The light beams of the spirit cannons rose from the rear position, the white high-temperature rays cutting through the air over the battlefield, exploding in the most concentrated area of the monster tide, creating a vacuum zone 50 meters in diameter, charred flesh and ash scattering in all directions. But this area was filled again in less than 8 seconds by a new wave of monsters. Useless, there are too many of them. Did anyone see that thing in the sky above the central crack? Everyone looked up at the largest crack in the sky. Something was pushing open the edge of the crack from the inside, a massive hand covered in black armor stretching out from the fissure, the 5 finger bones wrapped in dark red abyssal patterns, the palm larger than the roof of a residential building. What is that? A large abyssal monster at least over level 40. Level 40. The highest combat power in Jiang City is only level 35. Breathless gasps came through the communication channel. Frontline soldiers stared at the colossal creature squeezing out of the crack, their weapons trembling in their hands. General Wang's face turned grim, the strength of his grip on the communicator causing the casing to creak. He opened his mouth, ready to give the order for a total retreat. Suddenly a loud crash echoed outside the command vehicle. The sound came from directly above the battlefield, forcing everyone to look up. The image of the giant monster squeezing out half of its body from the crack was overshadowed by something else. A figure, a silhouette clad in dark red battle armor, fell from the sky, moving swiftly, leaving behind a visible blue tail flame in the air, not heading toward the safe zone nor the rear of the defense line. It was falling straight into the most concentrated central area of the monster tide. In the front line's communication channel, all voices were cut off, leaving only the sound of that figure crashing into the monster tide. Bang! A blue shockwave with a radius of 30 meters radiated outward from the center of the impact, the ground collapsing into a 5-meter-deep pit, the fragments of monster corpses around the pit being thrown high into the air, obscuring the view of the impact point with flying debris. The dust had yet to settle. In the center of the pit stood a figure, shoulder-length black hair floating in the chakra airflow, crimson eyes piercing through the dust, and blood mist sweeping over the abyssal monsters still surging from all directions, a slight arc at the corners of his mouth. Double experienced the perfect opportunity. He tilted his neck, cracking his knuckles in his palm. The service in this city is quite considerate. The crisp sound of fists striking lingered in the air as the first wave of monsters charged towards the edge of the pit, stepping over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Chuyi did not raise his hand to form seals, nor did he activate any visible chakra. He simply took a step forward, using his right foot to push off the sloped wall of the pit, propelling himself into the air, leaving behind a dark red afterimage as he crashed into the densest group of monsters. The first corrosive hyena to charge at him didn't even have time to howl before Chuyi's knee pierced through its chest cavity. The sound of shattering bones and bursting organs mixed together, and while its corpse still hung on his knee, his right elbow had already smashed into the top of a second monster's skull, penetrating from the crown of its head to the jaw. The sound of 2 corpses hitting the ground was drowned out by the roaring tide of beasts surging behind him. The communication channel in the command vehicle at the rear exploded with activity. An unidentified source of combat power has appeared in the forward drop zone, engaging in solo operations and infiltrating the core area of the monster tide. Which unit is it? Not from any guild. It's wearing dark red battle armor, estimated to be no more than 20 years old, and carries no weapons. General Wang withdrew his hand from the command platform, grabbing a high-power spiritual energy telescope and directing it towards the figure rapidly mowing down monsters in the center of the battlefield. He saw the young man deliver a punch to the face of a level 25 black armored beast. When his fist made contact with the beast's shell, a ring of blue shockwaves erupted and the beast's head exploded from the base of its neck, its headless body propelled 3 meters away before crashing to the ground. The kinetic energy of that strike. General Wang's mouth opened slightly as the spiritual energy rangefinder on the telescope went haywire, with every value exceeding the theoretical limit of human martial arts. General, don't fire. General Wang lowered the telescope, his voice heavy. Cease artillery coverage in a fan-shaped area 500 meters ahead. You do not blow that person up. In the center of the battlefield, Chuyi's battle armor was already splattered with dark monster blood, and his shoulder-length black hair was matted with the splattered liquid, sticking a few strands to the side of his face, yet his steps remained calm. 3 level 30 rock-armored rhinos formed a conical charge from directly in front of him, each nearly the size of a heavy truck, their thick gray shells engraved with natural spiritual protective patterns designed to withstand direct hits from class spells. Chuyi did not slow down, charging straight towards the lead rhino. He's crazy. The frontal charge of a rock-armored rhino would force even a spiritual energy vehicle to deter. That thing, when it charges, delivers 2,000 tons of impact energy. A human skeleton cannot At the last moment of his charge, Chuyi turned sideways, his right hand gripping the curved base of the lead rhino's horn, using the relative speed from the collision to spin in midair, twisting the core strength of his waist to the extreme. Then he fell. To be precise, he uprooted the 30-ton rock-armored rhino from the ground and smashed it towards the two companions that were following behind in a shoulder-throw trajectory. Boom. The three rhinos, piled on top of each other, crashed into the asphalt road, creating a series of radiating cracks extending over a dozen meters from the point of impact. The bottom rhino's shell, bearing 3 times the weight of the others, shattered into 2 pieces, exposing its still-beating organs. What the hell am I watching? A soldier on the front line, holding a spiritual energy rifle, set his weapon down on the cover and rubbed his eyes before peering back through the scope. A level 30 rock-armored rhino was shoulder-thrown by a person. A shoulder throw? Are you sure that was a human? Look, he didn't even take a breath. Chuyi stood on the shattered rhino shell, his 3-demo Sharingan scanning the surrounding monsters that were still surging towards him, the numbers on the system panel continuing to fluctuate. Source power 340, 520, 280. Current accumulated source power 6740100000. Man GQ. Sharingan unlocking threshold. It's at 6,700 now. He licked the monster blood on his thumb, the salty and fishy taste making him wrinkle his nose. Still over 3,000 short, not enough. His gaze swept towards the larger, higher-level monsters in the distance, a smile creeping back onto his lips. Atop the tall clock tower behind him, Lin Shuxuang knelt with both hands resting on the edge of the stone railing. The chakra sensing map was operating at full power, displaying the position and movement trajectories of every energy source within a 300-meter radius as clear blue lines in her consciousness. When Chuyi placed her here, he had said only one thing. Don't move, keep your eyes on all sides. She couldn't see the bloody battlefield, but she could sense Chuyi's chakra signal darting through the monster horde, extinguishing with each red energy source he passed, one after another. As she concentrated on tracking the target groups above level 30, in front of Chuyi, a series of abnormal signals suddenly appeared at the bottom layer of the sensing map. They were not on the surface, they were underground. 15 meters deep in the soil, 7 enormous oval energy contours were moving rapidly sideways, their trajectories circumventing the central battlefield, where Chuyi was located, forming a curved line directly into the exhausted defenses of the rear line. Lin Shuxuang's fingers tightened on the stone railing, her nails digging into the crevices as her lips parted. Chakra gathered in her vocal cords and mouth, following the path Chuyi had taught her, amplifying the sound waves that pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. Chuyi. 45 degrees to the right ahead, 15 meters underground, 7 large sandworms are advancing toward the rear line. They will break ground in 30 seconds. The dark red figure in the battlefield was crushing a flying monster's wing bone with his ankle, hearing the transmission without even turning his head. Distance. 60 meters to your right. Chuyi released the monster with the broken wing, letting it fall, his legs slightly bent as he infused chakra into his right fist in less than half a breath. He smashed down. The sound of his fist striking the ground and the roar of the energy cannon were two entirely different sensations. It was a pure physical force penetrating the medium with a dull thud. The hard asphalt surface began to collapse from the point of contact, cracks radiating outward for over 20 meters from the fist imprint, and chakra surged through the fractured soil into the depths, forming an expanding spherical shock domain. The ground bulged up in 7 large mounds. Then the 7 mounds exploded simultaneously, mixing with the shattered stones and mud, ejecting 7 chunks of sandworm corpses torn into pieces, with fragments of limbs and internal organs splattering across a 30-meter radius, thick green bodily fluid pooling everywhere. The technician responsible for monitoring the underground signals in the command vehicle sprang up from his chair, his coffee cup shattering on the ground. The underground ambush signal from 7 level 32 abyss sandworms has been completely wiped out. How long did it take? From the punch to the signal disappearing, 1 second. General Wang did not respond. His gaze shifted from the telescope to the top of the tall clock tower, where a frail young girl knelt behind the railing, her bandaged face turned towards the battlefield, her lips moving continuously. What is that girl doing? According to Soundwave Capture, she is transmitting intelligence about enemy positions in the battlefield accurate to directional angles and depth. The voice of the communications soldier sounded somewhat unusual. General, her positioning accuracy is even higher than our underground sonar system. A blind little girl. No one could answer that question. On the battlefield, Chu Ye's slaughter continued, while Lin Chushwang's voice rang out every few seconds. 20 meters to the left rear, 2 flying types diving from high altitude. There's one playing dead in the ground fissure directly ahead. Its spiritual core is still pulsating. At the 12 o'clock position, 80 meters, 3 level 35 heavy armored types are gathering. The energy circuit of the one in the middle is different from the others, as if it is charging the other two. Each time Chu Yi received a command, his reaction time was less than a breath, precise enough to send chills down the spines of all observers on the front line. The 2 flying monsters diving from the sky had not descended below 10 meters when he jumped up and kicked one, breaking its spine. The one playing dead had its spiritual core crushed beneath his foot, hidden under the rubble. For the 3 level 35 heavy armored types, he used one of their severed limbs as a club, sweeping through all 3 and rendering them useless. The numbers on the system panel were skyrocketing. Source power, 880. 1,200. 760. Current accumulated 958010000. It's at 9,500 now. Chu Yi tossed aside the now shattered monster limb, flexing his fingers twice the sound of his joints cracking, ringing out particularly clear amidst the battlefield's chaos. A few more big ones would be enough. On the large screen in the underground shelter, the live footage from military drones was being watched by hundreds of thousands of civilians, with a cacophony of comments and gasps filling the air. Who the hell is that person? Has anyone recognized him? Dark red battle armor, long black hair, hasn't used a single spell from start to finish. Not spells, all fists and feet, pure strength. Did you see the scene where he threw that rhino? Is that something a human can do? That's strength. It's simply not human. No gods don't appear in such a bloodied form. For 2 hours, Chu Yi slaughtered within the heart of the monstrous tide. The corpses beneath his feet piled high, and dark blood pooled and flowed upon the shattered asphalt. The air was thick with a scent of charred and decaying flesh, and no abyssal monster dared to step within 100 meters. They circled around that area. Even the level 30 heavy-armored monsters would rather charge into the firing range of the energy cannons than pass through the spot where Chu Yi stood. The aura he exuded made every low-tier abyssal creature keep their distance. Team 7 reports the monster density in Area A3 has dropped to 12% of the initial value, pressure relieved. Team 4 reports there are no effective threats in areas B1 to B4, currently sweeping the remaining individuals. Reports poured into the command vehicle through the communication channel as General Wang stared at the tactical map, watching the dense red threat markers rapidly diminish, replaced by large areas of green safety zones that lit up. And the cause of all this was a single person. General, all frontline teams report that the unidentified source of combat power has exceeded the total kills of all our teams combined within 2 hours. The communication officer's voice trembled slightly as he confirmed the number 3 times before daring to speak it. What about the clock tower? General Wang did not respond to that number, but asked another question. The blind girl on the clock tower has officially connected with our second communication team. Her coordinate data accuracy remains stable at sub-meter level. In the past hour and a half, she has provided warnings for 11 underground ambushes and 7 high-altitude raids, all hits, with 0 false reports. The communication officer paused for a moment to add, our underground sonar array only captured 4 of those within the same time frame. General Wang directed his binoculars toward the clock tower. Through the lens, the frail girl still knelt behind the railing, her bandaged eye sockets facing the battlefield, her lips moving continuously. Every time she spoke, a clear coordinate echoed through the communication channel. Increase her security level to match mine. General, don't you understand? That girl's intelligence dictates the direction of the entire battlefield. Oh, anyone who harms a single hair on her head is declaring war against me directly. Below the clock tower, 4 armed guards ascended the staircase, setting up makeshift defenses on the second-floor platform, while 2 communication officers squatted 3 meters behind Lin Chushwang, with a portable relay specifically tasked with converting her vocal commands into coordinate data to distribute to various teams. Lin Chushwang sensed the unfamiliar energy source next to her. She tightened her grip on the railing, but those people did not approach her or speak to her, merely establishing a silent defense line behind her. The corner of her mouth twitched as she redirected her attention back to the battlefield, focusing on the blue signal darting back and forth. Chu Yi, the one pretending to be dead 60 meters directly in front of you, is not completely dead, its core is still pulsing. Receive. A dull sound echoed from afar, and the pulsating core signal vanished. In the underground shelter of the city, hundreds of thousands of civilians were crammed into a space of reinforced concrete, with a large screen overhead, continuously replaying the real-time footage from military drones, the barrage of comments and discussions blending into a chaotic din. It's been 2 hours, and that person is still fighting. Is their stamina limitless? Look at those kill statistics, an average of 17 per minute, and at 1.43 in a minute, all level 30 and above. And that girl on the clock tower, the military's official channel, has marked her as a tactical intelligence source in blue highlight. Weren't they saying she was blind? How can she locate targets if she can't see? Doesn't matter how she does it, the military recognizes it, and that's what counts. In the darkest corner of the shelter, Jiang Shui huddled in the shadow of a support pillar, the faint glow of the light-brain screen reflecting on her face. Each time the bloodied figure on the screen swung a fist, her nails dug deeper into her palm. She saw the public information flow in the communication channel. She saw the military's order to elevate Lin Chushuang's security level. She saw countless people in the barrage calling Chu Yi the guardian of Jiang City. Her lips were bitten, raw blood seeping out, and her chest felt heavy, even her breath trembling with unease. Lin Chushuang. A person who had lost their eyes. A person who couldn't even stand steady in the square. Now regarded as a strategic asset by the military, looked up to by the entire city. Why? She bit down harder, a sharp pain shooting through the root of a front tooth. She didn't let go, only pressing the light-brain screen against her knees and stopping her gaze. Frontline. Chu Yi stood atop the corpse of a level 35 ironback beast, his shoe crushing the last glowing fragment of its core, and the numbers on the system panel jumped to a satisfying position. Source power accumulation 12480, Uchiha Obito template fusion progress 3852, kaleidoscope Sharingan unlock progress 22, halfway there. He stretched his neck and shoulders, the bones cracking in his palms as he surveyed the empty vacuum of monsters around him, casually yawning. Quality isn't keeping up. Oh, I need to find something bigger. Lin Chushuang's voice came from 300 meters away from the clock tower, still clear despite the chakra amplification. Chu Yi, the monsters are retreating. I see it. No, it's not the kind that's being driven back by you. They're fleeing. Even those heavy-armored ones level 30 and above are escaping, heading away from the central rift. Chu Yi looked up. The largest abyss rift at the center of the sky was changing. The edges of the fissure began to violently collapse, and dark red energy surged from deep within the rift at an accelerated rate, forming a cascade of energy pouring down from the heavens. The remaining low-tier monsters seemed to be terrified, abandoning their attacks and trembling on the ground, some even desperately trying to burrow underground to escape the area. The earth began to tremble. It wasn't the tremors from the fleeing monsters, but rather the resonance generated by the entire city's foundation under the pressure of some massive body. The glass walls of buildings hummed, cracks in the road widened, and several already precarious residential buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash. General, energy readings from the central rift are skyrocketing. The numbers are soaring. How much? Already exceeded the measuring range of the instruments. The readings were still climbing. Before he could finish, 3 spirit power detectors in the command vehicle erupted in sparks simultaneously, the burnt smell of overloaded circuit boards quickly filling the cabin. Then everyone saw it. A massive hoof covered in dark purple abyssal runes stepped out from the rift, landing squarely on a 14-story commercial building in the east of the city. The entire structure collapsed into a heap of rubble, dust billowing into the sky. The second hoof landed on the street 300 meters away, the asphalt cracking outwards from the point of contact in a radial pattern, all underground pipelines rupturing, columns of water and steam erupting from the fissures. Then came the head. 4 twisted black horns emerged from the rift, each over 20 meters long, their surfaces inscribed with flowing dark purple runes, with visible concentrations of abyssal source energy gathering at the tips. A 3-story high body slowly squeezed out from the rift, enveloped in a natural armor made of abyssal runes. The dark purple patterns flowed across the surface, the spiritual pressure it emitted weighing down the surrounding air. It lowered its massive head, its dark red pupils gazing down at the human army below. The breath it expelled blowing away all debris within 50 meters. Fire. All cannons aim at that thing. 3 heavy energy cannons fired simultaneously, white-hot beams striking the body of the demon bull, the energy exploding against its runic armor, a blinding glare. As the smoke cleared, the runic armor remained unscathed. Not even a ripple of spiritual power was stirred. The 3 shots had inflicted no damage on this beast. The voices in the communication channel shifted tone. Ineffective. All ineffective. 3 shots from class tactical cannons dealt 0 damage. It has an absolute magic immunity layer on its surface. Energy-based attacks are completely absorbed. The detection system has been destroyed based on energy overflow estimates, at least above level 60. It's a commanding level abyssal catastrophe. Level 60. The highest combat power in Jiang City is only level 35. It's over. The defense line collapsed. Not from the Demon Bull's attacks, but from the moment everyone witnessed the 3 ineffective shots. Their mental defenses crumbled. Soldiers dropped their weapons and fled. Energy vehicles revving their engines to speed away. Beast tamers recalled their contracts and turned to escape. All troops retreat. Abandon your positions. Retreat immediately. General Wang's voice emerged from the communicator, now hoarse. He gripped the edge of the command platform, staring at the giant creature that filled the screen before him, his expression dimming. Humanity cannot withstand this thing. The Demon Bull took a 3rd step, its hoof descending upon the retreating army's position, the wind pressure flipping the 2 closest energy vehicles onto their sides. The soldiers inside, unable to even scream. Everyone was running. Everyone was in despair. In Lin Shushwang's chakra perception map, that massive energy signal pressed down on her so heavily that breathing became difficult. Her fingers turned white from gripping the railing, and she opened her mouth to call out Chu Ye's name, but her voice caught in her throat. Then she sensed it. The familiar blue signal at the center of the battlefield did not retreat. It was moving toward the gigantic creature, the energy fluctuations emanating from that signal source, climbing to a concentration she had never sensed before. Chu Yi stood atop a hill of monster corpses, looking up at the immense abyssal bull. The 3 tomos spun rapidly in his crimson iris, and he casually flicked away the bloodstains from his fingers, the curve of his lips unchanged against the backdrop of everyone fleeing. The system panel flashed frantically in his mind. Detected commanding level abyssal catastrophe. Estimated level LV. 60. Contains ultra-high purity abyssal source. Killing it could yield an estimated source power value 5,000, 10,000 after double bonus. Warning: target level far exceeds host's current combat power assessment. Evacuation recommended. Chu Yi stared at the red warning in his mind for 2 seconds, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A second message popped up on the system panel: Abyss immunity, standard, immune to all physical energy damage below class in the local area. Note: high-dimensional energy systems, chakra, spiritual pressure, curse power, etc. are not within the local rule framework, and immunity judgment is invalid. As expected, Chu Yi licked his back molar, closed the system panel, and returned his gaze to the colossal creature slowly advancing in the sky. The 3rd hoof of the Demon Bull had completely stepped out of the crack, its entire silhouette fully revealed against the dark red sky. It stood 3 stories high, and each breath it took kicked up a dust storm, while the dark purple runes on its surface disturbed the spiritual energy within a 200-meter radius. A roar came from the frontline communication channel. Retreat. I mean the entire army. Don't look back. General Wang's voice cut through the air as he cranked the communicator to its maximum power, shaking the windows of the command vehicle. A torrent of retreating soldiers rushed past Chu Yi. Someone bumped into his shoulder, only to be bounced back by the chakra naturally overflowing from his body, stumbling forward without daring to look back. But 3 people stopped. 3 middle-aged beast tamers in deep blue tactical suits stood against the flow of people on the ruins, their faces smeared with a mix of sweat and blood, their eyes revealing a familiar intensity that Chu Yi recognized. Unwillingness. Old Joe, have you thought this through? The general has ordered a retreat. The balding middle-aged man in the middle wiped the blood from his face, grinning to reveal 2 missing front teeth. What the hell, my wife and kids are still in the shelter behind. Let that thing trample over. Then we want retreat. No retreat. 3 spiritual energy circuits activated simultaneously, and 5 spirit stones shot out from their chest, chains hovering in midair. The red, orange, yellow, green, and blue lights intertwined as 5 A-class spirits appeared in the beams. Thunder, eagle, fire, python, rock, tortoise, wind, leopard, water, serpent. The fleeing soldiers in the distance paused for a moment at the sight. That's Captain Zhou from the 1st Battalion of the Defense Force. Are they crazy? 3 level 30 against a level 60 leader. Those 5 A-class spirits together couldn't possibly defeat it. They're sending themselves to die. Captain Zhou, bald and unfazed, ignored the chatter as his fingers moved quickly to cast a technique, his voice issuing commands that were swift and urgent. Thunder Eagle, take the lead. Fire Python, follow up. Rock tortoise distracted. Wind leopard and water serpent flank the exposed spiritual core. 5 spirits united attack. Heavenly gang annihilation formation. The 5 class spirits erupted simultaneously, thunder eagle soaring 30 meters into the air, its wings erupting with golden lightning arcs, while fire python coiled in blazing red flames behind it. The 2 energies intertwined in the air, forming a lightning fire spiral 10 meters in diameter, as wind leopard and water serpent unleashed wind blades and water pressure from the flanks, maximizing the spiral's rotation speed and penetrating power. For streams of energy converged into the energy gathering formation on the back of the rock tortoise, and after compression and amplification transformed into a platinum beam shooting straight toward the demon bull's head. At the moment the beam hit the sky, erupted in white light, blindingly bright, as the shockwave flattened all debris within a 50-meter radius. Hit. The 5 spirits united attack directly struck its head. This is the limit output of a class spirits. Smoke and dust rolled for 3 seconds. Then it dissipated. On the massive head of the demon bull, the dark purple runes continued to swirl, with no scorch marks, cracks, or even a speck of dust. It sneezed. The toxic breath transformed into a dark purple wave that swept across, liquefying the air into black toxic mist along its path. The spiritual shields of the 3 beast tamers shattered upon contact, and they were hurled 50 meters away, crashing into the debris, while the power circuits of the 5 class spirits extinguished completely, their massive bodies plummeting from the sky, crashing to the ground with torrents of black blood flowing from their mouths and noses. Bald Captain Zhou lay amidst the rubble, a mouthful of black blood spilling from his throat. He attempted to lift his head, but found that he had completely lost sensation below his neck, as a third of his spiritual veins had been burned out by the toxic breath. One sneeze. His pupils were dilating, and his voice was barely audible. Our full output from 5 class spirits only earned us a single sneeze from it. The military drones transmitted this scene back to the large screen in the underground shelter of the city. Hundreds of thousands of civilians stared at the 5 heavily injured class spirits on the screen and the dark purple runes on the demon bull's body that showed no signs of disturbance. Silence lingered for 2 seconds. Then the sound of crying erupted. It's over, even 5 class spirits together can't move it. That thing is completely unreasonable, how can we fight it? The strongest combat power in Jiang City is only level 35. Who can stop a level 60 leader? I don't want to die, and my child is still sleeping in the nearby chamber. Cries and screams mingled into a cacophony, with some people collapsing to the ground holding their families, while others frantically pounded on the alloy doors of the shelter, trying to flee deeper. Chaos spread and despair loomed. The scene on the screen continued. The demon bull took its 4th step, landing not on the empty street, but its massive hoof covered in dark purple patterns was aimed at the ground exit of the southern channel number 3, where thousands of civilians were trapped, pushing and shoving to get inside. On top of the clock tower, Lin Shushwang's chakra perception map caught the trajectory of the descending hoof. Her fingers pressed against the stone railing until her knuckles turned white as she leaned forward, nearly toppling off the rooftop. Military channel. Southern channel number 3. The landing point of the demon bull. There are still over 1,000 civilians who haven't retreated. Her voice, amplified through chakra, surged into the communication channel, while the communications officer scrambled to forward the coordinates to all units. But no one could do anything. The retreating soldiers were at least a kilometer away from that position, unable to stop it with their spiritual energy cannons, and the A-class spirits couldn't hold it back. The hoof was descending slowly, bearing the confidence of a level 60 leader, crushing everything. Inside the command vehicle, General Wang's grip on the communicator turned white. His lips trembled twice, unable to utter a word. Then a change appeared on Lin Shushwang's perception map. A blue energy signal was rapidly moving from the center of the battlefield. It wasn't retreating to the safety zone. Instead, its trajectory drew a straight line, pointing directly beneath the demon bull. The energy concentration of that signal source was rising, the amplitude causing Lin Shushwang's perception to experience a brief overload flickering. Her lips quivered, and when her voice squeezed out of her throat, it was tinged with sobs. Shuyi. On the battlefield. A few slower soldiers were caught off guard by the sudden blast of air behind them, stumbling as they turned to look. A dark red figure was weaving through them, the wind pressure it created pushing them directly to the side into the rubble. Get out of the way. Shuyi pushed aside the last obstacle, erect spiritual energy vehicle. The blood of the demonic creatures on his armor vaporized into dark mist under the heat of the overflowing chakra. He looked up at the massive hoof descending from the sky, discarding the last fragment of the spiritual core stuck between his fingers. The fragment crushed in his palm, and golden energy was instantly absorbed by the system. Source power 120. Current total 12,600. That's enough. He withdrew his gaze, and the 3 Magatama in his crimson iris entered an unprecedented high-speed rotation. The chakra veins throughout his body began to operate at combat frequency blue energy, seeping from his skin, creating visible waves of heat in the air. The drone's camera captured this scene. On the shelter's large screen, the blood-soaked dark red figure stood alone in the shadow of the demon bull, with no living soul within 100 meters. The barrage of comments and discussions fell silent simultaneously. Chuyi tilted his neck, a couple of cracks sounding as he gazed at the colossal hoof capable of covering half a block, slowly descending, a familiar smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. A level 60 experience pack delivered right to my doorstep. He raised his right hand, fingers spread towards the shadow overhead. Chakra gathered from his palm, moving so fast that the air began to howl. Blue energy light burst from between his fingers, casting his entire figure in blue. Let me see if your shell is hard enough. A blue light erupted from Chuyi's palm, and at the same moment the giant hoof of the demon bull, covered in dark purple patterns, smashed down with the force of the wind, less than 20 meters from the ground. The concrete dome of the southern passageway No. 3 emitted a series of cracking sounds under that shockwave. The screams of thousands of civilians below were drowned out by the wind pressure, leaving only silent mouths agape and tears spilling from their eyes. General Wang in the command vehicle closed his eyes, and the communicator slipped from his limp fingers, bouncing twice on the alloy surface. The soldiers on the front line, unable to run far enough, turned around, too afraid to look again. Then a muffled sound echoed from the ground, completely different from what everyone had anticipated. That sound was not the roar of a giant hoof crushing buildings, it was a point explosion of some force shattering the asphalt road. Immediately, a blue tail flame shot up from the ground, striking straight toward the descending hoof of the bull in the sky. The drone's lens shook violently for a moment before locking onto the dark red figure, climbing steadily through the air. On the large screen of the shelter, the barrage of comments came to a halt at the same instant. Hundreds of thousands of people stared at the figure on the screen. He had no wings, no flying apparatus, and no spirit contract lifting him. With each step he took, a circle of blue shockwaves rippled in the air, allowing him to stand aloft. Is he walking on air? Without the aid of a flying spirit contract, a human is walking on air. In this world, only class and above flying spirit contracts can carry humans into the sky. What method is he using? It's not a flying spell. Zoom in, the energy form beneath his feet doesn't match any known release pattern of spiritual power. After 3 seconds of stagnation, the barrage of comments resumed, scrolling 10 times faster than before, so dense that the words were indistinguishable. Chuyi's figure paused in midair, facing the massive head of the demon bull. His long black hair was blown back by the overflowing chakra, and with his arms crossed, the 3 Tomo spun rapidly in his crimson pupils, looking down at the abyssal overlord beneath him, roaring due to the interrupted attack. The dark red pupils of the demon bull locked onto this tiny being in the air. The abyssal essence swirling in its nostrils began to compress rapidly, and a dull resonating hum emanated from deep within its throat. Dark purple energy coalesced into a corrosive sphere with a diameter exceeding 5 meters in its gaping maw. The frontline communication channel was filled with terrified shouts. It's gathering power. That's the core skill of the abyssal overlord, corrosive breath. Glass alloys will disintegrate into molecular form upon contact with that thing. A human standing in front of it is dead. Run that person. You can't stop it. The light sphere shot out from the demon bull's mouth, a dark purple beam with immense corrosive power hurtled straight towards Chuyi, ionizing the air into blinding white plasma along its path. Chuyi watched the beam rush towards his face, his arms remaining unmoved and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Immune to regular magic. Unfortunately, I have never used your shabby scraps. He uncrossed his arm. Chakra surged from all 361 acupuncture points in his body simultaneously. The concentration of blue higher dimensional energy skyrocketed within a breath, intense enough to cause the light around the drone's lens to refract and distort. A blue translucent skeletal frame began to form on both sides of his body, this time not just ribs or arms. The vertebrae extended from the tailbone upward, materializing segment by segment. The scapula spread outwards, connecting to a massive skull that appeared above his head, with 2 blue chakra flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. The height of the entire half-body skeleton surged to 30 meters within 3 seconds. Susanoo skeletal form. The third turtle blue energy skeleton loomed between Chu Yi and the demon bull. The skull's blue flames faced the incoming corrosive light beam, and the enormous skeletal arm raised 5 bony fingers spread wide palm, facing forward. The impact wave from the beam colliding with the Susanoo's hand bones shattered glass across half the city. The dark purple corrosive energy frantically eroded the surface of the blue skeleton, the abyssal essence attempting to decompose the material structure it made contact with, but those blue bones remained utterly unmoved, and the flowing chakra patterns even pushed back the corrosive energy, forcing it to scatter to the sides. On the large screen of the shelter, the drone captured the scene from the side. The dark purple beam facing the blue skeleton, the core skill of a level 60 abyssal overlord meeting a gigantic energy entity summoned by a human, was blocked. It was completely blocked. What is that blue thing? Bone. It resembles bone, but it's taller than an entire building. It blocked the corrosive breath. Something that even glass alloys can't withstand was stopped by bone. A combined attack from 5 class spirits was blown away by a sneeze. Glass tactical cannons did 0 damage, yet a blue skeleton summoned by a single person blocked it. What kind of energy is this? Why is the abyss immune to it? Ineffective. In the secret operations room, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses held a teacup, watching the large screen. The moment the blue skeleton appeared, he tightened his fingers, crushing the cup wall into powder, and the tea mixed with porcelain shards flowed down through his fingers without him even lowering his head. Bring up the energy spectrum analysis. The technician behind him rapidly tapped the keyboard, and 3 seconds later a set of data appeared on the side holographic screen. All waveform graphs were blank. Report, sir, our detection equipment cannot analyze the frequency spectrum structure of this energy. It does not belong to any known classification of spiritual power. The waveform graph shows complete blankness. It is not that it can't be detected, but our instruments have no corresponding decoding protocol at all. The middle-aged man took off his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes filled with bloodshot veins staring at the young man, standing at the core of the blue skeletal frame on the screen. This completely exceeds the known database of higher dimensional energy. In the 72 years since the founding of the Federation, there has never been any record of such a thing. His hand reached for the red communicator on the table, which would only be activated in national emergencies. Put me through to headquarters. I want to speak directly with the commander. Above the front-line battlefield. The demon bull's corrosive breath, after lasting a full 8 seconds, exhausted its power. The dark purple light beam dissipated, revealing the still intact blue skeleton. Behind it, the energy patterns on the hand bones flowing steadily, just as they had 8 seconds ago. For the first time, some emotion appeared in the dark red pupils of the demon bull. Fear. Its 4 hooves began to retreat, and its massive body 3 stories high knocked down 2 shaky buildings as it withdrew. Its giant head shook violently, and the roar from deep within its throat transformed into a low, mournful wail. Chu Yi stood at the core of the Susanoo skeleton, the third turtle blue frame, lifting him to the same height as the demon bull's head. The 3 tomo spun rapidly in his crimson iris as he scanned the fleeing level 60 abyssal overlord from above, a smile slowly spreading across his face. His voice spread across the entire battlefield with the surge of chakra reaching everyone's ears. A mere level 60 gravel is not even half my match. The right arm of the Susanoo skeleton raised, 5 massive bony fingers began to close in, and blue chakra gathered in the palm to form a rotating energy core. Do you also wish to dance? The dark red pupils of the demon bull violently contracted the moment it heard those words, its primal instincts overpowering its fear. A furious roar erupted from deep within its throat, and the dark purple runes across its body ignited, shining with a blinding intensity that caused the drone's camera to overexpose. 4 curved black horns aimed at the 30-meter-high blue skeleton in midair, and it no longer retreated. 4 hooves simultaneously smashed into the ground, causing the asphalt surface to crack into radiating fissures from the center of the hoofprints. The entire foundation of the street collapsed half a meter under the impact of its charge, as its massive 3-story body, enveloped in the black-purple energy of the abyss, charged towards Chu Yi with astonishing speed that belied its size. At the top of the clock tower, Lin Shushwang's chakra perception map was filled with a black energy signal that blotted out the sky, rushing towards the blue light of Chu Yi at a speed she could not react to. Chu Yi. Her voice was completely drowned out by the wind, unable to reach the battlefield 300 meters away. On the large screen of the shelter, a drone captured the scene from the side, a 3-story-high abyss commander charging at full speed towards the floating blue skeleton. The impact depicted in the footage left hundreds of thousands of viewers in front of the screen breathless. It's overtaking the commander's charge heat-in. That energy skeleton won't be able to withstand it. Have you calculated that kinetic energy? With a weight of 3,000 tons plus that acceleration, this collision could flatten an entire skyscraper. Why isn't he dodging? Chuyi did not dodge. Within the core of the Susanoo skeleton, his 3-Mo Sharingan spun steadily, and the roaring demon bull charging towards him grew larger, filling his entire field of vision. The distance, shrinking from 100 meters to 50 meters, then to 30 meters. He focused his thoughts. The right arm of the Susanoo in its skeletal form began to change dramatically as the rotating energy core in the palm elongated in the direction of the bony fingers. Chakra condensed into a solid structure at a visible speed, and the blue light emanating from the fingertips coalesced into an energy giant sword over 40 meters long, its blade transparent, with chakra patterns flowing inside, radiating blue light. Chuyi raised his right hand inside the skeleton, and the massive bony arm of the Susanoo simultaneously lifted the sword overhead. The blue blade aimed at the charging demon bull's head before he brought it down in a mighty slash. A blue arc of light streaked across the sky, its trajectory extending from the air down to the ground, the brilliance blinding, causing the drone's camera to go white for 2 seconds. The sound followed a beat later. A crisp, shattering sound resonated throughout the city. The abyssal magic immunity runes on the surface of the demon bull, which had rendered 3-class tactical cannons ineffective, disintegrated into dark purple fragments along the cutting edge of the chakra giant sword, scattering to either side. Then came the bones, muscle tissues, and the core spiritual veins made of abyssal essence. All structures were cut open in the same manner before that blue arc of light, with smooth and clean incisions. The demon bull maintained its charge for the last 3 meters, its massive head, with 4 black horns detaching from its neck and rolling away in the air, large amounts of black blood gushing from the severed surface. The hulking body, now headless, collapsed at the point where its inertia was exhausted, crashing onto the already battered street, kicking up a cloud of dust. The tremors felt throughout the entire Jiang city. At the same time, the 15 dark red abyssal cracks in the sky began to contract, the dark red energy at the edges fading rapidly. Without the support of the commander-level disaster as an anchor point, the spatial structure began to self-repair, one crack closing after another as the stained sky revealed the midday sun once again. Chuyi casually released the sword handle, the blue giant sword transforming into light particles and dissipating. The Susanoo skeleton also began to peel away layer by layer, leaving only him standing in midair. Chakra receded from his feet as he freely fell from 30 meters high. The wind rushed into the gaps of his battle armor, lifting his long black hair upwards until he landed steadily on top of a discarded energy battle vehicle, the metal roof denting beneath his feet, leaving 2 shallow footprints. A gentle breeze swept in from the edge of the city, brushing past the steaming black blood on the demon bull's corpse, stirring a few strands of his hair, stained with dark red blood on his shoulders. The image on the large screen of the shelter recovered from the overexposed white screen as the drone refocused on the figure standing atop the battle vehicle. The backlit silhouette cast a long shadow in the midday sun, and the 3-Tomo in his scarlet iris slowly ceased their spinning. In the barrage section, after 10 seconds of stagnation, an overwhelming amount of refreshed information caused the server to overload. What did I just see? With one strike he used just one strike, a level 60 commander, a monster immune to glass, and below had its head chopped off with a single blow. Abyssal immunity was ineffective against that blue energy, completely ineffective. This isn't a battle of the same dimension. This is a higher civilization crushing a lower civilization, god of Jiang City. The counter for online users surged wildly, jumping from 8 million to 30 million to 70 million. And when the number finally settled at 120 million, the platform's main server overloaded and crashed, freezing the image of Chuyi standing atop the battle vehicle with the wind tousling his hair. At the front line, soldiers who had retreated 3 kilometers away peeked out from behind their cover, looking at the massive headless corpse in the distance, and the closing sky cracks, their expressions all one of daze. Silence persisted for a long time. Then the first voice erupted from the crowd. He killed that thing. A level 60 commander was chopped down by him with one strike. The sky cracks are closing, the tide of monsters is gone, we survived. Cheers erupted from the first person, quickly spreading along the entire defense line. The retreating soldiers threw away their weapons, some knelt down, crying, some roared while hugging their comrades, and some hurled their helmets into the sky. The cheers merged together, echoing across the entire battlefield. In the command vehicle, General Wang set down the binoculars. He stared at the young man, standing atop the battle vehicle for a long time, so long that the communications officer had to call him 3 times before he snapped back to reality. General, the various divisions at the front line are requesting the next orders. The entire army will remain on standby. General Wang gripped the communicator tightly, his voice low, so low that only the adjutant beside him could hear the latter half of his words. No one is to approach that young man within a 50-meter radius. No one is allowed to approach that young man within a 50-meter radius. Before General Wang's command could finish transmitting, 3 official recorders in white technical uniforms had already emerged from behind the command vehicle, running towards Chu Ye's location with portable spiritual energy collectors. The young technician at the front wearing goggles had his hand holding the collector, shaking violently, yet his professional instinct compelled him to move forward, his eyes fixed on the unknown waveform data flickering on the instrument screen. 20 meters, 15 meters, 12 meters. His footsteps halted not by his own will, but as if an invisible force pressed against his knees, causing his muscles to collectively rebel against his command, sending a singular signal through his body: kneel. Retreat. Fall back. The 2 technicians behind, seeing their companions' legs quivering, barely had time to stow the instruments before they turned and ran back to the command vehicle. Chu Yi did not spare them a single glance. He jumped down from the top of the war vehicle, stepping on the cracked asphalt, and walked towards the corpse of the demon bull, lying amidst the ruins, his strides calm, showing no trace of the tension from the recent battle. The massive body of the demon bull, having lost its head, still oozed black blood, and the dark purple runes on its surface had completely faded, yet the exoskeleton around the chest area retained its structural integrity, requiring the military's glass alloy cutter to breach. Chu Yi stood directly in front of its chest, his right hand open as he infused chakra into his fingertips, and then directly plunged it inside. He twisted his wrist and tore to the sides. The exoskeleton emitted a sound of metal fracturing as the abyssal demon's protective runes, which had rendered 3-class tactical shells ineffective, were effortlessly ripped apart by Chu Ye's hands. In front of the large screen at the shelter, the millions of viewers who had just seen the server reboot and restore the feed witnessed this first scene. Is he disassembling that level 60 liter shell with his bare hands? Disassembling. He's prying open the chest cavity of a liter-level abyssal calamity, a material that even in glass alloy cutter would take 15 minutes to work through. Look at his expression, it's like he's opening an ordinary box. Chu Yi completely tore the exoskeleton to the sides, revealing the intricately complex abyssal tissue within the demon bull's chest cavity. His Sharingan swept through the dark red flesh, precisely locking onto the location of the spiritual core. He probed his right hand inside, passing through the still-beating spiritual veins and the not-quite-dead layers of muscle, his fingers closing around the outer wall of the spiritual core, hidden in the core position. He withdrew his hand. A deep purple spiritual core about the size of an adult human head was dragged out of the chest cavity by him, with one hand, its surface swirling with a dense purple halo, while the internal energy circuit continued its final cycle, each pulse causing the surrounding air within a 10-meter radius to visibly distort. A liter-level spiritual core. My goodness, that thing could sell for 2 cities at auction. The military hasn't even spoken yet, and he directly acted. Oh, does this count as stealing military merit? You go stop him, go tell the guy who just decapitated the level 60 leader that this is military loot, and see if he pays you any mind. Chu Yi raised the spiritual core to his eyes, the purple light reflecting in his crimson pupils, the 3 tomos spinning around. In his mind, the system panel began to flash frantically. Detected leader-level abyssal spiritual core. High purity. Estimated extractable primal power 8,000. It is recommended that the host absorb it immediately. The current double bonus window is still active. After reading the prompt, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Chu Ye's mouth. He did not look for a place to handle it privately, nor did he show any signs of concealment, doing so before the lenses of several military drones, under the gazes of thousands of eyes 3 kilometers away, and before the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast online. His fingers tightened. Crack. The purple spiritual core shattered in his palm, its hard shell instantly bursting apart, and the vast primal essence contained within erupted in the form of purple mist from the fractured, seams not expanding outward, but all being drawn into Chu Ye's body by an invisible force. The purple vapor surged into his exposed skin, the veins on his arms revealing blue chakra patterns, as the energy of the spiritual core washed over him, the patterns spreading from his wrist to his shoulder, and then throughout his body, enveloping him in a layer of interwoven blue and purple energy film. Primal power 8,000. After doubling 16,000. Current total amount of primal power 28,600. Uchiha Madara template fusion progress skyrocketing 52. 58. 63. 71. 79. The numbers on the system panel danced in a dazzling display, and with each percentage node surpassed the total amount of chakra within Chu Yi expanded forcibly, stretching the limit of his meridians, the blue energy spilling out and thickening the film formed on his skin. The technician in the command vehicle, just having swapped to a backup detector, stared at the soaring energy readings on the screen, oblivious to the pen that fell from his hand. Is he absorbing that spiritual core? The blue-purple light persisted for about half a minute before it began to fade, and the spiritual core in Chu Yi's palm had reduced to a handful of gray-white residue and a few shattered pieces of shell. As he prepared to casually discard the residue, the three Tomo caught a detail in motion. Deep within the residue, among the gray-white fragments that had lost energy, there was an extremely faint black pattern, irregular in shape, yet under the enhancement of the Sharingan its outline was clear, resembling an eye. A black imprint shaped like an eyeball, artificially branded at the core of the spiritual core, its lines conveying a sense of ritual that Chu Yi had never seen before. He judged it to be a type of contract mark or subordination imprint. His fingertips brushed over the mark for 2 seconds, the residue crumbling to powder under his touch, and the imprint dissipated along with it, yet the pattern had been fully recorded by the Sharingan. Chu Yi shook off the powder in his palm, showing no sign of abnormality on his face. Deep in his mind, the system panel popped up with a new prompt. Ding. 3 Tomo Sharingan proficiency has reached its limit. The prerequisite for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is now unlocked. Awakening Path 1 Uchiha Madara template fusion progress reaches 80. Awakening Path 2 experience an extreme emotional shock event. Current template progress 79, a difference to Path 1-1. Chu Yi glanced at the description of Path 2 before closing the panel. An extreme emotional shock, in simple terms, meant forcing him to experience some form of extreme pain or anger to trigger the awakening, a trope from the original work. He did not need it. Just 1 percentage point short, finding a level 35 or higher demon spiritual core would suffice. There was no need to follow some emotional route. That kind of uncontrollable variable had never been an option for him. When the blue-purple energy film fully retracted back into his body, Chu Yi sensed a faint fluctuation coming from the other end of the contract channel, triggering a bond feedback. He did not linger in place, channeling chakra into his legs, his figure disappearing directly from everyone's sight, leaving only a whirlwind of debris swirling beside the demon bull's corpse. On top of the bell tower, Lin Xushuang had maintained full power perception for over 3 hours, her chakra reserves long depleted. Leaning against the stone railing, her fingers still held onto it, but her strength had completely drained, struggling even to maintain a sitting posture. She sensed Chu Yi's signal rapidly approaching, followed by a gust of wind. In the next second, she was lifted from the railing by an arm, her back against a hard, warm chest, while another arm cradled her legs at the bend of her knees, carrying her horizontally in his embrace. You've worked hard. Chu Yi's voice came from above, deep and casual, betraying no hint of the battle he had just endured. Lin Xushuang's fingers clutched at the collar of his armor, her lips moved as if to say something, but the 3 hours of continuous high-intensity perception output had completely exhausted her, and the only sound that escaped her vocal cords was a faint breath. Don't speak, just sleep. Chu Yi glanced down at her pale, nearly transparent face, and through the contract channel actively sent a thread of gentle chakra to wrap around her nearly extinguished perception core. Lin Xushuang relaxed in that warm current. The nerves that had been tense for 3 hours finally snapped, her forehead resting against his collarbone, her breathing becoming long and even within seconds. She fell asleep. Lin Xushuang's breath fell upon his collarbone, shallow and even deeply asleep. Chu Yi embraced her and leaped from the top of the bell tower, chakra coiling at his feet to form a cushioning air cushion, making almost no sound upon landing. The military personnel waited downstairs, a middle-aged officer at the forefront cradling a black alloy box in his hands, a gold-edged merit badge pressed on the lid, followed by 4 soldiers carrying supply boxes standing in a straight line. Mr. Chu, this is General Wang representing the Jiangxing Defense Office to you. Chu Yi, the latter part of the middle-aged officer's words caught in his throat as he watched the young man, holding the girl in his arms, disappear around the corner of the alley without looking back. He opened his mouth, then silently retrieved the box. A young soldier leaned closer, lowering his voice. Sir, did he not hear? Shut up and report back. Chu Yi found an unoccupied emergency room in the civilian settlement 3 streets away. Hooking his foot around the doorknob, he sidled in with Lin Xushuang. The room was small, containing a single bed and a table. The curtains were drawn tightly, isolating the remnants of the alarm from outside. He placed Lin Shuxuang on the bed. Just as he brushed aside the loose strands of hair from the back of her head, a series of red warnings suddenly exploded from the system panel deep in his mind. Warning. The fusion span of the Uchiha Obito template is too large. 5279. The overflowed energy has exceeded the safety threshold. The bond feeding law countdown is enforced 120 seconds. Estimated feeding intensity S-level cleansing of marrow and bones. The master's body will endure extreme modifications. Please ensure the master is in a safe and undisturbed environment. Chu Yi tapped Lin Shuxuang's forehead, and the three Tomo began to scan the state of her spiritual veins. The remnants of dark purple scars from human sabotage still lingered on the walls of the discarded main veins, as if forcefully severed by a blunt object, and haphazardly healed old wounds, the internal veins filled with years of accumulated impurities and necrotic tissue. 120 seconds. He turned to the door, locked it, then pulled over a chair to brace against the door, and went to lock the window, confirming that the entire room was in a completely sealed state. Chu Yi. Lin Shuxuang was awakened by his earlier action of tapping her forehead, her chakra sensing map flickering to life, capturing him as he returned from the window. You're awake. Where is this? A safe place. Chu Yi sat down beside the bed. I need to tell you something in advance. Your body will hurt from here on out. Lin Shuxuang's fingers clenched the bed sheet beneath her. Hurt? What do you mean? I upgraded too much just now, and the overflowed energy will flow into you through the contract, helping you reshape your spiritual veins. The process will be painful, but afterward you will become stronger. Lin Shuxuang loosened her grip on the bed sheet, then tightened it again. She sat upright, leaning against the wall at the head of the bed, her gauzed face facing Chu Yi. I can endure. I know. The bond feeding law is activated. High-dimensional chakra is being infused into the master through the contract channel. The contract chain lit up deep within both their souls. A torrent of intense energy burst forth from Chu Yi's body, violently crashing into Lin Shuxuang's damaged spiritual vein system through the invisible bond channel. Lin Shuxuang's body jolted. An indescribable agony erupted from the base of her spine, instantly penetrating her entire brain and marrow, every inch of the vein walls being forcibly expanded by the rushing chakra torrent, the accumulated impurities and necrotic tissue from 3 years being burned to ashes by the high-temperature energy flow pushed to the surface by the new wave of incoming chakra. Her skin began to ooze dark red liquid, seeping out drop by drop from her pores, staining her clothes, with large patches of conspicuous dark spots. A burning sensation erupted from within her spiritual veins, every inch of her skin feeling as if it were being scorched by flames. Her fingers twisted into the bed sheet, the joints bending to emit faint cracking sounds, her lower lip bitten deeply, blood droplets trickling down from the corner of her lips onto her collar. Chu Yi stood by the bed, hands in pockets, looking down at her. She did not cry out. Not even a muffled groan. The hollow eye sockets wrapped in gauze leaked murky liquid flowing down her cheekbones and mixing with her sweat. Her body curled and then stretched on the bed, repeating this motion for several times, yet she did not emit a single sound of weakness. Chu Yes, 3 Tomo spun once, the curve of his lips lifting a little higher. If you endure, you will qualify to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Lin Shuxuang's jaw was clenched too tightly to respond to his words. She merely tilted her head slightly, burying her face into the pillows, silently enduring the tearing force of transformation. The system panel in Chu Yes' mind continuously refreshed her bodily data. Master's spiritual vein repair progress 311-1826. Master's spiritual power capacity level. Master's physique is being strengthened. Impurity expulsion rate 678,294. Time passed second by second. Dark red, filthy blood flowed out from her, covering more than half of the bed sheet. Yet her heart rate gradually steadied, her vital signs slowly returning to normal from the initial dangerous fluctuations. 32 minutes. The last trace of chakra torrent from the contract channel trickled to a stop, the infusion completely ceasing. Lin Shuxuang collapsed on the bed sheet, soaked in filthy blood, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air, her muscles still twitching uncontrollably, but the excruciating pain that felt like being ground down by a file from the depths of her marrow finally subsided. She could feel the changes within her body. The walls of her spiritual veins had become smooth and elastic. The main vein that had been discarded for 3 years had regained nearly 30% of its patency. She could feel the spiritual power flowing steadily through the new pathways, a feeling so full and pure that she hadn't experienced since she was 15. It's over. Chu Ye's voice came from above her. How do you feel? My spiritual veins are unblocked. Lin Chushwang's voice trembled. It's like I've come back to life. This is just an appetizer. Chu Yi tossed a dry towel onto the side of her hand from the table. Wipe your face, don't rush to move. The energy circuits in your body are still being reconstructed. Lin Chushwang fumbled for the towel. Just as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, her movements suddenly froze. In the depths of her mind, an unseen blue, three-dimensional image was taking shape, expanding outward from the center of her consciousness, in all directions, the clarity so high that it caused a wave of dizziness in her brain. The outline of the room. The thickness of the walls, the position of every pin inside the lock cylinder of the door, the leg joints of a spider, weaving its web in the gap of the window frame, and the parabolic trajectory of 3 dust particles slowly falling after being lifted by the airflow that seeped through the curtain. In a radius of 30 meters, everything was vividly present in her mind. Chu Yi, I can see it. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. He pulled a coin from his pocket and without any warning flicked it towards the upper right side of her. The metallic disc spun in the air, tracing a silent arc. Lin Chushwang's right hand lifted her fingers precisely, closing in midair. The coin was held between her index and middle fingers, unmoving. She didn't even use her hearing. 30 meters. Chu Yi reached out and retrieved the coin from her fingers. It's actually 32 meters. There are 2 people moving on the floor above, their heart rates normal, not a threat. The chakra sensing map is fully awakened. It's not just an energy source. Even the physical structure is visible. He flicked her forehead with his finger. These eyes of yours are worth 100 times more than the previous ones. Lin Chushwang rubbed the spot where he flicked her, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her gauzed face, quickly suppressed. Then her attention turned to Chu Yi. In the three-dimensional sensing map, Chu Ye's energy outline was entirely different from everything else in the room. The essence structure of the energy within him completely exceeded her cognitive limits, vast enough to make her perception sting painfully. The structure of the chakra circuits was extremely complex, seemingly endless. The high-dimensional energy concentration flowing through each vein was enough to instantly reduce an ordinary person's spiritual veins to ruins, and this was only the tip of the iceberg of his total energy. Her fingers gripping the towel tightened unconsciously. What exactly? How strong are you? Chu Yi glanced down at her, the curve in his eyes hinting a bit of, you finally asked. You won't understand even if I tell you now. He reached out and ruffled her still sweaty hair, his fingertips brushing against the loose strands atop her head. You did well, this is just the interest. In the future, I will personally make you into the Empress of all realms who sees through everything. 2 days later, in the Imperial capital at the Secret Operations Headquarters. In the circular conference room on the 37th underground floor, the lighting was dim, with only a red communicator and a cup of cold tea on the circular table. 9 people occupied 12 chairs while 3 remained empty, each chair marked with the insignia of different military districts. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses stood at the center of the circular table in front of a holographic projection, holding a deep blue folder with a bright red seal stamped on the upper right corner featuring 2 exceptionally prominent characters. SS level. Ladies and gentlemen, I have finished reviewing the final report on the Jiang City battle. The white-haired elder sitting in the main seat pushed the teacup aside, his voice hoarse. Old Qin, please share your conclusions with everyone. The man in sunglasses opened the folder and a segment of battle footage began playing repeatedly on the holographic screen, freezing on a frame where a blue skeleton wielding a sword struck down a demon bull's head. There is only one conclusion. He removed his sunglasses and placed them on the table, revealing bloodshot. The energy system used by this young man does not belong to any known classification framework. It disregards the penetration rate of spiritual armor, ignores elemental resistance charts, and bypasses the abyssal demon immunity mechanism. The combat assessment model we have established for 72 years has completely failed in his presence. No one in the conference room responded, only the faint electronic sounds of rolling data streams from the holographic screen could be heard. A middle-aged woman in a general's uniform on the left was flipping through her copy, her brow furrowed. Old Qin, what does the term high-dimensional energy system in your report mean? Literally, it means what it says. The man named Qin nodded at the holographic screen. Our spiritual power is essentially energy movement within a three-dimensional space, characterized by wavelength, frequency, and attenuation curves. All detection instruments are designed based on this physical model. However, the entity within him cannot even be represented in waveform by our instruments. It is not that the signal is too weak to detect. There is simply no corresponding decoding protocol. So, Therefore, my recommendation is to place this individual on the highest level national strategic observation list, temporarily codenamed Song Qiong, and to initiate a friendly contact plan without any form of confrontational testing. The white-haired elder tapped his fingers on the table 3 times slowly. Approved. Draft a report to the Central Committee copying all military district headquarters classified as SS and incinerate after reading. He stood up, dragging his chair across the floor with a dull thud. Additionally, the public commendation from Jiang City should only credit Lin Chushuang and her contract spirit without disclosing any detailed data. You can come up with your own reasons, do not let the outside world catch a whiff of it. The 9 people stood and saluted as the alloy door of the conference room closed from both sides, isolating all sound in the 37th floor underground. Jiang City Wuling High School. Reconstruction work on the campus was still ongoing. The deep giant palm print in the center of the playground had been half filled with special cement by the construction team, while the other half was cordoned off by the school, with an iron fence displaying a sign reading construction area, please do not approach. Yet every day groups of students leaned against the fence peering inside. Have you heard? The military's commendation order was posted on the official website yesterday, and the top honor goes to Lin Chushuang. Isn't she that blind girl? Her contract spirit took down a level 60 commander. Of course, didn't you see the footage? That blue giant was summoned by her contract spirit. That's ridiculous and grade useless card dealing SSR level damage, what a bug. I've heard that Wang Tung's side didn't dare to make a peep. His old man personally ordered a gag order claiming it was a training accident that led to damage to the spiritual vein. Ha, training accident. That's hilarious, a training accident caused by being slapped down. Should stop talking. That person apparently lives in East District Building C. If he hears you, you might as well kiss your... The discussions in the corridor faded with the school bell, and no one dared to mention Chu Ye's name in public, nor did anyone dare to approach the dorm room in East District Building C, which was always covered by curtains. That name had become a topic that all teachers and students at Wuling High School avoided mentioning. In the southern part of the city, a low-rent partitioned room with a monthly rent of 300 spirit stones. The room was so small that one couldn't even turn around. It contained only a folding table, a plastic chair, and the window was covered with yellowed old newspapers to block the light. In the corner were several kicked-in cardboard boxes strewn with once valuable silk dress scraps and broken jewelry boxes. Jiang Shui sat on the plastic chair, the dim light of the holographic screen casting a pale glow on her face. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy, her lips cracked, and peeling, her hair messy and unkempt, completely devoid of the proud young lady she had been just half a month ago. The screen was looping the same segment of footage. The blue skeleton raised its sword overhead, a flash of light streaked across the sky, and the head of the level 60 abyssal commander detached from its neck as the rift in the sky began to close, allowing sunlight to pour back into Jiang City. A barrage of comments scrolled wildly at the bottom of the screen. The god of Jiang City, this is the grade useless card she personally discarded. Is Jiang Shui blind for throwing away such a monster? Not blind, just foolish. Her nails dug into her palm, leaving marks of old scars and fresh bloodstains overlapping. A notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. The military's official account released a new announcement, the title, in bold red, disciplinary notice during the abyssal invasion list of cowardly fleers. She clicked in and scrolled to the third line, her name glaringly listed, followed by a note, abandoned the school district and abandoned fellow students to escape alone during the abyssal invasion. Serious misconduct. Jiang Shui's pupils constricted, her fingers hadn't yet managed to close the page when another email popped up in the upper right corner of her holographic device. The sender was the Academic Affairs Office of Wuling High School. The subject line read, formal notice of permanent expulsion of Jiang Shui. She didn't open it as the second email arrived immediately afterward. The sender was the office of the Jiang family head. The subject line read, public statement on Jiang Shui's disqualification from the clan final draft with media release schedule attached. The plastic chair beneath her let out a crisp sound. It was unclear whether the chair leg cracked or her nails broke. The light from the holographic screen illuminated her face, revealing a strange expression, not quite a cry, and not quite a smile. Her lips pulled back into a twisted arc. She stood up, grabbing the only makeup mirror on the folding table. The mirror reflected a face that she herself could barely recognize. The mirror was smashed against the wall, shattering into 7 or 8 pieces that fell to the ground, the largest shard reflecting half of her distorted face in the light. It wasn't me who was wrong. Her voice squeezed out from her throat, hoarse and sharp. It was that useless card that took my things away and turned me into this. At that moment, the holographic screen flickered. It wasn't the kind of flicker from a notification push, it was a full-screen flicker caused by external signals seizing control. All content on the screen was cleared, replaced by an email without a sender address with a dark red background and blood red text. There was only one sentence. Do you wish to gain the power to crush them? Come to us with your hatred. There was no name at the signature, only a pattern, an upright eyeball with spiral patterns etched in the pupil identical to the mark Chu Yi had found in the remnants of a commander-level spirit core. The Eye of the Abyss. Jiang Shui stared at that eye. For a long time the reflections of the shattered mirror pieces flickering around her feet, the dark red light from the screen, casting a tint of red over the room. She pulled a black cloak from the corner and draped it over herself, pulling up the hood to cover half of her face. On the holographic screen, the pupil of the Eye of the Abyss was slowly rotating. The door was pulled open from the inside, the night breeze rushing in to disperse the musty smell in the room. Jiang Shui's figure vanished into the darkness at the end of the corridor, her footsteps quick and without a glance back. On that very same night, all new students at major universities in Jiang City received an official email from the Federal Department of Education. Jiang Shui's footsteps splashed in the stagnant water of the sewage drain. The hem of her black cloak was soaked, but she did not stop. The spiral eye icon on the holographic screen continued to glow, guiding her deeper along the dark red arrows painted on the pipe wall, passing through 3 concrete walls that had been artificially chiseled open. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the pipeline, and the faint light from the holographic device reflected in her eyes under the hood. Half a month ago, she stood in the center of the summoning array wearing a custom-made spirit silk gown with the resources of the Jiang family piled before her, and everyone gazed at her with admiration and flattery. Now she was crouching in the sewer. At the end of the pipe, there was a crack in the wall wide enough for a person to pass sideways. The inner wall of the crack was engraved with flowing dark red runes resembling the patterns at the edge of an abyssal fissure. Jiang Shui squeezed herself through sideways. As she passed through the narrow passage, her vision suddenly widened, revealing a circular underground space over 30 meters in diameter. The dome was chiseled into an inverted cone shape at least 15 meters high, surrounded by dozens of black stone pillars, each entwined with writhing dark red spirit patterns. In the center of the space stood a massive abyssal altar, its black rock base stained with dried dark red liquid. 6 tiers of steps narrowed as they ascended, and at the top a still pulsating fragment of a deep purple spirit core was embedded in the formation. Dozens of figures in black cloaks knelt around the altar, their low prayers causing the ground to hum. A figure emerged from the darkness wearing a robe longer and thicker than those surrounding him. His face was covered by a multi-eyed mask with 7 eye sockets of varying sizes arranged on its surface, each housing a living dark red eyeball that rotated in unison, all locking onto Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui felt a chill at the back of her neck from those gazes, yet her feet did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward. You said you could give me power. Her voice was urgent. I have come, give it to me. The priest tilted his head, and the 7 eyeballs on the mask simultaneously narrowed. What's the hurry, little girl? He raised his hand, revealing an arm covered in black scales from the robe's sleeve, pointing at an iron cage on the side of the altar. Inside the cage was a gray spirit beast roughly the size of a small truck, its spirit power circuit still in operation, estimated to be at least Class A. A wisp of black curse energy floated from the priest's fingertip, as thin as a hair. The moment that wisp of curse energy touched the spirit beast's armor, the Class A spirit armor offered no resistance. The black energy directly penetrated all defensive layers, invading the core spirit vein of the beast. The spirit beast's golden eyes rapidly turned grayish-white, its limbs began to shatter from the tips, and the entire process erupted with no energy explosion, no offensive or defensive judgments. Purely corrosion and demise. 3 seconds later, the iron cage was left with only a pile of gray powder and a few fragments of bones still warm to the touch. Concept-level erosion. The priest retracted his fingers, speaking in a nonchalant tone. It doesn't matter what level the armor is, nor the thickness of the spirit power. If it touches you, you die. No exceptions. Jiang Shui's pupils began to dilate at the moment she witnessed the spirit beast shatter, her breathing quickening. Her fingers clenched into fists and then relaxed repeatedly in her cloak, the pent-up resentment from half a month roiling within her, making her feel feverish. Give it to me. She took 2 more steps forward, her voice trembling. This power, give it to me. The gifts of the abyss are never free. The priest circled around her, the 7 eyeballs meticulously inspecting her entire body. Do you know what? I don't care. Your soul. The priest stopped before her. Your soul will serve as the vessel for the arrival of the abyss. Your consciousness will be gradually eroded, and when we need it your body will become the anchor point for the fisher's descent. Speak plainly. Jiang Shui's voice turned sharp. To put it simply, you will become very powerful. Powerful enough to crush those who have caused you pain. The priest's mask drew closer to her face, the eyeballs just a fist's distance away. But your life will no longer belong to you from today onwards. Jiang Shui lowered her head, the shadow of the hood obscuring half her face, her exposed jawline, taught her lips twitching. Her mind churned with those images. Chu Ye's side profile as he looked down from the core of the Susanoo skeleton, Lin Chushuang being treated as a strategic asset by the military, the declaration of her family's disownment, and the overwhelming ridicule flooding the internet. And that kick. In front of 30 million spectators in the square, the kick that sent her flying 15 meters, the sound of her bones shattering against the stone pillar, still startled her awake from nightmares at midnight. As long as I can make Lin Chushuang die without a corpse. She raised her head, revealing her bitten lip and bloodshot eyes. As long as I can make Chu Yi kneel and beg me, I would give you my life. A low laugh emerged from behind the priest's mask, and the 7 eyeballs simultaneously curved into crescent shapes. Very well. His palm pressed against the top of Jiang Shui's head, 5 fingers covered in black scales gathering together, and then he led her toward the steps of the altar. Lie down. Jiang Shui was pressed against the formation's center, her face pressed against the cold black rock, her back turned up, her cloak torn away and tossed aside, revealing a back so thin her shoulder blades jutted out. The priest's palm pressed down the center of her spine, and at that moment the dark red runes on the 6 tiers of steps all lit up, the prayers of dozens of figures in black cloaks suddenly rising in volume, and the entire underground space began to tremble with rubble from the dome falling. The deep purple spirit core fragment at the top of the altar exploded, and thick abyssal essence morphed into dozens of black tendrils drilling out from the fragment and madly burrowing under Jiang Shui's skin along her bare spine. Jiang Shui's screams echoed in the underground space, causing the nearest black-cloaked figures to unconsciously shrink back. Black patterns spread from the injection point at her spine outward, wrapping around her ribs and traversing to her chest, crawling down her arms to her fingertips, and climbing up her face from her cervical spine, carving intricate and twisted patterns of death's energy into her cheekbones and forehead. At a certain moment her eyes ceased struggling. Her original brown irises appeared as if drenched in ink, the color rapidly fading into the abyss' unique dark red glow, and even her scara became veined with black. The scream stopped. Jiang Shui's body slowly straightened from the altar, the death patterns on her face resembling some evil mask under the reflection of the dark red runes. She looked down at the writhing black patterns on the back of her hand and let out a laugh from her throat. How does it feel? The priest stepped back 2 paces, his tone carrying satisfaction, as if Jiang Shui raised her hand, a wisp of black curse energy coalescing at her fingertip identical to what the priest had shown earlier, causing the air within a meter of her to begin to warp and change color. Excellent. Her voice had become hoarse and deep, a stark contrast to the clear and proud voice of the noble lady from half a month ago. The priest pulled out a paper document from his robe and tossed it at her feet, the paper marked with the Federal Education Department seal and the entry number for the provincial freshman competition. In 3 weeks, the provincial freshman competition. The priest turned to walk into the depths of the shadow, the 7 eyeballs on the mask glancing back at her one last time. Go tear apart those so-called prodigies, draw that man out. Do you want his eyes? Jiang Shui picked up the registration form, her dark red pupils sweeping over the text. What we want is much more than just the eyes. The priest's figure was swallowed by darkness, leaving only his voice echoing. You just need to be the bait. Jiang Shui folded the registration form and stuffed it into her pocket, the blood on her fingers leaving several dark red fingerprints on the paper. As she walked down the altar steps, passing by the kneeling black-cloaked figures, each of them bowed their heads even lower. She stopped before the iron cage where the Class A spirit beast had been corroded into powder, looking down at the gray remnants at the bottom of the cage, her dark red eyes reflecting her distorted image. Lin Chushuang. Her nails dug into her palm, her voice soft, as if she were talking to herself. In 3 weeks, I will make you understand what it means to suffer worse than death. Before Jiang Shui's murmur had even faded, the altar beneath her feet began to tremble. All the dark red runes on the 6-tiered steps extinguished, not fading gradually, but vanishing in an instant. Then the air above the altar's center began to warp and distort, the temperature plummeting so sharply that Jiang Shui's breath condensed into white mist. Don't move. The priest's voice came from the depths of the shadows, carrying a fervor she hadn't heard before. Your contract medium has been implanted into your spine. Now comes the main course. Before Jiang Shui could ask what the main course meant, the void above the altar began to tear. This rift was entirely different from the dark red fissures that had appeared in the sky during the abyss descent. Its color was deeper, its texture thicker. The edges of the tear dripped with a viscous scarlet fluid, each drop hissing and corroding as it struck the altar's surface. The sound of chains dragging across the ground echoed from the depths of the rift, heavy and prolonged. Each clank carried a frequency of metal grinding against bone, reverberating through the underground space. Among the kneeling black-robed figures, 3 directly prostrated themselves, hands clamped over their ears. A hand reached out from the rift. Pale, almost translucent female fingers, nails caked in a solidified dark red. Around the wrist wound chains as thick as a thumb, rusted with blood, their links embedded with writhing fleshy veins. Then came the arm, the shoulder, and a face largely hidden by a cascade of black hair. Her body floated out from the rift with an agonizing slowness. Layers upon layers of dark red chains wrapped around her torso, and limbs, their ends connected to an unseen point deep within the fissure, each link pulled taut. The moment she touched the ground, the air pressure in the entire underground space plummeted. Jiang Shui's knees buckled involuntarily. Her chest was compressed by a terrifying pressure, nearly halting its function. The rock walls around her began to soften unnaturally under that force, the sharp edges of the black stone pillars growing rounded and smooth. What is this thing? Jiang Shui knelt on the ground, forcing the words from her throat. Your contract spirit. The priest walked over to the woman bound in chains. The 7 eyeballs on his mask all swiveled to face her, his tone brimming with barely contained fervor. An SSR grade sacrificial contract spirit, codename Blood Curse Witch. The woman in chains finally lifted her head. Her long black hair slid away from her cheeks, revealing a face of exquisite, flawless features. But her eyes were empty black sockets devoid of eyeballs, only thick, dark blood silently flowing from the cavities, tracing paths down her cheeks to drip onto the chains. Those 2 hollow eye sockets fixed on Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui felt her blood being watched. Not a gaze on her skin, but a scrutiny that made every red blood cell in her veins tremble. She doesn't use elemental attacks, physical attacks, or spiritual energy output. The priest circled the witch, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters, his speech rate doubling. Her method is causality curse on the level of rules. Once she locks onto a target, she directly manufactures a death outcome on the causal thread. The process is omitted, defenses are useless. Jiang Shui's breath caught in her throat. What do you mean? It means her killing has no process. The priest's finger pointed through the air at the witch's hollow eyes. She locks onto someone, and they die. Armor and dodging are useless because there is no attack step, just a direct result. Jiang Shui scrambled up from the ground, her dark red pupils fixed on the chained woman, her heart pounding wildly. How do I sign the contract? Blood contract. The priest pulled a tiny black blade the size of a fingernail from his sleeve and offered it to her. Cut your wrist, let the blood drip into her mouth. The contract will activate automatically, but let me state the price first. Speak. Every time she uses the causality curse, it doesn't consume spiritual energy. It consumes your lifespan. The priest's mask leaned in the 7 eyeballs, reflecting Jiang Shui's contorted expression. A small curse costs 3 years. A lethal curse costs 10. You're 17 now. Calculate how many uses your balance allows. Jiang Shui snatched the blade from his hand, without even a flicker of hesitation. My life isn't even my own anymore. Why should I care about my lifespan? Gritting her teeth, she pressed the blade's tip against the artery on the inside of her left wrist. With a twist, a deep, long gash opened. Blood gushed out so fast it drained the color from her face. The witch's hollow eye sockets oriented toward the wound. Her lips moved for the first time, parting slowly to reveal a set of neat white teeth with traces of old black blood between them. Jiang Shui brought her bleeding wrist to the witch's lips. The instant the first drop of blood entered that mouth, all the chains simultaneously snapped taut, and then went abruptly slack. A piercing metallic shriek erupted from the links. Something deep within Jiang Shui's soul was violently yanked, as if a rope inside her chest had been seized from outside her body. A set of blood-red system prompts flashed across her vision. Soul blood contract in progress. Contract spirit blood curse, which SSR. Permanent maximum vitality deduction 20. Contract activated. The wound on her wrist stopped bleeding the moment the contract took effect, but Jiang Shui could clearly feel that something was missing from within her, a void that would never be filled. The witch's chains began to shatter and fall away link by link from the middle, striking the altar with dull thuds. In the end, only a single ring remained around each wrist and ankle. Her form descended from its floating state to stand firmly on the ground, bare feet on the cold stone. Her black hair fell to her waist, and her hollow eyes silently turned toward Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui looked at her new contract spirit. The turmoil that had been suppressed for half a month began to churn within her chest. I want to test it. The priest retreated 3 steps. All the eyeballs on his mask swiveled toward a broken stone pillar base in a corner of the altar. There a gray rat mutated by the abyss aura was crawling along a crack. It was 3 times larger than an ordinary rat with purple spines growing along its back. Test it on that. Jiang Shui raised her hand, her fingers pointing at the still-climbing mutant rat. A thread of icy guidance came through her mental contract channel, with the witch instinctively teaching her how to use this power. There was no energy fluctuation, no trace of spiritual power, no release process observable by anyone. At a certain moment, the mutant rat's movement stopped. Its limbs stiffened, all its purple spines drooped, and dark red fluid simultaneously oozed from its 7 orifices. Its body bore no external injuries, no dents, no burns, but it simply slumped over in the crevice, completely lifeless. Jiang Shui's hand was still raised. Her breathing grew shallow and rapid. Her dark red pupils reflected the rat that had dropped dead on the spot, and the corners of her mouth began to pull back uncontrollably. Remote, traceless, instant death. She lowered her hand, clenching her 5 fingers into a fist, and then releasing them. What armor, what Susanoo, what absolute defense. None of it works against causality. Her laughter erupted from her throat, echoing through the underground space. The shrill sound made several of the kneeling black-robed figures lower their heads even further. Chuyi, what use is your hard blue bones now? Jiang Shui clutched her still-throbbing wrist, her dark red pupils reflecting the witch's hollow face. I don't need to break it. I just need to kill the person inside directly. The priest watched her laugh from the shadows until she was done, then pulled a second document from his sleeve and handed it over. The League's wildcard entry requires a qualifying match victory to activate. This is the match list for the nearest subregion. Pick one you fancy. Jiang Shui took it and glanced over at her fingertip, landing on one of the names. Qingyang City subregion seeded player Zhao Mingxian. Grade contract Spirit Master. His spirit is the level 38 ironclad Vajra specializing in defense. She folded the document and stuffed it into her pocket, her dark red pupils curving into 2 crescents. A guy who relies on defense. Perfect for testing the causality curse. In the abandoned training ground on the eastern outskirts of Jiangqing, the midday sun casts a layer of white mist over the overgrown grass. Chuyi stood with one hand in his pocket, leaning against a dead fir tree trunk, while Lin Chushuang stood in a thicket 50 meters away, sweating profusely, gripping 3 polished pebbles in her hand. The 7th one at 3 o'clock above your left shoulder, twice as fast as before. As Chuyi's voice fell, a remarkably thin thread of chakra shot out from his fingertip, silently weaving through the gaps between 3 bushes, taking 2 strange turns. Lin Chushuang's 3-dimensional perception map in her mind captured the energy signal, and she flicked her right wrist to throw the pebble. The sound of wind slicing through the treetops echoed as the pebble grazed the edge of the thread and embedded itself into a tree trunk behind. It was off by 2 centimeters. Slow. Chuyi's evaluation was a single word. Lin Chushuang bit her lip in silence, bending down to pick up a new pebble from her feet, while blood oozed from the scraped wound on her knee, mixing with the dirt. Her pant legs had been snagged by tree roots 3 times since the training began. There is a delay of 0.3 seconds between your perception capture speed and your throwing judgment. It's sufficient for dealing with opponents below level 20, but against those above level 30 you will perish. Chuyi straightened up from the tree trunk, his right hand splayed open, and 10 chakra threads shot out from his fingertips, moving rapidly through the forest, intertwining and crossing. Again, this time all 10 at once. You must hit at least 5 within 3 seconds, or you'll keep training until dark. Lin Chushuang's chakra perception map was overwhelmed by 10 rapidly moving signals, the information far exceeding her current processing limit. The veins on her forehead throbbed twice as she clenched her back teeth and threw out the 3 pebbles in succession. The first hit. The second grazed by. The third missed, completely ricocheting off the rocky wall and shattering into powder. In her haste to bend down and pick up new ammunition, her toes caught on a bare old tree root, sending her sprawling forward, her forehead aimed directly at a sharp-edged rock. The wind rushed past her ears. In the next instant, a force yanked her by the collar, pulling her into an embrace, the back of her head colliding with a hard chest bone as the rocky debris brushed past her nose just 3 centimeters away. Falling to your death on a tree root during training, what will I do with my face if that gets out? Chuyi's voice came from above her, laced with disdain, yet the hand gripping her shoulder remained firm. Lin Shuxuang gasped for breath, feeling Chu Ye's energy outline in her perception map. So close the familiar warmth of chakra seeped through the fabric of his palm into her skin. I'm sorry, you'll try again. Take a 5-minute break. Chu Yi released her, pressing her down onto a flat stone, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Your body has just undergone a cleansing and bone refining process less than 48 hours ago, and the threshold for your spiritual veins has not fully stabilized. Continuing to push will cause microcracks in your meridians. Lin Shuxuang opened her mouth to say she didn't need a break, but upon meeting his slowly rotating crimson Sharingan, the words died on her lips. Chu Yi crouched down, his gaze fixed on the area around her bandaged eyes, the three tomo spinning rapidly as they scanned the depths of those two hollow sockets. His motion suddenly paused. The remaining nerve endings in Lin Shuxuang's damaged eye sockets were undergoing a change he had never seen before. Around the edges of the already necrotic blackened tissue, an extremely faint blue fluorescence pulsed, synchronized with the chakra pulses in his body. It was as if they were devouring or resonating. Chu Yi. Lin Shuxuang felt his gaze linger too long and tilted her head slightly. What is it? Nothing. Chu Yi withdrew his Sharingan and stood up, suppressing this detail deep in his memory. Are you hungry? Not really. Lying, your stomach has been growling since half an hour ago. I can see your stomach wall contracting with my Sharingan. Lin Shuxuang's ears turned slightly red, her hands futilely covering her abdomen. Chu Yi ignored her embarrassment, performed a single-handed seal and a compressed fire-style projectile shot from his fingertip, accurately hitting a gray rabbit in the grass 20 meters away that had been slightly mutated by abyssal energy. The flames instantly cooked the prey, the scent wafting over with the wind. He tore the cooked rabbit meat into small pieces and brought them back on a clean broadleaf. Just as he handed it to Lin Shuxuang, she sensed the food approaching and leaned in to take a bite, the scalding juice burning her tongue, making her face scrunch up. Fool. Chu Yi took the meat back, blowing on it for a moment, confirming the temperature had dropped before offering it back to her mouth. Open wide. Lin Shuxuang obediently opened her mouth. The meat at a moderate temperature was placed between her teeth. She chewed twice the mark of her burned lips, still reddening. Chu Yi watched her in her adorable, yet awkward state, a smirk tugging at his lips, as he continued to feed her piece by piece. This tranquility did not last long. A few chaotic footsteps and heavy breathing came from the edge of the woods. Chu Yi's Sharingan caught the movement. 3 middle-aged men in Wuling High School administrative uniforms were hurriedly pushing through the bushes towards them. The balding elder at the front was Zhao Denian, the principal of Wuling High School, his face covered in sweat dripping down his chin. Behind him, 2 academic directors each carried a stack of document bags, one holding 2 high-end insulated boxes marked with military insignia, looking quite earnest. Choo-choo, student. Zhao Denian began to smile broadly from afar, lowering his voice to avoid startling him. We finally found you. We've been searching since morning. Chu Yi didn't even turn his head, continuing to bring the piece of rabbit meat to Lin Shuxuang's mouth. Zhao Denian jogged to a stop 5 meters away, too afraid to approach any closer. He pulled out a gold-embossed document folder from behind the academic director and offered it with both hands, bending deeply at the waist. This is the official invitation and participation materials for the provincial freshman competition. The Federal Ministry of Education has personally invited you to represent Jiangxing in the competition. Our Jiangxing has been last in the province for 11 consecutive years. You are our only hope for a turnaround. Chu Yi glanced at the gold-embossed cover with the corner of his eye, lifted his fingers smeared with rabbit grease, and hooked the document folder from Zhao Denian's hands. He opened the file with one hand, his eyes quickly scanning through the profiles of the seed contestants from The top seed from Lanhaking Su Binglin has a bound contract spirit of level 42, a ice domain lord skilled in large-scale freezing tactics, known as the Ice Princess. The top seed from Delinching Leijin Yue has dual contract spirits, both at level 38, a grade thunder beast, with his father being a major general in the Delinching Defense Department, known as the Son of Thunder. The top seed from Zuan Wuching Chun Yue has a contract spirit of level 40, a Xuanjia giant turtle, the defending champion of 3 consecutive tournaments. Chu Yi closed the file and tossed it back to Zhao Denian as if it were garbage. The principal fumbled to catch it as several loose pages were blown out by the wind and fell onto the grass. This group relies on spirit stones to pile up attributes. Chu Yi's lips curled in disdain. Sending me to bully children is rather pointless. Zhao Denian was still organizing his words, wanting to persuade further, when Lin Shuxuang beside him suddenly stopped chewing. A loose page of information was blown to her feet by the wind, the paper brushing against the grass, making a subtle rustling sound. Her chakra perception caught the residual spiritual energy ink on the paper, and the energy fluctuations of those characters were automatically translated into textual information by her brain. Her fingers gripping the food began to turn white. Di Jinglin family's special invitation to compete. Her voice squeezed out from her throat, trembling uncontrollably. Representative contestant Lin Ruoyan. Zhao Denian's expression changed. He had no idea this detail on the last page would strike such a chord. The ambient temperature visibly dropped after this statement, the tips of the grass crystallizing with frost, and a thin layer of ice formed on the hot rabbit meat in Chu Ye's hand. Lin Chushuang sensed the sudden chill, knowing Chu Yi was looking at her, the 3 tomos spinning in his Sharingan directed at her. She wanted to say it was nothing, but her lips moved twice only to tremble. A warm, dry palm covered the back of her head, 5 fingers weaving into her hair, the pressure gentle, yet undeniably comforting. Don't be afraid. Chu Ye's voice was soft and calm, creating a stark contrast with the continuously dropping temperature around them. The 2 academic directors behind Zhao Denian had already begun to shiver, and frost was hanging from the principal's eyebrows. The 3 of them dared not even breathe. They'll take one out for each of them. His thumb brushed through Lin Chushuang's disheveled hair. The crimson Sharingan shifted away from her face, gazing towards the direction of Di Jing, the rotation speed of the 3 tomo, slowing to a dangerously deliberate pace. The person who took your eyes back, then this time I want her to pay with interest. Chu Yi said little, moving his palm away from her head, his crimson pupils lingering on the name in the document page. Detected an update to the participant list for the Provincial Freshman League. It includes several top talents with extremely high luck values. Completely shatter the Dao heart beliefs of top talents in the public arena. Target list: Lin Ruoyan, Di Jing Lin family, extremely high luck value; Lei Jinyu at Di Lin City, high luck value; Su Binglan Blue Sea City, relatively high luck value. Reward mechanism: each successful shattering of a talent's Dao heart grants a dimensional draw ticket fragment, 1 at current progress 13. Collect 3 fragments to unlock a new SSR villain template blind box. Chu Ye's gaze swept over the system panel, pausing for 2 seconds on the reward description, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Denian beside him maintained a bent posture, the teeth of the 2 academic directors clicking together, no one daring to speak, only feeling that Chu Ye's smile was even more unnerving than his earlier anger. I will participate. Chu Yi took the gilded invitation from Zhao Denian's hand, casually stuffing it into his pocket, his tone very light. But I have a condition. Chu Yi glanced down at Lin Chushuang leaning against the rock, her hand still gripping. During the league, she will follow me, and all accommodations and transportation arranged by you must be configured for 2. If there's even 1 less chair, I will tear down your school gate. No problem, no problem. Everything will be as you wish. Zhao Denian nodded, quickly receiving the thermos box from the academic director behind him and offering it with both hands. This is a high-grade nutritional agent and spirit stone supply specially provided by the military. Please take it first. Chu Yi took the thermos box with one hand without raising his eyelids, turned and stuffed the box into Lin Chushuang's arms, patting her head. Let's go back and pack our things. Lin Chushuang stood up, holding the thermos box, which was wider than her upper body. The red mark at the corner of her mouth, still not faded. Her chakra sensing swept over Zhao Denian and the others, confirming there was no threat, before she followed Chu Ye's footsteps. The 2 figures disappeared at the edge of the woods, and Zhao Denian straightened up, sitting down beside the iron fir tree trunk, where Chu Yi had just leaned, his shirt soaked through with sweat. Principal, he agreed. The academic director squatted down to hand him a water bottle. Agreed, it's good that he agreed. Zhao Denian took a couple of sips of water, his hands still trembling. Immediately send a reply to the Federation confirming participation. Remember, all logistics must be prepared to the highest standards. Do not allow any flaws to be found. The 3 of them hurried towards the campus. Chu Yi held Lin Chushuang's hand as they walked back to the dormitory, his mind scrolling through the list of top talents provided by the system, finally locking onto the name at the very top. Lin Ruoyan, direct descendant of the Di Jing Lin family, level 22, binding spirit unknown. A line of small text followed the luck value. This target has a direct causal grudge relationship with the host. Shattering her Dao heart can trigger additional hidden rewards. Chu Yi turned off the system, glancing down at Lin Chushuang, who silently followed by his side, her posture, holding the thermos box a bit strained, the box's edge digging into her chin, but she remained silent. He reached out and took the box from her arms, tucking it under his armpit, while holding her free hand with the other. In the league 3 weeks from now, Lin Ruoyan will come. Lin Chushuang paused, her walking rhythm, when she resumed, her palms had a thin layer of sweat. I know you're afraid of her. Chu Ye's tone was very calm. But you only need to sit in the audience and watch. As for the rest, I will handle it. I'm not afraid. Lin Shuxuang shook her head, her voice soft, but steady. With you here, I'm not afraid. Chu Yi said nothing more, tightening his grip on her hand as Sharingan, slowly ceasing its rotation in the glow of the setting sun. At the same moment, 3,000 kilometers away, Dijing, the Lin family's main residence. This estate covers over 60,000 square meters and is located in the most expensive area of Dijing's core zone. Just the external spiritual energy barrier consumes the daily energy equivalent to that of a medium-sized city, with rows of military-painted hover cars parked at the entrance, and not a single person entering or leaving has a rank lower than colonel. Main hall, a long table made of black sandalwood. Only 6 people occupied the 12 carved high chairs, and the spiritual flames of the candlesticks cast flickering shadows on each face. In the center of the table lay a crushed top-secret document with shards of a broken teacup still stuck to the paper. 3 years ago we dealt with the waste, and now you tell me she is still alive. The elderly man sitting to the right of the main seat slammed his palm on the table, causing 2 pieces of broken porcelain to fall. His expression was stern and forbidding, the veins on his forehead pulsing in a regular rhythm, his voice low and deep. Not just alive. A middle-aged scholar across from him opened another report, his finger pointing to a blurry screenshot. It was an image captured by a drone from high above showing a blue skeletal frame slaying the leader of the demon bulls with a sword. She has contracted this thing, codenamed Sky, within the military, assessed at SS level and above. The Federation has already classified it as a high-level strategic observation target. The white-haired elder in the main seat remained silent, his neatly trimmed nails tapping leisurely on the armrest of his chair. Second uncle, you personally guaranteed back then that there would be no future troubles. A young man on the other side crossed his arms, his tone displeased. Her eyes were gouged out, her spiritual veins crippled, thrown to a place like Jiang City, and no one cared for 3 years, and what's the result? Who could have imagined that a disabled person with completely ruined eyes and spiritual veins could still draw a monster from the origin card pool? The man called the second uncle gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing even faster. The problem now is how to resolve this. The combat power of that thing has exceeded what we can handle private. All 6 people in the hall fell silent, their gazes converging on the main seat. No need to resolve privately. The elder finally spoke, his voice hoarse and dry. In the Provincial Freshman League, on the public arena, within the rules allowed completely incapacitate her contracted spirit to the point of losing its combat value. But the combat power assessment of that thing, no matter how strong it is, just a contracted spirit. As long as the master falls, the contracted spirit is like a drifting weed. The elder stood up from his chair, the spiritual energy barrier suppressing his voice within the hall. Remove the original contestants, replace them with Lin Yao and Lin Yin. A brief silence fell over the hall. Use the twin stars. The middle-aged scholar put down the report, his brows furrowing slightly. Isn't it too much to mobilize for a newcomer? You should watch that video before saying that. The elder's figure disappeared behind the inner hall screen, leaving only one last sentence. This matter must not fail, otherwise the events of 3 years ago will resurface, and the entire Lin family will be buried with it. As footsteps faded away, the remaining 5 in the hall exchanged glances. The second elder swept the shattered document fragments into the trash, turning to look at the 2 figures standing at the bottom of the hall who had not taken their seats. A young man and woman stood side by side, their features almost identical, with the only difference being the girl on the left had hair that reached her waist while the boy on the right had a neat short cut. Both had an unusual pale golden color in their pupils, a characteristic that only emerged after cultivating the Lin family's secret eye techniques to a high level. Lin Yao took out a sphere the size of a baby's fist from her bosom, encased in a transparent shell, within which a still slowly rotating eyeball could be seen. The iris was a very light, silver-purple color, with visible spiritual patterns flowing in the pupil. That was the object excavated from Lin Shuxuang's eye 3 years ago, transformed into an attack-type artifact after being refined with the Lin family's secret methods. Second elder, rest assured. Lin Yao tossed the eyeball artifact in her hand, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Since that blind girl likes to be seen so much, I will crush her dignity along with her contracted spirit in front of millions of viewers during the live broadcast across the province. Within the rules. The second elder's gaze was icy. Do not leave any handles. Life and death on the arena depend on fate. This is clearly stated in the terms set by the League Organizing Committee. Lin Yin picked up the conversation, his voice as calm as his sister's, with no emotional fluctuations visible in his pale golden pupils. If we accidentally kill her, the worst penalty is just a year's suspension. The second elder stared at the siblings for 3 seconds, stood up from his chair, and waved his hand to them as he turned to the door. Go, don't disappoint the family head. Lin Yao stored the artifact in her inner pocket, turned, and walked out of the hall. As she passed by a column, her fingertips traced a line on the black sandalwood, leaving a faint char mark. The night before the League's opening at Dijing International Spiritual Energy Airport. The giant screen in the waiting hall was looping the promotional video for the League, with representative teams from various cities gathering at different boarding gates, their school uniforms in a variety of colors, and the young faces filled with excitement and tension. No one noticed in the most remote corner a thin figure with a black hood obscuring most of her face was bowing down, flipping through the documents in her hand. The photo on the document showed a face completely different from hers, with the name listed as that of a wildcard contestant from a remote small city. Jiang Shui put the forged documents into her pocket, her dark red pupils sweeping over the new students laughing and chatting in the waiting hall. In the capital city, the Federation Combat Arena. The psychic floating bus glided into the station from the elevated platform, and Lin Chushuang's chakra perception map instantly flooded with a plethora of energy signals. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, at least 300 sources of spiritual energy were simultaneously active, with a density 20 times that of Jiang City. Over 40 of these sources exceeded a grade intensity, and the high-pressure spiritual signals caused her perception network to experience an overwhelming heat. So many people. She tightened her grip on Chu Yi's sleeve slightly. They're all here to gain experience. Chu Yi took her down from the bus, and chakra formed an invisible barrier around them, isolating them from the chaotic spiritual pressure fluctuations outside. Zhao Denian, accompanied by 2 academic directors, jogged ahead to clear the way, holding a stack of accommodation allocation forms, his expression not looking good. Chu, classmate, there might be a small issue regarding accommodation. Speak. The organizing committee allocates floors based on the historical rankings of each city. Our Jiang City has been last for 11 consecutive years, so we've been assigned to the first floor side area next to the kitchen passage, which might be a bit noisy. Zhao Denian forced a stiff smile. Chu Yi remained unfazed, glancing at the 30-story official hotel in the distance, his Sharingan spinning half a turn within his pupils. It doesn't matter as long as we can sleep. The hotel lobby had a dome ceiling 15 meters high, with crystal psychic chandeliers illuminating the entire space. The representatives from various cities moved among the vibrant school uniforms. The front desk check-in line formed 3 rows. Chu Yi led Lin Chushuang to the far right window, with Zhao Denian following behind carrying the luggage. Jiang City Martial Spirit High School, 2 rooms. Chu Yi handed over the documents. The front desk clerk's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds before sliding to the girl beside him, whose eyes were covered with bandages. Her lips twitched slightly, but in the end she said nothing and began processing the paperwork. At that moment, a commotion came from the lobby's main entrance. The sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by a familiar noise to Chu Yi filled the air. It was the sharp crackling of high-voltage electricity coursing through the atmosphere. With each step closer, the sound intensified, and the chandelier above flickered visibly. The people from Dilin City have arrived. The Son of Thunder. Last year's runner-up. This year's top contender. Wait, did he bring his 2 twin thunder beasts too? Releasing spiritual pressure in the lobby. Isn't that directly asserting dominance? Such a powerful oppressive aura, my contract spirit is trembling within its spiritual core. A group of over a dozen attendants in deep blue uniforms from Dilin City surrounded a young man over 1.90 meters tall. His shoulders were broad, his short hair stood on end, and the tips glowed blue under static electricity. With each step, small electric arcs crackled from the seams of the marble floor tiles, leaving a trail of charred footprints. 2 robust thunder beasts flanked him, their purple-blue manes crackling with electricity. A swing of their tails generated half-meter-long arcs of lightning, and nearby freshmen felt the sting as the arcs brushed against their arms. Lei Zhenyue, the son of a general in the Dilin City Defense Department, possessing twin contract spirits, both a grade thunder beast, at level 38, known as the Son of Thunder. He clearly reveled in the retreating gazes of those around him, a hint of arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth as he deliberately broadened his shoulders while walking, forcing the other representatives, freshmen, to press against the walls to make way. The low growls of the 2 thunder beasts grew louder. 3 or 4 lower-tier contract spirits following closely behind their masters suddenly weakened and fell to the ground, emitting fearful whimpers. Clear the way, people from Dilin City are coming this way, don't block the road. The attendants shoved aside a few freshmen blocking the path, and Lei Jinyu's footsteps halted 5 meters away from the front desk. Because there were people ahead. Shu Yi leaned against the counter waiting for the room card, one hand in his pocket, the other holding Lin Shushwang's hand, completely blocking the path to the front desk, not even turning his head. Lei Jinyu's gaze swept over the badge on Chu Yi's back. Jiang City. Oh. A smirk appeared on his lips. The two Thunder Beasts received the command and simultaneously opened their massive jaws, roaring towards Chu Yi and Lin Shushwang. Purple-blue arcs of electricity sprayed from their fangs, accompanied by a thunderous low-frequency roar aimed directly at Lin Shushwang's slender back. Lin Shushwang's perception map was assaulted by the violent, aggrade spiritual pressure signals. Her shoulders tightened slightly, but her feet did not budge an inch. Even her fingers gripping Chu Yi's sleeve did not exert any more strength. Jiang City's waist. Lei Jinyu's voice traveled over from 5 meters away, resonating with the buzzing noise of electrical currents. His chin tilted in Chu Yi's direction. Make way for you, and this blind girl am in a hurry. Everyone who had been moving in the lobby came to a halt, dozens of pairs of eyes turning towards them. Deep within his eyes, the three Tomo completed a rapid spin in an instant, releasing a wave of murderous intent undetectable to the naked eye from that angle, silently and without a trace of chakra leakage. Deep within his eyes, the three Tomo completed a rapid spin in an instant, releasing a wave of murderous intent undetectable to the naked eye from that angle, silently and without a trace of chakra leakage or spiritual fluctuations, leaving all detection devices readings unchanged. The left Thunder Beast's roar caught on half a syllable. The electric arcs dancing along the right Thunder Beast's mane extinguished in that same moment. The two Agrade war spirits, previously flaunting their power by releasing spiritual pressure towards Chu Yi, suddenly bent their limbs, simultaneously kneeling on their knees, their massive bodies pressed against the marble floor, emitting a sound never before heard. It was a whimper of fear emanating from the deepest instinct of a living being. The two Thunder Beasts tucked their tails tightly between their hind legs, their muscles trembling violently. One of them lost control of its abdominal muscles due to extreme fear, releasing a stream of blue-tinted thunder liquid that spread out beneath it, forming an ever-expanding puddle on the smooth marble floor. The lobby fell silent in an instant. Lei Jinyu's smile froze on his face, his lips twitching as his expression twisted. He looked down at the two contract spirits cowering on the ground, feeling his understanding of the situation crumbling. This, an Agrade Thunder Beast, is on the ground. No, not just on the ground, gets kneeling. Look at that posture. That's how a beast expresses absolute submission. Did it just urinate? Wait, did the Son of Thunder's Agrade contract spirit just publicly urinate in the hotel lobby? What did that person do? I didn't detect any fluctuation of spiritual power. He did nothing, he didn't even turn around. Chu Yi received the room card from the front desk, stuffed it into his pocket, and led Lin Shushwang past Lei Jinyue. As they passed the puddle of thunder liquid, they deliberately stepped around it, their faces showing a hint of disgust. From start to finish, he did not glance at Lei Jinyue. At the railing of the second-floor corridor, Lin Yao propped her elbows on the railing, looking down at the entire scene of the commotion from above, her light golden eyes revealing no hint of surprise. What does it matter if one is powerful? Her hand rested against the inner pocket of her left chest, where she concealed a spherical artifact sealed with an eyeball, her fingertips feeling the faint pulse that came through the fabric. Within my absolute barrier, you won't even get within a meter of me. In the first-floor side area, room 1, Chu Yi threw his luggage onto the table, while Lin Shushwang stood by the window, activating her full-power chakra perception map to begin analyzing the spatial structure and personnel distribution of the entire hotel. With a 30-meter radius of perception, she absorbed everything around her, and to her mind, the thickness of every wall, the direction of every pipe, the heartbeats and spiritual levels of the passers-by in the corridor, all transformed into a clear three-dimensional blue image presented deep within her consciousness. First floor normal. Second floor east side normal. At the end of the west side corridor on the second floor, her perception signals swept over a brightly lit room. Inside that room were two people, a man and a woman, both with considerable spiritual power. The light golden energy circuit structure matched something from her memory. Then she sensed that thing. At the left chest position of the female target, a faint sphere emitted pulses that triggered a repulsive reaction in her perception network. The energy frequency of that sphere resonated with the remaining nerve endings deep within her hollow eye sockets, creating a resonance she could neither comprehend nor prevent. A sharp pain exploded from the depths of her two hollow eye sockets. Lin Shushwang's perception map shattered into a cacophony of white noise. Her body staggered back a step, her back hitting the window frame as she clutched her bandaged eye sockets with both hands, cold sweat trickling down her forehead and soaking her collar. Chew. Before she could utter the second word, a hand had already wrapped around her waist from the side, warm chakra pouring into her meridians from the palm, accurately wrapping around those frantically resonating nerve endings and forcibly isolating the external signals. The pain rapidly dissipated and Lin Shuxuang leaned against his chest, breathing heavily, her forehead resting against his collarbone, her nails embedding into the fabric of his arm. The west side of the second floor. Her voice was still trembling. There is a thing that looks just like my eyes, and it's calling me. Chu Ye's hand rested at the back of her head, and the three tomos spun once in his pupils, looking through the ceiling towards the second floor. The Sharingan penetrated the concrete and steel between the floors, locking onto the figures with light golden pupils in that room, as well as the sealed eyeball, carried close to the woman's chest. With silver-purple irises, spiritual patterns flowed within her pupils. That was something extracted from Lin Shuxuang's eye sockets. Chu Ye's fingers tightened in her messy hair at the back of her head, his entire aura sinking. In that moment, the temperature in the room, dropping visibly, a layer of white frost forming on the surface of the cup on the table. Then came the sound. A crisp, shattering sound rang out simultaneously from all directions. The bulletproof glass windows of the entire room were covered in spiderweb-like cracks under the influence of this invisible, murderous intent, spreading rapidly to every corner before all exploding at the same time, with shards shooting outward and scattering on the hotel's outer wall, the night breeze blowing through the broken window frame and lifting their clothes. The night view of the capital unfolded outside the window, hold a myriad of lights reflecting in Chu Ye's crimson pupils, the rotation speed of the three tomo slowing to a frequency capable of making any spiritual beast kneel. Lin family. He glanced down at the trembling girl still leaning against him, his voice emerging from deep within his throat, carrying a heavy, murderous intent. Since you're in such a hurry to seek death, I'll grant you that. On the opening day of the League, the energy array of the main venue in the federal arena of the provincial capital operated at full power, with 1 row floating seats fully occupied, the density of people on the circular stands making the air feel stifling. Lin Shuxuang sat at the edge of the Jiangxing delegation's preparation seat, her knees together, hands resting on the top of her blind, cane, her chakra perception map extending at full power within a 30-meter radius, precisely marking the locations of hundreds of high-intensity spiritual energy sources in her mind's three-dimensional blueprint. Her right hand gripped Chu Ye's sleeve, her knuckles slightly widening. In the third row of the VIP section on the west side of the second floor, two sets of light golden pupils were quietly sitting there, and the spherical magical artifact that resonated deep within her eyes was now pressed against the chest of one of them. Don't get distracted. Chu Ye's voice came from above his palm, pressing down on her hand that gripped the sleeve, chakra seeping into her meridians, isolating the faint pain from her perception network. They can't touch you. Lin Shuxuang nodded, loosening her grip slightly. In the center of the arena, 16 alloy platforms of varying sizes rose from the ground. The head referee on the podium was an old man with gray hair, wearing a dark blue formal robe from the Ministry of Education, holding a rulebook as thick as a dictionary, clearing his throat as he leaned toward the microphone. The 47th Provincial Freshman League is officially open now, and I will read the rules of this competition. First, the contestants are divided into 3 tiers A, B, and C based on their cities, with Tier A including the teams from Dlin City, Lanhai City, Xianwu City, and the specially invited team from Dijing. The proud youths below were hardly listening, as the spiritual pressure tests between delegations had not ceased since their entrance. Lei Jinyue from Dlin City had changed into a brand new military-style coat, standing at the forefront of his team, with arms crossed, flanked by 2 newly assigned B-grade substitutes crouching at his feet. Su Binglan from Lanhai City stood in the middle of the crowd, her white dress emanating cold air from her feet, a thin layer of ice forming on the ground within 3 meters, while nearby representatives from smaller cities shivered, rubbing their arms, but dared not speak. In the special seating for Dijing, Lin Yao sat in the best position with her legs crossed, her light golden pupils half-closed, appearing indifferent. Next to her, Lin Yin was focused on polishing a silver short sword, its spiritual patterns swirling incessantly. The 17th rule states that the group matches will adopt a Swiss round-robin scoring system, with the first round pairings randomly matched by the energy lottery array, each match best 2 out of 3. The head referee continued to drone on. Chu Yi leaned back in his seat, tilting his head back as he let out an exaggerated yawn loud enough for even the 3 rows next to him to hear, tears escaping from his eyes as he wiped at the corners. Is this old man charging by the word? He's been reading for 18 minutes. and hasn't even reached the 20. Zhao Denian sitting behind him twitched his facial muscles at this remark, his lips moving as if to say something, but in the end, he swallowed back his admonition. The 23rd rule now requests all team leaders to come forward to prepare for the draw, with a 30-second countdown for the array to activate. The head referee finally closed the manual, and the 10-meter diameter hexagram lottery array in the center of the square began to spin and glow, with team leaders from various cities rising from their seats to walk towards the center. Chu Yi remained seated looking down at Lin Chushuang, her perception map still locked onto the positions of those two targets in the second-floor VIP section. Something faintly glowing blue was emanating from the depths of her eyes beneath the gauze. His hand moved away from her hand. "Wait for me a moment." Lin Chushuang sensed the change in the chakra flow pattern within him. That familiar prelude to power accumulation made her grip on the blind cane tighten again, her lips moving but unable to speak. The ground beneath them trembled briefly. Chu Yi was no longer by her side. The scene visible to the 100,000 spectators and hundreds of competitors was as follows. In the most remote corner of the Jiangxing delegation, a young man in a black coat stood up from his seat, and the air beneath his feet visibly warped, as if a transparent step had appeared from thin air, which he stepped onto. Step 2, Step 3, Step 4. He walked through the air at a leisurely pace, each step raising him half a meter higher, moving straight toward the main platform in the center of the arena, his path direct and his posture composed. The noise of the crowd transitioned from a clamor to a deathly silence in 3 seconds. Hundreds of team leaders moving toward the lottery array, all halted in their tracks, countless eyes and spiritual energy cameras simultaneously locking onto the figure walking through the air. Is that person flying? No, he has no flying spirit contract or flying artifact. He is walking. My spiritual pressure sensor isn't registering anything. Oh, what ability is he using? Wait, that emblem on his coat, is it from Jiangxing? Jiangxing. He's the one who killed the level 60 commander last time. Chu Yi's foot landed at the center of the main platform, the alloy ground beneath him receiving his weight without any grand effects, as natural as stepping from the last step to the ground. Just 5 meters ahead of him was the head referee's podium. The old man's rulebook was nearly crumpled in his grip, sweat beads the size of peas hanging on his forehead, his mouth opening and closing twice, while the 4 assistant referees beside him had already pressed their hands on the security alarm button. Chu Yi raised his hand, deftly pulling the microphone from the head referee's rigid palm, the motion as light as taking a lollipop from a child. He brought the microphone to his mouth, casually flicking the metal mesh cover at the top with his index finger, a harsh electric sound exploding from hundreds of speakers surrounding the venue, causing 100,000 people to instinctively cover their ears. Security alarms lit up in red around the platform, 6 beams of spiritual energy locking onto his position. Chu Yi didn't even raise an eyelid. Lottery scoring Swiss round. He spat out these 3 words, his tone reminiscent of listing expired. Too slow. The crimson pupils in his eyes turned the slow rotation frequency of the 3 tomo projecting onto the massive holographic screen above the venue, where 10,000 people simultaneously saw those contemptuous eyes. His gaze swept across the hundreds of proud youths in various uniforms below, as if looking at a line of ants waiting to be crushed. I have no interest in playing along with this child's game. The air in the venue thickened at his words, a few hot-blooded team leaders below flushed with anger while their teammates pulled at their arms. A smirk curved at the corner of Chu Yi's mouth. Since you all claim to be the pride of the province, stop dividing into groups, forget about best 2 out of 3, and don't waste my time. All of you come at me together. 3 seconds. The complete silence of the venue lasted for a full 3 seconds. Then 100,000 vocal cords erupted simultaneously. What did he say? A single person challenging the entire province. Has he gone mad? I can't be hearing this right. Did he just challenge hundreds of people at once? Which city's contestant has been so arrogant? Ew, I've never seen such a thing in my 20-year career. From Jiangxing. He's the monster who killed the commander, codenamed Sky. The barrage on the holographic screen rolled frantically at the bottom, the speed so fast that the individual contents were no longer discernible, while the online viewer count in the live stream shot up almost vertically. The proud youths below completely erupted. Arrogant. Lei Xingyue was the first to leap out, his feet pushing off the ground and launching into the air, purple-blue arcs of electricity wrapping around his body as he soared toward the platform, leaving behind a circle of radiating scorch marks on the alloy surface when he landed. The newly assigned 2B grade Thunder Beasts followed closely after. Today, we'll settle the bill from that day at the hotel. His mane was standing on end and arcs of electricity crackled around his body. Su Binglan almost simultaneously stepped out from the Lanhai City formation, the cold air beneath her white dress solidifying into substance as she elegantly ascended to the height of the platform on crystallized steps. When she landed, a layer of glistening frost spread outward from her point of contact on the alloy ground. A single person challenging the entire province. Her voice was icy, and a translucent phantom of a level 42 ice domain lord manifested behind her, causing the temperature of the entire platform to drop sharply. Then I will grant you that. Following her were the third, fourth, and fifth challengers. Qin Yu from Xianwu City rose by stepping on the shell of a giant tortoise, a defensive spiritual pressure forming a 3-meter exclusion zone around him. The first seeds from each city seemed like firecrackers lit off in sequence, one after another, leaping onto the main platform. In less than 15 seconds, more than 30 individuals stood on the platform. More figures were still surging from below. The second-tier seeds and the top 3 elites from each city were thoroughly enraged by this blatant insult, some leaping directly from the stands, others flying in on their spirit contracts, the alloy platform creaking under the increasing weight and spiritual pressure. Chu Yi stood at the center of this chaos, surrounded by spiritual pressure and killing intent surging from dozens of directions. He casually tossed the microphone toward the head referee, his fingers sliding back into his pockets, producing a crisp sound as his knuckles pressed against the fabric. In Lin Shuxuang's perception map, the high-intensity signals on the platform had already exceeded 50 and were still increasing, but her attention was locked onto a single target, the familiar energy circuit at the center of all signals, stable as a still pond. In the second-floor VIP section, Lin Yao finally opened her light golden eyes, uncrossing her legs and leaning forward, her fingertips pressing against the location of the magical artifact on her chest through the fabric. Interesting. On the platform, Chu Yi tilted his neck, the vertebrae emitting 2 crisp cracks in the dense spiritual pressure. The frequency of the 3 tomo in his crimson pupils dropped to a dangerous rhythm, one that would make the thunder beasts lose control in public. Very good, there are enough of you. He lifted his chin, surveying the 3 layers of provincial pride that had surrounded him, the curve of his lips exuding pure battle lust. Today, let all of you remember a principle. You beings fed by spirit stones and bloodlines have no right to dance before me. The shockwave of the chakra continued to spread across the alloy floor, causing the 7 or 8 top talents in the innermost circle to stagger back 3 steps, the metal panel beneath their feet rippling with fine folds. Chu Yi withdrew his fingers from his pocket, flexing his knuckles as they cracked, scanning the colorful uniforms before him, a faint smile still lingering on his face. What are you all dawdling for? Waiting for me to send you invitations? Lei Jinyue was the first to respond, his short hair standing on end due to static electricity. Purple-blue arcs of electricity surged along his arm to his fist as he turned to shout at the group of elite talents behind him who were still staring at each other in confusion. Don't fight individually. He used a mental attack in the hotel lobby. As long as the distance is close and the numbers are sufficient, he can't focus on dozens of directions at once. Form a formation and charge spirit beasts in front, humans behind to finish off. Don't give him any chance to take us out one by one. These 2 sentences had an effect, and the contestants from different cities who had previously acted independently quickly reached a consensus in the face of a common enemy. The hum of the activated spirit core resonated from all directions simultaneously as nearly 100 beams of light exploded on the arena. Thunder beasts, ice wolves, fire lizards, rock-armored rhinos, wind blade eagles, poison scorpions, shadow leopards, iron-tooth bears. Various spirit beasts of different shapes and attributes manifested in layers on the arena, the dense tails and wings brushing against each other's bodies. The accumulated spiritual pressure caused even the alloy floor to emit creaking sounds of metal fatigue. My heavens, how many are there? I counted at least over 90. The lowest ones are all Class B. There are more than 40 Class A spirit beasts. This combination could push through a level 30 boss lair in the Abyss dungeon. The combined charge of all the top talents in the province against a single person, this scene is too spectacular. The barrage in the live stream was moving too fast to read any single comment, and the number of viewers was jumping every second, already surpassing the platform's historical peak. The moment the beast formation took shape, everyone was waiting for Chu Yi's reaction. They were waiting for him to summon that blue skeletal frame, for the crimson hue in his eyes to brighten further, or for him to crush everything with some unknown means as he had done in Jiang City. But Chu Yi did something that no one expected. He closed his eyes. The crimson Freetomo Sharingan vanished beneath his eyelids. Even the dark red sheen deep within his pupils was extinguished. He slipped his hands back into his pockets, relaxing his shoulders, adopting a casual stance. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. He closed his eyes. What does that mean? What is he doing? Closing his eyes in the face of 100 beasts charging. He's just pretending, definitely preparing some powerful move. No, look at his spiritual energy readings, they're completely zeroed out. He's even suppressing that unknown energy. At the preparation area, Lin Shushwang's chakra perception map clearly captured the changes in Chu Ye's internal energy flow. The chakra meridians had indeed closed, but in their place was another pattern she had observed a few days ago in the training ground, where chakra was violently infused into muscle fibers and bones, putting his body into an overdrive state. Her hand gripping the blind cane did not tighten, for she understood what that meant. On the arena, Lei Jinyu's eyes twitched, and the sight of the figure before him, with closed eyes, only fueled the rage burning in his chest. He's insulting us. Su Binglan didn't respond, but the frost beneath her feet spread at double the speed. Charge! With a roar from Lei Jinyu, a 2B grade thunder beast shot out, first purple-blue arcs trailing two parallel beams, followed by a dense pack of beasts, the sound of their claws pounding on the alloy surface, merging into a massive roar. The fan-shaped charge formation, composed of over 90 spirit beasts, had a frontal width exceeding 40 meters, while the flying spirit beasts in the back swooped down from above, completely sealing off the encirclement. The alloy floor began to deform under the dual pressure of weight and spiritual pressure, and the protective railing at the edge of the arena was directly blown away by the shockwave of the charge, crashing into the venue wall and embedding itself in the concrete. Chu Yi stood at the very front of the charging formation, unmoving. His eyes remained closed. His hands stayed in his pockets. The leading thunder beast opened its mouth when it was just 3 meters away from him, its purple-blue fangs capable of piercing Class B armor. 2 meters. 1 meter. Chu Ye's upper body shifted slightly to the left by less than 3 fingers' width as the fangs of the thunder beast grazed past the side fabric of his black coat, the force of the bite making a cracking sound by his ear, with several fibers of fabric whisked away by the beast's teeth scattering in the air. In the inertia of the same motion, his right heel kicked outward, precisely hitting the backward side of the knee joint of the thunder beast's front leg, locking the forward motion of this level 38 spirit beast. The entire beast's body fell at a twisted angle, its massive frame rolling sideways and knocking down 3 ice wolves that were accelerating behind. The second shadow leopard, pouncing from the right rear, made no sound at all, its stealthy approach suppressing even the disturbance of air to a minimum. Chu Ye's left hand slowly withdrew from his pocket, but the moment his elbow retracted, it brought with it an explosive force that shattered the air, the tip of his elbow striking precisely on the top of the shadow leopard's skull. The dull sound of bones fracturing echoed. The shadow leopard's body was sent flying off Chu Ye's elbow, tracing a low straight line as it crashed into the dense formation of charging beasts behind, knocking over 4 spirit beasts that were in mid-run. Throughout the entire process, his eyes remained closed. How did he do that? Dodging a class spirit beast attacks with his eyes closed. The margin of evasion is only a few centimeters. What kind of reaction speed is this? No, that's not reaction. Reaction requires seeing first, and then acting. He didn't even look. This is prediction. Pure physical skills crushing a class spirit beast. Has anyone ever seen such a scene? The commentator's voice trembled, the sound from the microphone breaking. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to confirm what I am seeing. This contestant from Jiang City, in a state of closed eyes, relying solely on his physical body, has neutralized the first wave of the charge from 100 beasts. He did not use any known or unknown abilities. This is purely physical prowess. The charge did not stop. The subsequent wave of beasts continued to surge and trampling over their companions with even denser angles and more cunning attacks. Some were burrowing from below, while others dove from above, and some were working in threes to create crossfire. Chu Yi walked amidst the tide of beasts. His pace was neither fast nor slow. Each step he took landed precisely in the cross-blind zones of all the attacking trajectories. His Bodis angle never exceeded the necessary minimum, alternating strikes with his right fist and left elbow, each hit precisely targeting the joints or the weak spots of the skull, with an efficiency that sent chills down people's spines. In 7 seconds, 12 spirit beasts fell. Lei Jinyu watched this scene from behind the beast swarm, his lips trembling. The charge he had personally orchestrated was easily neutralized by a person with closed eyes, and the spirit beasts charging at the front couldn't stay near that person for more than half a second. Impossible, he must have a limit. Lei Jinyu clenched his jaw tightly. 2B grade thunder beasts circled around to Chu Ye's back, while he himself pressed forward with a spiritually enhanced punch from the front attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. Chu Ye's body stepped forward. This step entered the narrow gap of the 3-pronged ambush so tight that even a piece of paper would struggle to slip through. Yet as he brushed past the left mane of the thunder beast, not a single hair was disturbed. His right heel hooked the Achilles tendon on the inner side of the thunder beast's front leg, causing the beast to stumble forward. His left elbow shot out laterally, propelled by the rotational inertia of his body, precisely striking the thin bone plate at the thunder beast's right temple, resulting in a dull thud as its eyes rolled back and it collapsed. At the end of the rotation was his right fist thrust forward with all the energy from his body, turned the punch's wind swirling and distorting the air as it reached Lei Jinyu's nose. It stopped. 1 millimeter. The compressed air attached to his fist slammed against Lei Jinyu's face, blowing his bangs back, while the skin on either side of his nose was deformed by the force of the airflow. Lei Jinyu's pupils dilated sharply as though the air in his throat was blocked, unable to go in or out. Sweat cascaded down his back from his collar, his legs trembled, and the 2B-grade thunder beasts collapsed on either side of him, twitching and whimpering. Chu Ye's closed eyelids didn't move an inch. He retracted his fist and returned his hand to his pocket. His lips parted slightly, and the words that came out were devoid of emotion. Is that all? The sound in the entire arena felt like someone pressed the mute button. The breaths of 100,000 people dropped to the shallowest frequency. Some gripped the armrests of their seats so tightly that their fingers turned white, staring at the holographic screen, showcasing the constantly closed-eyed profile, unable to utter a word. I thought all the top talents in the province would at least warm me up. Chu Yi flicked the beast, blood splattered on his wrist, standing on the indentation left by a fallen rock-armored rhino, his tone laced with disdain sharper than any mockery. For the next wave, can you put in a little more effort? In the next wave, can we get some strength? This sentence echoed throughout the arena via the sound array at the edge of the arena. The eardrums of 100,000 people were simultaneously bombarded. No one could respond, and the air was filled only with the whimpering of defeated spirit beasts and the sound of the cooling and contracting alloy floor. Chu Yi stood amidst the fallen beasts, finally opening his closed eyelids. It was not crimson. Black pupils, ordinary black. The chakra network of his Sharingan remained dormant, and the luster of the Threedemo did not appear in his irises. His upper body leaned slightly forward, shifting his center of gravity from his heels to the balls of his feet. His right toe lightly tapped the alloy ground, reminiscent of the inconspicuous preparatory motion of a sprinter before the start. The more than 60 remaining talents on the arena felt their neck hairs stand on end simultaneously. This instinctive alertness caused them to tighten their defensive postures, drawing spirit beasts in front of them to act as shields. Then Chu Yi vanished. Where is he? Lei Jinyu's eyes spun wildly. The figure that had stood 3 meters away seemed to have been erased from his field of vision, as if by an eraser. The 2B-level thunder beasts that had just risen beside him arched their backs and emitted terrified roars as they spun in all directions. The third seed of Xuanwu City felt a pressure in his abdomen. It was not pain. Pain requires time to transmit. What he felt was merely a tremendous physical thrust, as if he were being struck heat by a rapidly moving heavy object. His body momentarily lifted off the ground under the force, and his perspective began to spin, with the ceiling and floor alternating in his view. He flew off the arena. The dull thud of his back hitting the protective barrier echoed to the audience, and only then did they grasp what had happened. Before the replay footage could be adjusted, a second thunderous sound followed. The vice commander of Iron Cavalry City was sent skyward by a knee strike. His 11 Ironback bear didn't even see the direction in which its master was sent flying before being struck by a foot sweeping in from the side, its half-done body spinning 3 times before crashing into the crowd. The third one. I saw him. He came from the left. Where is he? My spiritual pressure detector can't lock onto his position at all. It's not a matter of spiritual pressure. He hasn't released any energy at all. It's purely his body that's... The technical team in the live broadcast room dissected the footage frame by frame and projected it onto the holographic screen. 100,000 people looked up at the slow-motion footage, collectively gasping in shock. In one frame, Chu Yi was at point A. In the next frame, he had already appeared at point B, with 12 meters and 3 spirit beasts blocking the way. However, in the slow-motion footage, his body merely tilted slightly at an angle as he slipped through the gap, his knee conveniently driving into someone's soft rib. Oh my, the displacement between frames exceeds 3 meters. This speed is beyond what human muscle fibers can achieve. Playback enlarged the frames between 420 and 430. I see it. He struck in frame 426, elbowing a level spirit beast's chest armor, and in frame 428 his foot had already kicked the next target's nape. There were only 2 frames between the 2 attacks. 2 frames equal to 2/100ths of a second. Human neural response speed cannot possibly allow for 2 precise strikes within that time. The commentator's voice had already taken on a weeping tone. The situation on the arena was completely out of control. Chuyi's figure appeared for less than half a second each time, before vanishing again, with each appearance accompanied by a humanoid object being shot off the edge of the arena at high speed. Their entry poses varied. Some were sent flying by a punch to the face, some lost their balance after being kicked in the ankle, and others were elbowed away along with their contracted spirit. No fancy skill releases, no dazzling energy explosions, just pure extreme, physical violence being repeated. 3 minutes passed, and the number of people on the arena went from 60 to 30. I'm done. I concede. Don't come any closer. The captain of Qingyang City withdrew his contracted spirit into the spiritual core, raising his hands above his head as he stepped back. His knees trembled, his lips turned blue, and his eyes were bloodshot. As Chuyi swept past him, he didn't even strike at him. The air current generated as he passed blew him back 5 steps, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Su Binglan had been waiting. She did not participate in the chaotic battle of the first 3 minutes, but instead stood in the northwest corner of the arena, continuously gathering strength. The semi-transparent phantom of a level 42 ice domain lord floated behind her, arms spread wide, cold air visibly spreading from her feet in all directions. The ground froze, the air crystallized, and the propagation speed of sound waves plummeted in the extreme cold. Even light became distorted under the refraction of the chill. With her as the center, everything within a 20-meter radius was sealed in the ice domain. The legs of the 5 remaining talents nearby were instantly frozen ice crystals spreading from their ankles to their knees. Their struggles lasted only 2 seconds before they gave up the -60-degree temperature, causing their muscles to lose all ability to contract. Locked on. The accompanying coach from Blue Sea City clenched his fists on the sidelines. Once the ice domain is fully activated, even the movement of air molecules will be restricted. His speed advantage will be reduced by at least 70% within this range. Su Binglan's breathing was steady, her white dress unmoving in the cold air. Her gaze was locked onto the shadow racing towards her from the southeast. Chuyi charged into the boundary of the ice domain. He did not slow down or detour. When his foot landed on the ice surface, there was not a hint of slipping. Chakra formed an energy film under his feet, allowing his movement on the ice to be even smoother than on the alloy ground. Su Binglan's pupils constricted sharply. He was accelerating within the ice domain. Chuyi's foot landed 8 meters away from her, not with the force of stepping down, but with the force of stomping down. Chakra erupted from the sole of his foot, not as temperature or flame, but purely as physical shock. The entire ice domain began to shatter from beneath his foot. Cracks spread outward at an astonishing speed, the ice surface instantly covered in fissures before violently exploding, shattering into countless ice shards, these fragments being propelled outward by the shockwave, the cold air scattering as the 20-meter ice domain was completely destroyed from the center to the edges in less than a second. Su Binglan was blown away by the shockwave. She and the phantom of the ice domain lord behind her flipped backward, twice her white dress torn by the ice shards, and as she landed, her knee struck the alloy surface, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Chuyi emerged from the dust of shattered ice, his coat not even bearing a single frost flower, glancing down at the remnants of white vapor left on the surface of his shoes. This level of trickery is barely warm enough to warm my feet. The arena's sound system broadcast this sentence to every corner. Su Binglan knelt on the ground, looking up at the figure emerging from the shattered ice. Her lips moved twice, but no sound came out, and the phantom of the ice domain lord behind her shattered into light spots and retracted into her spiritual core. The Ice Prince's full domain freeze was shattered by a single foot. That's the core skill of a level 42 ice domain lord. Just 1 foot, without even calling out the skill name, without even glancing at her. What meaning does this match even have? In 5 minutes, over 60 people had fallen on the arena, the alloy floor riddled with pits, fragments of spirit beasts, shattered armor, scattered everywhere, the air mixed with the smell of evaporating ice crystals and burnt ozone. The remaining dozen or so people no longer moved towards Chuyi. They were retreating, inching step by step towards the edge of the arena. Some had trembling legs, and 2 contracted spirits had voluntarily returned to their spiritual cores, their surfaces vibrating violently. I have worked hard for 6 years. 6 years. Why should I lose to an grade useless card? A talent kneeling on the ground pounded the alloy floor with his fists, the skin on his knuckles splitting open, his eyes filled with blood and tears. He didn't use any skills. None. I lost to someone who didn't even bother to use skills. Unfair. The system popped up a cold text prompt in his mind. Detecting Dao heart fragmentation. Target third seed of Blue Sea City non-fortune target not counted for fragment rewards. Target second seed of Iron Cavalry City non-fortune target not counted for fragment rewards. Chuyi glanced at the panel, the corners of his mouth twitching. No matter how pitiful the mob cried, it was all. At the referee's table, the vice-referee's chair was toppled by his sudden standing action, his face flushed as he reached out to hit the red stop button on the table. This isn't a competition. It's a one-sided slaughter. If this doesn't stop, someone will really die. Just as his fingertip brushed the edge of the button, the encrypted communicator in the corner of the table lit up. The screen displayed only a single line of text without a signature or sender code. Continue observing, you do not interrupt. The vice-referee's hand hovered 3 centimeters above the button, sweat from his forehead dripping down his jawline onto the table. He slowly withdrew his hand and sat back down in the adjusted chair, his lips pressed into a thin white line. In the corner at the edge of the preparation area, Lin Chushuang sat there with her eyes closed, her chakra sensing map, transforming everything happening on the arena into a clear blue three-dimensional image presented deep in her consciousness. Chuyi's energy circuit was as stable as a walk in the park. His heart rate had not exceeded 70 beats per minute since the battle began, his breathing rhythm even and prolonged, and not even a physiological response of sweating had been triggered. This was not an explosion. This was the norm. She loosened her grip on the blind stick, a faint curve of a smile rising and falling at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, her sensing net locked onto another direction. In the third row of the west side of the VIP area on the second floor, the 2 light, golden-eyed spiritual energy signals had not moved since the match began, their postures unchanged, heart rates unaccelerated, appearing as calm as 2 wooden carvings. But Lin Chushuang sensed a subtle change. The pulsing frequency of the artifact on the chest of the female target accelerated, starting from a rhythm of 2 beats per second, gradually climbing to 4 beats per second, as if some resonance was being amplified by external stimuli. Lin Yao was excited. When the pulse of the artifact on Lin Yao's chest escalated to 5 times per second, the situation on the arena had lost all suspense. The remaining 13 individuals huddled in the northwest corner of the arena, jostling against each other, their expressions filled with terror as they trembled, having recalled all their spirit beasts, with none willing to be summoned again to face the creature strolling with its eyes closed. Lei Jinyuan knelt on the alloy ground, his knees embedded in the crater he had created. The static in his short hair had dissipated completely, and the bluish-purple sheen at the tips had faded, leaving only the disheveled strands plastered to his forehead from sweat. His 2B-grade thunder beasts lay beside him, their limbs curled up, their manes drooping, barely breathing, with their abdomens pressed against the cold alloy floor, and their tails tightly wedged between their hind legs. Young Master Lei, just give up, surrender. Continuing this fight will lead to death. Shut up. Lei Jinyue rose slowly from the ground, his knees creaking as they straightened. His gaze traversed half the arena, locking onto the black figure with hands in pockets, standing with its back to him. Chuyi didn't even face them. This realization made his chest feel heavy, more unsettling than any mockery. Boss, don't charge. That person isn't from the same dimension at all. I said shut up. Lei Jinyue reached for the contract spirit stone of his 2 thunder beasts. The moment his fingertip pressed down, the remaining spiritual energy within the stone was instantly siphoned away, pouring frantically into his meridians. The 2 spirit beasts simultaneously let out cries of agony, their bodies rapidly thinning, clumps of fur falling out. He was draining all the vitality from his contract spirits. He's gone mad. That's drawing from the essence of the spirit beasts' lives. This method will directly ruin the spirit beasts. Lei Jinyue calmed down. Those 2 thunder beasts are worth 30 million. The shouts from the audience couldn't reach his ears. Bluish-purple arcs of electricity erupted from every pore of his body, the concentration so high that the air was saturated with the acrid smell of ozone, and the alloy floor beneath him was scorched, showing a pattern of charred radial lines. The 2 vice-captains exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and stepped forward, transferring the last bits of spiritual energy from their own contract spirit stones into Lei Jinyue's back. The combined energy of the 3 men and 6 beasts gathered onto one person. Lei Jinyue's eyes were bloodshot, obscuring the whites of his eyes. He opened his mouth to let out a roar, his vocal cords distorting under the extreme current as he surged forward enveloped in a violent whirl of bluish-purple lightning charging straight at Chu Ye's back. His speed was swift, faster than any of his previous charges, devouring the 3-meter distance in just 0.3 seconds. Chu Ye turned around. His movements were slow as he pulled his right hand out of his pocket, gently adjusting his stance by grinding his heel against the ground, and then lifted his right leg. A sweeping kick. The wind from the leg arrived before the leg itself. Compressed air formed a fan-shaped, transparent shockwave. The two vice captains on either side of Lei Jinyue were the first to be lifted by this wind wall, their bodies flipping 4 to 5 times in the air before smashing through the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, their contract spirit stones shattering midair, the spirit beast's remnants dissipating into particles of light. Lei Jinyue's fist was still moving forward. However, the momentum of his charge had been diminished by 70% by the wind from the kick. The arcs of electricity enveloping his fist began to dissipate before even reaching the side of his sweeping leg, the bluish-purple glow rapidly dimming and fading to the sides. His fist ultimately landed on Chu Ye's shoulder. Light as a feather. Not even a wrinkle was pressed into the fabric. The entire venue fell silent. It is physically impossible for 80,000 people to simultaneously stop breathing, yet at that moment the competition arena achieved it. At least on a sensory level, the air movement within the entire structure had stagnated. Chu Ye's gaze shifted from the fist resting on his shoulder, still crackling with residual arcs, to the face of its owner. Lei Jinyue's expression was vacant, neither anger nor despair, but a blankness remaining after a more fundamental essence had been stripped away, rendering him completely frozen. Is it over? Chu Ye's voice was soft, devoid of mockery, even lacking any emotional fluctuations. He gripped Lei Jinyue's wrist from behind. The joints in his hand made a crisp sound in the palm. Then with a twist and push, the first genius of Dilin City was lifted off the ground, completing 2 flips in midair before embedding into the alloy surface at the edge of the arena, the human-shaped crater surrounded by dense metallic folds. He was embedded deep, the alloy surface measuring 15 centimeters thick, and Lei Jinyue's back sank, at least 5 centimeters into it, his entire body buried within. At the same moment that his 2B-grade thunder beasts landed, the contract spirit stones cracked in half, their bodies dissipating into particles of light. The 87th talented individual fell. No one remained standing on the arena. Chu Ye stood in the center of the area, filled with both wails and silence, surrounded by shattered alloy fragments and remnants left by various energy depletions. Ice crystals melted, arcs of electricity dissipated, rock debris settled, and the air mixed with the acrid smell of burnt ozone and the humidity of evaporating ice water. He shook his right hand to rid it of the blood splatters, flexed his fingers a couple of times, and then returned it to his pocket. Throughout it all, his Sharingan had never once activated. Is that it? He tilted his head, sweeping his gaze over the ruins and the fallen prodigies, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. An experience pack at the provincial level, it's even less interesting than the bugs in that secret realm that day. The audio array faithfully transmitted this statement into every ear in the arena and to every terminal device streaming the live broadcast online. 3 seconds later, the entire internet exploded. One person. Pure body technique. All the provincial prodigies have been annihilated. He didn't even activate that Sharingan. 87 contestants plus over 90 spirit beasts. Not once did he shout a skill name. Is this still a competition? The son of the thunder god of Dilin was flung away with one hand. That was a suicide charge, gathering all the energy of 6 spirit beasts. I've played ranked matches for 6 years and have never seen such an outrageous, crushing defeat. This isn't just fishing, this is like using a nuclear submarine to blow up a fish pond. May I ask where this contestant's limits lie? Can anyone tell me just how many trump cards he has hidden? The main and backup server clusters of the live streaming platform overloaded simultaneously, and the online peak audience stilled at 214 million, after which the screen displayed a maintenance announcement. In Chu Ye's mind, the system panel quietly lit up. Fortune target crushing determination completed. Target Lei Jinyue, son of the thunder god Dilin City. Dow heart shattering value 100. Belief completely collapsed. Reward distribution dimensional card shard 1. Current progress 23. Chu Ye glanced at the data, his gaze lingering on the 23 for 2 seconds, deepening the curve of his. At the edge of the arena, Lei Jinyue, embedded in the alloy, had lost focus in his eyes. His pupils stared blankly upward, devoid of anger or resentment, replaced by a sense of emptiness, as if something had been stripped from his very soul, leaving his spirit utterly depleted. A crack slowly spread from the core position of the fragment of his contract spirit stone on his chest. That was not physical damage. In the corner of the preparation area, Lin Shushwang's chakra perception map swept over every inch of the arena, detecting 87 chaotic and weak life signals crawling on the ground, with only one energy circuit beating steadily, heart rate 68 beats per minute, breathing steady and prolonged. She loosened her grip on the blind staff, her lips curving upwards, this time not suppressing it. Zhao Denian sat behind her, unable to close his mouth, while the two academic directors pinched each other's arms, leaving bruises but feeling no pain. Principal Zhao. Lin Shushwang's voice came from the front row, very soft and steady. Oh, here. Zhao Denian sprang up from his chair. He has finished. You can start preparing the celebration items now. Zhao Denian nodded vigorously, so much so that his neck got a cramp, but he didn't stop. In the third row of the west side of the VIP area on the second floor, Lin Yao stood up from her seat, the recording device in her hand snapped shut. With a soft sound, the complete image of 5 minutes and 37 seconds was securely stored in the encrypted chip. The ceiling of physical techniques, speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye, power capable of creating a shockwave of 30 tons with a single kick, combat awareness so perfect that he can navigate through 100 beasts' encirclements even with his eyes closed. She recounted the data in her mind, her light golden pupils devoid of fear. Sister. Lin Yan, having finished cleaning his short sword, sheathed, his gaze still lingering on Chu Ye's profile on the holographic screen. Very strong, 10 times more outrageous than described in the intel. Unbelievably strong. Lin Yao nodded, her fingers pressing against the position of the artifact on her chest, the sphere sealed with a silver-purple eye that was rhythmically pulsating beneath her palm. But did you notice one thing? What? He fought while moving the entire time, not once standing still to deliver attacks. Lin Yao tucked the recording device into her pocket and turned towards the VIP passage. Do you know what this means? Lin Yan followed in her footsteps, his silver short sword lightly swaying at his waist. It means all his fighting methods rely on contact and distance. Lin Yao paused at the corner of the hallway, glancing at her younger brother, her light golden pupils reflecting the light at the end of the corridor. What if there were a power that prevented him from even getting close, She didn't wait for Lin Yan's response, turning to continue walking towards the exclusive lounge of the Di Jing invited team, the golden words on the doorplate shimmering under the spirit energy lamps. On the arena, Chu Yi took his hand out of his pocket and dusted off the hem of his jacket as he walked towards the edge of the arena. A new line of text lit up at the bottom of the system panel. Fragment progress, 23. Obtain 1 more to synthesize a complete dimensional card, unlocking a new SSR villain template blind box. Immediately after, a second notification flashed. High fortune target Lin Ruoyan, Di Jing Lin family has not yet made a personal appearance. Fortune value assessment extremely high. Note this target has a direct causal hatred relationship with the host. If his Dao heart is successfully shattered, a hidden reward can be triggered, life stealing. Chu Ye's footsteps remained unchanged, his gaze shifting from the panel, casually glancing in the direction of a certain spot in the VIP area on the second floor. The Sharingan had not activated, but he didn't need to. The two individuals with light golden pupils had just left their seats, the residual traces of spirit energy in the corridor clear as ink on white paper, and the pulsating thing on their chests resonated with the hollow eyes of a girl 20 meters away. Lin Ruoyan hadn't arrived, but her eyes had. The chief referee was shoved back into the main stage by 2 staff members, his legs still trembling. The sweat-soaked rulebook in his hands nearly slipped 3 times, and it took several attempts before he could force his voice through the microphone. Given the exceptional circumstances, the organizing committee has decided to bypass the group stage and proceed directly to the quarterfinals. Before he could finish, the door to the VIP corridor on the second floor was pushed open from within. The metallic clang of the doorframe hitting the wall echoed through the arena's sound system, drawing the gazes of 100,000 people upward in unison. 2 figures emerged from the corridor, one after the other. The woman in front moved slowly, her long hair glistening with a cold sheen under the arena's spiritual illumination. Her pale golden eyes were half-lidded, a faint, icy smile curling at her lips. Her gait was relaxed, exuding an air of arrogance. The man following behind stood half a head shorter, with a silver short sword hanging horizontally at his waist. The spirit patterns on the scabbard flickered intermittently. His pale golden eyes, identical to his sister's, held no expression, only a mechanical coldness. They wore the uniform of the Imperial Capital Invitational Team. The family crest embroidered on the chest gleamed starkly under the lights. The Lin family of the Imperial Capital has entered the fray. Wait, aren't those the 2 from the VIP section earlier? They've finally made a move. Lin Yao, Lin Yin, the twin stars of the Lin family in the Imperial Capital. Their spiritual vein talents are said to be a grade or higher. But they're up against a monster who just single-handedly crushed all the prodigies of the province. Aren't they afraid to step in now? Lin Yao stepped onto the edge of the arena, her gaze sweeping past Chu Yi standing at the center and fixed on the most secluded corner of the spectator stands. Her eyes landed on the frail figure clutching a blind staff seated at the edge of the preparation area. She halted amidst the remnants of barriers and shattered alloy panels 10 meters from Chu Yi and spoke. Chu Yi, right. Her voice, carried by the sound array into every ear in the arena, was languid, as if she were discussing the weather. Pass a message to that blind one over there for me. The atmosphere in the entire venue chilled. Lin Yao's pale golden eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile devoid of any warmth. Big Sis has come to see her. At the edge of the preparation area. Lin Chushwang's fingers tightened around the top of her blind staff, her knuckles whitening, as if they might pierce the skin. The orb-shaped artifact pulsating against her opponent's chest resonated violently, with the residual nerves in her hollow eye sockets like needles stabbing into her brain one by one. She made no sound. She bit down on the soft flesh inside her lower lip, the taste of blood spreading across her tongue. At the center of the arena, Chu Yi's face showed no change. The faint arc of his smile remained, his hands still in his pockets, his stance as casual as ever. But the alloy floor beneath him had cracked. Not from being stepped on, but crushed by an invisible force. With his feet, as the epicenter spiderweb-like fissures spread across a 5-meter radius, in half a second shards of metal jutting up with a cacophony of creaks. The three prodigies who had yet to rise rolled their eyes back and fainted as the cracks reached them. Chu Yi pulled his hands out of his pockets. Without warning or a running start, his figure vanished from its spot. The 10-meter distance compressed to zero in an instant. His right fist, wrapped in dense chakra, hurtled toward Lin Yao's face. The wind from the punch swept her bangs back, and in the rapidly approaching shadow of his fist, her pale golden eyes fully reflected Chu Yi's current expression. No anger. Only killing intent. Pure absolute killing intent. The fist stopped a meter from Lin Yao's nose, colliding with an invisible transparent barrier. A perfect hemispherical wall materialized from the void, enveloping Lin Yao and Lin Yan behind her. Chu Yi's punch struck the surface without a sound. The chakra vanished upon contact with the transparent wall, and the force dissipated to zero, leaving no feedback whatsoever. The residual force from the punch sent 3 cracks through the alloy arena floor, extending to the edge. But the barrier remained pristine. The residual force from the punch sent 3 cracks through the alloy arena floor, extending to the edge. But the barrier, his knuckles were clean, not a speck of dust. The barrier's surface was unnaturally smooth. He lashed out with a side kick. Same result. The force was systematically nullified upon contact with the wall. A strike with his right elbow. 0. A concentrated chakra blast with a straight punch. After 3 punches and 2 kicks, the alloy floor beneath him had collapsed by 20 centimeters, yet the transparent barrier before him remained perfectly intact, as if freshly installed before the match. Huh. His punches are being blocked. No way. The force that shattered the ice domain with 1 kick has no effect on that barrier. What the hell is that transparent thing? Lin Yao stood within the barrier, arms crossed, her pale golden eyes fixed on Chu Yi's cold face through the transparent wall. She laughed. What's wrong? Can't break through. She raised a hand and lightly tapped the inner surface of the barrier with her index finger. A soft golden glow rippled at the point of contact before the wall quickly returned to its transparent state. The Lin family's secret myriad manifestation barrier. Against this wall, there's no distinction between physical impact and energy attack. No matter how much force you exert, it's all nullified upon contact. Lin Yao tilted her head, speaking in a tone of explaining common knowledge. You could try for a lifetime, and the result would be the same. Chu Yi didn't respond. A blue chakra sphere condensed at his fingertips, and with a flick it shot toward the barrier. The blue light burst into a fine mist of particles at the point of impact, then even the particles were devoured by the surface. Physical attacks were useless. Energy attacks were useless. Direct chakra output was useless. Damn, what kind of cheat-level defense is this? He's hit it nearly 10 times, and that barrier hasn't even flickered. The monster who crushed all the province's prodigies is being blocked by a transparent wall. The Lin family's foundation is terrifying. This is practically invincible. Inside the barrier, Lin Yan had already begun his actions. He drove his silver short sword into the alloy floor, channeling spiritual energy through the blade into the barrier's inner surface. The concentration of spiritual energy within the barrier rose visibly, with light particles swirling and gathering in the hemispherical space. He was charging his power. Lin Yao raised a finger at Chu Yi through the barrier. The rules are simple. I wait here while my brother charges his sword formation. Once it's fully powered, it will pierce through the barrier in a single strike, and you won't have a chance to dodge. She traced a circle in the air with her finger pointing toward the audience. Don't worry, after I'm done with you, I'll personally go find that blind one to catch up. Her pale golden eyes reflected the image on the holographic screen above the arena. Her smile turned ice cold as she spoke her next words. After all, those two hollow sockets in her eyes were dug out by my own hands 3 years ago. Chu Yi retracted his hand, neither enraged nor questioning, simply returning his fist to his pocket and stepping back, seemingly deciding to let it go. Lin Yao's smile deepened, the artifact in her palm rhythmically pulsing, a glimmer in her light golden pupils as she believed her move had succeeded. For a full 3 seconds, Chu Yi did nothing, just lowered his head to stare at his toes. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted into chaos. He must have given up. That barrier can't be broken at all. Something's off. This person never does meaningless things. He must be thinking of another way. This time Song Qiong is truly trapped. The Lin family's barrier is indeed the ultimate defense. I refuse to believe he would just let it go. Lei Jinyue lifted his head from the pit edge of the arena, blood smeared across half his face. He clearly saw that the person who had severely injured him chose to retreat against the Lin family's barrier. CHH. This sound was so faint it was almost inaudible, caught only by the sound array which amplified it for everyone to hear. There was no mockery in the tone, rather a casual sense of finally encountering something amusing. Chu Yi slowly raised his head, the crimson hue in his black pupils seeping from the edges toward the center. The 3 jade charms began to spin, their speed extraordinarily slow, with a deliberate sense of rhythm. You just said. The tone was laced with disdain. Immune to all physical and energy impacts. Lin Yao closed her mouth, not realizing that her feet had already retreated half a step. Then let me ask you a question. Chu Yi pointed his finger in the air casually. If there exists something that is neither a physical impact nor energy, how does your barrier immunize against it, eh? Lin Yao had just opened her mouth to speak when a violent fluctuation erupted from the chakra behind. Blue light rapidly gathered behind his back, energy compressing inward to an extreme, the outline of the armor expanding significantly along his ribs, the colossal upper body of Susanoo fully forming behind Chu Yi, the 15-meter-tall blue giant, crossing its arms, the outer armor adorned with intricate patterns. Wow, the blue giant is out again. This time it's different from last time it was in the shape of a skeleton, but this time it's armored, and the form is much more complete. The son of the Thunder God was just humiliated so badly. Are the Lin family's twins really going to take this hit? The live stream viewership has surpassed 300 million. Oh, please don't let the server crash. The massive palms of Susanoo slowly closed, 3 arc-shaped energy orbs forming in the center of the palms, each the size of a fist, rotating uniformly along a gentle arc. The blue and white intermingled hues, extremely deep, lacking the usual sharp, glaring brightness. Their light contained to the point of not leaking a single ray. The alloy plates on the arena's surface trembled violently, the entire metal vibrating at high frequency under specific energy influences, and the soundproof glass at the edges of the venue shook continuously in its slots. The specially appointed Scrade analyst stood at the commentary desk, gripping the microphone tightly to his mouth, his voice trembling. My God, those 3 energy bodies, I can't detect their energy attributes at all. They are neither flames nor lightning, not any known branch of chakra. Our energy spectrum analyzer shows no readings for them at all. It feels like they don't belong to our world's energy system at all. Lin Yan suddenly pulled his sister behind him, drawing out the short sword at his waist. The intricate spiritual patterns on the blade spun rapidly, his eyes fixed on the quietly rotating arc-shaped energy orbs in midair, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Sister, this thing seems a bit off. Lin Yao pressed down hard on his arm, her lips moving, but no sound came out, the calculating look in her light golden pupils betraying her first signs of panic. The rotation speed of the 3 jade charms in Chu Yi's eyes sharply decreased, coming to a near complete halt. Yasaka's jade. The 3 arc-shaped energy orbs shot straight out from the center of Susanoo's palms, without any sound of energy roaring nor any disturbance in airflow. The orbs drifted silently along the smoothest trajectory through the air. The 3 blue and white lights instantly crossed a distance of 10 meters, striking Lin Yao's manifold barrier dead on. No sounds of explosion erupted from the impact, nor did it trigger any spatial tremors. The surface of the barrier immediately displayed extremely fine interlaced patterns. This was not a radiating shatter from a heavy impact, large dark cracks silently spreading out from the 3 contact points, each fissure extending precisely along the inner laws of the barrier, thoroughly dismantling the foundational logic of this defense. The original hard luster of the transparent surface swiftly faded the material structure, shifting from solid to void, until even the sense of boundary was completely stripped away. Impossible. Lin Yao's voice completely lost control and cracked. The manifold barrier has never been broken. It was supposed to immunize against all defenses. Immunize against all attacks. Chu Ye's lips curled slightly upward. The Susanoo armor behind him emitted a deep resonant sound that carried a heavy sense of oppression. But this thing was never an attack from the start. The scrayed analyst at the commentary desk crushed the metal microphone in his hand, his eyes wide and his voice dry and trembling. Those 3 energy orbs are not physically damaging the barrier. They are directly negating the existence laws of the barrier. That kind of energy body does not obey any rules of this world at all, and the barrier's defense judgment has no effect on it. The power systems of both sides are not even on the same dimension. Dimension negation. What kind of operation is this that defies reason? Those 3 energy orbs just evaporated the Lin family's secret techniques passed down for 1,000 years. The Lin family's twins barrier is gone. They are now completely exposed. The last crack on the surface of the barrier spread to the boundary's dead corner, the entire layer of translucent barrier silently dissolving into countless points of light. Not a sound of explosion was heard, only dense fragments of light softly falling from the sky, leaving an eerie silence all around. Lin Yao and Lin Yin completely lost their defense, fully exposed within the 15-meter gaze of Susanoo. The heavy shadow cast by the giant armor completely enveloped the entire arena area beneath them. Lin Yin gritted his teeth and raised the unbroken short sword to shield himself. Just at this crucial moment, the artifact pressed against Lin Yao's chest suddenly stirred. The ceiling patterns on the sphere's outer shell erupted with an extremely sharp silver-purple light, the intense glow piercing through the fabric and shooting into the air, not aimed at Chu Yi in front, but extending straight towards a distant corner of the audience. The scene shifted to the edge of the waiting area. Lin Xushuang, who had been sitting very steadily with her hands gripping the blind stick, felt all details happening on the arena through her chakra sensing map, clearly perceiving the massive energy wave at the moment the barrier collapsed, sensing the high-pressure airflow generated when Susanoo formed, and also realizing that Chu Ye's internal energy circuit remained exceptionally stable, with his heartbeat and breathing rhythm remarkably calm. However, when that blinding silver-purple light beamed towards her, the depths of her hollow eye sockets erupted with unbearable sharp pain, without warning, a pain that did not belong to any external physical strike, but was instead the extreme torment of her nerve endings being violently torn. Lin Xushuang's body completely lost control, and she suddenly fell forward, hands pressed tightly against the bandaged area around her eye sockets, her back arching. She suppressed a moan of pain deep in her throat, managing to hold back any screams. The blind stick she had been holding slipped through her fingers, hitting the hard ground with a crisp sound. Zhao Damien, sitting in the back row, immediately panicked, quickly stood up, trying to reach out to support her. Lin Xushuang, enduring the pain, waved her hand towards the air, her fingers still tightly covering the outer layer of fabric, her pale knuckles digging deeply into her cheek. At this moment, Chu Yi stood firmly in the center of the arena. His peripheral vision did not glance towards the distant audience. The focus of his Sharingan remained fixed on Lin Yao and Lin Yin in front of him, but the faint moan suppressed in Lin Xushuang's throat easily pierced through the extremely noisy atmosphere of the arena, transmitted directly into his perception through the invisible contract channel. The Susanoo in midair instantly halted all arm movements. Chu Yi slowly turned his head, the penetrating perspective of his Sharingan crossing over the fragmented arena boundary, through layers of audience seating, accurately landing on the frail figure who was tightly covering her eye sockets with her hands, clearly seeing the tense knuckles digging into her cheeks. His gaze quickly returned to the center of the arena, fixating fiercely on the glowing artifact at Lin Yao's chest. The silver-purple halo emitted from the sphere's outer shell continued to flicker, the pulsating frequency remarkably rhythmic and directional, clearly resonating with the distant target. Lin Yao immediately sensed the shift in Chu Ye's focus. She understood the coldness in his eyes as he gazed at the artifact, and then slowly pressed her right hand against her chest, a strange and twisted smile appearing on her face. The panic from her defense being breached completely vanished, and she regained her confidence, as if she were in control of the entire situation. The heavy armor of Susanoo behind Chu Yi emitted a low oppressive sound, the massive blue half-armor leaning forward significantly, the surface patterns erupting with an extremely deep blue glow as energy surged. Lin Yao glanced down at her chest. She raised her head again, her voice laced with arrogance and glee after the plot had succeeded. You really want this thing, don't you? The blind one's eyeballs are all inside it. She raised her palm and slapped the round artifact on her chest twice. Those light golden pupils fearlessly met the central 3 jade charms of Chu Yes Sharingan. Come on. If you have the ability, come take it yourself. Come on, if you've got the guts, come and take it yourself. Lin Yao's voice still hung in the arena's sound system, the tail end of her tone trembling with arrogance. Her right hand pressed firmly against the surface of the pulsating artifact on her chest, her pale golden pupils filled with a desperate madness that had burned all bridges. Chu Yi did not reply. The colossal blue palm of Susanoo shot forward from behind him with such speed that before Lin Yin could even raise his short sword and infuse it with spiritual energy, 5 semi-transparent energy fingers pierced through the gap between his arms and slammed him into the alloy floor. A dull thud echoed across the venue. Lin Yin was embedded into a human-shaped indentation, his eyes rolling back as the short sword slipped from his grip and rolled 2 meters away. Lin Yao took a step back. Just one step. Susanoo's other massive hand had already swept in from the side, its blue fingers curving around her instinctively spread arms, closing in from the outside to precisely encircle her waist. The 5 fingers tightened, lifting Lin Yao off the ground. The weightlessness of her feet leaving the floor left her no time to resist before she was carried 15 meters into the air. The blue giant's armor began to dissipate in the next second. Energy particles collapsed layer by layer from the outside, and Susanoo's silhouette rapidly shrinking. Lin Yao's body plummeted with the vanishing giant palm, the alloy arena rushing toward her in a dizzying blur. A hand clamped onto her throat. Not Susanoo's hand, but Chu Yes' own 5 fingers precisely locking onto the sides of her carotid artery. The pulse beating beneath his fingertips was so clear it made her scalp tingle. Lin Yao was suspended in midair by one hand, her toes still 20 centimeters from the ground. She arched her back in a futile struggle, both hands desperately clawing at Chu Yes' fingers, her nails digging into his skin and drawing blood. Chu Yi didn't even flinch. The rotation of his 3-mo Sharingan slowed to a crawl, the intervals between each turn stretched unbearably long, as if deliberately forcing the other party to see those crimson pupils clearly down to the very marrow. What did you just call her? His voice was soft, his tone as flat, as if confirming a trivial piece of information. But as the sound system carried those 6 words into every corner of the venue, the first 3 rows of the audience instinctively began to shrink back. Say it again. Lin Yao's face flushed an unnatural red from suffocation, fear, and madness churning in her pale golden pupils. Her windpipe was crushed, allowing only gasps, but her lips still moved. Blind. Waste. Just a blind man. Back then. You should have just. Chu Yes' left hand pressed against her spine. His 5 fingers spread flat over the 3rd thoracic vertebra, a thin layer of fabric between his palm and her spine. From the outside, the gesture could even be called gentle. Then chakra seeped in from his palm. Not an infusion, not a shock, but an infiltration. Dozens of extremely fine high-dimensional energy threads, starting from 5 fingertips, followed the gaps in Lin Yao's spine, spreading inward and precisely probing within her body. Wait, what is he doing? What kind of technique are those energy threads? Zoom in. Enlarge the spiritual energy imaging. Tech team switched to the internal view. The holographic screen displayed a spiritual energy image. 100,000 people watched as dozens of blue light threads traveled down Lin Yao's spine, bypassing bones and muscles, and precisely located the core convergence nodes of each major spiritual meridian. Then they tightened simultaneously. Crushed. From top to bottom, one by one, the core nodes of the spiritual meridians were shattered into fragments. Lin Yao's body went rigid from head to toe, her mouth stretched to its limit. A piercing scream was squeezed from deep within her throat, the sound crashing against the venue's dome and reverberating back, rattling the teeth of the front row audience. The spiritual energy image on the holographic screen changed rapidly. The spiritual power film on Lin Yao's body began to peel off from her extremities like fading paint. The rank spiritual pressure reading plummeted, the numbers rolling so fast the technicians' eyes couldn't keep up. A rank. Crank. Still dropping. Drank. 0. Her spiritual pressure reading is 0. Chu Yi released his right hand. Lin Yao's body slipped from his grasp, her back hitting the alloy floor with a thud, bouncing once before settling. Her limbs sprawled at unnatural angles, lacking even the strength to curl up. Her pale golden pupils were unfocused, saliva and blood mingling at the corner of her mouth. All her spiritual meridians were destroyed. From that second onward, one of the twin stars of the imperial capital's Lin family had permanently become a cripple, more fragile than an ordinary person. Chu Yi glanced down at her, his gaze lingering for less than half a second before shifting away, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. This is just interest. He crouched down. A faint blue glow still lingered on the 5 fingertips of his left hand from crushing the meridian nodes. His index finger tapped Lin Yao's forehead forcibly, pulling her unfocused gaze back into focus. Go back and tell your Lin family patriarch. His tone was as flat as discussing garbage collection with a neighbor. I will come personally to settle every debt one by one. No one in the venue spoke. 100,000 people suppressed even the sound of swallowing, as if afraid of disturbing something that should not be disturbed. Just as he stood up to leave, Lin Yao's violently convulsing body, triggered by the collapse of her spiritual meridians, dislodged the artifact from her inner pocket. The sphere slipped from the sweat-soaked pocket edge, tumbled out, and fell onto the alloy floor. The crisp clatter amplified tenfold in the deathly silent venue. The silver-purple sphere bounced twice on the floor. On the second bounce, a fine crack erupted on its surface. The chain reaction of the destroyed spiritual meridians severed the spiritual power supply between the artifact and its host. The seal array, deprived of energy, instantly collapsed. Cracks spread in all directions from the point of impact, and the sphere shattered into 7 or 8 fragments under everyone's gaze. A wisp of silver-purple light rose from among the fragments. The light was faint, but its trajectory was unlike that of naturally dissipating energy. It bypassed Chu Ye's shoulders, swerved around the holographic screen above the judge's table, and circumvented the heads of the first row of the audience. It flew with precision toward the farthest edge of the preparation area. Lin Chushuang was curled up in her seat, her hand covering her eye sockets. The searing pain beneath the gauze began to ease abruptly from the moment the artifact shattered. Before she could discern the meaning of this change, that wisp of silver-purple light drilled into the gap in the gauze. It merged silently. Her body shuddered. In that half-second, the chakra perception map underwent an unprecedented change. Within the original 3-dimensional energy landscape, a new dimension suddenly appeared. Countless streams of novel information flooded in. She saw the direction of energy flow at every node of Chu Ye's chakra circuits, the molecular arrangement of the alloy arena panels, the calcified hyperplasia from an old shoulder blade injury beneath Zhao Denian's back, the refraction angles of the optical components inside the holographic projector in the distance. Then everything shut down. The extra dimension vanished. The perception map reverted to its familiar 3-dimensional blue picture. Lin Chushuang gasped for air, gripping her blind cane with immense effort to keep her fingers from slipping. What was that just now? Chu Yi leaped from the edge of the arena, crossed the 3 rows of audience seats in 2 strides, and landed beside Lin Chushuang. As his right hand pressed onto her shoulder, chakra already flowed at his fingertips, stabilizing the minor disturbance caused by the light merging into her body. Chu Yi leaped from the edge of the arena, crossed the 3 rows of audience seats in 2 strides, and landed beside Lin Chushuang. As his right hand pressed onto her shoulder, chakra already flowed at his fingertips, his gaze did not fall on her. His Sharingan swept across another direction of the venue at the entrance to contestant corridor B. 2 lines of text illuminated in the system panel within his mind. The first line, white. Lin Yao is not a luck target. Dao heart shattering does not count toward fragment reward. The second line, dark red with a blinking border, covert luck target detected approaching the arena. Heretic Saintisjiang, Shui disguised identity, current location contestant corridor B. Luck type heaven-defying luck, corrupted by the abyss. Shattering her Dao heart yields fragment 1, progress 33, can synthesize complete dimensional descent, draw ticket. Chu Ye's gaze pierced through the crowd and structural barriers, locking onto the slender silhouette, slowly advancing at the end of that dim corridor. A black hood was pulled down to her brow. 2 faint red lights flickered in the shadow beneath the brim. Black patterns like ink-stained blood vessels crawled across the skin from her jawline to the side of her neck. She was no longer the same species as the aristocratic heiress who had collapsed to her knees in the rain half a month ago. He withdrew his gaze, brought his lips close to Lin Chushuang's ear, his voice lowered to a whisper only the 2 of them could hear. Something interesting is coming soon. His fingertips tapped lightly on her shoulder. Sit still. Something interesting is about to happen. Chu Ye's fingertips left Lin Chushuang's shoulder. The maintenance team of the combat city had been busy all day replacing 3 layers of alloy panels on the main arena that had been shattered by Susanoo, the welding marks still glowing with a faint orange warmth. The security level on the day of the finals had tripled compared to yesterday, with a fully armed psionic mech soldier stationed every 10 meters in the corridor, their standard psionic rifles pointed inward towards the arena. This was not to protect the contestants, but to safeguard the spectators. The online viewership had surpassed 500 million 2 hours before the match, with over a third of the entire Federation's netizens flooding the same channel, causing the server cluster to be temporarily expanded 4 times, and the platform's operation team worked through the night. Chu Yi led Lin Chushuang out through the front passage, the cheers of 100,000 people reverberating against the venue's dome, causing the psionic damping layer to vibrate. Here it comes, here it comes. The great god of the firmament is here. Yesterday, a single person defeated all the monsters in the province. Who is the unlucky soul facing them in the finals? I want to see who can make them activate their Sharingan. They fought with their eyes closed the entire time yesterday. Lin Chushuang's chakra perception map was operating at full capacity, capturing the position and intensity of every energy source within a 50-meter radius in a 3-dimensional display. Although the strand of silver-purple light that fused after the artifact shattered did not reactivate the extra dimension, the basic perception accuracy improved by nearly 10% compared to yesterday, even allowing her to discern the psionic conduits beneath the arena floor. Chu Yi settled her in the preparation seat while he leaned against the railing with his hands in his pockets, his eyelids half-closed, looking lazy and completely unconcerned about the upcoming finals. The opposite passage was eerily silent. The head referee flipped through the matchup sheet twice, confirming that the finals opponent was registered as wildcard contestant number 0137. After 3 calls went unanswered, sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Contestant number 0137, final call. If you do not enter the arena within 10 seconds, it will be considered a forfeit. As the 4th reminder left his lips, footsteps echoed from the depths of the opposite passage. Slowly, step by step, with an inhuman rhythm. With each step, the psionic lights on either side of the passage flickered in sync, the power clearly unstable. A figure emerged from the darkness. The hood had been removed, revealing a gaunt face with prominent cheekbones. Dark patterns extended from the jawline to the forehead, covering much of her face. Her originally brown irises were completely engulfed by a dark red light, and black veins coursed over the sclera, as if the eyeballs had been soaked in ink. The cheers from the audience vanished completely within 3 seconds. Not because of her face, but because of what followed behind her. A dark red female silhouette wrapped in crimson chains floated out from the depths of the passage. Her long black hair flowed to her waist, gently swaying in the still air. Where her eyes should be, there were only 2 hollow black sockets, thick black blood silently oozing from them, dripping onto the alloy floor, each drop eroding a small pit. The sound of chains clashing was dull, yet rhythmic, making the audience's hearts race with anxiety. Those in the front rows began to gag, some covered their mouths and bent over, while others turned pale as wax on the live broadcast. What the hell is that thing? Why does it have an abyssal aura? Wait, that person's face. Did you see it? Doesn't she look a bit like Jiang Shui? That face is Jiang Shui. Wasn't she expelled? All 4 abyss contamination detection devices on the referee's table lit up red simultaneously, the piercing alarm shattering the remaining silence in the venue. Warning. Abyss contamination source detected. Contamination level severe. Immediate isolation is advised. 4 deputy referees jumped from their seats, 2 immediately hitting the emergency evacuation button on the table, while the 3rd was already screaming into the intercom, demanding military intervention. Jiang Shui stopped in the center of the arena. Her gaze crossed the distance of over 10 meters, penetrating the swirling black mist, landing on the black-haired youth with his hands in his pockets by the preparation seat railing. A smile twisted the corner of her mouth, a distortion in her facial features, making it appear particularly eerie. Chu Yi. Her voice was hoarse and deep, as if her vocal cords had been soaked in something, the syllables tinged with a metallic rasp. We meet again at last. Chu Yi's expression showed no change, not even adjusting his standing posture, as if what emerged before him was nothing but a stray dog. Jiang Shui raised her right hand, 5 fingers pale to the point of revealing the contours of her bones. Aren't you very strong? Susanoo cleaved through the abyssal rift with a single strike, your Sharingan disabled in a level spirit beast with just a glance, and your martial arts crushed all the prodigies in the province without even breaking a sweat. Her voice grew louder, blood seeping from her gums beneath her cracked lips, with each word releasing black mist from between her teeth. I want to see if you can withstand the curse of fate itself. The head referee's voice crackled through the loudspeaker. Immediately halt the match. Activate the isolation protocol. The security team must seal all exits. Military reinforcements will arrive within 3 minutes. His orders turned to mere scraps of paper in the next moment. The black mist emanating from Jiang Shui suddenly exploded, rapidly expanding outward in all directions, covering the alloy floor beneath her with a tangible corrosive sensation, then climbing from the ground to the walls and spreading to the dome. The black barrier completed the total lockdown of the finals venue in less than 5 seconds, covering every inch from the foundation to the top, including the ventilation ducts and psionic lines. All psionic communication signals outside were severed, and the live broadcast screen froze into a black screen for 500 million viewers across the net. No. The exit is sealed. I can't break through. I hit it with all my strength and left no mark. It's over. We're trapped inside. Panic began in the northwest corner of the stands, with people being knocked over, others colliding into the barrier and being thrown back 3 meters, crashing heavily onto the steps as screams began to rise. 3 security personnel unleashed a level spirit techniques against the barrier, but the energy was absorbed without even causing a ripple. The head referee slumped back into his chair, his face ashen. Jiang Shui slowly spread her arms in the center of the barrier, her dark red pupils scanning the thousands of distorted faces in the venue, while the cursed blood, which behind her floated off the ground, her hollow black eye sockets facing the same direction. No one can leave. This sentence resonated, echoing directly within the skulls of everyone present. Today we shall perish together. No one is allowed to leave. The echo of that statement lingered in the dome of the venue as Chu Yi had already turned to the side, pinching Lin Chu Shuang's wrist with 2 fingers. Move back. He pulled her up, retreating behind the steel partition at the back of the preparation area, finding a spot that faced the arena yet was farthest from the center, pressing her down there. He scanned the area, confirming the thickness and structure of the partition before retracting his hand. Lin Chu Shuang gripped her blind cane, sensing the 2 signals in the map pushing outward. Not spiritual energy, but a thick viscous blackness flowing slowly like mud, devoid of any sharp aggressive sensation, only a pervasive stench of decay that sent shivers down her spine as it brushed against the edges of her perception. Chu Yi, that contract spirit. I can't detect it on the map. There are no energy signals. I know. He offered no further explanation, turning toward the arena, his hands slipping back into his pocket. Chu Yi, sit tight. His voice came from the direction of his shoulder, the tone light, as if he were merely assigning a trivial task. Lin Chu Shuang stretched her hand forward, but couldn't reach. Her fingertips hovered in the air before finally returning to the top of her cane, gripping it tightly. On the arena, Jiang Shui awaited his arrival, a fervor in her dark red eyes, a vitality born from lingering too long in a state of sickness. Chu Yi stepped onto the alloy surface, stopping 15 meters away from her, the 3 Magatama rotating as he swept his gaze over the opposing cursed blood witch. The system opened a white text box in his mind. Contract spirit identification, cursed blood witch. Combat form, causal interference. No physical projectiles, no energy projectiles, no spellcasting trajectory, no effective evasion window. Essence directly inscribes the target's death outcome at the causal level, with the result existing prior to the process. Chu Yi finished reading the line, shifting his gaze away from the text box back to the floating entity. The cursed blood witch hovered with her feet off the ground, her black hair hanging in the still air, her eye sockets void of eyeballs. Only 2 hollows remained. Black blood silently dripped down her cheeks, each drop corroding a tiny pit into the alloy surface, not even producing a sound of erosion, as if those pits had always existed. Last time you were begging me on your knees. Chu Yi's lips curled slightly, laced with a hint of disdain. Is this the result of your efforts to appear like this? Jiang Shui did not respond, glancing down at her wrist where the skin over an old scar was thin and translucent. She traced her thumbnail along the scar. The wound reopened, blood slowly seeping out, flowing toward the witch beside her along an invisible path. The system's alert tone barely started to sound when that entity emerged. In that instant, Chu Yi's Sharingan caught a slight deviation. Not from the witch, but a subtle distortion in the spatial refraction, the angle of the light bending along a certain path, differing from its surroundings, like a completely transparent line weaving through. Susanu's ribs expanded from his back, the blue skeletal frame enveloping him entirely, chakra, forming an additional layer of barrier around the outer shell. That line was coming. The surface of the Susanu's framework showed no changes, no indentations, no ripples, not even a flicker of the blue light. The transparent line passed through all defenses as if it were cutting through air, entering his chest and stopping at the core of his soul. Chu Yi glanced down. In the view of his Sharingan, a thread as fine as a hair wrapped around the outermost layer of the soul core's energy circuit. With each loop, the reading of the primal force decreased slowly and steadily, as if it were completing something that had already been predetermined. There was no pain, only a sensation of being pulled outward slowly and evenly, as if something held onto a part of him, steadily tugging it outward. He concentrated his chakra toward that line. Upon encountering the line, the chakra diverted, finding no point of contact to exert force, flowing along the edges like water against a transparent barrier. He traced the Sharingan along that line, attempting to intervene from the source, but after a distance the direction vanished, not repelled, but simply cut off without any explanation. The barrage of comments exploded. Wait, why did he suddenly stop moving? What did that witch release? I saw nothing. The primal force is declining. Does anyone see the data panel? No, look at his face, he is bearing something. Jiang Shui took a few steps forward, her pace deliberately slow. Standing 5 meters away from Chu Yi, she scrutinized his unmoving figure within the Susanoo frame, her lips curving into a slight arc. What's wrong? Can't you withstand it? Chu Yi remained silent. That blue bone can't hold it back. The blood on her wrist continued to seep as her voice, hoarse and tinged with a metallic rasp, continued. Your red eyes can't deceive it, your flames won't burn it, because it has never been an attack from the start. She pronounced the last few words slowly, each syllable dropping heavily. The fact that you will die has already happened, it's just that the process is still unfolding. Chu Yi leaned against the inner wall of the Susanoo frame, the blue light against his back flowing, without any change due to his movement. That fine black line still coiled around the soul core, quietly continuing its rotation. He confirmed one thing. This thing could not be blocked, nor could it be pursued. Flames could not burn it, illusions had no target, and the Sharingan found no nodes to intervene as chakra felt like it was striking cotton. It wasn't a matter of defensive systems. The energies of both parties simply did not exist on the same. He suppressed this judgment in his mind, maintaining a composed exterior, withdrawing his right hand from his pocket to flick his fingers against the inner wall of the Susanoo frame, which resonated softly. So you learned this. He looked at Jiang Shui, his tone flat, as if reciting an application question. To stake your life to exchange for a result that has no process. Jiang Shui's smile remained unchanged. As long as it's useful. Useful? Chu Yi repeated, his lips twitching. After you sold your life, whether it was worth it or not, she will have to calculate that herself. 20 meters away at the preparation area, an anomaly appeared on Lin Chu Shuang's perception map. The chakra main circuit in Chu Yi's body, which usually flowed like a calm river, began to exhibit a thin layer of black coverage at the edges. Not a large area of erosion, but a subtle contraction that was almost invisible to the naked eye, yet precisely identifiable by the perception map, moving toward the core millimeter by millimeter. She did not call out, biting down her teeth, her fingers gripping the blind, cane sinking into the bamboo joints, the tip of the cane creaking under her grip. The speed was not fast, but the direction was certain. The contraction had never ceased. At that moment, the system in Chu Yi's mind opened a red warning box. Warning: the host soul core is currently undergoing causal level erosion. Current progress 3.2. At the current erosion rate, the estimated time for complete erosion is approximately 4 minutes. The 3 Magatama Sharingan has no effective resistance against causal level interference. It is recommended to activate higher tier powers. The second line quickly followed. Kaleidoscope Sharingan awakening condition. Check condition: A primal force reaches 80 threshold. Current 79, not met. Condition B extreme emotional impact triggered. Currently not triggered. Chu Yi glanced at these two lines, raising his gaze back to Jiang Shui. 79. Just 1% short. For minutes. Jiang Shui read a subtle change from his face, stepping forward with that slight shift, closing the distance to 3 meters, visibly increasing the rotation speed of that fine line by half a circle. Do you feel it? Her voice lowered, imbued with a twisted, almost ear-piercing excitement. It's not painful, right? Just a little pull outward, slowly, evenly. Your strength won't help you, your eyes won't help you, your bones won't help you. She paused for a moment, letting the words linger in the air. For minutes, Chu Yi. The erosion progress is at 7%. The rib cage of the Susanoo flickered twice, and the blue light began to fade from the edge of the left shoulder armor, revealing the translucent energy, skeletal structure beneath it, which was thinning at a visibly discernible speed. Chu Yi stood at the center of the skeleton, with only one causal chain remaining entangled around the core of his soul. That chain was devouring his source power at a rate of 0.1% per second, and the energy supply of the Susanoo was continuously drained, making it impossible for the blue armor layer to be sustained. The defense of the firmament is disappearing. Did you see that? The skeleton is becoming transparent. Something's wrong. He was handling the Susanoo effortlessly before, but now he's dropping frames. What is that causal curse anyway? Even a monster of this level is being consumed. We're doomed. If he falls, we'll all die inside this barrier. A suppressed sobbing sound came from a corner of the venue where some newcomers had crouched down, holding their heads and unable to bear looking at the holographic screen. Jiang Shui stood at the other end of the arena, her dark red pupils reflecting the flickering image of the Susanoo skeleton. The corners of her mouth gradually curled upwards, and the black patterns from her jaw to her temples twisted along with her expression. "Did you see that, eh?" Her voice echoed back along the walls of the black barrier, simultaneously flooding into everyone's ears. "Your Susanoo is impressive, your physical skills are strong, your Sharingan can make a rank spirit beast kneel, you alone can fight the entire province, you are the god," in everyone's mouth. But so what? She took a step forward, barefoot, stepping on the corroded alloy ground. Causality doesn't need to defeat you, it just needs to wait for you to die. Chuyi did not respond. He looked down at his palm. The flow of chakra was indeed slower than 3 minutes ago, and there were intermittent gaps in the energy circuits at his fingertips. On the battle preparation seat, Lin Chushwang's 10 fingers were buried deep into the metallic edges of the armrest. Blood oozed from under her nails, trickling down the armrest and pooling into a small dark puddle on the ground. In her perception map, Chuyi's energy outline dimmed a little more with each passing second. The signal coming from the contract passage was constantly changing. She could distinguish the flow and pulse frequency of chakra, recognize that the energy density of the Susanoo skeleton was continuously diminishing, and detect that Chuyi's heartbeat remained steady at 62 beats per minute without accelerating. However, there was something mixed in the underlying data stream, deeply buried and hidden within the signal noise. "It hurts. He is in pain." Since the contract began, she had never sensed such a signal in the passage. Chuyi had endured poison-pierced barriers and withstood ice and firestorms. Each physiological feedback had been an absolutely stable line. She once thought this person had no sense of pain, so, when this weak discomfort seeped from the depths of the passage, she immediately realized one thing: it had already become so severe that he could no longer contain it. Lin Chushwang stood up. Zhao Danayan leaned forward from the back row, wanting to grab her arm. Before he could say 2 words, Lin Chushwang swung her blind cane horizontally, the metallic shaft hitting his palm, causing him to wince in pain and release his grip just as she stepped out of her seat. "Lin, you can't go over there. The concentration of abyssal pollution over there will." The voice was left behind. Her perception map operated at full power, transforming the 18 meters into a blue light strip with all obstacles marked with 3-dimensional contours and boundary coordinates. She did not need her eyes on the 3rd step. She let go of the blind cane, throwing it out. On the 7th step, she bypassed the collapsed equipment box. On the 11th step, she stepped onto the raised alloy plate at the edge of the arena. On the 14th step, both feet left the ground, jumping onto the surface of the arena from a height of 1.2 meters. The movement was not graceful. When she landed, her knee hit the alloy panel, scraping off a layer of skin. However, she did not stop, pushing herself off the ground to stand upright again and continue running. The blind girl, shrouded in gauze, traversed the black mist filled with abyssal pollution under the gaze of 100,000 people, her slender body swaying in the air currents, yet her steps grew faster with each stride. What is that blind girl doing? Isn't she running to her death? Who is stopping her? She has no defense. Wait. Look at the direction she's running in. She's charging towards Chuyi. The hollow eyes of the blood curse which turned around. The 2 black sockets without eyeballs focused on the moving slender figure, and the speed at which black blood flowed down her pale cheeks increased. The witch sensed fresh prey. Her spiritual power was nearly depleted, her spiritual veins only repaired by 30%, and she had no means of protection. This was the perfect vessel. A new causal chain detached from the witch's body, wrapped in chains finer than all previous chains, but 3 times faster. The black causal threads silently sliced through the air above the arena, generating no energy fluctuations and causing no spatial disturbances, heading straight towards Lin Chushwang's exposed back along a path imperceptible to any defense. In that same moment, Chuyi's Sharingan captured the slight spatial distortion caused by that causal line. He saw the trajectory clearly, he saw the endpoint, and he understood who that endpoint was directed at. The Susanoo skeleton shattered completely in the next frame, and all remaining chakra abandoned the defensive operating mode in that instant. The blue energy particles exploded around him, only to be forced back into his body, not for attack, nor for defense. Chuyi's body collided into Lin Chushwang's running path, his arms enclosing around her sides. One hand grasped the back of her head, while the other secured her waist, wrapping her into the safety of his chest. The causal chain pierced into his back. The second one wrapped around the core of his soul. Both causal chains simultaneously gnawed at his source, and the erosion progress jumped from 7% to 12%. The energy of the Susanoo skeleton was insufficient to even maintain a finger bone. He did not care. "You idiot. Who told you to come here? Who gave you the courage to run this way, eh? The voice pressed down from above, hitting Lin Chushwang's head. His chin rested against her forehead, and the strength of his arms tightened to the point where Lin Chushwang's ribs felt a dull ache. She could sense the hand at the back of her head trembling. Not from pain, she could tell. Who told you to come over? Who gave you the courage to run this way, eh? The three tomo spun wildly in his iris, the speed surpassing any previous limit since awakening the Sharingan. The edges of the tomo began to produce a visible burning sensation, and the crimson base color became deeper and more intense until the three tomo finally came to a halt. The three tomo began to deform with black patterns extending from the tips of each tomo, and a connection line that had never existed before sprouted between two adjacent ones, intertwining and stretching to outline a new configuration on the surface of the iris. The system panel exploded with a blood-red full-screen pop-up. All regular prompts were overridden, leaving only one line of text filling the view. Extreme emotional impact confirmed. The protected target is under lethal threat. The host's soul generates an absolute protective will that transcends rationality. Awakening threshold breached. Kaleidoscope Sharingan awakening program executed. Chu Yes' eyes opened wide to their limits while holding Lin Chushwang. The pattern in his pupils completed the final closure of its lines, and on the blood-red base black petals unfurled layer by layer from the center. Mental power surged from those eyes. Colorless, shapeless, and soundless. But everyone sensed it. The shockwave radiated outward from Chu Yi, causing the alloy arena's surface to crack in radial patterns under pure mental pressure. The cracks spread from under his feet to the arena's edge and down the supporting pillars into the depths of the foundation, resonating with a low-frequency hum throughout the venue's metallic framework. The two causal chains wrapped around the core of his soul tightened simultaneously, the gaps between the links being forced open by an indescribable power. The reading of the erosion speed dropped sharply from 0.2% per second to 0. The causal chains did not break. But they no longer eroded. The surface of the chains was covered by an extremely thin membrane of mental power, the operational logic of which did not belong to any known category of chakra. Even the system took 3 seconds to provide an analysis. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye Technique Analyzing. Jiang Shui's smile began to fade from the right corner of her mouth. She saw those eyes that had reopened. The three tomo disappeared, replaced by a pattern that sent a wave of intense tingling up her spine. The mental waves passively leaked from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, swept across her cheek, causing her dark red pupils to uncontrollably shift in focus, while a buzzing sound resonated deep in her eardrum. The blood curse which behind her took half a step back. That causal spirit devoid of eyeballs began to tremble slightly as it passively encountered the mental waves from the kaleidoscope. Lin Chushwang pressed against Chu Yes' chest. Her perception map overloaded and turned white upon receiving the signal of the qualitative change in the chakra circuit, then restarted, reloaded, and stabilized after 3 cycles. In the image, Chu Yes' energy outline shifted from a blue humanoid form to a light source with boundaries she couldn't measure, so large that it exceeded her perception radius. Chu Yes' gaze shifted from the top of Lin Chushwang's head over her shoulder, the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, slowly rotating, locking onto the black-patterned woman whose complexion was crumbling 12 meters away. What did you just say? His voice returned to its usual nonchalant tone, with a layer of coldness trailing off at the end. Causality doesn't need to defeat me, it just needs to wait for me to die, eh? The pattern of the kaleidoscope made a complete rotation, and something deep within his left eye began to coalesce and take shape. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye Technique Analysis complete. Left Eye Technique Tsukuyami. Effect traps the target in a spiritual world where the caster has absolute control, capable of manipulating the flow of time and all sensory input. Within 1 second, it can create 72 hours of mental torment with no spiritual resistance for local spirits. Chu Yi stared at that line of text for 3 seconds, his brow furrowing. Tsukuyami. Isn't that the signature move of that weasel? Wait a minute. Chu Yes' brow tightened further, his mind racing through all the fragments of memories about Madara from his previous life, watching Naruto. Eternal Kaleidoscope Rinnegan Susanoo Infinite Tsukuyami God Tree 6 Paths Madara. He remembered them all clearly. After all, he was a man at the pinnacle of the ninja world with countless glorious moments. However, what exactly was the inherent eye technique of Madara's Kaleidoscope Sharingan in the original? Chu Yi racked his brain, but all he could find were scenes of Susanoo slicing through the Nine Tails and Infinite Tsukuyami illuminating the ninja world. He couldn't recall a single unique eye technique that belonged to the kaleidoscope phase. Damn, he muttered a curse. Then let me see if your pathetic karma is worthy enough to last until that day. Chu Yi cast these words into the air as his arm around Lin Chushwang's waist loosened. He gripped her shoulders, pushing her half a step back using the momentum to straighten himself. As his thumb pulled away, the pad brushed against the damp trail on her cheek. He didn't ask when she had started crying. The black petals of his kaleidoscope spun against a blood-red backdrop, his gaze never straying from Jiang Shui's position. Step back 3 paces. The man's voice was soft, the command devoid of chakra pressure, yet it carried an unyielding authority that left no room for rebuttal. Lin Chushwang bit her lower lip and obediently retreated 3 steps. She clutched her blind staff tightly to her chest. Her chakra perception map had just finished rebooting. Chu Yi turned and strode forward, his soles landing on the alloy plates corroded by the abyssal aura. He walked without haste, his steps punctuated by casual pauses. Yet with every heel strike, the alloy plates beneath him caved into radial crack-like depressions. Jiang Shui forced herself not to retreat. Blood still gushed from the wound on her left radial. The crimson liquid flowed ceaselessly through the air into the cursed blood witch's body, sustaining the highest tier of the karmic chains. Her gaunt face was drained of all color, the black abyssal patterns writhing across her cheeks with every expression. Jiang Shui let out a dry, rasping laugh. Swapping the pattern in your eyes makes you think you can block fate itself. Her voice lodged in her throat, unable to form another word. Chu Yi stopped 5 paces away, the pattern in his eyes coming to a complete halt. The black markings on the blood-red backdrop converged into the central pupil, forming a bottomless vortex. His lips parted and met again. Tsukuyami. In an instant, the surrounding air fell silent. The black barrier in the sky vanished, the cold hardness of the alloy arena disappeared, and even the clatter of chains on the cursed blood witch ceased. Jiang Shui's world was utterly overturned. Before her eyes stretched an endless expanse of blood red, and beneath her feet lay a scarlet wasteland. The sky above inverted into pure black with a bleeding red moon suspended at its center. Her body slammed heavily against a cold, rough wooden post. Invisible steel spikes drove through her wrists and ankles, pinning her firmly to a black cross. No matter how she struggled with all her might, her limbs could not move an inch. Chu Yi stood 3 paces ahead. The man kept his hands in his pockets, his gaze calm as he surveyed the prey on the cross. 3 days and 3 nights. The voice had no source, echoing layer upon layer through the crimson space. Here space-time and mass are all determined by me alone. Jiang Shui's eyes widened, reverting to their original brown. The next second, a tearing, excruciating pain pierced through her mind. The spiritual torture had officially begun. The first invisible blade sliced open the fingernail of her right index finger. The edge crept upward inch by inch through the nail bed, slowly separating skin and flesh from bone. The cuts avoided all vital areas, each incision designed solely to inflict pure agony. A distorted scream burst from Jiang Shui's throat. Her vocal cords shredded from the relentless, shrieking, spitting bloody foam. The mutilated body was forcibly restored in a flash of red light, and the blade fell again. She had lost count of how many times she was flayed alive. Finally, the blood moon in the sky dimmed. The day's torture ended seamlessly, transitioning into the night's program. Black icy water rose from beneath her feet. She was forcibly submerged into the freezing depths. The sensation of every cell rupturing in the cold traveled intact through her nerves to her cerebral cortex. Suffocation and the bone-piercing agony of frost shattered every shred of her will. The sky bright, the freezing pool instantly evaporated, replaced by a rising sea of blue-white flames. The fire licked upward from her feet, burning through skin and flesh to reach her internal organs. She could clearly smell the acrid stench of her own bones being baked to ash. Night fell, and the flames were replaced by bubbling green acidic venom. Her body dissolved layer by layer from the outside in. The release of death became an unattainable luxury here. Every time her consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness, the cross would drag her back whole and intact to the starting point. A new round of execution began. The cycle repeated without end for a full 72 hours. By the 3rd night, Jiang Shui no longer had the strength to scream. Only meaningless leaking gasps escaped her throat. She had abandoned struggle. Her mental defenses had completely crumbled. Back in reality, from the moment Chu Yi uttered the technique's name to Jiang Shui's collapse, only a single second had elapsed. The heretic saintess, who moments ago had been shrouded in black aura howling for mutual destruction, now fell stiffly backward. There were no beams of light colliding, no massive explosions. Not even a single strand of hair made a sound as it fell. The back of her head struck the alloy plate, with Jiang Shui lay on the ground. Her dark red pupils had completely faded to a murky gray-white. From all 7 orifices foul dark black stagnated blood gushed forth. Her limbs twitched erratically on the floor a few times. A rigid, arrogant smirk, the one she had worn while anticipating Chu Ye's karmic backlash, remained frozen on her lips. The 2 thin karmic threads entwined around Chu Ye's soul core lost their power source the moment the host's spirit was annihilated. The black lines instantly slackened, dissipating into specks of black light that faded into the void. The system's erosion reading hit 0. The red light in the hollow eye sockets of the cursed blood, which now lacking conscious control, extinguished. The chains that had been flying everywhere retracted, binding the spiritual body into a motionless state. In that moment, the entire audience of 100,000 fell into an absolute silence lasting several seconds. Everyone's mouths hung open, yet not a single sound escaped. The next second, the audio equipment was overwhelmed by a deafening roar of shock. Holy shit! Holy shit! What happened? Can someone tell me what just happened? He didn't even lift a finger, and that woman just died. A single look can kill, eh? What kind of broken ability is that? No way the karmic curse was broken just like that. I don't understand, I'm utterly shook. This is what they call a dimensionality reduction strike. Lord Sangxiong is the GOAT. The head referee shot up from his slumped chair, trembling uncontrollably. Several assistant referees grabbed their walkie-talkies, shouting incoherently. Lift the quarantine. Go confirm the target's vital signs. Chu Yi slipped his hands back into his pockets, ignoring the adoring gazes from the stands. His Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Jiang Shue's abdomen. The body on the ground, completely devoid of life, began to writhe unnaturally. To orchestrate this descent, the cult had planted something within this woman. With the complete annihilation of the host's spirit, the deep-seated abyssal seed lost its final restraint. Black light particles surfaced through the skin, densely emerging and converging into sickening veins that began to spread rapidly in all directions. After Jiang Shui collapsed, the floor did not fall silent at once. Black congealed blood seeping from her 7 orifices trickled into the seams of the alloy plates. Its color was unnaturally concentrated, a dark violet, and each drop that struck the metal caused fine bubbles to rise on the surface. Chu Yi stood 2 paces away and did not step forward. His gaze fixed on Jiang Shue's abdomen. A kaleidoscopic pattern spun against a blood-red backdrop at a slow turn. The acuity of his perception let him see, with crystalline clarity, what was happening beneath her belly. Dark motes continued to converge, drawing from the branches of the blood vessels toward the center, inching one by one toward the navel. He spoke softly, saying a single word: disperse. At the same time, he cast a sideways glance. 2 members of the adjudication team had already reached the rim of the ring carrying recorders. When Jiang Shui fell, someone had reflexively wanted to rush over to check, but his look stopped them, and no one dared move. On the standby bench, Lin Chushuang gripped her blind cane. On her sensory map, more than 200 light points contracted into a single mass, all converging at Jiang Shue's abdomen and emitting a viscous oppressive signal frequency unlike anything she had seen before, a frequency that pressed uncomfortably against the edges of perception. Then the thing emerged. A jet of black fluid tore through the skin at Jiang Shue's navel and welled out. It was not plentiful, no larger than a fist, but it swelled and condensed in the air, tugging out translucent black membranes threaded with dark red veins the same color as the rims of the abyssal rifts in the firmament. Within 2 seconds, a 2-meter-tall phantasmal manifestation had materialized on the platform. It hunched beneath a black robe, its features were blurred, but its silhouette was sharp. Dark red veins on the backs of its hands flowed slowly. Inside them coursed high-concentration abyssal origin. The spiritual pressure detectors of several perception-type chilling masters in the arena screamed in acute overload the instant the manifestation formed. The numbers on the readouts jumped 2 notches and immediately ran off the scale. The analyst at the commentary desk, who could still keep his cadence, gripped the microphone tightly. A tremor crept into his voice. He blurted out that the combat power estimate was roughly level 70, that the manifestation's spiritual pressure had already broken the recorded local individual limit, and that even all the venue's security combined did not amount to 1% of that level. It had come out of a person's body. What kind of creature was this? Other voices echoed in panic, noting the level 70 estimate, how few city garrison soldiers there had been when they entered, and speculating that the thing had been parasitic inside her, using her merely as a transport. After the manifestation fully solidified, it did not speak or exert pressure, nor did it even pause to look at Chu Yi. Its judgment was startlingly swift. Almost the instant it found its footing, it made a decision. A translucent palm stretched out before it, fingers splayed. The fingertips tore the air and wrenched open a black fissure, wide enough for a person to slip through sideways, its edges churning with dark red turbulence, the same structural pattern as those things that had hung on the dome during the abyssal descent. From its chest, a sharp, dry voice issued, "Target exposed, withdraw immediately." There was no emotion in it, no unnecessary pause. Its body was already a third embedded into the fissure. Chu Yi merely snorted coldly. The snort was low, but Lin Chushuang on the bench heard it clearly. There was no derision in it, only the simple assertion that the other would not be leaving. Su Wenning, who sprang up from behind him. Armor expanded into a complete half-body form thicker than any prior manifestation. The chest, shoulder, and arm plates bore the kaleidoscope's petal pattern. The blue sheen carried a deeper texture. The towering figure exceeded 20 meters in height, its right hand gripping an upright chakra greatsword. The blade was primarily blue, threaded with black spiral veins that ran along the edge and gathered into a slowly spinning vortex at the tip. The air near that vortex bent, visibly refracting light. The analyst at the commentary desk dropped his microphone onto the table. He shouted that the spiral was a spatial distortion, that Chu had grafted spatial attribute onto the Suzhou weapon. Such an effect had been hypothesized only in the Federation's highest theoretical treatises and never seen in combat. None of them had expected it to truly exist. The manifestation was already 4/5 into the fissure. Its gaze swept once toward Chu Yi, lingering for a breath over the Wanhuading Zulunian before quickly looking away. It rapidly concluded that flight was the only option. Zu's right arm leveled to shoulder height, and the spiral on the blade flared with blinding light. Chu Yi did not call out any technique or waste words. He simply pressed his wrist downward. The sword arc from Su swept across above the platform, aiming not for the manifestation's body, but for the edge of the spatial fissure beside it. The instant the arc struck the fissure, the surrounding air did not split, but contracted inward. The void on both sides closed together with surgical precision. A scream was forced out of the manifestation as the fissure was halfway closed, short, piercing. The fissure took with it the segment of the manifestation still outside, and the entire void conduit within was cleanly severed by that single stroke. It did not close slowly. It vanished outright. There was no residue at the seam, no ripple of energy, no blood, no lingering aura. The level 70 cultist guardian spirit parasite had been born from Jiang Shui and obliterated completely in less than 5 seconds. Su Wenning, who withdrew his right arm, the patterns on the armor dimmed, and the giant's outline began to dissolve from its summit. Blue particles fell and were pressed back into Chu Yi's body with no leakage. The black barrier in the venue lost its power source after the Guardian's annihilation and began to crack from the dome downward. Daylight leaked through the gaps, and white beams struck the mangled surface of the ring. The 10,000 people trapped inside voiced countless sounds. Some cried, some shouted, strangers clutched one another, others sank to the floor and buried their faces in their hands. In the northwest corner, 2 security personnel were pulling spectators trapped on the lower levels outward. A system prompt unfurled in Chu Yi's mind, killed a Guardian-class abyssal existence. Devoured residual abyssal origin. Origin power 3000. Ujibo band template fusion progress at 82%. A second line immediately followed, parsing Guardian residual memory fragments, assembling encrypted coordinate fragments, suspected to point to the Xinyuan Ji Yin branch altar. Information archiving in progress. Chu Yi skimmed those 2 lines, and then lifted his gaze back to the ring floor. Jiang Shui still lay there. The bleeding from her 7 orifices had stopped. The face, crawled over by black veins, looked especially withered without the abyssal energy sustaining it. Her brown irises had dulled to a murky gray-white. Her chest rose and fell with a faint, fragile rhythm. She was alive, but her spirit and will have been ground into a shattered state by Yuedu beyond short-term recovery. Chu Yi walked past her without lowering his head to look. The chief referee reached out, as if to say something, saw Chu Yi's profile, and withdrew his hand, then issued an order for security to carry the person away. Chu Yi took 3 steps forward, then his pace faltered for a fraction. He did not stop. The space between his 3rd and 4th step was just a touch longer than normal. A fine blur crept at the edge of his vision as the mental power accumulated from the one who was first activation now recoiled back in a sluggish backlash. There was no pain, only a faint sense of distortion. He restored his stride almost within the same second. Within less than a single breath, so subtle the people around would not notice, he walked straight to the standby bench, to the blind girl who had remained standing in the midst of 10,000 people's chaos. Lin Chushuang held the blind cane she had retrieved from the platform. She had not sat down, her feet pressed on the bench's step. Her sensory map ran at full power. Chu Ye's direction was marked for her as a clear blue dot. From the moment Su withdrew, that vast light source had been contracting, and she tracked each of Chu Ye's returning steps with precision. Then she sensed an abnormality. There was a very brief disturbance in his chakra, main circuit of frequency, shift to drop in density. It lasted only a moment, but was real. A reverse pressure pushing from the inside outward, leaving a shallow trace in an otherwise still energy channel. She had meant to wait until he came all the way to her, but she could not wait that long. With 2 steps remaining, Lin Chushuang reached out. The sensory map had already pinpointed the exact coordinates of his wrist. Her fingers touched and closed around it, gripping his wrist tightly. Chu Yi stopped and looked down at her. "Are you hurt?" he asked. When Lin Chushuang spoke, she did not look up. Her fingertips applied a little pressure as she held his wrist. Her voice was steady. It was a tone of confirmation rather than a question. Chu Yi stood before her and regarded her bandaged eye sockets. The corner of his mouth twitched. "It's nothing, just that moment. I know inside," she said. She spoke without loosening her grip. "But your circuit glitched just now." Chu Yi lowered his eyes to her hands around his wrist. The burn scar on the back of her hand from the kitchen had not fully faded, and new scratches rimmed her knuckles. The marks left by her fingers as she braced against the metal edge of the standby bench moments before. He drew his wrist out of her grasp, then reversed his hold to cup the back of her hand, cradling the raw cuts on her knuckles into his palm. "Let's go." The medical team rushed into the arena with a stretcher, quickly lifting Jiang Shui onto it. The bright flashlight illuminated her vacant pupils, which showed no signs of contraction. The team doctor looked at the testing device in his trembling hands. "Irreversible mental trauma shock. Brain activity is nearing flatline. Hurry and transfer her to a special monitoring hospital." The stretcher was pushed past Chu Yi, who stood still staring ahead without turning back. The audience in the stands fixed their gaze on the lifeless body, while the barrage of comments on the big screen scrolled wildly. "Is this it?" Just now they were shouting for mutual destruction, and now she is down after just one glance. What kind of divine skill is this without even a starting move, and it's an instant kill? Jiang Shui is completely ruined this time. Her mental sea must have been crushed to bits. Chu Yi ignored the surrounding noise, leaned down, and gently wiped away the undried tears from Lin Chushuang's cheek with his thumb. "Fool." His voice was extremely low as he leaned close to Lin Chushuang's ear and whispered, "Who told you to rush over here?" Lin Chushuang tightened her grip on his wrist before slowly loosening it. She looked up and opened her mouth. "As long as you're okay." Her perception map showed that Chu Ye's energy profile had stabilized, the glow of his chakra brighter than before awakening, with an additional layer of mental dimension that she could not decipher. She was unsure of what had transpired in those few seconds, but she was certain he had become stronger. A system panel popped up in Chu Ye's mind. Fortune target Jiang Shui's Dao heart, completely shattered mental state, fully collapsed beliefs reduced to 0. Reward dimensional card fragment 1. Current progress of fragments 33. Collect 3 golden fragment icons rotated in the center of the panel, seamlessly combining to form a complete dark gold card. The card bore no text, only a slowly rotating black silhouette, which appeared blurry and unrecognizable. 1 complete dimensional card has been synthesized. Please use it at the appropriate time to unlock a new SSR villain template blind box. Template warming up. The current extractable template pool has been updated. Chu Yi stared at the black silhouette, his expression slightly changing. He wanted nothing more than to crush the card, but considering the situation, he suppressed the impulse. The fusion of a new template would undoubtedly trigger massive energy fluctuations, which would be inappropriate to expose on live broadcast. He placed the card into the system's pending use section and casually closed the panel. The head referee was supported back to the podium by 2 assistant referees, his legs still shaking. He approached the only remaining microphone and announced the results. The 47th Provincial Freshman League Finals has concluded. Champion Jiangxing representative team competitors Chu Yi and Lin Chushuang. In the venue of 100,000 people, silence followed for a moment as everyone watched the situation on the field. After a few seconds, shouts erupted. "Jiangxing! Jiangxing! Jiangxing!" After 11 consecutive years at the bottom, Jiangxing has trampled all the provincial geniuses underfoot today. This isn't winning. This is clearly a high-level expert slaughtering a novice village. The live broadcast screen above the award podium showed Chu Ye's face. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, the kaleidoscope pattern had reverted to a three-dimensional shape, with a deeper sense of oppression in his crimson pupils than before the match. The award presenter held the trophy with both hands and handed it over. Chu Yi took it with one hand and weighed it in his palm. Provincial champion. Chu Yi looked at the trophy in his hand. "It's too small." The venue's audio system transmitted this statement across the internet, the live broadcast screen filled with scrolling text. It's too small. He said it's too small. Is being a provincial champion not enough? What does he want? A national competition. Just how ambitious is this guy? The award presenter's hand froze midair. His expression appeared quite awkward. Chu Yi shoved the trophy into Lin Chuxuang's arms and took her hand, leaving the main venue through a side passage. The security personnel in the corridor saw him approaching and pressed against the wall to clear a path. A young security guard dropped his equipment on the ground and stood by, afraid to bend down to pick it up. Chu Yi slowed his pace to match Lin Chuxuang's speed. His palm enveloped her hand with a faint chakra seeping into her veins, providing a routine energy supply. Lin Chuxuang followed him for a few steps before stopping and turning her head. Chu Yi, there's something moving in my eye. She pointed to her bandaged eye. Since that artifact shattered just now, there has been a warm sensation in my right eye socket, as if something is pressing against it. Chu Yi did not stop his steps, his pupils slightly constricting. He recalled the silver-purple light that burst forth when Lin Yao's meridians were severed, which indicated the return of the broken illusion eye fragments. He chose not to reveal this matter for now and gently squeezed her palm. We'll check it out later. As they turned the corner of the corridor, 3 middle-aged individuals stood in front of the backstage resting area. The gray-haired woman on the left wore the emblem of the Imperial Capital's first military academy. The chubby man in the center had a pin from the Federal Central Spiritual Energy Research Institute on his chest, and the thin old man on the right had the emblem of the Starry Sky Academy embroidered on his coat. All 3 bowed slightly to Chu Yi. The gray-haired woman stepped forward and spoke, her eyes fixed on Chu Yi. Student Chu Yi, congratulations on your victory. On behalf of the Imperial Capital's first military academy, I formally extend to you a special recruitment invitation. As long as you nod, the Academy's core resource library will be fully open to you, and you'll graduate with the rank of Major. The chubby man stepped forward, interrupting the woman. Old Sheen, don't be so hasty. Fighting is a job for brutes. The resources we can provide at the Research Institute are definitely 10 times stronger than those at the Military Academy. The research value of student Chu is immeasurable. If you come to us, we will directly provide you with an independent laboratory and ins-level team. The thin old man coughed lightly, glancing at the other 2. The foundation of Starry Sky Academy is something student Chu must have heard of. We don't make empty promises. As long as you come, the principal will personally be your mentor. Chu Yi leaned against the door frame, shielding Lin Chuxuang behind him. His Sharingan scanned over the 3 individuals, but he did not give a direct response. You 3 have offered quite a lot, but I have a question. Chu Yi looked at the 3 of them. My girlfriend has poor eyesight. Whoever can cure her, I'll go with them. The 3 recruitment officers exchanged glances. The gray-haired woman turned to look at Lin Chuxuang's bandaged eyes. If it's blindness caused by damaged meridians, our military hospital's experts might have a solution. The chubby man quickly followed up. Our research institute has the latest developed spiritual energy prosthetic eyes, absolutely effective. The thin old man shook his head. In the Starry Sky Academy's scripture repository, there are remnants of ancient healing secret techniques. Chu Yi listened to their responses, his expression showing indifference. Is that all? You can't even guarantee anything and still come to poach me? His attention split. The golden card on the system panel was spinning, the outline of the black silhouette, showing sporadic details resembling a blade and reflecting a hint of the cold light of a mirror. What would the next template be? The golden voucher in the system panel continued to rotate, the details of the black silhouette emerging and disappearing. Chu Yi withdrew his attention from his mind and lifted his gaze to reassess the 3 individuals in the corridor. The gray-haired woman had not yet retracted her forward stance, her right hand raised in the air, waiting for him to respond. The stout man was estimating the resources of the Research Institute, while the thin old man stood motionless, his shoes pointed towards the ground, his hands resting in his coat pockets, his expression far quieter than the other 2. Chu Yi pulled his hand back from the doorframe, guiding Lin Chuxuang a step behind him. You've set the conditions, he began, his gaze sweeping over 3 faces at a measured pace. But who can ensure the one I want? The 3 fell into silence simultaneously. The gray-haired woman's, if it concerns the spiritual meridians and visual impairment, the expert group from the military hospital can conduct a comprehensive consultation given the current medical technology. I'm asking who can ensure it. Chu Yi directly interrupted her. It's not the experts from your institute who can consult, not with the current technology, nor based on our resources. He raised a finger, the corridor's light tube casting a very clear outline of his profile. I am giving your 3 families 7 days. Who can present a specific actionable level clue that can cure her spiritual meridians and vision? Not perhaps, not possibly, not something we can study. Ooh, I will go to whoever can provide it. The corridor fell silent for a full 3 seconds. The stout man processed this request, stepping forward half a pace to take out a communicator, retreating to the right side of the corridor to make a low-toned phone call. His speech was rapid, and Chu Yi did not activate his 3, jade, allowing his perception to radiate steadily around him. The contents of the call vibrated through the air, landing completely in his perception. The response indicated they did not possess the relevant medical case, followed by a note that the success rate was hard to guarantee. He pressed these 2 sentences into memory and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The gray-haired woman nodded beside him, her tone remarkably assured. I will do my utmost to retrieve the files from the military side and provide you with a response within 7 days. Chu Yi glanced at her jaw was tense. After finishing her sentence, her gaze swept over Lin Chuxuang's bandaged eye sockets. That brief glance already indicated the core issue. Chu Yi shifted his gaze to the thin, old man who had remained silent. Only after the other 2 expressed their positions did he raise his eyes, the curvature of his lips adjusting slightly. The Celestial Academy's scripture repository does have relevant records, a reference from 300 years ago inscribed in the 11th volume of the Secret Realm collection concerning the reverse repair path for visual nerve damage. He paused after this, providing no further elaboration, stating only that one line. Chu Yi's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than the other 2. The old man did not avert his gaze, merely leaning slightly to gesture for him to provide a response in 7 days before closing his mouth. Chu Yi turned his hand, grasping Lin Chuxuang's wrist. 7 days. He said this last word to the 3 before leading Lin Chuxuang to the other side of the backstage passage, leaving no room for polite farewells. The award presenter stood holding a gift box, unsure where to put his hands. The corner of the backstage exit had no cameras, and Chu Yi slowed his pace here. Lin Chuxuang tightened her grip on his wrist, not asking much. In her perception map, his energy field was more stable than before, though the radiation range had shrunk inward, indicating he was actively retracting. That old man has potential. Chu Yi walked ahead, not turning his head. I can't sense anything special about him. It's strange that a normal person can't sense him. Lin Chuxuang followed behind, her gaze focused ahead. He didn't move, nor did he make a call, just stated something specific, even mentioning the volume number. The other 2 said a lot of useless things, none of which were helpful. Lin Chuxuang fell silent for a step. If there are records in the scripture repository, can it be cured? I don't know, we'll find out in 7 days. He paused to add, but judging by the old man's demeanor today, he seems quite confident. Lin Chuxuang did not respond, merely keeping her grip on his wrist firm. At the parking area entrance, Zhao Denian was already waiting, accompanied by a staff member holding a video camera. When they saw Chu Yi emerge from the passage, the staff reflexively raised the camera, but upon meeting Chu Yi's gaze, the lens instinctively tilted 15 degrees to the side. Zhao Denian's lips moved as he initiated a Chu classmate Chu. Chu Yi's gaze shifted over. Zhao Denian swallowed the latter part of his sentence, directly pointing to the parking area. The car is over there. Lin Chuxuang paused a step before getting into the car, the provincial champion trophy still held in her hands. The engraved base shifted positions as she moved, and she traced the strokes of the characters from beginning to end, without saying anything, and then entered the car with Chu Yi. After the car door closed, the outside noise was mostly muffled. Chu Yi rested his head against the side, closing his eyes for a moment. His Sharingan faded from crimson back to normal color as the residual mental pressure from the kaleidoscope, activated for the first time, pushed back in a dull manner. He slowly began to compress that counterpressure inward. Lin Chuxuang placed the trophy on her lap, her perception map shifting to a close-range mode within the cabin. She clearly sensed what he was doing now, but chose not to mention it, simply holding the trophy and waiting for a moment before speaking. When will you use that card? Chu Yi opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. When the time is right. What do you mean by right time? The kaleidoscope just emerged and isn't stable, yet the overflow from merging the new template is hard to control. Chu Yi rested his elbow on the car window's armrest. Using it in crowded places could create pits in the ground. Lin Chuxuang tightened her grip on the trophy slightly. How large was the pit you created last time when merging with Ban Ye's template? I didn't measure. Chu Yi. Lin Chuxuang said softly, don't bear it all alone. The cabin fell silent for a moment, the streetlights casting orange light through the car window onto the back of her hand, holding the trophy. Chu Yi turned his head to look at her for a few seconds before speaking. Who bore it? That's not bearing, that's warming up. Lin Chuxuang did not take the bait, her fingertips tracing the engraved base of the trophy again. If there are results in 7 days, where should we go? Let's see what that old man can provide in terms of answers first. Chu Yi closed his eyes again, his tone calm, as if discussing something that had already been decided. No matter what, we will have to make a trip to Dijing. The accounts with the Lin family are not settled yet. As the car wheels rolled over the ground, the live broadcast screen in the square grew smaller in the rearview mirror. The words Tsang Qiong dominated the trending searches, with the bullet comments still rolling in real time. In Chu Yi's mind, the golden voucher slowly rotated in the to-be-used column, the outline of the black silhouette, revealing new details as the rotation slowed, forming a remarkably clear side profile of a face he recognized all too well. In the B-Zone server room of the provincial network data center, the cooling fans of the sixth row of server cabinets were all set to overclock mode, producing a noise as fierce as a typhoon. 3 maintenance engineers crowded around a single monitoring screen, intently watching the fluctuating concurrency count in the upper right corner. It crashed again the 7th time. The engineer on the left took off his headset and tossed it onto the desk. The numbers on the screen shifted from red to purple and back to red. The peak curve of replay requests formed an almost vertical ascent. Only 4 hours had passed since the finals ended, yet the total replay volume across all federal platforms had already surpassed 3 billion and was still climbing. The middle, slightly older maintenance team leader clicked on the heat ranking list. The top sliced video title was blunt and provocative. Tsukuyami instant kill. He glanced at her, and she died. It had over 800 million views alone, with such a dense barrage of comments that the screen was blurred into a white wall. I've never seen data like this since I started in this field. Nonsense. Has anything like this ever happened since the Federation's network was built? And glass wasted card climbed all the way to provincial champion, finally awakening a pupil technique no one had ever seen before. Even the scriptwriter would be criticized for absurdity. The team leader scrolled down the page, glancing at the trending keywords one after another before closing the window. The Tsangqiong glass wasted card. Chu Yi at Tsukuyami. Absolute defense shattered with a single glance. The curse of causality was no match for her gaze. Each discussion attached to these topics reached billions in volume, with endless comments that could never be fully browsed. The last entry was a newly climbed trending term, its heat rising even faster than the previous ones. The title read, Lin Shushwang's Broken Delusion I, accompanied by an image secretly captured from the side of the arena. At the moment the magic tool shattered, silver-purple light particles burst out from the fragments, traversing half the arena and precisely entering Lin Shushwang's right eye socket wrapped in gauze. The light glimmered faintly through the bandage. The top comments all revolved around one question: what exactly was the origin of this blind woman's eye? Dijing. In the long table conference room 3 floors underground in the Federal Strategic Command Center, the air conditioning was set to 20 degrees. A stack of printed documents lay on the table, sealed with a red encryption stamp titled The Special Report of Eagle Eye 7, number ending in 17. Last time 6 people attended the S-level meeting, today 9 were present. Among the 3 extra attendees, one was a Federal Central Committee member with a red badge pinned to his chest, his face thin and elongated, seated at the main seat closest to the door, finger resting on the document cover without opening it. The other 2 wearing lab coats as technical system researchers sat at the end seats, each with a portable analysis terminal before them. The white-haired elder sat on the second chair to the right of the main seat, while General Chin sat opposite him, a table full of documents and data boards separating them. General Chin began to speak. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened at the 37th minute of the finals, triggered by an extreme emotional shock, with the contracted party being Lin Shushwang. He stopped after this sentence, leaving the subsequent details to be read in the document. The red badge committee member flipped to the first page, scanning 2 lines. His index finger rested on the paragraph titled Susanu Mangekyo Form, scrolling down 1 notch to Spatial Attribute / Level 70 Guardian vanish in 5 seconds. Level 70. The red badge member said dryly, without any excess emotion. All our regular forces deployed in Jiangshan combined have a maximum handling capability of level 60. Indeed, General Chin replied. By the time the Guardian appeared, the Jiangxing front had already fully retreated. He handled it alone. The room fell silent for a few seconds before the white-haired elder broke the quiet, speaking softly and deliberately slower than usual. Direction of discussion, everyone. 2 people near General Chin spoke almost simultaneously. The first to seize the floor was a middle-aged officer with 2 stars on his shoulder. The Mangekyo has awakened. This window cannot be delayed further. He is still young, the contract stable, and his behavior pattern predictable. Recruiting him now, with national-level treatment, is the most cost-effective option. Before he finished, the analyst sitting opposite slammed his pen on the table. The most cost-effective? Try contacting him yourself. He single-handedly defeated over 30 prodigies throughout the provincial competition. Military instruments scanning his energy type return blank. If you force contact, and he turns hostile, who will cover the fallout? The 2-star officer knocked the table. That's why it's recruitment, not control. Offer treatment, resources, and freedom, so he willingly chooses cooperation. The analyst immediately rebutted. He has a contract anchor point, his movement trajectory can be tracked. The most reasonable strategy at this stage is continuous observation to clarify the origin of his energy system. Rash contact would expose our intelligence levels. Their voices grew faster and higher in pitch, causing the soundproof panels to hum. The white-haired elder raised his hand, and they both fell silent. General Wang sat quietly in the secondary seat throughout, not uttering a single word. His right hand pressed on a certain page in the document, his knuckles tightly curved. His gaze fixed on the line. Susanoo Mangekyo form spatial attribute, /level 70 guardian vanish in 5 seconds. His son Wang Tung lay in the special care ward of Jiangqing Military District Hospital, his spiritual veins completely destroyed and still unconscious. The bedside monitor showed only the most basic signs of life. When General Wang moved his finger away from the paper, he left a crease on the words. By the third round of debate, a researcher at the end seat stood and projected the analysis terminal onto the large front screen of the conference room. The title spanned 2 lines: Assessment of the Penetrability of Sangxiong Energy Type into the Indigenous Psychic Rule System, with the subtitle focusing on the invalidity of the Absolute Psychic Formation as the core case. The room fell silent. The researcher's voice bore the dryness of one long confined in a lab. The provincial competition venue security system includes 3 layers of absolute psychic ceiling formations theoretically capable of blocking all psychic casting below S level. Yet, throughout Kankyong's release of Susanoo and Tsukuyami pupil techniques, the energy readings of the 3 ceiling formations showed no fluctuations. He flipped down one page. It was neither breached nor suppressed, rather no target effect was detected. The formation's operating logic judged Kankyong's energy output as outside its recognition scope, so the interception protocol never activated. The 2-star officer from the recruitment faction stood up. What are we waiting for? Once this system falls under the Abyss cult's gaze, what do you think they'll do? Observe or take direct action to seize? The analyst opened his mouth to rebut, but was silenced by a stern look from the Red Badge committee member. General Chin flipped to the last page of the report, which contained only one line: Mangekyo awakening trigger pathway extreme emotional shock contracted party Lin Chushuan. The 9 present cast their eyes over that line one after another. The conference room fell silent for several seconds. The Red Badge committee member leaned back in his chair and spoke in a low voice. That blind woman is indeed the most crucial variable. The white-haired elder did not respond. He covered the document cover with his palm, glanced around the people at the table, then finally knocked on the table to set the tone. No resolution today. I'll first raise the contact readiness for Sangxiong from level C to B. Second, dispatch 2 additional intelligence teams for tracking and observation prohibited from entering within 100 meters of the target radius. General Chin made 2 notes in his notebook, sat back in his chair, his face devoid of any extra. When the meeting adjourned, General Wang was the last to leave. He closed the document and placed it back on the table, his movements slower than when he arrived. At the same time in Jiangqing. In the reception room on the 2nd floor of the Jiang family mansion, 6 core members sat around the tea table. The tea had cooled with no one to refill it. The speakerphone mode on the communicator was on, relaying the transfer confirmation from the Special Supervision Hospital. The nurse on the other end repeated Jiang Shui's condition, stating that the fracture degree of her mental C exceeds 92%, with recovery probability approaching 0. No one at the table showed any change in expression. After the speakerphone hung up, the first to speak was the elderly master of the Jiang family, sitting at the main seat. He said one sentence. Jiang Shui's school registration and family household registration were cancelled yesterday. All communication records involving her and Chuyi have been completely cleaned out before tonight. What about the black encrypted communicator? Someone beside asked. The tea table was silent for 3 seconds. The communicator was in Chuyi's storage pouch, but no one present knew this. Room 107 of the provincial hotel. When Chuyi pushed open the door, he heard the sound of water pipes closing in the bathroom. The residual water from the shower dripped a few times on the tiles, and then stopped. Lin Chushuang stood at the bathroom door dressed in a clean white long-sleeved shirt. Her hair was still damp, several strands clinging to the side of her neck. Her right hand clenched one end of the gauze bandage, wrapping it twice before loosening it, and her fingers lifted to touch the edge of her right eye socket. Her fingertips paused at that spot. Chuyi. She turned her head. The gauze over her eyes was not yet rewrapped, leaving the hollow eye socket exposed under the light. Inside the right orbital bone wall, a faint silver-purple halo pulsed, visibly expanding and contracting like a living thing. She frowned, withdrawing her finger from the edge of the eye socket. The hand holding the gauze dropped to her side. Something is moving inside. Chuyi kicked the door with a bit more force than usual. The sound of the latch, clicking, sharply echoed in the quiet room. He turned to look at Lin Chushuang, who stood at the bathroom door, his gaze fixed on the silver-purple glow in her right eye socket. The Sharingan activated silently, its 3 tomos spinning slowly. From a higher dimensional perspective, he could clearly see the shape of the fragment. A silver-purple energy crystal the size of a fingernail was pressed against the edge of the necrotic tissue, its surface rhythmically swelling in sync with the pulse of his chakra delivery. A line of small text popped up in the corner of his vision fragment of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Fusion, not activated, current status stabilizing. Chuyi deactivated the Sharingan, the crimson returning to his black pupils. He walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him. Come sit. Lin Chushuang approached, clutching the gauze, her steps slower than usual. She found her place at the edge of the bed, her fingers still gripping the bandage, quietly waiting for him to speak first. Chuyi looked at her. Does it hurt? No. Lin Chushuang's index finger brushed against the edge of her right eye socket before quickly retracting. It's just a bit hot and keeps throbbing. Chuyi reached out, pulling her hand down from her eye socket, holding her wrist firmly on her knee, the pressure gentle, yet unyielding. Don't poke it. I'm not poking it. You just had your finger inside. Lin Chushuang fell silent. Chuyi released her wrist and pulled out a tube of transparent healing ointment from his storage bag. He squeezed a small amount onto his fingertip, then bent down to examine her knee. There was a dried, dark mark at the knee where she had fallen during the competition. The blood had stopped long ago and the gauze had hardened against her skin. Straighten your leg. Lin Chushuang extended her leg, and Chuyi rolled up her pant leg. He saw that the wound beneath the gauze had formed a thin scab. He applied the healing ointment, his fingers gently brushing along the edges of the wound. Lin Chushuang's perception map clearly displayed the temperature changes at his fingertip, the same hands that had destroyed Lin Yao's entire spiritual meridian on the arena. As she thought of this, her fingers unconsciously tightened around the fabric of her knee. Chuyi. Do you know what's in my eye? Chuyi's movements remained unchanged, his rhythm the same as before. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? A good thing. Lin Chushuang waited a few seconds with no further words from him. She pressed her lips together, swallowing her follow-up question. All right. Chuyi capped the healing ointment and tossed it back into the storage bag. He turned his hand over to grasp her left hand, checking each of her 5 fingers. The side of her index finger's second joint had a half-centimeter cut, made from gripping the steel railing during the competition. There were still traces of unwashed blood under her nails, a shallow imprint on her middle finger, and the skin at the base of her ring finger was scraped off. When he flipped to her third finger, Lin Chushuang instinctively pulled her hand back. It's just a few cuts. Is it really that serious? Shut up. Lin Chushuang stopped speaking. Chuyi reopened the healing ointment and applied it to her fingers one by one. After finishing, he didn't let go, but instead pressed his thumb against her palm, infusing a subtle pulse of chakra. The chakra seeped into her palm and flowed along her meridians. Lin Chushuang's perception map showed her entire arm's channels receiving the energy. She sensed that the amount he delivered was about 20% more than his usual daily maintenance, and the temperature was slightly higher. She chose not to ask. Chuyi leaned against the headboard, placing her hand on the blanket. He closed his eyes and continued to channel energy into her, performing routine maintenance on her spiritual meridians. The room remained quiet for a while. The lights from the main street outside filtered through the curtain seams, casting a narrow beam of light on the ceiling. Lin Chushuang turned her head, her perception map shifting from close-range mode to mid-range scanning. The entire street's distribution of spiritual energy outside the hotel unfolded within her perception. The energy signals of pedestrians moved across the ground, while the energy circuits of the streetlights produced stable outputs. In the distance, several high-rise buildings concentrated extremely dense high-intensity signals. Chuyi, speak. How much denser is the energy in Dijing compared to here? Chuyi did not open his eyes, the corners of his mouth moving slightly. 3 times or more. I might need some time to adapt. Too dense will affect my targeting accuracy. No rush, we'll talk when we get there. Lin Chushuang nodded, retracting her perception map back to close-range mode. Her breathing frequency gradually slowed under the energy maintenance, and her fingers slowly released their grip on the blanket. Chuyi sensed her spiritual meridian threshold stabilizing. The overload from today's competition and backlash had been mostly alleviated by the chakra. Her pulse returned to a normal range, and after confirming her breathing had become even, he finally withdrew his hand from her hand. A second line of information automatically popped up in his mind. Fusion conditions for the fragment of the Eye of Breaking Illusions requires high-level catalytic catalyst to assist in activating chakra resonance threshold, current resonance accumulation progress 8, a estimated natural accumulation period 47 days. If in Shrank or higher spiritual medicine catalytic catalyst is obtained, the period can be significantly shortened. Chuyi glanced through the information and directly dismissed the panel. 47 days was too long to wait. He needed to find a way to accelerate the catalytic catalyst. Among the conditions offered by the three parties, the thin, old man mentioned clues in the 11th volume of the scripture repository. If the reply after 7 days matches up, going to Di Jing would be more than just settling scores with the Lin family. Chuyi got up from the edge of the bed and walked to the glass door of the balcony. The room was unlit, and the light from the cityscape outside streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the lines of his face. He shoved his hands into his pockets, and the system automatically projected a faint virtual shadow of the golden card coupon waiting for use. The black silhouette on the card slowly rotated between his fingers, the outline much clearer than it had been 4 hours ago, his profile sharp, the bridge of his nose high, and the curve of his lips pressed down, exuding an air of superiority. It was not a weapon nor any special item, but a silhouette of a human face. Chuyi stared at the silhouette for a few seconds, his fingers tightening the knuckles, creating a virtual crease along the edge of the card. The kaleidoscope had just awakened, and the mental power foundation had not yet stabilized completely. Normally, he should wait 3 to 5 days before opening a new template, but he did not want to wait any longer. He decided that before dawn tomorrow, he would find a secluded place to crush this card. Chuyi shifted his gaze from the silhouette in his palm to the dark ridge line at the edge of the city. That direction held a military abandoned training ground with no living energy signals within a 2-kilometer radius. He glanced back at Lin Shuxuang, who was asleep on the bed, closed the balcony door, suppressed his chakra to the lowest limit, and began to seep out to detect for any anomalies. After confirming there were no unusual signals within 100 meters of the hotel, he leaped from the 7th-floor balcony, using the wall of the opposite building to propel himself, disappearing soundlessly into the night. Chuyi shifted his gaze from the silhouette in his palm to the dark ridge line at the edge of the city. That direction held a military abandoned training ground with no living energy signals within a 2-kilometer radius. He glanced back at Lin Shuxuang, who was asleep on the bed, closed the balcony. At the abandoned training ground in the eastern suburbs, Chuyi landed on the cracked concrete floor. It was pitch black all around, with only the faint glow from the golden card in his palm illuminating the environment. The black silhouette on the card had become completely clear, and the profile was one he recognized very well. Chuyi retrieved the card from the system panel, the physical golden sheet, rotating half a turn at his fingertip. He looked at the profile of the brown-haired man in the center of the card, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "All right, it's you." The golden card rotated slightly at his fingertips, revealing the complete silhouette of a brown-haired man. His nose was sharply defined, and his lips curved downward. Chuyi gazed at the face he had seen countless times on the screen in his past life, instinctively cradling the card with the face up in his palm. The abandoned training ground was shrouded in darkness, with cracks in the concrete floor coated in a layer of bluish moonlight. In the distance, the signal lights of the energy towers in the provincial city flickered behind the clouds. A confirmation box popped up on the system interface. Use a complete dimensional draw card X1 to unlock the SSR villain template blind box. This action cannot be revoked. Do you confirm? Chuyi pressed the button decisively with his thumb, his movement crisp and clean, without a hint of hesitation. No more nonsense. The card cracked, silently, fragments spreading outward from the center. The golden shards dissipated immediately upon leaving his fingertips, leaving not a trace in this world. The system interface darkened, with all regular panels forcibly collapsed to the corners, leaving only a line of red warning pulsating in the center. Detecting that the host's high-dimensional origin is about to accept a new template implantation. Cross-world energy resonance will be completed within 72 seconds. It is recommended that the host maintain absolute stillness. Warning: dual templates operating in parallel may produce high-dimensional energy interference waves. Please ensure there are no living beings within a radius of 500 meters. Chuyi placed his hand against a broken concrete pillar beside him, pressing his fingers firmly into its interior, his knuckles sinking about 2 centimeters into the concrete surface to stabilize his center of gravity. Energy surged upward from the base of his spine. He was already well-versed in the flow of chakra, which traveled along fixed pathways with a solid warmth, each meridian having a clear entry and exit. However, this new influx of energy was completely different from chakra. A bone-chilling cold. This energy lacked a fixed flow direction or pathway, making it impossible to trace its start or end. The surrounding space was filled with immense power pressing in from all directions, directly impacting every layer of his soul structure. Chuyi clenched his teeth tightly, not making a sound. The two energy systems collided at his heart, the heat of chakra clashing directly against the extreme cold of the spiritual pressure. A dull thrum emerged from his chest, and the cracked concrete floor beneath him began to spread great fissures outward from his standing position, which expanded for 50 meters before finally stopping. Template implantation progress 34. 52. 71. The presence of spiritual pressure within his body grew stronger, this energy persistently attempting to radiate outward without needing any spell casting or guidance process. Its mere existence could exert absolute suppression. Chuyi sensed the air density around him uncontrollably sinking, and the weeds and debris within a 10-meter radius were pressed tightly to the ground, unable to move. Recede. He whispered a single word, forcing his consciousness to compress the spiritual pressure from its outward expansion back inside, enduring immense reverse impact. The spiritual pressure was successfully contained within his body, but the concrete pillar had already crumbled to dust in his palm. His fingers emerged from the stone powder clean, not a speck of dust clinging to them. Template implantation progress 93. 97. 100. SSR villain template implanted successfully. Template name Sosuke Aizen initial release phase initial unlocked abilities heaven-defying spiritual pressure reserve Shuimpa basic / techniques low-level Kido Bakudo no. For Byakurai note chakra and spiritual pressure have been unified into the high-dimensional origin energy pool dual track parallel mode activated current template switch delay is approximately 0.3 seconds or requires continuous adjustment and compression. Chuyi naturally withdrew his hand, standing upright with stability. The 72 seconds passed just right. He looked down at his palm, inspecting the front and back, his fingertips slightly bending as spiritual pressure seeped from his palm with the slightest movement, causing the surrounding air to visibly distort. He immediately contained all the leaking energy. This stuff definitely leaks out faster than chakra. Chuyi muttered to himself, then tucked his hand back into his pocket, glancing at the newly formed cracks beneath his feet. He calculated the coverage area in his mind, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. 50 meters. Just the energy passively overflowing could crush the ground for 50 meters, and that was under the premise that he actively suppressed it the whole time. He took out the spirit stone he had been carrying and pinched it between his index and middle fingers, channeling a bit of spiritual pressure for testing. The surface of the spirit stone showed no reaction. Chuyi stared at the spirit stone for 2 seconds, then adjusted the output method, wrapping the spirit stone completely in spiritual pressure while applying vertical pressure from above. The spirit stone shattered instantly at his fingertips, breaking apart at a speed several times faster than he had anticipated. The shards were caught by the spiritual pressure he had recalled in time, hovering steadily in midair. The force is still not quite right. He directly withdrew the spiritual pressure, the stone fragments falling to the ground with a soft sound. He did not even glance at them. The system automatically added a new prompt in the corner of his vision. The new template's high-dimensional origin overflow has exceeded the 15 threshold. The binding feedback rule has been activated. The contractor will receive enhanced infusion within 30 to 60 minutes. Chuyi glanced up at the direction of the provincial city, where the hotel he was staying in was located, in the area with the densest lights. At this moment, Lin Chushuang must still be fast asleep. The magnitude of this feedback energy was not too great, so it should not wake her from her dreams. He suppressed his Sharingan and spiritual pressure to the minimum, causing the energy radiation on his surface to drop to a normal human level. Then he pushed off the cracked ground with his toes merging silently into the dim night. 7th floor of the hotel. When Chuyi returned from the balcony, his feet made no sound. He closed the glass door behind him and glanced around the room. Lin Chushuang had already changed her sleeping position, curling slightly instead of lying flat, her right hand gripping the blanket tightly against her chest, her breathing rhythm slightly faster than usual. Chuyi knew that Lin Chushuang's perception map continued to operate at minimum power even in a light sleep. Although the coverage area of her perception net was currently less than 15 meters, it was still precise enough to capture the faint sounds of him entering the room. He stepped quietly to the chair at the foot of the bed, making no unnecessary noise. Lin Shushwang's fingers gripping the blanket repeatedly flexed and relaxed, her brow slightly furrowed. In her perception image, the familiar blue energy outline had returned to the room, but this time the outline was surrounded by a deeper, colder shadow. The original blue base still existed, as she was already familiar with the flow frequency of chakra. However, now there was a distinctly different layer of icy energy wrapping around the original circuit, bringing a profound and unfathomable sense of pressure. Her brow furrowed involuntarily tighter, her breathing rate increasing slightly, but she still maintained her closed-eye state and did not wake up immediately. Chu Yi quietly observed the movements on the bed from the shadows, deliberately allowing the residual waves of spiritual pressure on his body to remain uncontained, letting it seep through the contract channel in a very faint dosage. Feedback inherently required a gradual process. Going too fast would damage her already fragile meridians, while going too slowly would delay the infusion for several days. He planned to use the few hours before dawn to slowly mix the spiritual pressure into the frequency band of chakra transmission, helping her body adapt in advance. Chuyi. Lin Shushwang's voice was soft, her words carrying a hint of hoarseness from not fully waking her body, still reclining against the pillow. It seems like you have something new. Chuyi leaned back in the chair, casually stretching his legs out and crossing them on the ground, his tone revealing no fluctuations. You sense the spiritual pressure. I just had a dream. Lin Shushwang turned her face, slightly accurately aligning her bandaged eyes with his position, her voice soft. In the dream you were standing in a body of water, the water rising above your shoulders, but you felt no chill. That wasn't a dream. Chuyi casually rested his arm on the chair's armrest, appearing relaxed and at ease. Your perception net received external energy changes during sleep, and your brain directly converted it into a tangible image. Lin Shushwang lay quietly on the bed for a moment. Is this a good thing? How many times have you asked that? You always just say it's a good thing. Because it always is. Chuyi replied lightly, clearly not taking the matter to heart. From today onward, I have two systems. What you just sensed is called spiritual pressure, and it comes from a different source than chakra, but for you it makes no difference. In the end, it's all energy directly infused into your meridians, and your receiving end remains the same. Lin Shushwang's fingers unconsciously grazed the fabric of the blanket. Will it affect you, eh? No effect. What about during the switch? Chuyi quietly looked at her from the shadows. You sensed even that. When you entered the room, the energy fluctuated slightly. Lin Shushwang's voice lowered. It was completely different from before. There was a clear, brief pause in the energy fluctuation. Chuyi fell silent for a moment, quickly reviewing the current adjustment progress in his mind. A 0.3-second brief switching delay, and she was able to capture the fluctuations so accurately, even in a half-awake state. They'll handle it. He did not provide further explanation on the matter. Get to sleep quickly. Tomorrow your meridians will need another wave of new energy infusion. If you don't get enough rest, now the one who suffers will be you. Lin Shushwang cooperated by not pressing further. She slowly withdrew her hand from the blanket, placing the back of her hand up on the edge of the bed, her 5 delicate fingers slightly open in a relaxed state. Chuyi stared at her hand for 2 seconds before stepping forward and briskly pushing her hand back under the covers, then gently pressing his palm against the back of her head through her hair. Good girl, sleep. Lin Shushwang obediently pulled her hand back deep into the blankets, her breathing gradually deepening and evening out over the next several seconds, clearly having settled down completely. Chuyi turned and returned to the chair, slowly closing his eyes in the dimly lit room. Instantly, 2 distinctly different template data panels unfolded in his mind. On the left side was Uchihama's 82% red progress bar, while on the right was Sosuke Aizen's newly illuminated blue initial progress bar. The 2 bright bands of light extended parallel in the depths of his consciousness, separated only by an almost imperceptible thin white line. That barely noticeable white line represented the 0.3-second stasis delay, which was currently his only obstacle. He needed to eliminate this gap entirely. As the first hint of gray-white dawn appeared in the provincial city sky, Chu-Yi opened his eyes right on time. The color of his pupils rapidly shifted between crimson and deep brown, the transition so smooth that it was completely undetectable to the naked eye. Lin Shushwang's perception map operated at the lowest power during her sleep, with the corridor structure of the 7th floor of the hotel and the spiritual energy signals from the neighboring room stable and regular, everything as usual. Then that energy surged in without warning. This was not chakra, the temperature and path were incorrect. This force did not follow the spiritual meridian channels she was accustomed to, but rather surged directly from the other end of the contract channel, abruptly introducing a completely new signal reception frequency in her mind. In that moment, the perception map turned into a blank screen. Lin Chuxuang's motion of sitting up from the bed exhibited a clear loss of inertia control. She pressed her hands against her temples as a swarm of information overload caused a buzzing in the back of her head. The perception image flickered between a blank screen and fragmented visuals completely beyond her control. She clenched her teeth without making a sound. The boundary was originally 32 meters. Before her eyes, the stable perception boundary was 32 meters. This number was the limit she had gradually adapted to and anchored after several days of cleansing her marrow and refining her bones, with each meter of expansion accompanied by an overwhelming computation in her cerebral cortex. Now that boundary was torn open by external forces. The process of reloading the perception image was accompanied by intense dizziness. Lin Chuxuang felt her vision forcibly pulled back from all directions as all information below surged into her mind simultaneously, a density that completely exceeded her processing limits. The range expanded from 40 to 60 meters. This boundary continued to extend outward. The structural walls of the hotel vanished from her perception, no longer the vague energy outlines of before, now clear enough to see the specific paths of every spiritual energy pipeline. The meager spiritual energy in the night shift staff's meridian at the front desk was captured by her without missing a detail. The expansion finally stopped at 80 meters. But the changes were not over. A new layer of perception directly overlapped the existing chakra field distribution map. This layer's signal frequency was much lower and colder than chakra, allowing Lin Chuxuang to clearly perceive microscopic details that were previously masked by noise, specifically the direction and flow rate of energy within each living entity's meridian. The person's meridian in the neighboring room was slowly delivering spiritual energy to sustain their sleep consumption, while in a room 2 floors above, someone's meridian was in an activated state, with energy circulating rapidly, likely because they had just been startled awake and their heartbeat had not yet slowed. This information poured in uncontrollably. Lin Chuxuang grasped the corner of the blanket, a thin layer of sweat appearing on her forehead, her body swaying back and forth as it lost balance. The glass door leading to the balcony was pushed open and the night wind rushed in with a chill, immediately followed by a very familiar energy signal returning to the center of her perception range. What did you add to my perception? Lin Chuxuang raised her head, her face covered with gauze facing the door, her voice still hoarse from being abruptly awakened. Chuyi did not answer. Lin Chuxuang heard him walk over to the bedside cabinet and pick up an object, then the cup's rim directly touched her fingertips. Drink some water first. I asked you a question. We'll talk after you drink. Lin Chuxuang took the cup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. As the warm water passed down her throat, the dizziness slightly receded. Just after she set the cup down, a hand pressed down on the back of her head, applying a moderate force to press her forehead against a surface that was slightly warmer. Her face was against Chu Ye's shoulder, and his voice came directly from above her head. The new system is overflowing. Don't resist it, relax, and let it stabilize on its own. What do you mean by new system? Literally, I now have 2 sets of energy. The overflow from the second set entered your perception layer through the contract channel, and your perception map automatically adapted to the new frequency. Lin Chuxuang wanted to lift her head, but was unable to do so as his palm pressed down firmly. Don't move, your neck is still tense. As long as the muscles remain tight, any movement will only cause more swaying. She stopped struggling, closed her eyes, and completely relaxed the tension in her neck. The new signal's tremor frequency in the perception map indeed decreased as her body relaxed. The intervals between flickers grew longer, and it eventually stabilized into a complete dual-layer composite image. The chakra field distribution served as the base map, while the micro-detecting layer of spiritual pressure existed as an overlay, completely not interfering with each other. All set. Lin Chuxuang moved her head away from his shoulder, casually shook her head, and moved her neck. The new boundary of her perception map stabilized at 80 meters, showing no signs of retracting. Chuyi released his hand and sat down on the other side of the bed, his arm casually resting on his knee. Try out the new features. Lin Chuxuang switched her perception to the hotel floors. The new layer of spiritual pressure detection transformed all living beings in the rooms into transparent spiritual meridian models, directly presenting the direction and speed of energy flow within each body, turning the originally vague thermal distribution into a high-definition, unobstructed internal detail observation perspective. She sensed around her, then turned her head. In room 502 on the third floor below the main trunk of that person's meridian is blocked, causing energy to swirl at that point. They probably don't even know they have a hidden injury in their meridian. That has nothing to do with you. I just used it as an example to illustrate the accuracy. Chu Ye's excitement slightly cooled as he followed up with another sentence. Don't scan others' meridians too closely, it's a privacy issue. You seem to understand privacy. You can freely scan my stuff. Lin Chushuang redirected her perception back to Chu Yi and her expression underwent a subtle change, her brows furrowing. The people in the 2 rooms next to you have sat up. The room at the end of the corridor is also awake and their meridian is in a state of stress. Did you do this? The overflow was not controlled, there may have been a slight leak. Lin Chushuang remained silent for a few seconds, retracting her perception into close-range mode. Tomorrow they will probably think they encountered something unclean. Chu Yi did not respond to this statement, but directly shifted the topic back to functionality, speaking slightly faster than usual. Your new detection layer has an effective range of about 60 meters. Beyond that distance the accuracy drops, but within 60 meters you can read the energy flow rate and direction of every vein in the target's meridian. What that means is, you can identify the weak nodes, blockages, and even the interval windows for energy output in the other person's meridian. Lin Chushuang placed her hands on her knees, her fingers instinctively curling inward before relaxing again. You want me to act as your strike coordinate system? You're at least 10 times more useful than those heavy detection vehicles used by the federal military. She did not respond, but merely raised the corners of her mouth slightly. She maintained that slight angle for less than a second before suppressing it, then leaned back towards the pillow, pulling the blanket up to her collarbone. Chu Yi stood up and walked back to the chair. Before he sat down, her voice came directly from beneath the blanket. Chu Yi, speak. Who is the new energy? Chu Yi leaned back against the chair, casually crossing his legs with a slight movement of his lips. A guy in a black robe with a long knife. Sounds fierce. Much easier to talk to than me. Really, that guy is quite gentle when he smiles. Lin Chushuang turned over in bed, her gauze-covered face directly facing him. In her perception map, Chu Ye's energy outline presented a composite state she had never seen before. The familiar blue energy field at the base was still there, but the periphery was tightly enveloped by an exceptionally deep, dark energy, which appeared cold and heavy, completely covering the originally warm energy layer. Are both of them in your body? Yes. Are they fighting? No, they each follow their own path with a layer of separation in between. Is that layer stable? Chu Yi did not immediately answer the question. He closed his eyes, redirecting all his focus back to the line that separated the 2 systems in his mind, and the brief switching delay still lingered, showing no signs of shortening or worsening. Still in the process of adjusting. How long is the adjustment period? Uncertain, it could be 3 days or longer. Lin Chushuang extended her hand from under the blanket directly onto the edge of the bed, her palm, facing up with her fingers naturally spread, a habitual action clearly meant to confirm that he was still in the room. Chu Yi glanced at her hand. He did not get up, but merely extended his leg while still sitting in the chair, gently tapping the edge of her fingers that hung over the bed. Sleep. You sleep too. He'll just sit here. After his shoe tip touched her fingers, Lin Chushuang immediately withdrew her hand, stuffing it back into the blanket to grip a corner of the fabric, her breathing pattern gradually deepening and lengthening over the next minute. Just before she was about to fall asleep, she asked one last question. Chu Yi, has the old man band been affected? Yes, both are there, neither is suppressing the other. She fell asleep. Chu Yi remained seated in the shadows, directly pulling up the system panel to review the auto-generated feedback records, then closed the panel and shut his eyes again, concentrating all his attention on the brief gap of time that separated the 2 energy systems. This brief gap was not a substantive issue in normal combat, as those opponents opposite him lacked the reaction speed and intelligence to seize such a fleeting window. However, if he encountered an opponent capable of directly interfering with causality, the situation would be different. Such strange attacks that required neither speed nor hit determination were extremely dangerous. He had to maintain complete defense for at least one system without any gaps during the energy template switch, and this brief vacuum meant that at the moment of transition between the 2 energies, his Boda's surface would enter a dangerously unprotected phase. This hidden danger had to be completely resolved before he went to the imperial capital. As the first light of day crept through the curtain, seams Chu Yi withdrew his hand from his knee, the gap of 0.3 seconds between his 2 palms after being washed repeatedly throughout the night shrank to 0. The movement of him rising was extremely gentle, deliberately avoiding the creaky floorboard by the bed. Lin Chushuang rolled over, sensing in her mental map that his energy outline was moving from the chair towards the door. She did not open her eyes or make a sound. Her fingers curled slightly under the blanket before relaxing. Chuyi placed a packed breakfast on the table, casually tearing off a piece of notepaper, the 3 characters written quickly, the handwriting so scrawled it was difficult to discern. The door was pulled open and then closed. The footsteps in the corridor headed towards the elevator. Lin Chushuang waited until the energy signal reached the top floor of the hotel before sitting up from the blanket. Her hand touched a piece of paper on the bedside table, and her mental map projected the text outline, which indicated it was on the rooftop. She folded the paper into a small square and stuffed it into her pajamas pocket, feeling the packed box on the table and tearing off a corner. Warm steam wafted out from the gap, filling her nostrils with the aroma of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. The mental map automatically locked onto the rooftop direction, the effective range of 80 meters, just enough to cover the edge of the hotel's top platform, where Chuyi's energy outline moved slowly in the open area, each step appearing very restrained. She bit off a piece of fried dough stick and held it in her mouth. Her perception turned to maximum power, remotely monitoring the situation on the rooftop. On the hotel's rooftop equipment area, the exhaust ducts were lined up, the thick metal pipes reflecting a cold, hard glow in the morning light. Chuyi stood 3 meters away from the pipes, his right hand pulled out from his pocket, hanging by his side. The knife at his waist did not exist on the physical plane, it materialized only when the spiritual pressure was activated. Chuyi's fingers closed, a cold sensation formed in his palm, the pattern of the knife hilt fitting into his palm as the blade gradually took shape under the supply of spiritual pressure. He did not fully draw the knife. The spiritual pressure seeped from his palm into the blade, and he deliberately kept the output to a minimum, testing the lower limit threshold. The blade was unsheathed less than 10 centimeters, and the entire process was silent, with no visible disturbance in the surrounding air. The exhaust duct in front neatly collapsed inward. The metal dent was about 2 centimeters deep, the pipe wall subjected to very uniform external pressure, with no signs of tearing or wrinkling, the deformation extremely neat, producing a low, prolonged metallic scraping sound. Chuyi retracted the knife into the spiritual pressure pool and slipped his hand back into his pocket. He said the lesson on restraint needs to be reinforced. When he spoke, his face was expressionless, looking down at the area of the dented pipe. The deformation covered the entire row of 6 pipes ahead, each with the same degree of collapse, indicating that the control over the direction of spiritual pressure leakage was quite good, but the volume control was still excessive. He had only wanted to shake the air to see the feedback coefficient. This was indeed more ferocious than chakra dispersion. The release of chakra requires meridian guidance following fixed pathways with limited exits, but spiritual pressure is completely different. It seeps outward from the body, indiscriminately covering everything around. Chuyi walked to the edge of the rooftop, his toes resting on the parapet. Across from him was another hotel annex of the same height, about 40 meters apart, separated by a narrow employee passage. He prepared to test the instant step. He had already read the principle of this skill in the system description. The spiritual pressure explosively propels the body to complete ultra-high-speed displacement, similar in outcome to Chakra's body flicker technique, but the underlying logic is entirely different. The acceleration process of the instant step is shorter, with almost no buffer between activation and reaching peak speed. He directly leaped out. The 40-meter distance was left behind the moment he took a step. As the concrete surface of the opposite rooftop came into view beneath his feet, the parapet of the building behind him had only just begun to ripple with a blue afterimage. Then he began to reverse, having stood on the opposite rooftop for less than 0.1 seconds before stepping back out. This time he added a 10% output of spiritual pressure, noticeably increasing his speed. His body moved swiftly along the skyline between the 2 buildings, the afterimage narrower than his shoulder, and the effect of the spiritual pressure automatically conforming to his body and compressing air resistance during rapid movement exceeded expectations. For the 3rd time he used full power. From the moment Chuyi disappeared from the opposite rooftop to the moment he landed back on this side, the intermediate scene was completely imperceptible to the naked eye. Only a sharp blue light appeared on the skyline. He landed with both feet firmly in the original position, with a deviation of no more than 5. In room 107, Lin Chushuang placed the fried dough stick down, her right hand supporting the table, as the image in her mental map forced her to concentrate all resources to track. She caught up with the first instant step, the energy trajectory fully displayed. She also caught up with the second one with only a very slight blur in between, but the overall path remained clear. However, she completely lost track of the third. In her perception screen, Chuyi's energy signal reappeared at the original position 0. 2 seconds after disappearing, she had captured no intermediate scene during the blank period. She pushed her perception up a notch in an attempt to fill that gap, but her cerebral cortex immediately throbbed with pain, feeling a tremendous pressure inside. She pinched her brow to lower the intensity. In the corner of her perception map, she recorded the information that tracking the instant step in Susanu's skeletal form was more difficult. On the rooftop, Chu Yi squatted at the edge, supporting his knee, with one hand quickly running through the switching process of the dual templates in his mind from Susanu to the slashing technique, with a gap of 0.2 seconds. This interval could be filled with chakra to passively maintain surface hardening, but it could only support one continuous switch. Before the second switch, he must wait for the spiritual pressure pool to refill. This limitation was not fatal, but it would cause problems when facing multiple consecutive attacks. At this moment, the rooftop door was slowly pushed open, and a security guard in his 30s peeked out, half his body showing. He raised a walkie-talkie to his mouth, but had not yet pressed the talk button, his gaze first sweeping over the collapsed exhaust ducts, then landing on the squatting Chu Yi. The walkie-talkie was lowered halfway. The guard looked back and forth at the door, seeing no signs of external impact on the ducts nor any tools or equipment on the ground. The young man in front of him remained completely, still calmly gazing elsewhere. 3 seconds passed, and the guard's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he spoke. This rooftop is the equipment area, and it's usually not open to the public. Chu Yi stood up slowly, his movements not fast, nor did he emit any spiritual pressure, but the guard's back pressed tightly against the half-open iron door. His walkie-talkie accidentally pressed the talk button, his voice trembling. "Hello, operator, a false alarm. Everything's fine, I'm heading back now." As Chu Yi walked past him, he did not turn to look. The guard maintained his position pressed against the door until the sound of footsteps completely disappeared around the staircase corner, before he exhaled, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. On the way down, the communicator vibrated twice. Chu Yi slid his hand across the screen and received 2 new messages. The first message was from a gray-haired woman at the 1st Military Academy of the Imperial Capital. The text was very brief, stating that the military hospital's expert evaluation report had been expedited and would be issued within 5 days. The second message was from a chubby man at the Federal Central Spiritual Energy Research Institute, expressing great enthusiasm, mentioning that the research team for the spiritual energy prosthetic I had completed internal adjustments and could arrange an offline meeting at any time. Chu Yi read both messages, but did not reply to either. The communicator was stuffed back into his pocket. The prosthetic I was not what she needed, as she needed to reclaim her own eyes intact. When the elevator door opened on the 1st floor, his gaze swept across the lobby, pausing for a moment. In the corner of the lobby, there was a person sitting on a single sofa against the wall, slender in build with a straight back. Beside him rested a brown paper folder, the opening not sealed, revealing the edge of a document inside. The lean old man from the Starry Sky Academy, whom he had not contacted in advance, was waiting there. When Chu Yi approached, the old man had already stood up, slightly bowing, extending the folder with his left hand to the space between them. "I didn't intend to wait the full 7 days we agreed upon." Chu Yi took the item, his right eye silently activating the 3 tomos, spinning once around. His high-dimensional vision penetrated the surface of the brown paper, directly scanning the text on the cover, obtaining key information about the Starfall secret realm and the 9-aperture sacred lotus, as well as the feasibility assessment for activating the Eye of Destruction. His fingers that received the document tightened slightly, the folder wedged directly under his arm. "Do you have a few minutes now?" "Yes." Chu Yi casually grabbed the file bag and tucked it under his arm, shifting his gaze from the old man to the large hall beside him. The young girl at the front desk was dozing off, leaning on the counter, while the self-service coffee machine hummed away, leaving the entire 1st floor devoid of any other awake souls apart from the 2 of them. "Go up and speak." He turned around and pressed the elevator button, calling up as the door opened, his voice not loud, but precisely carried along the contract passage. "Lin Chushuang, come down." The old man raised an eyebrow slightly as he followed him into the elevator, not asking why the contractor was being summoned. He simply wrapped the strap of the handbag around his wrist, his back still straight. When the elevator reached the 7th floor and the door opened, Lin Chushuang was already standing in the corridor waiting. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and she wore disposable slippers from the hotel. Gripping a blind cane in her right hand and leaning against the wall with her left, she had her perception map fully activated, covering the entire corridor. Her perception web automatically scanned the spiritual pulse structure upon contact with the old man. His spiritual pulse density ranked among the top 3 she had seen in Beastmasters, with a robust main vein and extraordinarily orderly branch distribution, exuding a deep foundation that didn't require any external spiritual pressure to make others aware of his formidable presence. Chu Yi moved beside her casually, pushing her hair back from her face and lightly pressing on the back of her head with his palm. Come with me, someone wants to show you something. The three of them returned to the room. Chu Yi seated Lin Shuxuang on a chair by the window, standing beside her. He opened the file bag and placed it on the coffee table at knee height, while the old man stood at the door, not stepping too far inside, merely extracting a more finely bound copy from his handbag. The name of the secret realm is Starfall. The old man's tone was flat as he began to narrate the contents of the document. Located 300 kilometers east of the imperial capital, an ancient ruin not under the jurisdiction of any faction, condensing high-level spiritual artifacts approximately every 15 years. He set the copy down on the coffee table. The product of this condensation has been tracked by our secret realm research team since 3 years ago and has been confirmed as the 9-orifice Sacred Lotus. Chu Yi picked up the copy and opened it. The first page displayed a high-precision energy map showing the lotus-shaped spiritual artifact captured by multiple frequency bands with the vein patterns of the 9 petals clearly visible, each line flowing with differently colored spiritual liquid, and the energy values and resonance peak parameters of each frequency band noted below the map. The Sharingan silently activated the 3-tomo rotating halfway, and the information from the entire map was scanned into his visual memory at the pixel level. The internal system completed the comparison in less than 2 seconds. The composition of the 9-orifice Sacred Lotus spiritual liquid highly matched the resonance frequency of the shattering vision eye fragments with a theoretical catalytic success rate of 74. This is the highest level of catalytic catalyst obtainable within the currently known range. Chu Yi turned to the second page, which detailed the collection conditions and preservation requirements written in exquisite detail. He closed the document and placed it back on the coffee table. The old man rummaged through the bottom of the handbag and pulled out another item distinctly different in texture. The paper was yellowing with burn marks on the edges sandwiched between 2 transparent energy protective films. The 11th volume of the Scripture Repository Secret Realm Collection, page 372. The old man laid this item flat on the coffee table, not handing it to Chu Yi. The original text records that the shattering vision eye fragments upon encountering the Sacred Lotus spiritual liquid can trigger a second fusion of the fragments with the carrier's nerves, partially restoring visual functions. The dense script of the ancient spiritual symbols was intricately arranged on the yellowed paper. Chu Yi's Sharingan directly penetrated the protective film and copied the entire text into his deep memory without reaching out to touch the item. Lin Shuxuang sat silently in the chair throughout the exchange. Her perception map transformed every word spoken by the old man into an information stream through air vibrations. Her blind canes standing between her legs, her hands resting on the cane's top, the color of her knuckles unchanged from usual. However, at the moment the words partially restoring visual functions entered her eardrum through the air, her middle finger, originally resting on the cane's top, hesitated for a moment, pressing into the flesh of her palm, before slowly relaxing and returning to rest on the wooden surface of the cane. She shifted her perception map's focus from the old man to a cleaning truck passing by outside the window, expressionless, as she observed the truck's exterior structure. Chu Yi glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, remaining silent. When will the secret realm open? The old man replied quickly. 3 weeks later. At that time, all factions in the imperial capital can apply for entry quotas, but from what I know, several parties within have already begun to lay plans to secure positions early. Chu Yi pulled out all the remaining documents from the file bag, weighing them in his hand. There were also enrollment agreements and supplementary clauses which he did not read. Can the Starry Academy guarantee that we won't be blocked at the entrance of the secret realm? The old man did not immediately respond, his gaze shifting from Chu Yi's face to the window and back, the silence lasting about 3 breaths. Entry rights are guaranteed. He articulated each pause with extreme precision, devoid of any excessive emotional color. I cannot guarantee what happens after entry. After hearing this, the corner of Chu Yi's mouth twitched slightly, his expression revealing a hint of disdain, almost unmasked a sense of outright rejection. But he stood up. All right, it's settled. His words flowed without any pause, lacking thanks or any polite remarks to conclude. He tossed the file bag onto the coffee table and turned to grab Lin Shuxuang's wrist, lifting her from the chair. Let's go. As the old man bowed in acknowledgement, Chu Yi had already taken Lin Shuxuang to the door, opening it with a casual motion, showing no intention of looking back at the old man for one last glance. The door closed behind them. The old man stood alone in the empty room, not leaving immediately. Instead, he gathered the file bag that Chu Yi had left on the coffee table back into his handbag, moving slowly and carefully. As he zipped up the bag, the line of his shoulders dropped slightly. The calm expression he had maintained since entering the room finally showed a hint of change. The curve of his mouth relaxed considerably, and he murmured something softly too faint for the soundproof energy panels in the room to fully capture. He picked up the handbag and exited the door, the corridor's lights casting over his slender shadow. As the elevator descended, Lin Shuxuang gripped Chu Ye's sleeve, waiting until the metallic door had completely sealed before speaking. That teacher is what he brought real. The Sharingan scanned it. The spiritual pulse showed no chaotic response when not lying, and the energy map in the document matched perfectly with the internal database. Lin Shuxuang leaned against the elevator wall, her perception map indicating that the steel cable of the elevator was operating at a constant speed. She shifted her focus from the cable to the familiar energy profile on her right. Then my eyes. That will be in 3 weeks. Chu Yi directly interrupted her, his tone devoid of any harsh emotion. Think about something else for now. She closed her mouth, and the elevator remained quiet for about 3 floors. When the door opened on the 7th floor, she followed him towards the room. Okay. The word escaped her lips in a very soft tone, almost drowned out by the buzzing from the air conditioning vent in the corridor. However, in her perception map, the coordinate representing her right eye socket changed color from gray to a lighter hue. Back in the room, Chu Yi did not turn on the lights, directly walking to the window and sitting down, resting his elbows on the windowsill, gazing at the still dim night view of the capital city. The system panel in his mind automatically updated a progress message. Shattering vision, eye fragment fusion progress 8. Catalytic catalyst 9 orifice sacred lotus has confirmed an obtainable path with the expected progress after catalyzing the sacred lotus spiritual liquid rising to the range of 40 to 55. He suppressed this information to the bottom of the panel, taking out a communicator from his pocket. When the screen lit up, it displayed messages from a gray-haired woman and a chubby man sent yesterday, one saying the military hospital report was expedited and the other saying the prosthetic eye team was available for scheduling. Chu Yi opened the chat box and sent the same reply to both individuals. No need. After sending the message, Chu Yi tucked the communicator into his pocket. He turned to glance at Lin Shuxuang, who was sitting by the window with her knees drawn up, sensing the map operating at low power enveloping the entire room. Pack your things, we are going back to Jiang City. Lin Shuxuang stood up decisively, one hand reaching for the blind cane on the bedside table, while the other hand paused midway through unzipping her toiletries bag. Aren't we supposed to go to the imperial capital? Chu Yi walked over and pulled back the curtain, the morning light illuminating the folder on the coffee table, the creases of the craft paper reflecting fragmented light. We will go, but not now. He continued, the secret realm opens in 3 weeks. Staying in the provincial capital during this time is meaningless. Your new sensory level isn't yet at a practical level. Lin Shuxuang closed the toiletries bag and stuffed it into the side pocket of her backpack, her fingers circling the zipper, pull half a turn. Practice when we go back. Yes, practice when we go back. On the return trip on the energy levitating train, Chu Yi chose a window seat. His Sengoyagodo 3-hoop Jade Will Sharingan scanned the front and back train cars for a few seconds, confirming no abnormal signals or tails before retracting his ocular technique. He leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs and closing his eyes to rest. Lin Shuxuang sat on his right, switching the sensory map to a mid-range mode, marking the energy density of the cities they passed one by one. Her fingers traced specific symbols on her knee, her lips moving silently as she read the data, not stopping for a full 20 minutes. Until she pushed her perception out to over 120 meters, trying to capture the distribution of the spiritual vein nodes in the distant city. A sudden pressure pain shot through her temple, causing her vision to fracture at the edges. Chu Yi reached over, placing his palm directly on the back of her clenched fist. Pull back. Lin Shuxuang obediently retracted her sensory radius to 80 meters, the pressure pain gradually subsiding. Her fingers slowly relaxed under his palm and returned to her knee. You don't need to waste your brain power by staying awake. I'm recording the data along the way. Are you done? I still have 2 cities left. Then take your time recording, don't push the boundaries. Chu Yi withdrew his hand and closed his eyes again. Lin Shuxuang lowered her head to continue marking the data. Her sensory precision was a notch lower than before, and the pressure pain did not return. The celebration banquet at Wuling High School was even more extravagant than Chu Yi had anticipated. Zhao Danayan transformed the school conference hall into a banquet venue with 3 rows of long tables covered in red cloth and over 40 dishes laid out on the tables. A long banner was hung from the door to the window, emblazoned with several lines of golden characters, and 3 cameras were set up around, with more people standing in the hallway than seated inside. Chu Yi stood at the door and scanned the interior, not stepping inside immediately. Zhao Denian rushed over with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands while constantly observing the expressions of the two. Chu, we've saved you a seat at the main table, and there's a spot next to Lin as well. You see that one? Chu Yi withdrew his gaze from the dishes and turned to glance at Zhao Denian. The food is good, but your school's energy training room can't even run the simulation parameters for a level secret realm. You should spend the banquet money on better equipment in the future. Zhao Denian's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth but swallowed the words back. The two academic directors behind him exchanged glances, and both quickly lowered their heads to type notes on their holographic devices. Chu Yi took Lin Chushuang straight to their seats. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbing food to eat. The entire table fell silent for a full 5 seconds before people gradually began to move their chopsticks, an oppressive atmosphere permeating the space. The sports team leader diagonally across held a teacup, close, wearing a meticulously polished, friendly smile. Chu, I heard the 3 top schools in the imperial capital are vying for you. Is it true that you chose the Xingqian Academy? Chu Yi picked up a piece of rib and bit through the soft bone, tearing the meat apart, and chewing a few times before swallowing, not raising his eyelids the entire time. The sports team leader stood there dumbfounded for 3 seconds, swallowing the rest of his words along with his tea. He turned back to his seat, looking dejected. A young female teacher nearby noticed the scene and leaned close to her colleague, lowering her voice. Isn't his eye always red? Her colleague quickly jabbed her with an elbow, signaling her to be quiet. Lin Chushuang was surrounded by several other female teachers, and the topic kept circling around her eyes and health condition. Lin, you look much better than last time. Have you been taking supplements? How much longer do you have to wear that bandage? Have you seen a specialist? Lin Chushuang responded slowly and calmly, resting her chopsticks neatly on the edge of her bowl. Her sensory map continually tracked Chu Ye's movements 3 meters away, who was methodically removing fish bones from the braised fish, and once done silently pushed the entire platter of fish meat 10 centimeters to her right. Lin Chushuang picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks. She didn't turn to thank him, simply chewing and swallowing naturally. Zhao Denian, sitting at the edge of the main table, took in all the details, pausing for a moment before finally drinking the tea in one gulp. As the banquet was nearing its end, Chu Yi stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a shrill sound, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Submit the training room reconstruction plan to me within a week, according to high-level secret realm. After saying this, Chu Yi didn't care about anyone's reaction. He reached out and pulled Lin Chushuang up, heading outside. Behind them, everyone at the table began to pull out their communicators, searching for the standard configurations for high-level secret realm training rooms, with Zhao Denian's hands moving the fastest. As night fell in the abandoned training ground on the eastern outskirts of Jiang City, Chu Yi stood 2 meters in front of Lin Chushuang, hands clasped in front of his chest, quickly gathering a sphere of spiritual pressure energy field between his palms, the density decreasing from the center to the periphery. Cut the sensory precision to the finest level and report the coordinates. Lin Chushuang closed her eyes, mobilizing her senses, the layered levels operating at full power. The energy sphere appeared irregularly elliptical under her scan, with the internal density transitioning from brilliant white at the core to light blue at the edges. She remained silent for several seconds, her fingers unintentionally tapping 3 times on the blind cane. The peak density is 2 centimeters above your right palm, with the long axis tilted about 15 degrees, and the edge decay gradient accelerating from the 3rd layer. Chu Yi retracted the energy field, changed its form, and regathered the spiritual pressure, this time compressing it into a flat sheet. Report again. Lin Chushuang fell silent for several more seconds, her fingers resting motionless on the cane's head. It has a flat structure, thicker in the center and thinner at the edges, with the center slightly skewed to the left. By how much? 3 centimeters. Chu Yi dissipated the spiritual pressure, taking 2 steps back, while activating the chakra and spiritual pressure supply circuits, with the 2 energies circulating at different speeds within his meridians. Now track the flow in my spiritual vein and tell me where the force point of the next action is. Lin Chushuang pushed her sensory precision to the limit, focusing intently on the complex dual-track energy system, with chakra flowing through fixed pathways, while spiritual pressure permeated indiscriminately along the surface of the body. The rhythm of the 2 energies was completely out of sync. She reported the coordinates of her right shoulder for the first time. Chu Yi, however, kicked out with his left foot. She reported the position of her lumbar spine the 2nd time. Chu Ye's energy gathering point landed on his right fist. For the 3rd time, she slammed the blind cane heavily onto the ground. Your chakra flow only changes 0.05 of a second before the force is applied. I can't keep up with that window. Shu Yi put his hands back into his pockets, not providing comforting words or urging her on, simply calmly stating the problem at hand. You can't keep up because you're only focusing on the split nodes at the ends of your limbs. Before the action is determined, the energy first branches out from the main pathways on either side of the lumbar spine. The changes there happen earlier than at the extremities. How much earlier? 1/10 of a second. Lin Xushuang switched the blind cane to her left hand, tightening and loosening her right hand. She readjusted the anchor point of her sensory focus, directly retracting her exploration range from the limb extremities, concentrating fully on the main veins on either side of Chu Ye's lumbar spine. As the fourth test began, she sensed the energy starting to accelerate its diversion from the left main pathway, flowing downward, ultimately supplying the target at her left leg. Left foot front kick. Chu Ye's left foot kicked out the tip of his shoe, stopping 10 centimeters in front of her, the night breeze following the shoe's surface brushing against her chin. That's right. Lin Xushuang's lips involuntarily curled up slightly. She tapped twice on the head of the cane and quickly suppressed it. The two walked back along the same path. Lin Xushuang took out a wet tissue to wipe the sweat from her palms, but halfway through rubbing, she suddenly halted her movements. Shu Yi, what if someone comes to snatch the holy lotus in the secret realm? Let them snatch it. Her hand's movement completely froze the damp tissue tightly clenched in her palm. They can snatch it away. By the time they get it, they'll be dead. There's no such thing as snatching it away. All right. By the time they returned to their residence, it was already past midnight. Lin Xushuang finished washing her face and stepped out of the bathroom to find Shu Yi sitting in his usual chair, eyes closed in rest. A golden prompt box popped up in his mind. Uchiha Obito Template Fusion Progress 82. The next large-scale source devouring is expected to push it to over 90. Once it surpasses 90, some seal-level abilities will enter the automatic unlocking sequence. Current previewable content, blurred display. Shu Yi shifted his gaze from this line of text to the initial panel of Aizen Susuk beside him. His finger traced over the white lightning skill bar in the consciousness space, confirming that the activation condition was to release without chanting, with spiritual pressure consumption around 4% of the total pool. Red and blue progress lines floated parallel in his view, and the white gap representing a 0.2-second switching delay still existed in between. In the main hall of the Lin family's residence in the imperial capital, the lights of the dark ebony wood hall were not fully lit. Only the one directly above was on, casting a bright area on the long table, while the rest remained shrouded in shadow. The white-haired patriarch sat at the head of the table, 3 reports laid out before him, pressed down by his entire palm, the knuckles slightly bent from the force. He had already read the contents of those 3 documents twice. Lin Yin remained unconscious with multiple fractures, and Lin Yao's spiritual vein had been completely destroyed, rendering her a cripple of fragments of the shattered legal weapon. Broken illusion eye were also lost. 6 people sat on either side of the long table, none of them speaking first. The silence lasted nearly 2 minutes, until the second elder in the second chair to the left cleared his throat, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the table. Patriarch, the official league is still pressing us. If the situation drags on, once public opinion break out. The white-haired patriarch withdrew his hand from the report, his voice hoarse and heavy. Lin Yao's spiritual vein was publicly crushed in the arena, witnessed by 100,000 people and 500 million live viewers. You speak to me of breaking out. The second elder immediately fell silent. The white-haired patriarch leaned back against the chair, the light from the lamp above illuminating his wrinkled face, his lips slightly parting as if weighing his words. Who can provide me with a solution for the losses? The third elder at the far left leaned forward, speaking very softly. Perhaps we could establish a connection with the military in the imperial capital to define this league as. The second half of the sentence caught in his throat, not interrupted by anyone's voice, but instead by a slight sound coming from the back of the main hall, where a chair was slowly pushed back. The noise of the chair legs scraping against the floor was not loud, yet it drew everyone's gaze simultaneously. Lin Hongyuan stood up with no unnecessary movements, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, his back straight as a rod. He walked directly to the edge of the long table, where the light just touched half of his face. Let me handle it. His words were devoid of emotional fluctuations, the tone low and restrained, revealing no hint of anger or anxiety, maintaining his usual cold and austere demeanor. The third elder swallowed the remaining words he had. The second elder's fingers stopped tapping on the edge of the table, and the breathing of the other 6 people lightened significantly in an instant. The white-haired patriarch scrutinized Lin Hongyuan for a long time, until those beside him began to feel uncomfortable, before he subtly nodded. Disperse. Several chairs were pushed back simultaneously as the 6 people rose one after another and walked towards the door. The uneven footsteps echoed down the corridor, and Lin Hongyuan firmly closed the heavy wooden door behind him, the door slamming against the frame with a dull thud. The shadow guards on either side of the corridor remained standing with their heads bowed, the breaths of the crowd suppressed to the lightest level, with a narrow and faint beam of light seeping through the crack of the door. The voices from within were kept very low, most of the content blocked by the door and the soundproofing layer of spiritual energy. Only a few faint whispers could be heard seeping through the crack. The shadow guard standing the closest had his ears twitch slightly, keenly catching a complete sentence. Lin Hongyuan's voice, deep and muffled. The weakness of the firmament lies in that blind girl. A long silence fell over the room. After the light in the room went out, the door was pulled open and Lin Hongyuan stepped out first. The shadow guards bowed their heads to give way, their peripheral vision sweeping across his profile, which bore no emotional fluctuations. His lips were tightly sealed together and his steps remained even and steady, showing no signs of having just participated in the family's most confidential strategic discussions. The white-haired patriarch was the last to leave the main hall, not glancing at anyone around him as he walked straight toward the backyard. After a few steps he stopped and looked back in the direction Lin Hongyuan had left, his lips parting slightly, as if about to say something, yet ultimately no sound escaped. Meanwhile, far away in the Lin family station base's basement in Jiang City, Lin Haoyan had just crawled out of the mental recovery pod. The electrode patches on the back of his head were not yet cleanly torn off, and half of his face bore white salt residues left by the evaporated liquid in the pod. He leaned against the corridor wall, panting for nearly a minute before gradually stabilizing his rapid breaths. His communicator vibrated 3 times in his pocket. He immediately took it out and glanced at it. It was an encrypted message with the signal source indicating a direct connection to the imperial capital, requiring his iris verification to unlock the specific content. He held the communicator up to his eyes, allowing the recognition beam to scan his pupils, and the screen quickly displayed a short message of less than 20 characters. After reading the content, he showed no extra reaction, merely stiffly locking the screen and putting it back in his pocket, then casually pulling out a lighter from his clothing pocket to ignite the paper that had been spat out from the printer, the faint flame flickering in the dim corridor for a few seconds before the black ashes were quickly blown away by the airflow. He walked slowly back to the end of the corridor and slumped into a chair, staring blankly at the empty wall opposite him. One hand rested flat on the wooden armrest, the fingertips of his index and middle fingers trembling uncontrollably, this tremor persisting for a long time without subsiding. Inside the study of Lin Hongyuan in the imperial capital, it was very quiet. On the wide and flat desk lay 3 documents. On the left was a copy of the family's internal financial flow records, in the center a detailed quotation from the imperial capital's shadow guard market, and on the right a recruitment brochure from a school with the corners bent. Lin Hongyuan sat at the desk, his right hand holding a pen, quickly scribbling a string of numbers on the draft paper. The enormous hiring costs for the shadow guards were not a burden for him at all, but after writing down the specific numbers, his pen tip paused on the paper for a few seconds, and then he forcefully crossed out that line of numbers. He found this method too dirty and troublesome. He capped the pen again and wrote Xingqian Academy in a new line on the paper. The pen was then properly placed back in the pen holder, and he leaned back against the leather chair, his 10 fingers interlaced over his abdomen, staring intently at a certain spot on the ceiling for a while. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, not in a smile, but as if he was repeatedly confirming a decision. Operating through legitimate event channel rules, the overall cost was much higher than that of assassination, but the process was clean, without leaving any excess traces, all conducted within the framework of legality. The lighting in the study remained on. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, pausing momentarily at the study's door. The person outside did not knock, and this pause lasted about 5 seconds before the footsteps continued moving down the corridor, gradually fading away. Lin Ruan returned to her room, locked the door behind her, and walked straight to her desk to sit down. She took her personal holographic brain out from the drawer and placed it on the flat desktop, her fingers quickly tapping on the virtual projection keyboard, successfully retrieving the new student database interface for the current term from the various academies in the imperial capital. She skillfully flipped through the section for the Federal Central Spiritual Energy Research Institute and directly skipped the page for the imperial capital's first military academy, finally stopping her gaze at the special recruitment list area of Xingqian Higher Academy. The screen clearly displayed the name Chu Yi. She stared at these 2 characters for nearly half a minute, her finger hovering above the search bar without pressing down. The faint blue light emanating from the holographic brain illuminated her face, clearly revealing no emotional fluctuations. She closed the interface and exited the database, directly opening the communicator on the desktop. The screen flipped to the internal workgroup interface of the student council, and she typed a long message in the input box at the bottom. After finishing the text, she did not click send, but instead placed the communicator down on the desk, closed her eyes, and leaned back against the chair, resting her hands on the armrests, maintaining a still posture. After about 10 seconds, she straightened up and picked up the communicator, smoothly deleting all the content she had just typed in the input box, and then re-entering a brand new line of text. Check the living arrangements for new student special recruit, Chuyi. She decisively pressed the send button. After sending, she flipped the communicator face down on the desk and walked to the window, pulling the curtains tightly shut, instantly dimming the room's light. Only the edge of the communicator on the desk flickered with a faint indicator light. At 11:40 in the evening, the electronic security system at the Lin family's residence recorded a new delivery receipt. It was just a very common storage bag with no sender address filled in on the surface, and the only logistics code pointed to a long-canceled anonymous abandoned site. The items inside, when scanned by security equipment, showed as ordinary paper documents with no spiritual energy fluctuations and no dangerous materials. Lin Hongyuan was alone in the study, opening the storage bag. He poured the contents onto the desk, which contained only two simple items. The first was the original version of a formal commission document with a prominent black wax seal commonly used by assassination organizations in the lower right corner. The client information section clearly stated the private code of the Lin family's second elder, with the commission content section boldly stating the execution of a mission to eliminate a blind girl. The second item was a torn blank piece of paper with very ordinary paper quality, showing no traces of spiritual energy residue on the surface. This paper contained only a short line of handwriting, the strokes very careless, but deeply imprinted. "The person you sent, I've taken care of it for you." Chuyi reorganized the items in his storage bag, flipping the emergency potions from the bottom to the outer compartment, while spirit stone fragments and spare spirit cores were pushed to the innermost section. He tugged at the zipper of the bag a couple of times to confirm its smoothness. He focused on these tiny items, his hands never pausing, and his lips remained sealed without a word. Lin Xushuang stood quietly on the right, her perception map scanning on low power. She clearly observed the structural changes inside the storage bag. The energy signature of the emergency potions was adjusted to the outermost layer, making the intent behind this adjustment very clear. She pursed her lips without asking a word. "How long will it take?" "For hours." On the spacious platform of the Federal High-Speed Spiritual Energy Train, there were few pedestrians. Chuyi led her directly into the third carriage and chose a double seat by the window. Lin Xushuang slid her blind cane into the gap between her knee and the armrest to secure it. The person next to her reached out and tucked the tag that had flipped out of her collar back in, and when their fingertip brushed against her skin, she instinctively retracted her neck. "It's cold. Bear with it." After the train started, a faint metallic vibration traveled up from the soles of their feet. Lin Xushuang skillfully switched her perception map to the normal patrol mode, with an 80-meter detection radius penetrating through the front and back carriages. The signals collected from the passengers were extremely sparse, and the energy signatures returned were all at the level of ordinary pedestrians, indicating that there were no threats in the vicinity. A few minutes after the carriage set off, her head began to lean to the right, and the refresh rate of her perception map gradually decreased, allowing her stiff shoulder muscles to relax. She leaned her head against Chu Ye's arm, a few strands of black hair spilling onto the sleeve of his dark coat, and her breathing rhythm became very calm. Chu Yi remained in his original seated position, unmoved. He merely lifted his right arm slightly, placing his large palm over the back of her hand resting on her knee. A small amount of chakra gradually flowed into her through the skin contact, the flow intentionally suppressed below his usual baseline. The temperature matched her body heat, and this energy was just enough to maintain the basic nurturing of her spiritual meridians during her sleep. Lin Xushuang's lips parted slightly in her sleep, showing no signs of waking, only instinctively curling her fingers to grasp the flesh of his palm. The city skyline outside the train blurred rapidly as they sped by. Chu Yi turned his face to stare at the explosion-proof glass in front of him, the deep red Freedomo Sharingan swirling silently in its socket. The extremely domineering eye technique pierced through the reflective layer of the window, and the alloy shell, capturing all the spiritual energy flows within a 500-meter radius in the center of his crimson vision. There were 3 distinct spiritual energy sources outside. The targets were positioned more than 200 meters from the train's left outer wall, arranged at equal distances from each other. Their speed was tightly synchronized with the train's velocity, with only a minimal deviation in direction. The energy fluctuations emitted also contained a very standard cooperative communication code. This rigid formation frequently appeared in the military's basic tactical reports designed specifically for dealing with high-level targets. The Sharingan forcibly extracted the energy profiles of these 3 targets, imprinting them into memory. In just a few seconds, their details were thoroughly exposed. These were beast tamers who had undergone primary vein expansion modifications, and the accompanying encrypted protocol originated from the highest-level bounty interface of the Imperial Capital's dark web. The red light in Chu Ye's eyes gradually faded. He tilted his head to look at the reflection in the glass, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. This expression was far from a smile. It merely confirmed that the prey had delivered itself right to his doorstep. In the study of the Lin family courtyard in the Imperial Capital, 3,000 kilometers away, Lin Hongyuan leaned against a large wooden table, several pages of mission briefing documents lined up in the center. In the corner of the paper there was a black, encrypted wax seal that only internal personnel would recognize. Half of his body was hidden in the shadow of the desk lamp, his right index finger pressed on the core paragraph of the front document, his eyelids drooping as he read that handwritten line over and over. It clearly listed the target's combat data, the Sharingan's ocular technique, paired with a defense system known as Susanoo, and the explosive power of the physical techniques far exceeded the theoretical limits of ordinary individuals. Besides that, no records of long-range attack techniques or relevant melee weapon usage were found. All this detailed analysis data came from the publicly released footage of the Provincial Freshman League. Lin Hongyuan pinched the paper page with 2 fingers and flipped to the back to check the operational details. The instructions specified using spiritual energy barriers to implement physical isolation, requiring the team to simultaneously activate spatial blockade formations as the train entered the tunnel's blind spot, thereby nullifying the opponent's close combat breakout advantage, and finally, using spiritual energy reflection layers to exhaust the target within the local network. After reading it, he closed the file folder and tossed it back in place, his 10 fingers casually interlocking and resting on the edge of the table. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock's second hand. He remained silent for a long time before reaching for the pure black communicator, dialing an unmarked encrypted short number, and the response on the other end was extremely prompt. How long until the tunnel entrance? A highly suppressed voice came from the receiver. 22 minutes. Once we arrive, initiate directly without further confirmation from this end. Understood. The call was abruptly cut off, and Lin Hongyuan tossed the cold communicator back onto the table. He turned his face to look out the pitch-black window, the pale light in the study reflecting the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his face showing no trace of excess emotional fluctuation. The overhead lights in the train carriage cast down warm yellow halos. Lin Shuxuan closed her eyes, breathing evenly, her entire weight resting on the shoulder of the person beside her, her tense muscles completely relaxed as she entered a deep sleep. Chu Yi turned his head down to glance at the person leaning against his shoulder. The air conditioning vent blew a stray strand of hair that had fallen onto her sleeve. The hair brushed against the edge of the white gauze on her cheek, causing her to frown slightly, her straight nose twitching a couple of times before returning to stillness. Noticing this slight resistance, he quietly increased the chakra output from his right hand. The temperature of the energy against her skin rose slightly, immediately smoothing out the irritation that had caused her to frown. A gray system notification popped up in the lower right corner of his retina without emotion. Detected 3 external spiritual energy signals following for an extended time, confirming the targets as class combat units, maintaining a cooperative formation, the spiritual meridian frequency, pointing towards the highest level bounty interface of the Imperial Capital's private commission black market battle alert triggered. Do you wish to enable real-time tracking options? Chu Yi ignored it, using his thoughts to slide this irrelevant information to the bottom of his vision's recycle bin. His left index finger tapped lightly on the plastic armrest, and a train route map he had seen floated automatically in his mind. The tunnel named Qinglan ahead would still take over 10 minutes to reach. This fully enclosed long-distance mountain tunnel would cut off all external communication frequencies and detection device networks. The perception networks of those killers outside couldn't penetrate the high-level anti-jamming coating on the train's exterior, but the Sharingan could directly ignore such physical barriers. The 3 red dots in his vision were gradually drawing closer together, the distance of over 200 meters rapidly compressing. This charging action before the formation was very evident, The three main parties each infused spiritual energy into their respective directions, needing to converge closely to deploy the coverage net. The leading energy entity suddenly projected an extremely sharp pulse wave outward. This glaring probing action lasted less than half a second before returning to silence. Chu Yi focused on that ripple, embedding all its characteristics deep into memory. This clearly indicated that the core node was sending confirmation signals to the other two edges. The three outside had long accumulated enough energy indicators needed to launch, just waiting for the train to plunge into the mountain's cavern to strike. He turned his neck slightly, his lips almost brushing against Lin Chushwang's scattered hair on the side of her head, keeping his voice low as he spoke. Shuang, if the train is about to enter the tunnel, it might be a bit bumpy. In a half-asleep and half-awake state, Lin Chushwang instinctively responded. She leaned her chin deeper into the shoulder of the person beside her, tightening her grip before slowly relaxing. Her perception defense net still maintained a low-energy state, and she was completely unable to shake off her drowsiness. Chu Yi slowly removed his right hand from the back of her hand. He straightened his upper body, withdrawing his arm from the armrest. As he rose from the seat, his movements were extremely light and steady, guiding the woman's head to slide from his shoulder to the edge of the backrest. As he walked out, he remembered to tuck away the stray hair on her face, using 2 fingers to gently press her forehead to check her temperature. Then he stood up straight in the aisle. The outline of the tunnel entrance ahead became clearer as the train sped closer, the dark mountain cavity exuding a sense of oppressive gloom. The lighting sensors on the ceiling activated, and the originally soft interior yellow light was suddenly brightened several levels. Chu Yi turned his back and walked towards the junction between the carriages. He reached the seam between the 2 carriages without pausing, pressing his distinctly jointed fingers directly on the anti-theft handle of the metal door. Dense chakra seeped into the easily corroded hinges and gaps, and he pushed the heavy isolation door wide open without making a sound. The massive high-speed train plunged into the long, dark tunnel. The metallic door between carriages sealed shut behind Chu Yi as he stepped onto the narrow transitional platform bridging 2 cars. Before him loomed the pitch-black tunnel wall. The gap between the train's hull and the surrounding rock strata measured less than 2 meters, and the high-speed airflow stretched his coat top backward. The crimson glow of the Sharingan ignited in the darkness, its 3 tomo rotating languidly through half a revolution. 3 red dots outside had closed to within 70 meters of the train's left flank, their formation compressed to under 15 meters apart. Energy infusion entered its final stage in Chu Yi's vision. The luminous nodes of the 6-layer spirit energy barrier traced an arc converging toward the train's midsection from 3 directions. Chu Yi leaned back, slightly pressing the nape of his neck against the cool metal door. He lowered his gaze to his right palm. Spirit pressure was drawn from his meridians, flowing along his palm lines and coalescing at the tips of his index and middle fingers. That energy ran far colder than chakra, carrying with it a sharp, biting chill. A brilliant white point of light condensed at his fingertip, blindingly vivid against the tunnel's absolute blackness. There was no thunderclap, no arcing discharge. Instead, the point silently contracted into an impossibly slender white column, its internal energy density compressed to the absolute limit. With his left hand, he pushed open the emergency escape hatch on the train's sidewall. Night wind rushed in thick with tunnel dust, and he vanished into the darkness. Engraved along the tunnel wall ran a row of spirit energy conduits. 3 assassins hovered above them, each standing upon an ultra-thin spirit energy platform. Their leader formed hand seals from his palms, unfolded 6 translucent spirit energy barriers sweeping inward like a net toward the train. Rise. As the leader uttered the word, his right-hand comrade's chest flared with light. That white beam materialized out of nowhere ahead, piercing precisely 3 centimeters below the clavicle. Its charred circular aperture was unervingly smooth and perfectly symmetrical, front-to-back transparent. Through the seared flesh, one could clearly see the striations in the opposing tunnel wall. His comrade's body remained frozen mid-seal, eyes slowly rolling downward until they fixed upon the hole in his own chest. His lips parted and sealed again. No sound escaped. His spirit energy platform, deprived of power, shattered beneath his feet, and he plummeted toward the tunnel floor. The lead assassin's pupils dilated wide. His perception net had not sounded. The formation's early warning array had not triggered. The target, who had emerged from the train, had traversed the intervening distance and appeared among them without leaving a single trace of energy displacement. It meant his speed had surpassed the refresh rate of the spirit energy detection grid. The 3rd assassin reacted fastest. In the same instant his comrade was pierced, he activated the contingency protocol. 6 spirit energy barriers erupted from an array disk within his storage pouch, layering concentrically into a spherical shield that enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, he drew 2 energy-charged short blades and initiated their charging sequence. Chu Yi stood directly before the shield. The azure afterimage of his Shuanpa still hung undissipated 3 meters away. Tilting his head slightly, he regarded the assassin crouched inside the translucent sphere, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Then he vanished. In the second, azure afterimage flared, not outside but deep within the shield's interior. A hand seized the assassin's collar from behind. 5 fingers exerted precise pressure, driving force down the nape into the spine. Spirit pressure seeped through skin and infiltrated the inner walls of his spirit meridians, cutting off the shield's energy supply from within. The 6-layered spirit energy barrier neither shattered nor detonated. Its energy resonance decayed rapidly, silent absolute, leaving no ripple in the surrounding air. A choked syllable forced its way from the assassin's throat as Chu Yi slammed him face first into the tunnel wall's bedrock, skin scraped raw from his cheek, grit flooding his mouth. The Sharingan's 3 tomo pressed close to the assassin's occiput. Spiritual pressure flooded his cranial cavity. His limbs lost all motor control simultaneously. He remained fully conscious, yet his body, from the neck down, was utterly paralyzed. The lead assassin discarded the long-range spirit energy artillery he'd yet to deploy. He unsheathed his concealed spirit blade. Its engraved spirit runes blazed fiercely, the full-strength reservoir burning itself out in this single moment. He launched himself sideways toward Chu Yi at maximum velocity, blade aimed straight for the carotid artery. Trajectory flawless, motion stripped of all superfluous detail. The blade halted 3 centimeters from Chu Yi's side neck. And Chu Yi did not turn his head, only shifted his body minutely to the right. The blade slid past the seam of his coat shoulder, severing not a single fiber of fabric. His left hand reversed, gripping the attacker's wrist. White lightning activated a second time, a pillar of light piercing through the wrist's bone fissure. The spirit blade flew free, clattering against the tunnel wall with a metallic ring. From elbow downward, the lead assassin's entire arm went numb, his legs buckled, dropping him to his knees. He raised his head, meeting Chu Yi's downward gaze, those crimson eyes burning with quiet intensity. What did your intelligence report say? Susanoo plus Sharingan. And Chu Yi released his wrist. The assassin crumpled onto the ground, his fading consciousness locked in a single unanswered question, repeating endlessly until thought itself ceased. The intelligence was catastrophically flawed. And the target they had tracked possessed a second, wholly independent system of power. Chu Yi knelt and sifted through the lead assassin's waist pouch, brushing aside vials of reagents and backup array discs, until his fingers found a sealed spirit mind crystal nestled in the innermost compartment. Within its semi-transparent lattice rested the complete mission briefing. He held it aloft, letting the Sharingan scan its encoded data. The client field was masked by 3 layers of encrypted spirit runes, impervious to conventional decryption. Yet the crystal's underlying spirit energy signature betrayed it, a faint dusky cyan hue, one he had seen before in the VIP section of the provincial championship arena, clinging like residue to Lin Yao's aura. He crushed the crystal. Its powdered fragments slipped between his fingers. And then he withdrew a spirit energy preservation bag from the pouch's outer compartment, precisely sized to contain a human head. Chakra coalesced along the edge of his right palm, a razor-thin energy blade forming seamlessly, then sliced with surgical precision across the 3rd cervical vertebra. Not a moment's hesitation. The incision through bone and flesh was flawlessly smooth and geometrically perfect. Chu Yi placed the severed head inside the sealed bag, zipped it fully, and inscribed several characters onto its surface using concentrated spirit energy. Received. He reduced the remaining 2 corpses to ash with fire release. High-temperature currents scouring away bloodstains, spirit energy traces, even the scent of scorching, leaving nothing behind. Shuanpa activated once more, a razor-sharp streak of azure light bridging the distance from tunnel wall to trainside emergency hatch in an instant. He pushed open the hatch, slipped back inside, and reset the latch as he closed it. Lin Shufeng remained reclined against her seatback exactly as before, breathing steady, her perception map operating at low-power mode. Her fingers rested lightly on her knee, fingertips subtly curled outward toward the aisle. Chu Yi walked over and sat down, placing the storage pouch beside his feet. He reached into his outer jacket pocket and slipped the sealed bag inside, the soft rhythmic whisper of the zipper, closing barely audible. Just as he settled back into the seat, the person beside him opened her eyes. Where did you go? Lin Shufeng turned her head slightly, the resolution of her perception map shifting from low power to standard. She scanned Xu Ye's entire energy profile. His primary chakra pathways remained stable, but a faint residual ripple lingered in his spirit pressure spectrum, a cold white afterglow slowly dissipating at the periphery. Did you fire white lightning in the restroom? Chu Yi paused silent for a beat. Yes. Can a train restroom withstand white lightning? The soundproofing is excellent. She closed her lips, drawing her fingers back from her knee to rest atop her cane's metal tip, her fingertips tapping twice unconsciously against the cap. Sunlight flooded the carriage as the train burst from the tunnel mouth. Her perception map expanded outward, its 80-meter radius now extending beyond the train's hull into open airspace. The 3 spirit energy signatures that had shadowed them all the way to the tunnel exit had vanished completely. Not even residual fluctuations remained. She filed the observation away, saying nothing aloud. Mountains receded past the window, suburban architecture began appearing at the edge of her visual field. Lin Shufeng waited several minutes before tilting her head just slightly toward Chu Yi. The 3 who were following us outside. Handled. How many seconds? Didn't count. She turned her left palm upward, resting it on her knee, and traced faint chakra marks in the air with her fingertips. 3. Chu Yi glanced briefly at the numeral. He neither confirmed nor denied, merely closed her palm with his hand, his index finger gently erasing the lingering chakra traces from between her fingers. 3. Chu Yi glanced briefly at the numeral. He neither confirmed nor denied, merely closed her palm with his hand, his index finger gently erasing. What about now? Now you don't even name the technique. Chu Yi returned her hand to her knee. Inside the outer compartment of the storage pouch at his feet, the sealed bag lay utterly inert, its spirit energy preservation film perfectly suppressing all internal signatures and fluctuations, resting quietly in the corner. In his mind, he logged the precise spirit pressure consumption metrics for white lightning activation. A single strike consumed less than 3% of his total reservoir, orders of magnitude more efficient than maintaining Susanu's skeletal form. This attack required no morphological build-up delay. Paired with Shuanpo, opponents simply had no time to react. Such suddenness rendered this technique vastly more efficient than any other trump card currently at his disposal. He elevated this conclusion to the top priority of his internal combat strategy, and as he closed his eyes, his hand instinctively smoothed down a stray strand of hair lifting from Lin Shufeng's nape. At noon in the main residence of the Lin family in the imperial capital, a gray and white standard sealed transport package was delivered into the main hall by a shadow guard. The outer layer showed no traces of spiritual energy, no residual aggression, and no tracking marks, with the logistics number pointing to an abandoned anonymous site that had been deregistered 3 months ago. Lin Honyuan sat still at the table waiting for the shadow guard to place the package flat at the center of the black sandalwood table before he reached out to tear open the sealing strip of spiritual energy. Inside was just a transparent vacuum-sealed bag of spiritual energy. The moment the shadow guard saw the object in the bag, his body instinctively took half a step back, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his spirit blade, his breathing suddenly heavy. Lin Honyuan did not react that strongly. He stared at the face in the sealed bag for a long time. The facial features were intact, the cuts exceptionally neat, and there were no signs of tearing or burning at the neck, indicating a clean and precise execution. He recognized that face. It belonged to the quietest member of a 3-person team who had been in the business for 11 years with targets no less than a grade and had never failed. This time he had not failed either. He had simply completed the mission in a different manner, delivering the head directly to the main table of the Lin family in the imperial capital. The surface of the sealed bag bore a line of writing etched with spiritual power. Although the strokes were hasty, the indentations were deep. I dealt with the person you sent. Lin Honyuan turned the sealed bag over to confirm there was nothing else on the back, then resealed the entire package and pushed it toward the edge of the table, raising his chin slightly in the direction of the shadow guard. Dispose of it. The shadow guard took the package with both hands and quickly exited the main hall. Once the heavy wooden door closed, the vast room was left with only Lin Honyuan sitting under the light. His index finger tapped 3 times on the table. Each tap was light and rhythmical, completing a certain confirmation procedure. The intelligence is invalid. He spoke these 4 words to himself, his voice lower than usual, with no hint of anger or urgency. His cold and stern demeanor remained unchanged. He was merely stating a fact. 3 level assassins equipped with a 6-layer spiritual energy barrier formation and spatial lockdown plan had been dealt with before even being seen. Their bodies were reduced to ash, and their heads sent back as a gift. This was not a failure, it was a one-sided massacre. The direct confrontation route would be completely shut down from today onward. Lin Honyuan picked up the communicator, locating an unmarked number in the encrypted frequency band, and pressed the dial button. It rang twice before being answered. Ruoyan. Father. The voice on the other end was calm and composed, with no unnecessary small talk or emotional fluctuations. Lin Honyuan switched the communicator to his left hand, while his right index finger pressed down on the open freshman list of the Celestial Academy, pausing at a certain position without moving. He'll leave the academy matters to you. Remember, do not use force, use the rules. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Father, rest assured. Understood. The call ended. Lin Honyuan placed the communicator back on the table, his gaze falling on a pair of words next to the list. He circled them with the tip of his pen, the ink faint, but the circle perfectly closed without a single flaw. He stared at the circle for a long time until the corridor lights outside the study automatically switched to night mode. In the student council office of the Celestial Academy, Lin Ruoyan hung up the call and placed her phone on the table. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window where the outlines of the academy's main building were clearly revealed under the lights, her shadow elongated by the indoor lighting. She turned back to her desk and casually flipped open the more than 20 pages of student council work documents in front of her, her index finger sliding along the page edges before stopping at the third page. The title of that section was printed very neatly with the words Freshman Qualification Assessment written in bold black font. She moved her finger down 2 lines, stopping firmly at the 7th item. The content of the clause was written in standard federal administrative language. Every word was familiar to her, and the meaning was crystal clear. Individuals without complete spiritual veins must pass a basic spiritual energy assessment to be recognized as valid team members. Those who do not pass will have their qualifications for participating in any combative activities at the academy revoked. She set her pen down and circled the clause. The shape of the circle she drew was almost identical to the one Lin Honyuan had made. The file was closed and Lin Ruoyan leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. A slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, a completely different expression from the smile she had shown her colleagues during the student council meeting earlier. Blind girl with a severed spiritual vein, basic spiritual energy assessment. She silently repeated this phrase to herself before standing up and turning off the lights, plunging the room into complete darkness. At 2147 at the central station of the imperial capital, as the train slowed down upon entering the station, Lin Chushwang's perception map automatically switched from low-power standby mode to standard patrol mode, with an 80-meter detection radius expanding as usual. Then she froze in her seat. The density of spiritual energy signals rushing in from outside the platform was more than 3 times that of the provincial capital. Hundreds of energy sources flooded into her perception range simultaneously, and the sheer volume of overlapping interference far exceeded her processing limit, the perception screen flashing to white within a very short time, causing her brain to feel a strong throbbing sensation. As her foot touched the ground, she stopped, her fingers gripping the blind cane until her joints ached. The other hand instinctively reached out into the air, trying to grasp something to steady herself. At the same time she stopped, Chu Yi turned his body to shield her from the surging crowd behind. He extended his wrist toward her outstretched hand without uttering a single word. When Lin Chushwang's fingertips touched the skin above his wrist, she tightened her grip. The perception map slowly began to restart from the white screen state. Chu Yi pulled her half a step closer to him, using his body to create a space free from the crowd's impact. Passengers at the Imperial Capital Station bypassed them on both sides, some turning their heads to glance, their steps quickening thereafter. The perception screen finally resumed normal operation. Lin Chushwang compressed the detection range from 80 meters to within 10 meters to quell the dizziness, a fine layer of sweat breaking out on her forehead. She tilted her face toward Chu Yi and spoke, her tone carrying a strong sense of suppressed frustration. The energy levels in the Imperial capital are about 3 times thicker than those in the provincial capital. You'll adapt in 2 days. That sounds easy. Chu Yi did not respond to her comment. He shifted his grip on her wrist to place the backs of their hands together, fingers wrapping around her palm from the outside, then led her directly toward the exit. Though his pace was not fast, his sense of direction was very clear. People walking toward them in the platform corridor automatically parted 2 steps away from him, creating a path. This was not a deterrent from spiritual pressure, but purely the instinctive reaction of normal people to quickly avoid someone standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with expressionless eyes staring straight ahead. Outside the exit, the plaza was brightly lit. The night temperature in the imperial capital was considerably lower than in Jiangxing. When Lin Chushuang stepped out of the corridor, the cold wind made her hunch her shoulders. Chu Yi casually zipped up the jacket from her chest to her chin. Don't catch a cold. You're being overly concerned. Is it annoying? She closed her mouth and did not. Under a street lamp at the northwest corner of the plaza, a middle-aged man in dark casual clothing finished his paper cup of coffee. The cup bore no federal insignia, and the inside of his collar was equally clean. His gaze fixed on Chu Yi the moment he appeared at the exit for 2 seconds. Then his sight shifted sideways. He turned slightly to make a phone call, his voice lowered to a whisper only audible to himself. The target has arrived in the Imperial Capital status, Normal 1 accompanying individual no escort. Understood. After hearing a response from the other end, he hung up, directly tossing the empty cup into a nearby trash can, and casually walked away along the pedestrian path at the edge of the plaza. Chu Yi led Lin Chushuang toward the taxi area, maintaining a steady pace. Without any pause, his three-demo Sharingan sweeping a complete circle toward the direction of the exit. The spiritual energy characteristics of the middle-aged man standing under the street lamp were thoroughly engraved in his mind by the Sharingan. The traces of spiritual vein modification on this man were very obvious, and the residual waves of the coordinated communication encryption protocol were still lingering in the meridians, not completely dissipated. Eagle Eye No. 7. He had recorded this signal source once during the Provincial Capital League, and now thousands of kilometers away, dressed in casual clothes, the foundational spiritual energy characteristics remained the same. As he withdrew his gaze, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, his facial expression far from resembling a smile. Lin Chushuang, walking beside him, suddenly spoke. 45 degrees to the right front of the exit, there's someone watching you. Do you know him? She paused for a moment, pushing her perception accuracy slightly forward in that direction. The man had already walked a dozen meters away, and the flow of his spiritual veins appeared normal, showing no signs of preparing for an attack. Not an assassin. More troublesome than an assassin. In the taxi area, there weren't many people waiting. Chu Yi took Lin Chushuang into a spiritual energy taxi and informed the driver of their destination, located 3 kilometers west of the Xingqian Academy in an old-fashioned neighborhood. Lin Chushuang limited her perception map to a 10-meter range. The enormous energy density of the night in Daijing made her hesitant to extend her boundaries. Outside the car window, the lights appeared as a dense array of signal sources on the perception level, with large energy clusters pressing against each other, making it impossible to discern any individual outlines. After 20 minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of a narrow alley. Chu Yi paid the fare and pulled her out of the car. As her feet touched the old rough stone pavement, Lin Chushuang felt her perception map become much clearer. The density of spiritual energy towers around here was nearly half that of the main urban area, widening the physical gaps between energy signals and significantly reducing the symptoms of frequency interference. Taking advantage of this, she tentatively pushed her perception boundary outward, and the feedback images within 50 meters became clear and stable, completely devoid of the previous symptoms of impending blackout. This is good. I know. Chu Yi led her deeper into the alley, stopping in front of a 4-story gray brick building, swiping a preloaded access card. The old iron door creaked open, and dim yellow voice-activated lights illuminated the hallway. Lin Chushuang followed him into the last room on the 3rd floor. The room was small, but the overall layout was quite neat. She released her perception map, quickly scanning the basic structure of the room, confirming it was a tubedroom, 1 living room layout with windows facing north. The downstairs area was a deadened street without any traffic, and within a 50-meter radius, there were only 7 signals of ordinary strength, all exhibiting low-frequency activity indicative of deep sleep. When did you book it? When you were asleep on the train. Chu Yi casually placed the storage bag on the entrance cabinet and opened the window to ventilate. He looked at the blind girl standing in the middle of the living room, scanning the environment, gently pressing down on her shoulder to guide her to sit on the sofa. Tomorrow I'll take you for a walk around here. Get some rest. What about you? Not tired? Lin Chushuang touched the armrest of the sofa, stood up, and walked toward the bedroom, stopping for a moment to turn around. What about the sealed bag from the train? How do you plan to handle it? It's already been sent out. Before we got off at the express locker on the platform. She paused at the bedroom door, without continuing to speak, her lips parting and closing again, ultimately retreating into the room and closing the door tightly. Chu Yi leaned against the window frame, silently activating his Sharingan. The red light penetrated the night, capturing the energy distribution within a 300-meter radius. The spiritual energy pipelines in this old neighborhood were severely worn with thin and scattered signal layers. This was a very suitable weak interference environment for Lin Chushwang's current perception training. He memorized the outlines of the buildings and the direction of the pipelines outside the window, then cut off the power to his eyes, returning to his chair and closing his eyes to enter a semi-dormant state. The next morning the two of them set out together. Chuyi did not disclose the destination in advance, directly taking Lin Chushwang along the periphery of the neighborhood at a slow pace. He intentionally slowed his steps, allowing her enough time to use the perception map to build a local coordinate system of Daijing. Lin Chushwang controlled her detection radius to the edge of 40 meters, not seeking a farther range. After every stretch of road, she set an energy anchor point in her mental image, precisely recording the physical heights of surrounding buildings and the direction of underground spiritual veins. After walking some distance along the street, she suddenly tilted her head northeast and raised her chin to point out a direction. The energy signal on the rooftop of that building has an issue. Chuyi did not turn his face, slightly adjusting the angle of his Sharingan to scan over his vision, penetrating the outer wall of a 6-story old building. He saw 3 sets of high-density spiritual energy storage devices set up on the rooftop, with all energy flowing down in an abnormal manner entirely different from the normal power supply patterns of residential buildings. What issue? That frequency is not standard for a normal residence. The flow of spiritual energy is all directed downward with extremely stable wave output. The underlying logic is more akin to a charging node of an underground energy storage station. Take note of it. She stored that anomalous coordinate into the fixed layer of her perception map. Chuyi continued walking ahead, and there was little verbal communication between the two, both maintaining silence as they completed the information recording of their surroundings. They walked along the street for another 10 minutes, just around a main road lined with roadside trees, when Lin Chushwang's perception boundary suddenly detected an energy signature she had encountered before. She immediately tightened her grip on Chuyi's sleeve. 70 degrees to the left, 32 meters, there's a person sitting by the window. I see it. It's the one from last night at the station exit. Chuyi slowed his pace, glancing over at the cafe across the street. His vision penetrated the glass window and captured a very small perception marker stuck inside. That energy frequency belonged to a special communication protocol within the Federation, which could not be detected by the ordinary eye. Only the Sharingan could extract it from the spectral bottom layer. The intent conveyed by this marker in the coded system was very straightforward, indicating that the person across the street was inviting him for a discussion. Come with me. All right. Lin Chushwang was led by him into the cafe's business area. The warmth from the internal heating and the noise from the coffee grinder hit her immediately. She sat down in the chair that Chuyi pulled out for her, her right hand naturally resting on the edge of the table, while she forcefully set the precision of her perception map to the highest level, firmly locking onto the humanoid's signal by the window. The man codenamed Eagle Eye No. 7 remained seated without standing to greet them. In front of him was a cup of cold Americano, and beside it lay a gray sealed document bag with no markings. Chuyi pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, his gaze casually scanning over the document bag. The middle-aged man maintained a 2-second silence before extending his hand to push the document bag forward by 3 centimeters. The situation in Daijing is more complex than in the provincial capital. This is a list of forces currently holding clear hostility towards you and their known patterns of action. Use it. Chuyi directly opened the seal of the document bag. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun slowly in the depths of his iris, the content of the first page being directly imprinted into his deep memory. He turned to the second page with the text and data being recorded in the same manner. By the time he flipped to the third page, his finger lingered on the edge of the paper for a breath's worth of time. On the third entry of the document, a line of gray small print served as a hint indicating that the target had unaccounted financial transactions with the Abyss Eye. The family name following it was covered by 3 layers of heavy encryption patterns which conventional methods could not uncover. However, the Sharingan's eye power directly disassembled the spiritual energy coding structure of the encryption layer. The mastermind behind this was indeed the Song family of Daijing. Chuyi stood up. This information is useless to me. The man across from him opened his mouth trying to speak, but Chuyi had already turned away from his seat. His right hand reached over to grasp Lin Chushwang's wrist, and the two walked toward the cafe's entrance, pushing the door open without any hesitation or pause. Eagle Eye No. 7 remained in the cafe, taking a sip of the cold Americano. The bitter taste hit the back of his tongue directly as he watched the figures of the two disappear into a blind spot obscured by the roadside trees. He reached into his pocket for a communicator, his thumb tapping out a line of work briefing on the screen. Direct contact was ineffective if the other party has obtained some information on their own. It is recommended to shift to an information-assisted strategy. After pressing the send button, he put away the communicator, looking down at the gray document bag that had been returned unopened on the table, letting out a slight sigh, and putting the bag into the zippered compartment of his briefcase. Walking down the street, Lin Chushuang followed Chu Yi for a few steps before speaking. Her voice was pitched at a very low frequency, almost completely drowned out by the footsteps of passers-by and the noise of traffic. That person is from the Federation. Why didn't you take the document he gave you? Chu Yi led her around a raised sidewalk tile, without any pause in their pace, his tone flat and devoid of emotional fluctuations. What was useful I've already scanned in. What remains is what they want me to see. As Lin Chushuang walked, she digested his reply. She then pulled her perception map back toward the cafe for a moment, scanning it again. The humanoid signal of that man still sat in his original position by the window, his heart rate having risen slightly since before, but there were no signs of his internal spiritual vein network gearing up for an attack. So you only took the intelligence pushing the document back to make them think you didn't look. Will he come looking for you again? He will. How do you plan to deal with it? Let's see what he brings next time. She permanently saved the energy signature of the figure in the cafe within her perception map, tagging it with a neutral gray label, her finger brushing lightly over a mark on the inside of Chu Ye's wrist. What's his name? I don't know. Then I'll give him a code name. Whatever. Coffee Man. Chu Yi glanced down at the blind girl without commenting on the extremely casual name she had chosen. Throughout the afternoon, the two of them walked around the periphery of Xingqian Academy for 2 whole laps. The main buildings of the academy were surrounded by 3 thick layers of spiritual energy protection. Lin Chushuang's perception pulse was forcibly bounced back at the edge of the first protection layer. The detailed internal structure could not be accessed for the time being, but she had already sorted out the distribution nodes of the various entrances and the topographical data of the periphery. Chu Yi stopped in front of a public notice board by the roadside. Behind the glass cover were the registration instructions for new students and a list of accommodation allocations. He quickly scanned the dense table, using the eyesight from his Sharingan, ultimately lingering on one line for an extra second. North Dormitory Building Unit 3, last room. Lin Chushuang read the auxiliary spiritual energy plate information mounted below the notice board directly through her perception map, verifying that the content matched exactly with what Chu Yi had recounted. She input the coordinates of the dormitory into her mental system, discovering that the building was located at the edge of the Academy's spiritual energy coverage network in a weak zone with the lowest signal density, objectively a resource dead zone, with the least system support in the entire area. Was it arranged by the school or by someone else? Not important. All right. She did not continue to dwell on the underlying interests, fully aware that regardless of the position she was placed in, the situation she would ultimately face would not differ fundamentally. By evening, returning to the temporary rented room, Chu Yi stopped by the street to take out 2 portions of dinner, placing them on the table. He unpacked Lin Chushuang's disposable chopsticks and stuck them directly in the middle of her food box, then pushed the box to her within arm's reach. Once the blind girl found the chopsticks, she bowed her head and began eating quietly. Chu Yi pulled out the chair opposite and sat down casually, biting one end of the chopsticks. His mind was replaying the 3 pages of documents he had scanned and obtained earlier. The first 2 pages recorded the routine content that was on display, including the attitude ratings and classifications of various prominent families towards him, as well as their recent activity trajectories. This type of basic information he could obtain through his own means. The military had simply organized the data more systematically and thoroughly. The real core value within the entire document bag was actually all contained in the 3rd page. The bottom of the document clearly recorded the intelligence regarding the movements of the opposing forces. The mastermind behind the target had colluded across lines, relying on massive asset reserves, and their internal core connections had long been thoroughly investigated by the system. All clues and financial flows ultimately pointed unerringly to the Song family of Daijing. The reception corridor on the 1st floor of the Xingqian Academy was bustling with people. As Chu Yi, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding Lin Chushuang's hand, entered from the east side, the line of new students registering had already snaked from the reception window out to the steps of the main entrance. At the moment they entered, Lin Chushuang's perception map switched to standard mode, detecting 19 sources of spiritual power densely overlapping within a 10-meter radius with varying signal strengths. The highest 3 reached the density of a grade vein. She pointed her blind cane forward, tilting her head toward Chu Yi as she whispered, 6 meters to the right front, 3 people standing side by side. Their spiritual vein densities are all above grade, and 2 weaker ones are following behind, likely their underlings. Chu Yi didn't look in that direction. The two of them directly bypassed the long queue to walk inside. He had no registration form or any folder. All the procedures had been completed 3 days ago by a thin old man through a remote channel, and today, he only needed to confirm his identity on site. The crowd in the middle of the corridor began to shift oddly as someone recognized him. The news spread rapidly through the crowd, with new students in line looking up to glance or lowering their heads to check their communication devices. The scattered new students chatting on both sides of the corridor instinctively stepped back. Hey, isn't that person? The one from the provincial competition. No way he really came to Xingqian. Didn't they fight over him among 3 families? Isn't the one next to him with the cane his spirit master? Whispers spread from all around, the voices dense, but deliberately lowered. Everyone was whispering, but no one dared to raise their volume. The crowd automatically made way for half a passage. Chu Yi and Lin Xushuang walked down the cleared path, their steps steady, and even with Chu Yi slightly leaning forward, his expression unchanged. A few people on the side of the corridor stood still. 5 young men and women in matching deep blue jackets stood in front of a display window. The tall boy in the middle crossed his arms, slightly raised his chin, and scanned Chu Yi before his gaze finally landed on Lin Xushuang, his eyes filled with a scrutinizing intent. He turned his head to speak to his companion nearby, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone within 3 meters in front and behind to hear clearly. I heard that grade waste card from the league brought a blind person to Dijing for registration. A round-faced girl next to him immediately chimed in, her tone somewhat frivolous. Without even eyes, how can that be considered a spirit master? The Academy's basic spiritual power assessment probably won't even let him touch the door. The whispers in the corridor instantly fell silent. All eyes shifted back and forth between Chu Yi and the group of aristocratic youths. The atmosphere on site became extremely tense. At the same time the voice reached her, Lin Xushuang's perception map accurately locked onto the coordinates of the 5 signal sources, all of their spiritual vein densities recorded in her mind, their energy base leaning towards dark cyan, highly overlapping with a certain type of signal characteristics she had scanned beside the bulletin board yesterday. She tightened her grip on the blind cane, but did not stop moving. Chu Yi slowed his pace slightly. He did not turn his head or give a side glance. His gaze remained fixed ahead towards the confirmation window at the end of the corridor. Only the 3 tomo in his eyes were slowly rotating. It was not an illusion or any eye technique, just a subtle mental pressure. A kind of oppressive aura that instilled fear deep in the bones, spread out without any pain, yet capable of causing one to lose control of their body in an instant. 3 seconds. The state of those 5 people on the side of the corridor immediately changed. The leading boy's arm tightened suddenly, his fingertips digging deeply into his own flesh, and his entire back slid down the glass of the display window. The hot air he exhaled, leaving a layer of white mist on the glass surface. The round-faced girl trembled, unable to utter what she wanted to say next, and her knees uncontrollably bent inward. She frantically reached out with her right hand, desperately grabbing her companion's shoulder, her fingers wrinkling their clothing. The shortest boy at the back fared worse. His legs completely lost strength to support his body, and he slumped down against the wall, producing a dull thud, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Chu Yi's back, his lips moving, but no sound escaping. 3 seconds passed. Chu Yi retracted his Sharingan. The moment the 3 tomo stopped rotating, his pace returned to its previous speed, his hand still in his pocket, and the strength with which he held Lin Xushuang remained unchanged. The stagnant air in the corridor resumed circulation, and the surrounding new students exchanged glances, no one clear on what had actually happened, but everyone had seen the 5 aristocratic youths collapse to the ground simultaneously. What just happened? How did those people suddenly go limp? Did you see him make a move? He didn't even turn his head. The discussions around them erupted once more, but this time the voices were kept extremely low. Everyone was intentionally controlling their volume, fearing it might attract trouble. Lin Xushuang's perception map maintained operation throughout, accurately capturing the data on the 5 people's spiritual veins contracting in response within those 3 seconds. The chaotic frequency of their energy circuits perfectly matched the timing of Chu Yi's Sharingan rotation. She also clearly heard the dull sound of the short boy collapsing to the ground. What did you just do? Chu Yi continued walking forward, his tone devoid of any ripples. I didn't do anything. Your Sharingan moved. I was just looking at the path. Lin Xushuang tapped the ground with her blind cane. Are you trying to fool me? Chu Yi did not respond, leading her to turn towards the self-service confirmation terminal on the right side. He quickly tapped on the screen a few times to complete the identity verification. In less than 10 seconds the system issued a success notification, while whispers about the strange scene earlier continued at the back of the corridor. The two passed through the back door of the main building, walking along the campus path towards the north dormitory building. As they passed the playground and training hall, Lin Chushuang adjusted her perception range to 30 meters to adapt to the Academy's internal spiritual energy density. The signal sources here were 3 times more than outside, but the Academy's spiritual energy circulation system had a stable frequency and pattern, causing less interference for her than the streets of Dijing. North Dormitory Building Unit 3 End Room. Chu Yi unlocked the door, leading Lin Chushuang inside. The two-bedroom, one-living room layout was very cramped, with the window facing a patch of shrubs within the campus, not directly facing any main building. Lin Chushuang leaned her blind cane against the door, expanding her perception map to scan the entire floor. The spiritual vein characteristics of the 7-room occupants were quickly recorded in her mind. Her fingers moved slightly at her side. The 2 people next door and diagonally across have spiritual energy bases similar to those aristocratic youths we saw in the corridor. Chu Yi tossed the storage bag onto the table, his reaction quite indifferent. Mark them in red. Chu Yi walked to the window, pulled half the curtain open, silently activated his Sharingan, and his gaze penetrated through the shrubs and the outer walls of the 2 auxiliary buildings, quickly committing the distribution of the Academy's main buildings to memory. His gaze continued to extend into the distance. A figure stood at the 3rd-floor corridor. It was a girl, her elbows resting on the metal railing, slightly leaning forward, her gaze directed down at the dormitory area from her elevated position. Chu Yi quickly zoomed in with his Sharingan. The girl's facial features became clear in his red vision. The density of her spiritual veins was exceptionally rich, and her energy operation efficiency far surpassed that of ordinary new students. What caught his attention even more was the thick aura of fortune surrounding her, the golden mist far exceeding that of normal people. Her gaze indeed fell in the direction of the dormitory building, but her focus was not on the window where Chu Yi stood. She was watching Lin Chushuang, and her gaze lingered for quite a while. Chu Yi stored the information recorded by the 3 Tomo in his mind, also noting Lin Run's known position and marking her as actively observing. He drew the curtain closed, turned around, and began to push the table in the room towards the corner, stacking the chairs together to clear space in the middle. Lin Chushuang listened to the sound of furniture being moved, finding her balance on the sofa's armrest facing Chu Yi as she asked, "What did you see with your eyes just now?" Chu Yi arranged the last chair, dusting off his hands. "A trouble that needs to be dealt with in the future." Lin Ruoyan, right. Chu Yi paused in his action of pushing the table, turning his head to look at the sofa. "How did you know?" Lin Chushuang adjusted her perception precision towards the 3rd-floor corridor, and that human-shaped signal remained in place without moving. "Her aura is too conspicuous. I singled her out during my first scan of the dormitory building." She placed her blind cane horizontally across her legs, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the cane. "Moreover, she stared at me for a longer time than she did at you." Chu Yi stood in the cleared space, the light filtering through the curtain gap, illuminating half of his face. "You have a rough idea. I remembered it long ago." Lin Chushuang switched the perception map to close-range mode, and the communicator vibrated on the living room table, ringing twice in quick succession within less than half a second. Chu Yi walked in from the balcony, picking up the communicator to check the screen, where a gray-haired woman's profile was marked with a red document attachment icon titled Federal Military Hospital Special Assessment Report. He raised his hand to open the document. The 3,000-word main text rolled from the top of the screen to the bottom, densely packed with paragraphs and jargon, extremely rigorous and orderly, with the truly useful content buried at the very last line. The screen concluded with an assessment of the success rate for visual nerve reconstruction for the category of the broken eye under current technological conditions, estimated at about 22%, recommending long-term observation before making a decision. Chu Yi flipped to the end of the report, his finger paused on the screen for a moment without entering any reply, and directly placed the communicator back on the table, screen down. Lin Chushuang turned her head from the bedroom door, noting that Chu Yi's energy main circuit on the perception map was extremely stable, showing not the slightest fluctuation. "From the military hospital. What was the result?" "A lot of unnecessary chatter. The useful part is just the last sentence, 22%. Her finger lightly slid over the blind cane, and then retracted. Her lips moved, but she did not pursue the question further, turning back to the bedroom to continue organizing the day's perception training records. Chu Yi leaned against the table, watching the communicator's screen dim. The number 22 lingered briefly in his mind, and then he completely erased that plan. At 3 in the afternoon, a fat man appeared punctually at the dormitory building. He carried a silver briefcase with the blue emblem of the Federal Spiritual Energy Research Institute on its outer shell, followed by two technicians in white lab coats setting up portable display devices, their movements appearing very practiced. Chuyi did not let them into the dormitory directly, taking Lin Shuxuang downstairs to sit at the long table in the reception room on the first floor. The fat man reached out to open the briefcase. Inside the case lay a spherical spiritual energy prosthetic eye, entirely milk-white, with faint blue light veins circulating within, exquisitely crafted, the surface clear enough to see the simulated iris patterns. The technician took out the prosthetic eye and placed it on the display stand, connecting the power and initiating the complete set of perception tests. Data projected above the long table showed that the eye's perception range could cover a radius of 15 meters, with an accuracy level reaching 0. The identification level for 3-level spiritual energy fluctuations with signal stability exceeding the standard by 40%. The fat man adjusted his glasses, a courteous smile plastered on his face. "Oh, Chu Xiao, this is the pre-research version of the 7th-generation spiritual energy prosthetic eye. The fitting surgery only takes 4 hours and basic calibration can be completed in about 2 weeks post-surgery, ensuring the perception accuracy can absolutely reach the practical level of an ordinary beastmaster." Chuyi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the projected data. The 15-meter perception range was drastically inferior to Lin Shuxuang's current 80-meter detection radius. This device was not even worth downgrading for her. It was a complete regression. "Lin, this prosthetic eye actually has a fitting rate." Lin Shuxuang, sitting to the right of Chu Yi, straightened her back, the blind cane resting horizontally on her lap, not leaning towards the display stand. As the fat man began to speak halfway, she interjected directly, her voice calm, but her enunciation remarkably clear. "What I want is my own eyes, not something else." The entire reception room fell silent for a brief moment. The fat man opened his mouth, but all the prepared words stuck in his throat. He glanced at Chuyi, trying to find a way to soften the situation, but Chuyi did not give him even the slightest glance. "Lin, actually, our prosthetic eye plan can also serve as a transitional aid." She has finished speaking. Chuyi's voice came from beside her, devoid of any aggression, merely stating a fact plainly. The fat man swallowed the remaining words, lowering his head to begin packing up the instruments on the table, while the technician swiftly placed the prosthetic eye back into the case and secured it. The sound of the silver case being closed again echoed distinctly in the quiet reception room. As the three left, the fat man paused at the door to glance back. His lips moved, but ultimately said nothing more, turning to walk into the corridor outside. Chuyi pushed the cup of cooled water in front of Lin Shuxuang toward her. She felt the cup's wall and firmly grasped it, taking a small sip before placing it back in its original position. "What you said earlier was quite good. It was just like that." Her fingers slowly traced a circle on the cup's wall, and Chuyi noticed that the pressure of her fingertip was noticeably heavier than usual. The next evening, the thin old man entered the area. This time he neither notified in advance nor made an appointment, coming alone without any accompanying personnel to the dormitory building, quietly waiting in the hallway for 5 minutes. Chuyi's Sharingan swept his spiritual energy signal from the window before he slowly went downstairs with Lin Shuxuang. The two met each other in the reception room on the first floor. The old man opened a palm-sized spiritual leather pouch and spread it on the table, containing 3 items: a transparent crystal tube the length of a pinky finger sealed inside with a flowing silver blue spiritual liquid, a 7-page paper spiritual energy map analysis report, and finally a yellowed high-definition scan printed with the ancient script of a remnant scroll. He arranged the 3 items neatly on the table, his hands naturally retreating to his sides without making any unnecessary explanations. Chuyi directly reached for the crystal tube. The transparent tube reflected a cold blue sheen under the lights of the reception room. The internal silver blue spiritual liquid displayed an extremely slow flow state, with no fixed direction or rhythmic pattern, existing in a profoundly silent stagnation. The Sharingan silently activated deep within his iris, the 3 tomo, slowly rotating, with minimal amplitude, penetrating the crystal tube's shell to layer by layer analyze the molecular structure of the spiritual liquid, completely replicating all information into the memory layer of his mind. The system in the background automatically completed various comparison programs, and prompt information floated to the edge of his consciousness. The resonance frequency matching degree of the broken eye fragments confirmed at 74%, the highest value among the currently obtainable catalytic methods. He placed the crystal tube back on the table without altering its position. He then picked up the 7-page energy map analysis report, flipping directly from the first page to the last with his Sharingan, imprinting the entire content of each page into deep memory. After finishing the 7 pages, he neatly folded the report and returned it to its original spot on the table. Finally, he took the scanned document of the remnant scroll. The ancient text on the paper was very rugged, using an early federal spiritual writing symbol system detailedly, describing the various reaction mechanisms of the broken eye fragments when encountering the 9 orifices sacred lotus spiritual liquid, and the secondary fusion pathways between the visual nerves and the fragments were also clearly written out, with a note at the end stating that this record only existed in the 11th volume of the Star Academy's Scriptures Repository. Chu Yi carefully folded the scanned document and did not return it to the table, instead directly storing it in his storage bag. The thin old man observed his actions without making any sound to stop him. Chu Yi raised his gaze to the old man across from him. When will the secret realm open? 3 weeks later. Entry writes, already secured. Alright, it's settled then. After saying this, he turned around and casually grabbed Lin Shuxuang's wrist, leading her out. From sitting down to leaving, the whole process took no more than 4 minutes. The door to the reception room was pulled open and then closed again, their footsteps quickly receding down. The thin old man stood quietly in the empty reception room for a while, slowly retrieving the items on the table one by one back into the spiritual leather pouch, his movements appearing very steady and slow. He secured the pouch and tucked it inside his clothing, stepping out of the reception room and standing at the hallway entrance, reaching into his pocket to take out a communicator, casually tapping a few times on the screen with his thumb. The recipient's note field on the screen was completely blank, not corresponding to any communication number within the Star Academy. The message content consisted of only 3 simple words. It's settled. The send button was pressed firmly, the screen blinked, and then returned to standby mode. He tucked the communicator back into his pocket and leisurely walked away along the stone path outside the dormitory, his entire figure completely blending into the evening shadows of the trees. Chu Yi took Lin Shuxuang up to their dormitory on the 3rd floor. After entering, he promptly locked the door, took out the communicator, opened the internal contact list, and found the conversation boxes for the gray-haired woman and the fat man, typing 3 words into each input field. No need. The 2 messages were sent simultaneously. He casually placed the communicator on the table and walked to the window, pulling open half of the window for ventilation. Lin Shuxuang followed him into the room, the perception map accurately capturing the frequency of the communicator's 2 consecutive vibrations. She fumbled to sit down on the sofa armrest, securing the blind cane steadily beside her leg. The other 2 declined. Was it because of what the old man brought? Chu Yi stood quietly at the window with his back to her, the evening wind from the capital blowing in through the window, bringing a chill. He reached out to slightly close the window, his low voice coming from the front. He is the only one who placed usable items on the table. The other 2 were just telling stories. Lin Shuxuang quietly fell silent for a few seconds, the perception map extending a small segment towards the outside of the building. The thin old man's spiritual energy signal had long since exited the detection range. There is a segment of spiritual vein direction on him that differs from other teachers in the academy, with extremely thick vein walls retaining energy deposits from years of contact with ancient spiritual objects. A useful person. Chu Yi turned back from the window, sitting down at the table, and summoned the system interface in his mind, subsequently making a rough, phased division of the next 3 weeks. The arrangement for the first week is an adaptation period for enrollment, during which Lin Shuxuang must complete a comprehensive calibration of the capital's environment. The second week is for pre-secret realm preparations. The delay issue with dual template switching must be resolved, and the precision of spirit pressure control needs to be elevated another level. The third week is the day the Starfall secret realm opens. He added a line in the secret realm remarks section prioritizing the acquisition of the 9 orifices sacred lotus, with the secondary goal being the progress of the abyssal demon core swallowing template. Lin Shuxuang sat on the sofa, digesting all the information received that day. She reached for the blind cane from beside her leg, positioning it upright at the head of the bed, and gently tapped the end of the cane with her fingers. 74. Chu Yi pulled his attention from the system interface, turning to look at her on the sofa. The success rate he just mentioned was 74. Did you hear that? I had the perception map on the whole time. When the liquid sample was placed on the table, I memorized the frequency fluctuations. She did not continue to elaborate, but sank deeper into the soft sofa, her gauzy-covered right eye gazing straight at the ceiling, her long fingers slowly folding together on her knee. Lin Shuxuang relaxed her fingers on her knees, sensing the map switch back to standby mode. She stood up and walked towards the bedroom. 3 weeks. Chu Yi leaned against the window, pulling his gaze away from the system interface to look at her. Is that enough? It's enough. She stopped at the bedroom door frame, lightly tracing her fingers across the wooden door before turning around and firmly closing the door behind her. 3 days later, the Starry Academy officially opened. The number of people in the square was significantly fewer than during the provincial competition. Lin Chushuang extended her mid-range perception, sweeping over her surroundings and tightening her grip on Chu Ye's sleeve. The average spiritual vein density here is 3 tiers higher than during the provincial competition. That's normal. The foundation of the imperial capital is strong. Chu Yi slipped his hand into his pocket and guided her to the east side of the square. They did not take the main entrance's welcome path, but stepped directly into the crowd's outskirts along the shadows of the street trees. Hundreds of new students divided into 3 areas in the square. The children of noble families occupied the widest space on the left of the central axis, while those specially recruited from various cities gathered on the right stairs. A few military personnel stood in a row against the outer wall of the training hall. Those around who recognized Chu Yi remained silent. A boy in a gray uniform lowered his head, flipping through clips of the competition on his communicator. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone approaching from the side. His finger stopped sliding on the screen, and he casually tugged at a companion next to him, whispering 2 sentences into his ear. The message spread through the crowd, moving inward from the outskirts. People in the front row turned to glance before quickly turning back. Gazes from all directions converged and then gradually shifted away. In less than 3 minutes, the crowd on the main road automatically parted, creating a nearly 2-meter-wide path in the center. No one around stepped forward to speak. Chu Yi led the blind girl along the cleared path, maintaining a steady pace, his expression revealing no excess emotion. Lin Chushuang's perception map kept running silently, recording the characteristics of the spiritual veins in the square. The proportion of high-level spiritual veins reached 43%, more than double that of the provincial competition. She stored all this information in her mind. On the 3rd floor corridor, Lin Run leaned her elbow against the metal railing, accompanied by 3 core members of the student council. She looked down at the crowd, her gaze landing directly on the 2 individuals. She only glanced at Chu Yi before quickly shifting her focus to the figure with the blind cane beside him, lingering there for a moment longer. Vice President, we have watched those videos from the provincial competition. That grade useless card is indeed a bit. The boy beside her had only spoken halfway when Lin Ruan raised her right hand to signal him to be quiet. He guards her closely. Her voice was low and calm, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Let's see if he can keep her safe. The boy closed his mouth, not daring to ask further. The other 2 exchanged glances and wisely took a step back to stand properly. On the high platform in the center of the square, the academic affairs director was reading the opening address with a microphone. The sound amplification array in the venue transmitted the voice to the surroundings. Chu Yi stood on the outer circle of the crowd without pushing inward. A street tree blocked most of their figures. Lin Chushuang seized the opportunity to enhance her perception to the highest level, quickly forming images of the spiritual vein structures in her mind. The 3rd person on the platform has the 2nd highest spiritual vein density I've ever seen. At the principal level. The only one higher is the one I sensed during the provincial capital last time. A person from the federal center. Chu Yi replied casually, his tone very nonchalant. His Sharingan swept over the people on the high platform, stopping after completing a full circle. As the speech on the platform concluded, the class assignment list was projected onto the square's holographic screen, and characters began scrolling down from the top. Chu Yi glanced at it, his gaze stopping at one point, quickly committing the information to memory. Class A07. Lin Chushuang nodded in response. Her name was listed right below, Chu Yi indicating the special channel for Beast Masters. Before the scrolling stopped, Chu Yi had already turned and walked out. Lin Chushuang stepped beside him, her blind cane tapping a steady rhythm on the ground. When they reached the fork in the back, she turned her head. That Lin Ron on the 3rd floor, she watched me for a long time. I know. What do you plan to do? Wait for her to make a move. Lin Chushuang didn't respond further, lightly tapping her cane on the floor tiles. She won't attack directly. She won't. Then what means will she use? Chu Yi remained silent, guiding her into the corridor of the North Dormitory building. Several student council members were gathered around the notice board, pasting up freshly printed announcements. As Chu Yi approached, he did not slow down. His Sharingan subtly adjusted, taking in all the characters on. It was the notification for the new student qualification assessment scheduled for 3 days later. It included evaluations for spirit power and combatability of contract spirit masters. Failure to pass the assessments would result in disqualification from subsequent combat courses. He mentally reviewed the information before continuing to lead her forward. Lin Shushwang's perception also reached that direction as she followed the energy fluctuations to outline the text on the notice, several key terms jumping out at her. That assessment has issues. The timing is set for 2 weeks before the secret realm opens. What if I don't pass? That won't happen. Chu Ye's response was very straightforward, leaving no room for follow-up questions. He pulled her directly upstairs, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Arriving at the last room on the 3rd floor, Chu Yi opened the door, placing the storage bag on the table, and walking to the window to pull open half of the curtain. Lin Shushwang felt her way to the sofa and sat down, placing her cane beside her leg. She mentally organized the data she had gathered in the square today, unconsciously tapping her right hand on her knee. Tell me everything you saw on the notice board just now. Chu Yi turned around. New student qualification assessment starting the day after tomorrow with 2 projects, basic spirit power assessment and contract spirit combat ability evaluation. Those who fail the spirit power assessment cannot participate in any combat courses. What is the standard line for the spirit power assessment? It wasn't written on the notice. Not written means it can be adjusted temporarily. Chu Yi glanced at her, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. You respond quickly. I have been harmed by others before I can recognize such tactics. Her voice was flat, betraying no hint of emotion. Her fingers slowly slid down the blind, cane giving her an air of calm composure. Chu Yi sat down in the chair opposite her, resting his chin on his hand, his ordinary black eyes fixed on the blind girl on the sofa. For the test the day after tomorrow, you will go. I will. Yes, you will go. Under normal circumstances, no matter how high the standard line is set, you will participate. Lin Shushwang turned to face him, the light perception under her right eye flickering in her sensory layer. She did not ask what would happen if she failed the assessment, she simply nodded silently. Okay. After saying that single word of agreement, Lin Shushwang did not press further about the arrangements. She propped her white cane against the headboard, groped her way to wash her face, and when she returned, her hair was still dripping. Chu Yi rose from the chair, grabbed a towel, and tossed it at her, landing precisely on her shoulder. Dry your hair. I know. She roughly rubbed her hair with the towel, then felt her way to the edge of the bed, sat down cross-legged, placed her hands on her knees with palms facing up, and assumed the daily fixed posture. Chu Yi walked over and sat beside the bed, placing his right hand over hers. Chakras seeped from his fingertips into her meridians, the frequency stable and temperature moderate, following the path of her main spiritual channels as he began the routine daily maintenance. Lin Shushwang closed her eyes, reducing her perception map to minimal power, leaving only a near-field scan circling the palm of Chu Ye's hand. The energy signal extended from her hand back to the inner wrist bone, warm golden threads slowly advancing through her spiritual channels, pausing for a few extra breaths at each blockage to clear it. She remained silent for about 5 minutes before suddenly speaking. Chu Yi, is the Madara still here? Chu Ye's hand delivering chakra showed no noticeable change. The frequency continued as usual. He spoke after a moment. Yes. And the new one? Also here. Both together. Lin Shushwang shifted the focus of her perception map to Chu Ye's energy silhouette. The coordinate she had observed countless times now displayed a completely different superimposed form. The base layer was a blue chakra source, while the outer layer was wrapped in a colder, darker spiritual pressure contour. The 2 layers of energy flowed within the same human outline, each independent and non-interfering, operating in a perfectly parallel state. She stared at the superimposed image for a long while, her fingers gently curling on her knees. What does it look like inside you now? Chu Yi did not answer immediately. In his mind, he performed a quick switching test, shifting from chakra-dominant mode to spiritual pressure-dominant mode. The system timer popped up in the corner of his consciousness, displaying a reading of 0.31 seconds, not much different from the test on the rooftop earlier that day. He stored the data in the background and replied succinctly. 2 energy systems running in parallel with a 0.3 second gap during the switch. Lin Shushwang turned her head toward him, the silver-purple light beneath the gauze-covered right eye socket flickering in the perception layer. 0.3 seconds. What happens in a fight? I know. I'm practicing. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say more, but Chu Ye's tone had already sealed the topic. She could only fall silent, storing the data in the notes layer of her perception map, marking it with the highest danger level color. After a few seconds, she asked again. Which one are you using to clear my meridians now, Chakra. Why not the other? Chu Yi pressed his thumb against the inside of her wrist bone a little longer, pushing open a slightly clogged branch channel before replying. The spiritual pressure is too cold, and your meridian walls are still too thin to withstand it. Lin Shushwang lowered her head, her right hand unconsciously pressing and releasing the bedsheet, the indentation of her fingertips slowly rebounding. That guy in the black robe with the long blade you mentioned earlier, is he fierce? Chu Ye's hand remained steady as he delivered chakra, his voice sounding quite casual. Easier to talk to than me. I don't believe you. Believe what you want. You're lying to me again. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Shuxuang did not respond to his rhetorical question. She withdrew her hand to pull the blanket, tucking her feet inside, leaving only half her face exposed. The perception map retracted from Chu Yi and switched to sleep standby mode. Chu Yi stood up. The day's repair on her meridians was sufficient. Pushing further would cause wall fatigue. He walked to the foot of the bed, tucked her foot back under the blanket, and lightly tapped her ankle as a signal that the session was over. Lin Shuxuang withdrew her foot further inside. Have you thought about tomorrow's test? Chu Yi had already walked to the window, his back to her, cracking it open a sliver. The cold night air of the imperial capital seeped in through the gap. He suppressed his aura to the minimum and began the first formal round of dual template switching training in his mind. What's there to think about? Well, just go. I mean, what if the standard line gets raised temporarily? No matter how high, it's the same. You mean no matter how she sets the bar, you can get me through? Chu Yi stored the timing result of the first switch in the background. It showed 0.32 seconds, slightly slower than before. He adjusted the energy transition frequency at the convergence point in his chest and began the second round of switching. Whether you pass or not has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with me. Lin Shuxuang lay on the pillow, the gauze slightly shifting against the pillowcase. Although her perception map was in standby mode, the low-frequency oscillations of the two alternating energies within Chu Ye's body still transmitted through the contract channel. Two completely different energy attributes were surging back and forth through his meridians. You're practicing that switch by the window. I can feel it. The energy inside you is jumping back and forth. Chu Yi completed the third switch, obtaining a reading of 0.29 seconds, a hair faster than the previous two. He stored the data and continued to the next round, replying casually. It's normal. The two systems have frequency interference at the heart point, and each switch has to pass through that node. Does it hurt? No. Every time you say it doesn't hurt, I don't believe you. Then stop asking. Lin Shuxuang buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled from beneath the cotton core. Promise me one thing. Chu Yi finished the fourth switch, measuring 0.30 seconds, back to the average. He diverted a bit of attention from the system interface. Name it. No matter what happens in the secret realm, if that switching gap puts you at a disadvantage, you retreat immediately. Chu Yi stood still by the window, the cold wind from the gap brushing across his fingertips, carrying away a layer of warmth. He did not answer immediately, but instead initiated the fifth switching test, which clocked in at 0.28 seconds, the fastest data of the night. Go to sleep. You didn't promise. Schwanger. Moi. When have you ever seen me retreat? She buried her face in the pillow for a long while, eventually turning it toward the window. In the perception map, Chu Ye's silhouette stood beside the window frame, the two layers of energy alternating in blue and cold within his body, maintaining an extremely rigid and fixed cyclical rhythm. She said nothing more, reaching her hand out from under the blanket to rest on the edge of the bed, her fingertips hovering in the air for a few seconds. Chu Ye's shoe tip lightly brushed against her fingertips, the contact force controlled with extreme subtlety. She withdrew her hand into the blanket, turned over to face the wall, and within 2 minutes her breathing became steady and long. The patrol mode of her perception map dropped to its lowest frequency. After confirming she was asleep, Chu Yi continued standing by the window, performing the dual template switch 26 times in a row. The data fluctuated from 0.32 seconds to a low of 0.27 seconds, with the average stabilizing around 0.29 seconds. About a 3% efficiency improvement over the daytime. If this pace continued, he might be able to push it below 0.25 seconds within a week. He saved the training data, closed the window, tightly walked over to the chair, and sat down, calling up the system panel in his mind for the final daily check. Uchiha Madara Template Fusion Progress 82. Sosuke Aizen Template Fusion Progress 15. Dual Template Parallel State Stable. He added a new entry in the system notes field, writing only a few words. Qualification test in 2 days. Lin Ruoyan will definitely make a move. The target will be Schwanger's spiritual energy measurement phase. Need to identify the testing instrument model and the specific algorithm for spiritual energy detection in advance. 2 days later, the qualification assessment venue of the Star Academy Zone B. Lin Shuxuang tapped her blind cane on the metallic floor tiles at the entrance of the testing area, producing a crisp sound. The new students lined up in front of her immediately parted to the sides, creating a clear passage. How many people are left in front? 3. Chuyi stood half a step behind her to the left, his gaze sweeping over the crowd towards the elevated platform, the Sharingan, in his eyes slowly rotating. He meticulously engraved the outer wiring and internal circuitry of the spiritual energy device in the testing area into his memory. 2 days in advance, he had figured out the model of the 4th-generation spiritual vein detector produced by the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. Its underlying logic calculated the total spiritual power based on the resonance frequency of spiritual energy, which was transparent, but the calibration circuit parameters could be manually modified by the administrators. Lin Shuxuang maintained a mid-range operational perception map, locking onto the familiar energy contour on the side of the elevated platform's supervision area. She's here. I see her. Has the standard line been modified? Chuyi did not answer, immediately shifting the focus of his Sharingan from the device's outer shell to the operation terminal on the right side of the elevated platform. The screen data was obscured by a spiritual energy barrier, but the kaleidoscope could ignore the encryption level of the shield. He read all the current parameters within 2 seconds. Clevel. Lin Shuxuang lightly tapped her cane on the ground, her fingers sliding up the shaft for 2 centimeters before gripping it tightly. What was it originally? Anything above level is a pass. The standard line was changed to Clevel an hour ago, and the operation terminal's modification record is under the authority of the Academic Affairs Deputy Director. Academic Affairs Deputy Director. Lin Shuxuang repeated these words, her tone very flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, appearing extremely calm. She didn't even get her hands dirty. Chuyi withdrew his Sharingan, his ordinary black pupils watching the new students in line pass by the device one after another. The green light for level and blue light for a level alternated, and with each light the supervising officer would lower his head to jot down notes. The queue was shortening with only 2 people left in front. Lin Shuxuang tilted her head, shifting the focus of her perception map away from Lin Ruoyan to Chuyi's energy circuit. What do you plan to do? You just need to step up. What reading will the device give me? Anything. My spiritual vein hasn't reached Clevel. The device says you are Clevel, so you are Clevel. Lin Shuxuang slightly moved the corner of her mouth, but did not pursue further. She switched the blind cane from her left hand to her right, her fingertips brushing against the metallic tip as she prepared to step onto the stage. The last new student in front finished their test, and the device automatically reset. The supervising officer looked towards the end of the line. Next, Lin Shuxuang. As her name echoed from the amplification array, the low murmurs surrounding the testing area became noticeable. Isn't that the blind girl, the champion of the provincial competition? Wasn't her spiritual vein deemed useless? How could she pass the qualification assessment? I heard the standard line was just adjusted to start from Clevel. Isn't that a direct disqualification? Forget about Clevel, she probably doesn't even have an level reading on her panel. Lin Shuxuang gripped her cane as she ascended the testing steps, her pace neither hurried nor slow. The sound of the cane tapping the edge of the steps was rhythmic and clear, revealing no signs of panic. Lin Ruoyan flipped to a new page in her notebook, the tip of her pen hovering 3 centimeters above the paper. Her gaze shifted from the blind girl to Chuyi behind her, pausing for 2 seconds before returning. Vice President, she's going up. A nearby student council member reported in a low voice. Lin Ruoyan did not respond, positioning the tip of her pen half a centimeter above the paper, ready to write. She had already decided to declare her failure in the assessment and cancel her qualification for subsequent competitive courses, just waiting to complete the process with a signature and seal. Lin Shuxuang stood directly in front of the testing device within the assessment area. The sensing array activated, and a blue halo illuminated from her feet, slowly scanning upwards along her body. The reading fluctuated. F. The gray level indicator on the panel lit up clearly, and the surrounding murmurs instantly grew louder. As expected, it's level. How can that pass? The standard line is Clevel. It's over, it's definitely a disqualification, right? The supervising officer's gaze instinctively drifted towards Lin Ruoyan, poised to mark the disqualification box with his pen. Chuyi moved. He stepped out from the observation area, his pace calm and steady, without any sense of urgency, naturally walking to the side of the device. His left hand rested on the metallic frame of the device. His palm pressed against the covering panel. The supervising officer looked up, preparing to speak. Student non-testing personnel are prohibited in the testing area. But he didn't finish his sentence. A low-frequency chakra seeped from Chuyi's fingertips into the metallic shell, penetrating the internal wiring and entering the calibration circuit. The entire process exhibited no visible energy fluctuations. Chuyi's Sharingan rotated deep within his iris, precisely locking onto the data parsing module inside the device. The energy signal of Lin Shushwang's perception field was recollected, and the chakra at the foundational level forcibly remapped the density values of the spiritual power scattered in the meridian repair area. The parsing algorithm no longer read the remnants of her wasted spiritual veins, but the total residual chakra accumulated within the walls of the spiritual veins after Chu Ye's routine maintenance. The panel's readings began to fluctuate. The Flevel Gray indicator flickered twice before extinguishing. The green Clevel indicator lit up and remained stable. Pass. The entire venue fell silent. The supervising officer stared at the panel's reading for 3 seconds, his pen hovering above the notebook without falling. He shifted his gaze from the data to the hand that Chu Yi had placed on the device, then back to the data. Pass. Wait a moment, it was clearly Flevel just now. Someone nearby spoke up. The supervising officer turned to look at the speaker. The final reading of the device is authoritative, and the fluctuations during the process are normal calibration delays. Is there any problem? No one dared to respond. Chu Yi withdrew his hand from the device's outer shell, his palm, leaving no trace of residual energy. He did not glance at the supervising officer, turning to walk back to Lin Shushwang's side, remaining silent throughout. In the elevated supervision area, Lin Ruoyan's pen tip hovered above the paper, the line she had planned in advance, never being written down. She slowly closed her notebook. Nearby, the student council member watched her throat bobbing as if to speak, but hesitating. Lin Ruoyan's gaze crossed the crowd in the testing area, landing on the figure leading the blind girl out. She took out her communicator from her pocket and opened the memo, deleting a section of completed complaint text. She did not put away the communicator, entering another string of clause numbers on a new line in the memo. Clause 14, Section 3 of the Star Academy's Secret Realm Training Management Regulations. She turned off the communicator screen, shoved it back into her pocket, and turned to leave the supervision area, her steps steady and devoid of any unnecessary expressions. Lin Shushwang's perception map recorded the complete parameter change curve of the low-frequency chakra output from Chu Ye's palm. I passed. Lin Shushwang gripped her cane and followed him as they walked towards the north side, taking a few steps before speaking softly. She didn't strike at that moment. She couldn't find an attack point. What's next? Did you sense what she did before she left? Lin Shushwang's pace slowed the perception map, replaying the actions of Lin Ruoyan, leaving 30 seconds ago. The communicator lit up, her fingertip sliding across the screen for 6 seconds before she pressed it off and stowed it away. She wrote something on the communicator. Clause number. Chu Ye's voice was calm. Did you see it? The focus of the Sharingan is more precise than your perception accuracy. What clause? Secret Realm Training Management Regulations. Lin Shushwang halted her cane, stepping forward again. She intends to take action in the secret realm. Within the rules. Is it harder to dismantle than the qualification test? We'll see which clause she uses. The two finished their exchange, and Chu Yi led her into the corridor of the north dormitory building, their footsteps echoing and dissipating in the empty hallway. At the same moment, underground in the imperial capital at the Abyssali sect, the priest sat at the highest point of the stone platform, 7 eyeballs behind the mask slowly rotating. On the stone table in front of him lay a report recently transmitted from within the Star Academy, which included the opening time of the Starfall Secret Realm, a draft entry, list the core area's spiritual object condensation positions, and estimated energy levels. Kneeling below the stone platform was a young man in the Academy's uniform, sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping onto the stone bricks. The array materials have been prepared. The priest's voice came through the mask, sounding dry and hoarse, carrying a foreboding sense of deathly silence. I can enter the core region's passage structure, but engraving the array will take at least 4 hours. If discovered by the patrol team, they won't discover it. The priest interrupted the young man's words. The young man fell silent, sweat pouring from his forehead more urgently. The Absolute Spirit Array is engraved on the load-bearing surface of the 3rd layer of the core area dome with a coverage radius of 300 meters. The array eye is hidden directly below the spiritual vein convergence point. The priest tossed a bone fragment engraved with runes in front of the young man. Let him and make him immortal within the array. The young man picked up the bone fragment, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The priest did not look at him again, pulling out another document from beneath the stone table. The document bore the Lin family's dark-patterned family crest, indicating that the Lin family provided access to the internal passages of the secret realm and 3 Dark Guard-level personnel, while the Abyss was responsible for resolving the operation codenamed Sky. Afterwards, the Lin family would retrieve the 9 orifices sacred lotus from the core area. The priest pressed a dry eyeball that had fallen from the mask onto the bottom of the document as a seal. As night fell over the imperial capital, Chu Yi sat by the window. The system interface floated at the surface of his consciousness. Countdown to the opening of the Starfall Secret Realm, 15 days. Chu Yi added a line of new text in the remarks section. There will definitely be traps within the secret realm. He paused his fingers, adding half a sentence on the virtual keyboard. The type is to be confirmed. The clause number from Lin Ruoyan and the direction of the abyss actions are too coincidental. In the buffer zone outside the Starfall Secret Realm at 5:17 in the morning, the sky was not fully bright yet. Lin Shushuang pushed the perception map to the 80-meter boundary, her fingers tightening with her nails digging directly into the fabric of Chu Ye's school uniform sleeve. What's the density? 6 times higher than the Imperial Capital Academy. Her voice was kept low, the movement of her lips minimized, so that even someone nearby could only discern the shape of her words. The signal density is too high and the processing speed keeps dropping. How much has it dropped? About 0.3 of a second. Chu Yi did not turn around his Sharingan slowly, turning half a circle at the layer of his iris, his gaze crossing the translucent gray-golden barrier of the buffer zone, imprinting the structure of the vegetation and the distribution of spiritual entities within the outer 20 meters into his mind. Enhance precision, eliminate all redundant noise signals, and retain only the core, locking it sub. Lin Shushuang closed her eyes, quickly screening through the perception layer, blocking out all background noise below the threshold. The pressure of the complex information flow lightened significantly, the previous sense of delay vanished, and the processing speed returned to normal. Alright, how long can it last? If it runs continuously without rest, the head will start feeling pressurized in about 7 minutes. Chu Ye's tone was no different from when he usually assigned perception training. He stood with his hands in his school uniform pockets, exuding an extremely relaxed and casual demeanor. That's enough. Give me 3 pieces of data. The peak coordinates of spiritual entity density in the core area, the residual features of the surrounding formations, and everything you feel is off. Lin Shushuang shifted her perception focus from the near field to the mid-long distance. The dual-layered perception images began to operate at high speed, with the chakra field baseline sketching the overall structure and the spiritual pressure microlayer scanning every detail point by point. Outside the buffer zone, only a few station personnel were changing shifts. The participating teams had not yet gathered, and the surroundings were quiet enough to only hear the low-frequency hum of the barrier wall. Lin Shushuang walked within her perception for nearly 6 minutes, her fingers loosening and tightening on Chu Ye's sleeve a couple of times before finally retracting her perception. Her temples pulsed a few times, but her state was not overloaded. Speak. The core area is located 12 degrees west of true north, approximately 1,800 meters from the entrance, with a spiritual entity density 4 times that of the outer area, all concentrated in a spherical region with a radius of about 50 meters. The second one. There are at least 3 residual features of formations in the outer area, 2 on the eastern passage wall and 1 about 15 meters underground. The energy has already decayed, but the structure remains, looking like something left over from a long time ago. Chu Yi nodded slightly. These match the secret realm data provided by the Star Academy, indicating the protective traces left by ancient relics. The third one. Lin Shushuang's voice became softer, her speed significantly slower than the previous 2 sentences. There is a very unusual frequency in the direction of the core area, something I have never encountered before. What characteristics? Very cold, extremely sluggish, completely static. She tried to find the right words to describe the feeling, her fingers unconsciously tracing on her knee, attempting to express the details clearly. This feeling doesn't resemble the spiritual power fluctuations of living beings, nor does it resemble the energy cycles of ordinary formations. There's no sense of flow. The coverage area is vast, the temperature extremely low, completely at rest. Chu Yi compared this information with the abyssal eye priest intelligence stored in the system panel in his mind. The absolute spirit great formation, with a coverage radius of 300 meters, has its core hidden right beneath the convergence point of the spiritual veins. All information matched perfectly. He did not voice his judgment, but simply withdrew his gaze from the barrier wall, turned to look at her, and quietly ordered. Remember that frequency. Report it to me as soon as you enter. Okay. At 7 o'clock sharp, the buffer zone began to get crowded. The special teams from various cities arrived successively at the assembly point, spirit energy transport vehicles stopping one after another in the outer open area, freshmen in different uniforms and accompanying instructors getting off the vehicles, lining up in front of the entrance. Lin Shushuang switched her perception map from long-range back to near-field patrol mode, scanning the spiritual vein characteristics within the assembly area one by one, storing all this information in the database of her mind. The uniform of the imperial capital city was dark blue with a spiritual vein base color leaning towards the thunder attribute, while Xuanwu City was in dark green, predominantly earth attribute. The ice attribute density of Blue Ocean City was concentrated entirely on the front few individuals in the team. When she scanned the seventh team, her perception map suddenly stopped. Those individuals wore the unified outerwear of a certain aristocratic family's special team standing in the rear of the lineup. Their movements and stances were very casual, but after the energy structure of the spiritual vein base color was pixelated by the perception layer, it revealed a special characteristic she had remembered many times. Dark cyan with tightly packed and narrow meridian pathways, the main spiritual vein was surrounded by an additional layer of spiritual power membrane. This was definitely from the Lin family. This spiritual power structure was exactly the same as the base color on Lin Haoyan. Lin Xushuang remained silent, her right hand's index and middle fingers together, gently pinching Chu Ye's sleeve twice. Chu Ye's Sharingan shifted a minuscule angle deep within his iris, his gaze directly crossing the crowd, accurately landing on those few individuals. The three Tomo spun, rapidly scanning through their spiritual power base, color, and meridian structure. An elite modified body having undergone the main vein expansion technique, that layer of spiritual power membrane, was the Lin family's secret evasion method. There were a total of 3 individuals. He discreetly withdrew his gaze, his walking rhythm unchanged, even the frequency of his breathing remained consistent with the previous moment. The military observation group completed their lineup on the other side of the buffer zone. A man codenamed Eagle Eye No. 7 stood in the second row, his recording device's lens firmly locked onto Chu Ye's direction. He leaned towards an assistant beside him, giving a brief instruction, and the assistant nodded before stepping back 2 paces, creating a greater distance than usual. At 8 o'clock sharp, the entrance to the secret realm finally opened. The gray-golden barrier wall cracked open, a 3-meter-wide gap, and dense spiritual energy particles surged outward through the gap, emitting a faint glow. Teams entered sequentially according to the entry order, with the first 3 being the local aristocratic family special teams from the imperial capital. Their marching speed was swift and their formation extremely orderly, disappearing behind the gray-golden veil in just a few seconds. The special team of Lin family's elite guardians mixed and was positioned 5th. As they reached the entrance, Chu Yi adjusted the focus of his Sharingan to the maximum, recording every minute action of those individuals before they vanished into the barrier. The last dark guard pressed the communicator at his waist with his right index finger just a second before stepping into the light veil. This was not a normal location sharing signal. The transmission frequency and encryption method of this data packet matched something Chu Yi encountered in the provincial competition, stemming from the same source as the underlying coding structure read from Lin Yao's chest artifact. He archived this information, adding a line in the system notes. The dark guards went ahead in the array. I was likely to activate only after they were in position. The outer queue was shortening, with only 4 teams remaining at the front. Chu Yi took the initiative to yield twice, pushing both himself and Lin Xushuang's entry order to the very last. After the second-to-last team stepped into the light veil, a large area in front of the entrance suddenly cleared, leaving only the 2 of them standing there. The station personnel glanced up at them. The last group's special recruitment from Star Academy, Chu Yi and Lin Xushuang, confirming entry. Chu Yi remained still, turning his head to look at the blind girl beside him. Her blind cane stood to her right, her left hand tightly gripping his sleeve, and the silvery purple fragments in her right eye socket subtly pulsed within the perception layer. Once we enter, no matter what you see or hear, stay close to me. Lin Xushuang lifted her face towards him, the energy outline of Chu Yi in her perception map being less than 30 centimeters away, the blue base and dark cold outer layer operating smoothly, her heart rate showing no abnormal fluctuations. She swallowed all the questions she wanted to ask. Do not make any decisions based on your own judgment. This statement bore much greater weight than the previous one. Lin Xushuang's fingers paused on his sleeve for a moment, her grip loosening slightly before tightening again. All right. Chu Yi led her into the gray-golden light veil. The sky inside the secret realm was an extremely murky gray-golden mixed color, with the surrounding vegetation being 3 to 4 times larger than the outside world. Continuous spiritual energy particles roamed through the air, sticking to the skin surface, which felt a real tingling sensation. As soon as Lin Xushuang took her first step inside, she actively compressed her perception range to 40 meters, allocating all excess processing space to the core, locking precision. Her steps kept in time with Chu Ye's rhythm, the blind cane making no sound against the soft mossy ground. The 2 walked deeper for about 200 meters. Chu Ye's Sharingan swept towards the core direction, the three tomo, rotating half a circle in the shadow of his eye socket before coming to a halt. The frequency of that cold and stagnant static persisted in Lin Shushwang's perception map, remaining since the very first second they stepped into the secret realm, never disappearing, consistently covering above the core area. Lin Shushwang withdrew her focus from the core direction, pinching the cuff of Chu Ye's sleeve with her fingertips, her voice barely audible to just the two of them. The static frequency has remained unchanged since we entered the same, as it has always been, covering an area of at least 300 meters, with the focal point located approximately 15 meters underground at an angle of 12 degrees west of true north. Chu Yi did not stop his Sharingan, rotating half a turn in the depths of his iris, the three-tomo, locking onto the core direction and scanning around as the system popped up a comparison result in the corner of his consciousness. The resonance frequency matches that of the absolute spirit formation with a 97% accuracy, the setup time determined to be 72 hours ago. Lin Shushwang retracted her blind cane from the ground, gripping his sleeve with her left hand to quicken her pace, maintaining a 40-meter close-range patrol with her sensing map, while allocating a dedicated channel to continuously monitor the core direction. The two moved nearly 3 times faster than the other teams as the concentration of spiritual energy particles in the depths of the secret realm continuously rose, with level 40 and above magical creatures frequently appearing at the edge of perception, some heading towards the position of an exploration team located to their left front. Lin Shushwang noticed that the movement trajectories of those magical creatures exhibited a significant deviation as they approached within 20 meters of Chu Yi, curving away and moving off to the side. Are you exerting spiritual pressure? I released a bit just to drive away the insects. She moved her lips slightly, but remained silent, continuing to focus on the path ahead, helping him avoid those areas of old formations that were already diminished but still structurally present. About 600 meters ahead, a family special task force clad in matching jackets was entangled with 3 level 45 rock-armored beasts, the leader stumbling back after being struck on the shoulder by a beast's claw, glancing up just in time to see Chu Yi and Lin Shushwang advancing unobstructed through a side passage, not a single magical creature in sight. The captain's hand fished out a communicator from his storage bag, quickly swiping his thumb across the screen to send an encrypted short message, the recipient directed towards an anonymous transfer node in the imperial capital. Chu Ye's Sharingan caught the emission frequency of that communication signal in his peripheral vision, recognizing it as originating from the same encrypted format used by Lin Ruoyan at the academy. He stored this information in the system's notes without altering his pace. How much further ahead? Lin Shushwang pushed her perception to 60 meters, her temples pulsing as she strained to scan the terrain ahead before retracting her focus. Approximately 1,200 meters, the boundary of the static frequency, is about 800 meters directly ahead. I can sense the edge line. What shape is the edge line? Circular, with a radius of about 300 meters. The frequency shows no gradient change from the edge to the center. It is uniformly cold and silent. Chu Yi cross-referenced this data with the intelligence stored in the system for the last time, confirming the radius of 300 meters with a focal point directly beneath the intersection of the spiritual veins, where all spiritual energy within the area is nullified. Can you mark the precise coordinates of that boundary line? Yes. Once marked, let me know when I step on it. Lin Shushwang traced the circular boundary with red notes on the perception map, the coordinates accurate to the centimeter level, tightening and releasing her grip on Chu Ye's sleeve, her breathing steady. The two continued deeper, the surrounding vegetation growing larger, the concentration of spiritual energy particles so high that it stung against their skin, the air filled with the dry scent of minerals scorched by extreme heat. 600 meters. Lin Shushwang reported the distance at intervals. 400 meters. 200 meters. Her voice grew softer, the layer of cold, stagnant static frequency on the perception map becoming increasingly clear as the distance closed, revealing every detail. Chu Yi, the structure of that frequency is not single-layered. What do you mean? There is a deeper layer beneath it with a temperature lower than the surface, likely the energy supply layer of the formation. Chu Yi halted, sweeping his Sharingan to its farthest focus downward, capturing the energy pulse of the core of the formation at a depth of 15 meters, where a bone piece, engraved with formation patterns, was emitting a sealing field at an extremely low frequency. Remember the frequency of the energy supply layer. Got it. 50 meters. Lin Shushwang's perception map brought that red boundary line close at hand. She set the precision to the highest level, slowing her breathing, concentrating all processing resources on that invisible boundary line beneath them. 20 meters. 10 meters. 3 meters your right foot, we'll step on it next. Chu Yi did not slow down as right foot came down. The surrounding environment changed after that step. The shockwave from the activation of the formation spread outward from the bone piece's focal point, at 15 meters deep, rapidly compressing against the ground in all directions. All sources of spiritual energy that came into contact with the shockwave were forcibly nullified. The three exploration teams engaged in fierce battles in the distance simultaneously screamed spirit contracts, shattering into nothing in front of their beast masters. The energy within the spiritual veins rapidly dissipating without obstruction, and several individuals collapsed one after another onto the muddy ground, struggling for a moment before failing to rise again. Lin Shushwang's perception map turned into a blank slate the moment the shockwave contacted the bottom layer of the chakra field. All signals vanished, coordinates disappeared, data streams dropped to zero, and her brain received no external information. Her hand gripped Chu Yi's sleeve tightly, her nails digging into the fabric, her lips pressed together in silence, her body swaying slightly from the loss of perception, while Chu Yi directly clasped her wrist. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The white screen showed no signs of fading, her perception layer firmly sealed, not a single breath of air could penetrate. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. She was timing herself with her breathing frequency, the grip of her fingers on Chu Yi's wrist gradually tightening, feeling his warmth and pulse through the skin, confirming through this means that he was still beside her. On the 10th second, the edge of the white screen revealed its first crack, signals seeping in through the fissure, the perception map slowly reloading, each function restoring one by one. The image returned to normal. She readjusted her precision, her breath still hurried, her voice lower than usual by half a tone. The map is back. Chu Yi's wrist remained motionless in her palm, the frequency of his pulse unchanged from before they entered. 3 o'clock direction, 80 meters, about 100 people. The characteristics of the spiritual veins highly overlap with the Lin family's dark guards, all in an activated state, currently in motion. She quickly switched her perception focus. At 12 o'clock 60 meters, at 2 o'clock 70 meters, each with a high concentration spiritual vein signal the structure is not human. The captain of the nearest family special task force was on the ground, trying to raise his upper body with both arms supporting the earth, but his spiritual veins were empty, unable to mobilize any energy. He turned his neck, searching for Chu Yi's position. That celestial being should be done for. His gaze finally swept over to that side. Chu Yi stood at the center of the formation area, hands in the pockets of his uniform jacket, his posture exactly the same as when he had entered the secret realm 20 minutes ago. His shoulders straight, balance steady, not even his hair disheveled by the shockwave. The captain's hand slipped from the mud, his whole body collapsing back to the ground, his forehead hitting a stone, his eyes wide open, lips moving silently. 100 death warriors from the Lin family appeared simultaneously from the 4 directions of the formation coverage area. Their steps synchronized, the metallic sound of long knives being drawn echoed far. In the quiet secret realm, these people formed a standard encirclement pattern, beginning to close in from the outer circle towards the center. 2 figures emerged from the shadows of the vegetation behind. The person in front wore a black robe, wielding a staff embedded with remnants of an altar at its tip, a mask covering his entire face. Behind the mask were 7 living eyeballs slowly rotating in different directions, ultimately all settling on Chu Yi. He stopped 20 meters away from Chu Yi. Celestial being. The priest's voice emerged from behind the mask, dry and hoarse with a calm and determined tone. Within this absolute spirit formation, there is no difference between you and us. Chu Yi directly raised his head, looking at the priest, whose 7 eyeballs were also fixed on him, their gaze locked without interruption from the first second. Chu Yi remained silent, his Sharingan calmly rotating the 3 tomo in the depths of his black iris, the speed, neither fast nor slow, entirely consistent with his usual pace during a stroll. The rotation speed of the eyeballs behind the priest's mask slowed down at the second. Those eyes were not right. They were definitely not the eyes of someone who was trapped. He couldn't quite articulate what was wrong, yet an inexplicable chill crept up from the base of his spine. The Death Warriors' formation advanced inward from the outer circle, in unison, their blades uniformly tilted 30 degrees inward, the encirclement closing at a speed of 1 meter per second. Lin Shushwang tracked all moving signals in real time, quietly reporting the distance. 20 meters directly ahead, 30 meters behind, 15 meters to the left and right. The encirclement is about to be completed. Chu Yi pulled his hand out from his pocket. He turned his head, casting a plain glance at Lin Shushwang. Lin Shushwang tightened her fingers, her perception map locking onto every signal source within the formation area at full power, memorizing all the data. The 7 eyeballs behind the priest's mask simultaneously focused on Chu-Yi, the bottom of the staff tapping against the ground, confirming the sealing state as the 300-meter absolute spirit field pulsed. Chu-Yi's system panel displayed the detection result. Target energy reading 0. From the moment the formation was activated until now, not a single trace of energy from Chu-Yi's body had ever touched the boundary. The 7 eyeballs behind the priest's mask simultaneously stopped moving. He glanced at the detection results displayed by the system, then looked at Chu-Yi standing at the center of the formation with his hands tucked in his pockets and shoulders held straight, his breathing rhythm unchanged. The 7 eyeballs began to move again, this time at nearly twice the speed. Impossible. The priest's voice came through the mask, dry and slightly trembling as the bottom of his staff struck the ground heavily. The formation I received the command pulse again, and the intensity of the absolute spirit force field was directly raised to the highest level. The entire 300-meter range was covered, operating at full power. Energy readings confirmed at 0. The members of the exploration team lying on the ground let out more painful groans, the last remnants of energy in their spiritual veins completely drained, and some had their eyes roll back. Chu-Yi didn't even flinch. Your formation. Chu-Yi spoke, his tone casual, as if chatting with someone. He pulled his right hand from his pocket and stretched his neck, cracking a few joints. There's a rather foolish flaw, would you like to hear it? The priest did not respond, but his staff struck the ground again, and the output power of the bone fragment formation I at 15 meters deep surged, causing the sealing force field of the entire formation to violently shake. Standing at the center of the force field's turbulence, the moss beneath Chu-Yi's feet was lifted by the shockwave. He glanced down at his mud-stained shoe, frowned, and wiped it against a nearby stone. Absolute spirit. After cleaning his shoe, he turned back to the priest, a hint of a casual smile on his lips. What you have lost is your own spiritual power. The 7 eyeballs of the priest were all locked onto him. To seal a type of energy with your formation, you must first recognize it, identify it, categorize it, give it a label, and then execute the sealing procedure based on that label. Chu-Yi spoke slowly, watching the mask across from him. But what if there exists something that has never appeared since the dawn of your world, something that doesn't even have a classification number in your formation database? How do you plan to seal it? He returned his hand to his pocket. You sealed nothing but solitude. As the words fell, Lin Chushuang activated the perception map at full power beside him, capturing the dark, cold energy within Chu-Yi, beginning to flow to the surface, the movement slow. It has emerged. She lowered her voice. The spiritual pressure spilled outward from Chu-Yi's body with no light around, no sounds, and no visible fluctuations. The only change in the air was a drop in temperature, the sensation against the skin shifting from prickling to a heavy weight. The formation patterns of the absolute spirit great formation reacted accordingly. The identification module of the formation began to operate at high speed, comparing the encountered energy with all known types in the database. Chakra. No. Spiritual power. No. Battle chi. No. Curse power. No. Natural force. No. Abyssal essence. No. After comparing 6400 known energy classifications, the identification result returned the same answer. Unknown. Unknown. The formation patterns attempted to forcibly categorize this energy under the sealing scope, but the sealing procedure required a clear energy category label as a prerequisite for execution. Without a label, the sealing command could not be initiated, and the system repeatedly crashed and restarted in a deadlock, with the load on the formation patterns far exceeding the design limit. The first formation pattern in the outer circle broke apart from the middle, producing a low, muffled sound. The light from the cracks sparkled and then quickly dimmed. It's broken. Lin Chushuang captured the signal of the first formation pattern extinguishing, and the second pattern followed suit, then the third, and then the fourth, with a chain reaction rapidly spreading along the outer circle. The muffled sounds of the formation breaking turned into a dense popping noise within 3 seconds as large areas of the formation began to shatter continuously. The bottom of the priest's staff was dragged back uncontrollably by half a step. He uttered a single word behind the mask. Retreat. Before he could finish speaking, the coverage of the spiritual pressure expanded from a 10-meter radius around Chu-Yi to 30 meters. The 20 dead soldiers in the front row were less than 8 meters away from Chu-Yi, and the physical weight of the spiritual pressure pressed down on their shoulders and knees. This weight had no fixed attack direction and could not find a focal point, pressing evenly from head to toe, exceeding the structural limits of their joints simultaneously. 20 near-simultaneous cracking sounds came from the front row, the sounds of kneecaps shattering mixed with the sounds of bodies hitting the ground as the entire front row fell neatly to the ground. The front row of 20 had their knees shattered. Lin Shuxuang reported in a steady voice. The dead soldiers in the back row began to retreat, but the coverage of spiritual pressure had already expanded to the entire formation area. There was no position within a 300-meter range that experienced less pressure than any other, making retreating or not completely indistinguishable. Those in the back are running. They want escape. Chu Ye's response was brief. The spiritual pressure continued to spill outward, and the second batch of dead soldiers collapsed directly, while the third batch followed suit, kneeling on the ground. Their long knives fell from their fingers, clattering against the ground as no one could maintain their grip on the weapons. Their fingers were unable to close under the weight of the spiritual pressure. The young man beside the priest had already collapsed on the ground, unable to get up, his academy uniform, soaked with sweat, clinging to his back, his forehead repeatedly banging against the stone bricks. The two priests were the only ones still standing, but their postures had severely twisted, with their staffs transforming into crutches, their upper bodies leaning forward at an increasing angle. Lin Shuxuang switched her focus of perception to the energy structures of the two priests, tracking changes in the distribution of energy within their bodies. Chuyi, speak. The energy distribution of the two targets is changing. The spiritual power in the attack frequency band is shifting to the lower limbs, indicating an intent to escape has been activated. Chuyi turned his head to glance at her, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. You see it quite clearly. It's what you taught me. A hurried gasp came from behind the priest's mask. The 7 eyeballs slowed to their minimum speed, no longer observing Chu Ye's condition. All turned toward the back, desperately searching for a route to retreat. He had seen Susanoo before. That entity was a tangible skeletal giant capable of analyzing attack trajectories, predicting landing points, and having a time window to escape. But the power before him was completely different. This entity had no shape, no discernible landing point, and no observable action trajectory. The same intensity covered down from all directions, turning the surrounding air into a weapon, making every breath feel like a weight, requiring them to combat something heavier just to stand. He had no idea how to defend against it. He had no clue where to run. He didn't even know what this thing was. You? The priest's voice squeezed out from the mask, his hoarse, dry throat unable to produce complete sentences. How many types do you guess? Chuyi pulled his hand from his pocket, slowly moving his right hand toward his waist, a few fingers touching a spot that shouldn't exist. As his fingers made contact, a stream of spiritual pressure slowly coalesced into the shape of a narrow hilt. His fingers had not yet fully closed. The bodies of the two priests stiffened simultaneously, all the eyeballs behind the mask fixed on the direction of the approaching hilt, focused intently on the few fingers that were not yet tightly gripping, their breathing beneath the mask becoming shallow and rapid. The bottom of one priest's staff began to emit a dark red spatial fluctuation. A retreat spell was being forcibly activated. However, the weight of the spiritual pressure pressed heavily on his spiritual energy circuits, slowing the initiation of the spell nearly 3 times the normal speed. Chuyi slowly gripped the hilt formed from the gathered spiritual pressure, moving deliberately slow, all the while watching the struggle of the two individuals opposite him. No rush. His voice carried over with a very calm tone. You are not dead yet. Chu Ye's fingers rested on the hilt of the blade, his 5 fingers not yet fully closed, while the breath behind the priest's mask had turned into intermittent gasps, the angle of the staff supporting his body growing lower. He did not grip it tighter, but instead turned his head to glance at Lin Shuxuang, who stood to his left rear. Close your eyes. Lin Shuxuang's blind cane paused momentarily in her hand. She recognized that these 2 words carried the same weight as the command given before entering the secret realm, the tone and volume belonging to the same command system. Or just stare at my back, do not look elsewhere. She did not ask further, but changed the cane to the other hand, tucking it under her armpit, extending both hands to grasp the hem of Chu Ye's uniform, tightening her knuckles to pull out the fabric's wrinkles. During this process, her perception map completed the mode switch, the visual information layer being completely shut down, and the pure coordinate tracking mode was activated, turning all targets into a clean and concise distribution of light points. All right. Chuyi shifted his gaze back to the front, the 5 fingers of his right hand finally closing around the hilt, slowly pushing out by 1/3. The blade slid out from a position that should not have existed, lacking light and spiritual energy fluctuations. There was no change in temperature around, even the airflow was exactly the same as the second before, the smooth blade surface reflecting not a hint of shadow, nor revealing any material's unique texture. Chu Ye's lips moved slightly, his voice low and slow, plainly reciting those words. Shatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. There was no explosion, no shockwave, nothing was destroyed, not even a sound emerged, and even the moss beneath their feet remained unchanged. However, the world of everyone within the array completely transformed after that voice fell. The first shrill scream pierced through from the left side of the Death Warrior's array, the sound extremely sharp and hoarse, followed closely by a second scream erupting from the right, then a third from behind, and soon a continuous stream of screams flooded forth, plunging the entire array into chaos within just a few breaths. The Death Warriors kneeling on the ground gradually rose to their feet. Those with shattered kneecaps could not stand, but their arms still moved, drawing spirit knives from their storage bags one after another, now aimed not at Shuyi, but at the nearest companions around them. In their visual perception, the people beside them no longer appeared as their kind. The companions transformed into distorted abyssal monsters, black shells covering their bodies, sharp fangs protruding from their jaws, dripping acidic liquid from their mouths, and dense eyeballs swirling in the darkness fixated on them, while emitting deep, hoarse growls. These scenes were exceedingly real, not crude surface disguises, but a complete replacement of the five senses. The vision saw the contours of the monsters, the hearing received the roars, the smell detected the stench of rotting flesh, and the touch felt the vibrations when the shells collided with the blade, even the pain sense clearly signaling the pain of being scratched by claws on their arms. All sensory channels simultaneously confirmed that the beings beside them were indeed enemies. The combat instincts of the Death Warriors were activated under this recognition. Those who had executed multiple missions in the Abyss environment had their reactions to the monsters already ingrained in muscle memory. The slicing movement of the spirit knives was crisp, the detonation rhythm of the stored runes was exceptionally precise, and the output power of their personal artifacts was pushed to the maximum. Yet all attacks fell upon their own kind. In Lin Shushwang's perception map, there was no interference from any illusion layer. Those light points moved rapidly within the coordinate system, colliding and overlapping with one another until one by one they dimmed to complete extinguishment. Her perception relied on chakra fields and micro-detection layers of spiritual pressure, not using the five sensory channels, and the control of Mirror Flower Water Moon did not affect this system, maintaining high-intensity operation of the perception map amidst the chaos. Two rogue targets in the southeast corner have begun attacking each other. Her voice was very steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Shuyi responded with a sound, his fingers still resting on the hilt, his standing posture identical to before with no shift in the weight of his body. The situation of the two priests was slightly better than that of the ordinary Death Warriors. The 7 embedded exotic living eyeballs in their masks endowed them with multidimensional perception, granting them slightly higher mental defenses, and the replacement of their 5 senses took a bit longer to penetrate their cognitive system. This bit of time was just enough for them to realize that something was amiss, yet not nearly enough to perform any effective defensive actions. At the moment the illusion fully penetrated, the two priests saw the same scene in their vision. The other had transformed into a pitch-black level 70 Abyss Lord monster, indistinguishable from the guardian form they had drawn out from the Abyss Rift 3 months ago. This visual feedback represented an extremely high threat assessment level for them. The first priest's staff traced a dark red altar formation in the air, nearly 10 meters in diameter, filled with abyssal formations that had been accumulating energy for the past 3 months. The second priest's mask cracked open a seam, and the 7 eyeballs simultaneously shot out high-concentration, mental erosion beams directly targeting the opposing soul core. The two attacks collided hidden in the central area, the explosive energy shock lifting the ground's surface over a wide area, the energy-accumulating formations laid underground shattering continuously under the assault of the techniques, and the spiritual energy reserves at the convergence nodes of the spiritual veins were massively depleted. Lin Shushwang's perception map tracked in real time the process of the underground formations collapsing. Those blocking force field structures, powered by bone fragment array eyes, were rapidly disintegrating, losing effectiveness one by one from the outer circle to the inner circle. The underground formations have collapsed by more than half. The output frequency of the energy supply layer is decreasing, and the coverage area of the absolute spiritual force field is shrinking. Shuyi listened to these reports, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. The situation in the array had completely spiraled out of control. The screams of the Death Warriors mixed with the sounds of metal clashing, creating a cacophony of ambient noise, while the light from rune explosions continually illuminated the surrounding vegetation. Giant ferns struck by shards of spiritual energy crashed to the ground one after another, stirring up a series of dull thuds. Shuyi stood at the center of this chaos, his hands in his pockets, the hem of his coat held by Lin Shushwang, her steps closely matching his stance, the two remaining stationary amidst the continuous sounds of falling bodies around them. They were entirely outside the range of all attacks and collateral damage, merely observing the slaughter ahead, patiently waiting for the chaos to resolve itself. How many are left? 34 operational units, of which only 17 still possess full combat capability. The left flank has basically been depleted, while a few on the right are still in combat. Chu Yi turned his head to look towards the left, where several corpses were piled together, some still tightly grasping spirit knives, their blades stained with the blood of their own faction. The faces of those individuals were twisted and tense with extreme panic, having succumbed to a fatal struggle with the abyssal monsters before death. He withdrew his gaze, his voice still devoid of any fluctuation. What about the priests? The two in the southeast corner are still attacking each other. One has shown signs of collapse in its spiritual vein. The energy flow in the third section of the main vein has already been cut off, while the other's technique output frequency has dropped by at least 60% during this time. Oh. Chu Yi moved his hand away from the hilt, the blade of spiritual pressure hovering at his waist, and he casually placed his hands back in his pockets. The noise from the surrounding battle gradually diminished, the frequency of metal clashing growing lower, and the previously dense shouts transformed into sporadic gasps. A fatigued death warrior lay atop a companion's body, his muscles uncontrollably spasming, his limbs completely powerless to move. However, the gap in the illusion's waning allowed him to regain some clarity. He turned his neck towards the front and saw the two figures standing in the center of the array. The man had his hands in his pockets, his back straightened, and the corners of his clothing were untainted by any bloodstains, while the blind girl following behind him continued to grip the hem of his coat. The ground near them had not been affected by any techniques. He opened his mouth in an attempt to speak, but only a muddled gurgle of blood escaped his throat, thick blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chu Yi did not glance over again. Lin Shushwang's perception map simultaneously changed the status of the corresponding light points from active targets to those that had lost combat capability. The array gradually returned to silence. The dull thud of a metal blade falling to the stone surface echoed from the corner, while the distant clash of the two priests' techniques had turned into sporadic scattered waves, the frequency slowing down and the attacking force dwindling exponentially, on the verge of entirely ceasing operation. Lin Shushwang raised the precision of her perception, her speech delivered at a very steady pace. Two complete combat units remain in the southeast corner. One has already severed the third section of its spiritual vein, while the other's technique output frequency has dropped by 61% over the past 10 seconds. Chu Yi's fingers shifted within his pocket, making a few movements in the direction of the hilt. The residual light of the two magical formations in the southeast corner collided one last time in the air, followed by a muffled sound emanating from below the ground, accompanied by the high-frequency resonance waves unique to broken spiritual veins. In Lin Shushwang's perception map, the light point representing the left priest suddenly dimmed, and the spiritual vein signals extinguished completely from the main trunk to the extremities. The one on the left is gone. Chuxi responded. The shockwave from the explosion hurled the priest on the right into a pile of debris 15 meters away. His mask cracked on one side upon impact, revealing a pale and emaciated right profile. 3 out of 7 eyeballs had burst due to the physical shock, and thick liquid streamed down from the eye sockets, mixing with dust and stone fragments smearing across his bloodied face. Lin Shushwang tracked his spiritual vein status on the perception map, noting severe tears in segments 1 to 4 of the main pathway. The energy output was now below 5% of its peak, and the faint life signs continued to decline. The one on the right is still alive, but it won't last long. The spiritual vein is collapsing on its own. Chuxi drew his hand from his pocket, and the spiritual pressure long sword at his waist silently dissipated into the air. He started walking towards the southeast corner at a leisurely pace, stepping over the bodies and shattered spiritual energy short, swords on the ground, each step taken with assured stability. Lin Shushwang clutched the hem of his coat, following closely behind. She switched her blind cane to her left hand for support, keeping her perception map patrolling within a 10-meter radius to help her avoid stepping on the still warm remains of the magical instruments. After walking several steps, Lin Shushwang's shoe tip brushed against the outstretched finger of a fallen soldier lying on the ground. She paused briefly to step aside, showing no further reaction. The severely injured priest lay on his back in a corner of the ruins, trying to prop himself up with his right hand against a broken rock slab, but blood continued to seep from his chest, spilling dark red froth from the corners of his mouth with each effort. Only the left half of his mask remained on his face, and the 4 remaining eyeballs moved slowly, gradually focusing on the scene ahead as their clarity returned. The illusion began to crumble from the breach in its mental structure caused by the physical shock. First hearing gradually returned, and the echoing roars of abyssal creatures faded away, replaced by the sound of wind and the faint crackling of burnt vegetation and spiritual energy fragments in the distance. Vision followed suit, and he clearly saw the scene before him littered with corpses. The bodies of fallen soldiers were stacked in disarray, some still clutching spiritual energy short, swords their blades stained with blood from their own faction. Some lay face down, obscuring their faces, while others lay on their backs, expressions frozen in extreme terror from their final moments, all directed towards their own comrades. There were no beasts or outside enemies around, only the tragic sight of comrades killing each other. His gaze swept across the ruins, finally landing on a young man slowly walking towards him from 10 meters away. The school uniform jacket he wore was untouched by blood, his hair unruffled by the shockwaves, hands casually hanging by his sides. His gait was relaxed and unhurried, and his face bore no excess emotion, neither smug nor cold, appearing utterly calm, as if he had not just witnessed a massacre. Chuxi stopped in front of him, glancing down for 2 seconds, before squatting down, resting his elbows on his knees, and casually tapping the ground with the tips of his shoes. "Do you have any words to take back?" The man's tone was extremely casual and flat. The injured priest's throat moved slightly, and a vague sound struggled to escape from his vocal cords. His lips parted and closed repeatedly, but failed to form a single complete syllable. The 4 remaining eyeballs were fixed on Chuxi's face, the reflections within them showing neither fear nor anger, but a dazed blankness that came from a complete mental collapse. He had no idea what to convey, whether to say sorry, or that the mission had failed, or to mention that this person had 2 entirely different energy systems, or that they had merely been delivering experience without any words to describe the events of the day. Chuxi waited for 2 seconds, during which the priest's lips remained still. Then it settled. Chuxi stood up, brushed off the dust from his knees, and stepped towards the depths of the secret realm without looking back or delivering a finishing blow. Lin Xushuang tightened her grip on the hem of his coat and stepped forward again. Her perception map continued to monitor the signal strength of that remaining light point, with the value dropping every few seconds. The speed of the spiritual veins collapse accelerated after losing the last bit of energy support. After walking about 30 steps, Lin Xushuang sensed a change in the status of that light point. The priest's right hand emerged from the mud and rubble beneath him, grasping an extremely small object that contained a cracked signal transmission circuit. The warmth from its creation still lingered. He held that signal flare tightly, pouring all remaining spiritual energy into its crystal core. The coordinate frequency completed its encoding and compression in his palm, glowing silently for less than half a second before extinguishing completely. The signal had been sent. Lin Xushuang's perception map accurately captured this process. She showed no hesitation, her voice lowered to a level only the 2 of them could hear. "Sent it." Chuxi's pace remained unchanged, his voice steady as it returned from the front. "Got it." They continued to advance towards the core of the secret realm, while the light point behind them completely dimmed on the perception map. The entrance to the core spiritual spring area was covered by a layer of natural spiritual energy membrane. Highly concentrated particles of spiritual energy continuously seeped out from within, creating a distinctly warm, moist, and sticky sensation on the skin. Chuxi lifted the spiritual energy membrane to lead Lin Xushuang inside. After confirming with his Sharingan that there were no other life signals in the area, he directly approached the center of the spiritual spring. The 9 orifices sacred lotus floated in the middle of the spring, with its 9 petals exhibiting different concentrations of silvery white, tones transitioning from light gray on the outer layer to almost transparent pure color in the inner layer. The lotus core continuously emitted stable spiritual energy radiation, causing the water surface of the entire spring to slightly depress, with ripples radiating evenly from the base of the lotus. Chuxi stood at the edge of the spiritual spring and extended his right hand into the water, using his fingertips to support the base of the flower as he lifted the entire sacred lotus out of the water. The warm spiritual spring water flowed along the edges of the petals onto his hand. He turned and presented the lotus to Lin Xushuang. "Take it." Lin Xushuang released her grip on the hem of her coat, extending both hands to catch the lotus that Chuxi had lowered. The weight of the petals was lighter than she had expected, but their temperature was higher than anticipated. A vague, indescribable, unknown energy spread from her palms up her forearms, neither chakra nor spiritual pressure. This power was profoundly quiet and still penetrating gradually into her bones along the texture of her skin. The fragments in her right eye socket reacted violently in an instant with no pain, but a high-frequency resonance far beyond the weak pulses that had occasionally throbbed before. The frequency of the fragments expanded nearly fourfold within the first second of contact with the sacred lotus, causing the blood vessels in her right temple to throb and sink, and the entire right side of her head trembled violently with that frequency. Instinctively, her fingers tightened, unconsciously gripping the petals tightly against her palm. Chuxi noticed her grip was wrong. He directly placed his right hand over hers, not forcibly prying it open, but gently pushing outward with his thumb at the second joint of her index finger. Hold it, don't squeeze. The spiritual liquid will leak from the petals' cracks. Lin Shushwang's fingers gradually relaxed under the guidance of his pressure, transitioning from a tight grip to a gentle cradle. She opened her fingers to support the base of the flower, allowing the petals to naturally unfold. The resonance frequency in her right eye socket gradually receded from its peak after the sacred lotus stabilized, settling into a range that, while higher than before, was entirely bearable. She lowered her head, holding the silvery glowing lotus with both hands, her lips pressed tightly together, without uttering a sound. Chuxi did not inquire about her feelings. He simply withdrew his hand and turned to step towards the exit. Let's go. Lin Shushwang tucked her blind cane under her arm and quietly followed his pace, holding the sacred lotus with both hands while maintaining the perception map at its lowest power. As they took a step out of the core's spiritual spring area, an unfamiliar coordinate signal suddenly appeared on the perception map, originating not from within the secret realm, but pointing towards the underground of the imperial capital. The frequency was extremely low, and the energy baseline highly matched the abyssal altar formation she had recorded in the array zone. The intensity of this unknown signal was visibly rising, the previously dormant energy rapidly converting to full power operation. She remained silent, not interrupting Chuxi's stride, but quietly adding a notation on the remark layer of the perception map. The subaltar is moving. Lin Shushwang stored the notes in the depths of her perception map, her steps unchanged, as she firmly cradled the 9-aperture sacred lotus. The silver spiritual liquid seeping from the petal edges trickled down through her fingers, the warm sensation extending all the way to the inner side of her wrist. Chuyi walked half a step ahead, his left hand in his pocket and his right hand hanging naturally by his side. The spiritual pressure of the slashing technique had dissipated 10 minutes ago, and the residual energy fluctuations of Susanoo were fully absorbed during their walk, making him appear no different from an ordinary student on a spiritual power level. The two of them passed through the outer area of the core zone, where the fern-like vegetation was scorched by spiritual energy fragments. The exit of the secret realm, the Rainbow Light Gate, loomed larger 300 meters away, and the sunlight streaming in illuminated the passage. The signal from the subtan is rising. Lin Shushwang spoke in a very low voice, her lips hardly moving. How much is it rising? It's stronger by 20% compared to before, and the direction remains unchanged, still beneath the imperial capital. What about the speed? Constant speed with no trend of acceleration. Chuyi processed this information for a few seconds without changing his pace. No rush, let's handle the lotus matter first. Lin Shushwang nodded slightly, her perception map's focus shifted back from the coordinates beneath the imperial capital to the nearby area, reallocating her attention to the ground beneath her feet and the state of the sacred lotus in her hands. The Rainbow Light Gate opened on both sides, and the afternoon sunlight poured in directly, the temperature a few degrees higher than inside the secret realm, bringing a dry breeze against the skin. Chuyi stepped out of the light curtain first, and Lin Shushwang followed closely behind. The two stood on the stone platform outside the secret realm, facing the vast wilderness. There were quite a few people standing around the exit. 3 members of the military observation team leaned against a left-side armored transport vehicle, their handheld terminal screens still lit, displaying real-time energy monitoring data. On the right side were several remaining personnel from the family task force who had been repelled before entering the core area, their combat suits torn to varying degrees, with some having makeshift bandages wrapped around their arms. The station personnel of the Secret Realm Management stood at the outermost edge, their uniforms neat, gripping recording devices with their lenses directed at the Rainbow Light Gate. Everyone stopped upon seeing Chuyi and Lin Shushwang. Conversations ceased, movements halted, even the rhythm of breathing slowed down. No one looked at Chuyi. All gazes passed over him, peering through the still partially open Rainbow Light Gate into the Secret Realm. The scene within the formation was clearly visible through the translucent light curtain, with bodies scattered in disarray over a 300-meter range, shattered formation patterns littering the ground. Fragments of the spiritual energy short blades reflected dim light amidst the spiritual embers, and some bodies still clutched weapons, their blade tips directed at the companions lying beside them. Not a single corpse bore signs of external attack. All wounds were inflicted by each other. The recording device in the station personnel's hand focused on the ruins. Its built-in analysis module began operating, and preliminary statistical data popped up in the lower right corner of the screen, revealing that the number of recognizable corpses exceeded 80, all with energy residue types marked as the same faction. His thumb hovered above the recording button, pausing for a moment before pressing it. After finishing, he quickly switched the recording device to encryption mode, locking the channels, sending permissions. "This thing cannot be sent outside," he murmured in a low voice. A colleague beside him turned to glance at him, opened his mouth, but said nothing, then turned back to stare at the ruins. A young member of the military observation team withdrew his handheld terminal slightly, nudging his elbow against his colleague beside him. "Is he all alone? More than 100 dead soldiers and 2 priests, and he's all alone." "Shut up." The middle-aged officer leading the team turned around from the front, his voice heavy, his eyelids drooping. The young member fell silent. Chuyi stepped down from the stone platform, the soles of his shoes crunching against the dry gravel ground. His pace was as steady as it had been inside the secret realm, neither fast nor slow, embodying a leisurely rhythm. Lin Shuxuang followed half a step behind him on the left, cradling the lotus with both hands, her blind cane tucked under her armpit, maintaining the perception map at the lowest power to keep patrolling. Hawkeye No. 7 stood 30 meters away from the side of the secret realm exit. He wore a dark gray casual coat, holding a black briefcase in his right hand and a standard recording device in his left. The lens trained on the exit for over 40 minutes without putting it down since Chuyi entered the core area. The scene of Chuyi emerging was recorded in full. The state of his fingers after the spiritual pressure knife dissipated the spiritual power radiation frequency of the sacred lotus in Lin Shuxuang's hands. The pace and body language of the two as they walked, all preserved in the encrypted storage of the recording device. He lowered the recording device, reached into the inner compartment of the briefcase with his right hand, and pinched a printed document between his thumb and index finger, the title reading a request to upgrade the evaluation level of the sky from B to S. He pulled out a quarter of that document, glanced at the title, then looked back at Chuyi, who was 30 meters away and walking toward him. The document was pushed back. Chuyi passed just 5 meters in front of him. Hawkeye No. 7 made a slight lateral movement at that distance, stepping back half a step with his right foot and pulling his left shoulder inward, shifting the briefcase to the inner side of his body. This action had not occurred many times in his 23 years of intelligence work. He noticed that he performed this action without correcting it. Chuyi did not stop or turn his head, his gaze fixed straight ahead towards the end of the wilderness road, not even a hint of peripheral vision shifting. The two figures receded farther away. Hawkeye No. 7 waited for about half a minute, confirming that the target had walked out of the 80-meter range, then pulled out a communicator from his pants pocket, swiping his thumb twice on the screen to access the encrypted channel. The input box contained a draft asking for an upgrade in evaluation level. He stared at that line of text for a few seconds, pressed his thumb to select all, and deleted it. He typed in new content in the blank input box, needing to report in person. He clicked send. The communicator vibrated to indicate successful sending. He locked the screen, stowed it back in his pocket, and raised the recording device again, directing the lens towards the still open rainbow light gate of the secret realm, capturing 2 more minutes of footage of the ruins inside. After finishing, he put the recording device back in the briefcase, zipped it up, and turned to walk towards the military vehicle stationed at the wilderness edge, his pace steady and his back straight. On the right side of the stone platform, a young man in a deep blue combat suit leaned against the wheel hub of an armored vehicle, a makeshift bandage wrapped around his right forearm. The bleeding had mostly stopped, but his complexion was still poor, and the skin on his lips had begun to peel. He withdrew his gaze from the ruins, lowering his head to look at the communicator screen, his thumb sliding down the contact list through several screens, stopping at a private channel with only a number and no noted name. The input box opened, and he began typing, deleting half of it, retyping, and deleting again. It wasn't until the third attempt that he finally completed the content. The content was just a few lines. Core area of the secret realm. Chuyi alone cleared the field. The absolute spirit formation's full power operation was ineffective against him. Over 100 dead soldiers and 2 priests were completely annihilated. Means unknown, no visible attack actions, and the formation recognition system determined his energy to be of an unknown category, unable to seal. He read the message twice, his thumb hovering above the send button for a few seconds before finally pressing down. A prompt indicating successful message sending lit up before disappearing. He turned off the communicator and stowed it in the inner pocket of his combat suit, leaning back against the wheel hub with his eyes closed, his fingers digging at the edge of the bandage. In the imperial capital on the third floor of the student council office of the Starry Sky Academy, the sunlight outside angled to the west. Lin Ruoyan sat by the window with 3 printed documents and a lit screen terminal spread out on the desk before her. The communicator vibrated slightly. She set down her pen, picked up the communicator, and saw the channel push from that private channel with only a number and no noted name. The message content lingered in her view for about 10 seconds. She placed the communicator flat back on the desk with the screen facing up, leaving the message interface open, and the lines of text were clearly visible in the light. She did not react, shifting her gaze to the document opened on the desk with the list of the top talents in the ranking competition displayed at the top. 3 names circled in red ink appeared in the middle of the second page. She drew out that red pen from the pen holder again, the tip hovering above the list for a moment before moving past the 3 names to the top of the page, where she left a new note. The handwriting was small, the strokes clean and decisive. New method, nature unknown. She set the pen down, picked up the communicator to delete that secret message, exited the channel, and opened another folder marked for internal affairs, retrieving an old document with the management regulations for secret realm practical training. The content of the third clause of Article 17 had been highlighted by her with a fluorescent pen marked 3 days ago. She reread that clause, pressing her thumb twice on the edge of the screen, closing the document, and opening the contact group for the competition committee to input a brief message. Next Wednesday's competition system discussion. I have additional agenda items. Please keep the time free. Message sent successfully. She placed the communicator on the desk and stood up, walking to the window, her gaze crossing over the academy's rooftop towards the direction of the dormitory on the north side, where Chu Yi and Lin Chushuang lived, obscured by 3 buildings and a patch of shrubs rendering the specific windows invisible. She stood at the window for a long time, leaving only when the light had completely faded. On the desk, the annotation line in that competition list had already dried the last 4 characters hanging at the end of the sentence, adjusting direction. Chu Yi locked the dorm room door and pulled the curtains tightly together from both sides, ensuring that no external light could seep in. Lin Chushuang stood at the door, without moving, using the lowest power of her perception map to scan the room and confirming there were only 2 energy signals. She switched her blind cane to her left hand and rested her right hand on the doorframe. Come and sit. Following the voice, she walked to the bedside and sat down, propping her blind cane against the side of the bedside table, her hands resting on her knees. Chu Yi took out the 9-aperture Holy Lotus and placed it on the table. After activating his Sharingan, the red ocular technique illuminated the dark room, and the density distribution of the spiritual liquid on the 9 silver-white petals appeared as a clear gradient map in his eyes, with the outer 3 petals having the highest content and the deepest color, while the inner 6 petals were relatively thin and light. He wrapped his hand in chakra and directly plucked the outer 3 high-density petals, placing them separately on the left side of the table, while storing the remaining 6 petals back in his storage bag with a swift motion. Chu Yi, does it hurt? Chu Yi took out a slender glass tube and positioned it correctly, pressing his thumb against the edge of the first petal to begin crushing it, using chakra to squeeze the liquid inside the petal out into the tube. Are you asking yourself, or me? Asking myself. There is a reaction, but I can hold on. Chu Yi continued to crush the second petal, and the silver-white spiritual liquid slowly gathered along the inner wall of the tube, as extremely fine purple threads began to appear at the bottom of the liquid, dancing beneath the surface, synchronizing perfectly with the frequency emitted by the fragments in her right eye socket. The operational procedure provided by the system states that during the activation phase, the fragments will undergo a secondary integration with your visual nerves. This process has perceptual shocks, but will not harm the essence of the spiritual veins. Then it's fine. After crushing the third petal, the total amount of liquid in the tube reached exactly the marked scale line. He raised the glass tube under the Sharingan to confirm that the concentration distribution was even, with the purple threads dancing at a stable frequency of about 7 times per second, completely in sync with the current pulsation rhythm of the fragments of the broken illusion eye. He walked to the bedside with the glass tube, squatting directly in front of Lin Chushuang and placing his left hand gently on her right shoulder. Rest your hand on the edge of the bed. Lin Chushuang moved her right hand away from her knee, positioning her 5 fingers flat on the edge of the bed, palms pressed against the sheets and the backs of her hands facing up. Tilt your head back 30 degrees. Yes, just like that, don't move. Her chin lifted, exposing the line of her neck in the dark room. The gauze wrapped around the outer side of her eye socket was untied by Chu Yi with one hand, and the gauze, which had been wrapped 3 times, was neatly placed aside, revealing the hollow of her right eye socket to the air, where a silver-purple halo was pulsating at a steady rhythm. It's starting. Shu Yi tilted the tube, and the first drop of silver-white spiritual liquid fell from the tube into her right eye socket. The moment the spiritual liquid made contact with the fragments, Lin Chushwang's head recoiled slightly, only to be stopped abruptly by the muscles in her neck. Her fingers tightened on the edge of the bed, knuckles pressing into the sheets, and creating an indentation, while the outline of her jaw changed significantly due to her clenching her teeth. She remained silent. Shu Yi's hand did not stop maintaining the fixed angle of the tube as the second drop of spiritual liquid fell at the same speed. Lin Chushwang's shoulder tensed briefly before relaxing. Her breath came out short from her nose, then she flattened it herself. A thin layer of sweat emerged on her forehead, trickling down her temples as her 5 fingers gradually gathered on the edge of the bed, pulling out a section of the sheet, with the fabric's wrinkles expanding evenly from the position of her palm. Is it okay, eh? Continue. Her voice squeezed out between her teeth, quieter than normal, yet articulate, leading Chu Yi to determine that her threshold of endurance had not yet been reached. The third drop, the fourth drop, the fifth drop. With each drop of the spiritual liquid, the resonance frequency of the fragments inside her right eye socket climbed higher, and the signal strength of that coordinate point on the perception map continued to pulse, with its overall state progressing from a grayish-white point toward a brighter hue. Shu Yi silently calculated the consumption rate of the spiritual liquid in the tube, with each drop falling precisely every 15 seconds, and the entire 5-minute infusion process was accurately divided into 20 intervals. When the 12th drop fell, Lin Chushwang's body leaned slightly backward, and Chu Yi's free left hand pressed against her mid-spine to steady her. Even after she regained her balance, he did not withdraw his hand, maintaining energy output with his palm against her back, a steady chakra pulse flowing continuously from his palm into her meridian trunk. I'm here. When the chakra reached the position of her shoulder blade, Lin Chushwang adjusted her breathing, loosening her lips from their clench, her jawline returning to normal, while her fingers remained tightly gripping the edge of the bed. The 18th drop, the 19th drop. The last drop of spiritual liquid slid from the tube into her right eye socket. Chu Yi placed the empty tube on the table, his right palm covering her shoulder, both hands stabilizing her in an upright position. It's done, now we wait. Lin Chushwang nodded slightly, the movement very subtle. During the waiting process, the room fell silent. Chu Yi sat down on the chair opposite her, withdrawing his hands from her shoulders and back, resting his arms on his knees, while the Sharingan continued to lock onto the changes inside her right eye socket. The resonance frequency of the fragments rose to a peak before starting to decline slower than he had anticipated, dropping 2 to 3 percentage points per minute. The silver-white energy in the spiritual liquid was being absorbed layer by layer by the microscopic structures at the edges of the fragments, while extremely fine connecting threads extended toward the surrounding visual nerve terminals. Lin Chushwang's hand remained on the edge of the bed, the wrinkle she had pulled out from the sheet maintaining its shape from 5 minutes ago, and she remained silent, her breathing rate gradually returning to normal, while the thin layer of sweat on her forehead began to dry. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Chu Yi spoke up at the 15th minute. Does it feel uncomfortable, eh? Not uncomfortable anymore. Her voice regained its normal volume, and her words no longer squeezed out from between her teeth. It feels like something is growing inside, not painful, just pressure. That's normal, the fragments are connecting with your nerves. 20 minutes. 25 minutes. Someone passed by in the corridor, footsteps echoing from outside the door before fading away. In the next room, someone knocked a cup against the table, creating a muffled sound. The ordinary sounds filled the silence between the two, yet this silence did not need to be broken. At the 30th minute, the color marking of the coordinate point in Lin Chushwang's perception map completed its final jump, shifting from light gray to a shade close to the reflective hue of fresh snow. Her hand released from the edge of the bed. Her 5 fingers moved a couple of times to restore blood circulation. She picked up the folded gauze from her knee, not wrapping it around her head, but instead holding it in her hand, flipping it over and folding it back before placing it directly on the bedside table. Chu Yi's Sharingan caught a change in her movement as she raised her hand. In the depths of her right eye socket, something had appeared in the previously completely hollow space. It was a layer of light and shadow so thin it was nearly non-existent, directly adhering to the surface of the fragments, radiating a faint brightness that was almost transparent toward the surrounding nerve connection points. Lin Chushwang's face turned slightly toward the curtains. The movement was gentle, the angle no more than 10 degrees, as if something had drawn her attention, yet she herself was uncertain of what that was. Chu Yi. She did not immediately continue, raising her hand from her knee and lowering it again, placing it 2 centimeters lower than before, this slight movement indicating she was trying to confirm something. Over there by the curtains. Her voice was calm, each word articulated firmly. There is light coming. Chuyi observed her expression, noting there was no surprise or forced calmness, just a state somewhere between confirmation and declaration, as if she was reporting a newly detected coordinate signal from her perception map. What can you see? Light and dark. She turned her face toward Chuyi, the light in her right eye socket nearly invisible in the dark room, but she was striving to capture the changes in the surrounding environment with it. The gap in the curtains is bright, your position is dark, I can't distinguish anything else. That's enough. Chuyi extended his hand, palm up, resting it between her hands without reaching for her, simply placing it. Lin Shushwang's left hand moved away from her knee, her fingers hesitating when they touched the edge of his palm, seemingly trying to discern the outline of his hand. A few seconds later, she directly curled her fingers around his hand, gripping it with more strength than usual. They held on for a while. Then she released. Chuyi turned her hand, overpressing his thumb on the spiritual vein node inside her wrist, confirming that there was no backflow damage as chakra circulated through the skin. Then he pressed and checked the joints of the other 4 fingers one by one. The cut on the second joint of her index finger had already scabbed over, while the imprint on her middle finger had completely faded. He took the gauze from the bedside table and carefully wrapped it around the outer side of her right eye socket again, making 3 complete loops with even pressure without pressing on the tender flesh at the edges. First stage, take it slow. Lin Shushwang tilted her head toward the bedside, closing her left eye. The light in her right eye socket was blocked by the gauze, yet the coordinate mark in her perception map did not revert to gray, but maintained that pale white tone. When Lin Shushwang woke up, the outside was still dimly lit. The perception map maintained a standby state in shallow sleep, and the expansion frequency of the silver-purple fragments inside her right eye had decreased compared to last night, stabilizing at an even rhythm. The previous sensation of pressure tearing at her temples had vanished. She did not sit up immediately, but lay on her side, extending her perception range to 5 meters, confirming that Chuyi's energy profile was still in the room. 2 layers of energy overlapped at the position of the chair by the window. The blue bottom layer was wrapped in dark cold colors with chakra and spiritual pressure, each following their own paths, operating smoothly. Without fluctuations, he should still be in meditation. Lin Shushwang tightly closed her left eye while her right hand slowly peeled away the edge of the bandage. The strip had wrapped around 3 times, sliding down from her temple. She clenched the bandage in her palm, without letting it go, with her right eye directed towards the ceiling. Last night, there were only 2 levels of light and darkness. Now there was an additional one. The ceiling was gray, uniformly gray, with no discernible material or distance. It occupied the entire view above, and at the junction of the edge and wall appeared a faint dividing line, gray and white, recognizable as 2 distinct planes. She turned her gaze towards the curtains. The fabric's texture was unclear, but the light seeping through the gaps was very distinct, a vertical strip of brightness from top to bottom, about 2 fingers wide, its boundaries clearer than last night by 30%. Lin Shushwang sat up, swinging her legs out from under the quilt and placing her feet on the cold floor. The direction of perception from her right eye moved along with her head's rotation inside the room. The light weakened. The area outside the curtains was all in deep gray tones, and the outlines of the furniture could vaguely be distinguished in height variations. The tabletop was a horizontal color block, and the chair's backrest was upright beside it, its shape blurred, but position certain. Her gaze fell on the window. Chuyi was sitting in that chair, facing away from the window. The light from behind outlined his entire figure as a dark silhouette, the contours of his shoulders separating from the gray-white background, wide and flat, tapering down to his waist, where it noticeably narrowed. His legs were crossed on the ground, his posture relaxed and casual, completely overlapping with the energy profile she had memorized many times in the perception map. The only additional feature was the position of his eyes. Those 2 points were very conspicuous within the dark silhouette, radiating their own energy color, a crimson hue clearly defined against the dimness. Lin Shushwang stared at that outline for a long time. The fragments in her right eye produced slight focusing tremors, following her gaze continuously, pulling the image closer until it stopped at the limit. The details of his features blurred together, leaving only a clean silhouette of a black human figure. I thought you would be. Never mind. Chuyi withdrew his attention from the system interface, looking down at her, the 2 crimson points shifting angles in the darkness. What did you think? Lin Shushwang re-wrapped the bandage, her movements practiced, not requiring a mirror or assistance. The bandage wrapped 3 times the pressure, even the edges resting just below her brow, without touching the tender flesh of her eye socket. Nothing, just a bit taller than I expected. Her tone was indistinguishable from her usual reporting of perception data devoid of emotional fluctuations, objectively stating the scene. Before her voice, carrying not a hint of extraneous emotional waves. Chuyi did not respond. The light outside streamed in through the curtain gap, casting on a half of his face. He withdrew his hand from resting on the armrest, lightly tapping 2 times on his knee, the sound absorbed by the fabric of his pants, not reaching outside. He stood up and walked to the table, retrieving 2 portions of breakfast from his storage pouch and setting them on the tabletop. The white lunch boxes were square-shaped, a thin layer of moisture condensing on the lids at just the right temperature, as he had set a constant temperature when storing them last night. Chopsticks were placed 10 centimeters to the right of her lunch box, the same distance as before. Come over. Lin Shuxuang got up from the edge of the bed and walked to the table, resting her blind cane beside the chair leg. Her right hand found the position of the chopsticks and picked them up directly, while her left hand lifted the lid of the lunchbox. The perception map automatically scanned the temperature distribution inside the lunchbox: rice at 62 degrees, vegetables at 58 degrees, and soup at 55 degrees. She picked up a portion of vegetables with her chopsticks and chewed twice before swallowing. Are we continuing training today? Yes, in the afternoon. Chuyi sat across from her, opening his own lunchbox and poking the rice twice with his chopsticks. In the morning, let your eyes rest for 2 hours. The fragments have just completed the first stage of fusion, and the neural connections are not yet stable. Oh, don't rush to use them. Got it. The 2 ate breakfast quietly for a while, footsteps passing outside the corridor, the door next door opening and closing again, the sounds from the hallway filling the room's silence. Lin Shuxuang had eaten half of the vegetables in her lunchbox, her chopsticks resting on the edge of the bowl. With her head lowered, her voice was very soft. When my eyes are completely healed, you have to remember to tell me first. Chuyi, holding his bowl, did not stop, his gaze fixed on some uncertain spot on the table. All right. His response was quick, with no gaps in between. This matter had long been slotted into a definite schedule for him, requiring no thought or commitment. The answer itself existed before the question. Lin Shuxuang's chopsticks moved again, cleaning up the remaining half portion of vegetables. When the lunchbox was empty, she casually pushed the lid back and placed it in the center of the table. Chuyi ate faster than her and was already clearing the table, stacking the 2 empty lunchboxes together to stuff back into the storage pouch, wiping the water stains on the table with his sleeve. When Lin Shuxuang stood up, her right hand instinctively reached for the blind cane. Her hand brushed against the surface of the cane, and she grasped the handle, her thumb turning around it. Chuyi. That outline just now. She leaned the cane against the ground, the tip making a light sound upon contact with the floor. I will remember. Chuyi had already walked to the door, his hand resting on the doorknob, without turning it, standing with his back to her, the outline of his shoulder illuminated in the light streaming from the corridor, identical to the silhouette he had when sitting in the chair. I'm leaving. He pulled the door open and stepped out. Lin Shuxuang grasped her cane and followed the sounds of their footsteps alternating in the corridor. His strides were long but deliberately slowed, while the frequency of her cane tapping against the ground remained steady, the interval unchanged from the first step out to the end of the corridor. Chuyi pushed open the fire door of the dormitory with one hand, and the cool morning air rushed in. Lin Shuxuang pulled up the zipper of her jacket by 2 centimeters, and the perception map automatically switched to the mid-range patrol mode, the energy distribution of the academy complex unfolding in her mind. A new line of data popped up on Chuyi's system interface in the inner side of his retina. Progress update on the fusion of the Eye of Broken Illusions, 41 activation conditions for the second stage, spiritual vein repair progress, 60 fragment fusion progress, 55 current spiritual vein repair progress, 38 estimated dual progress, complete restoration of vision, required cycle, pending. He scanned through this set of numbers and stored it in the file layer, not speaking to Lin Shuxuang, who was half a step behind him. Before the system interface closed, he typed a string of words in the remarks column next to the complete restoration node. On the day of restoration, let her see Susanoo. The door to the study of the Lin family mansion in the imperial capital was locked from the inside, and the communication device had been flashing silently for nearly 40 minutes without Lin Honyuan making any attempt to touch it. 3 reports were placed side by side on the desk, the leftmost one, a list of assassins, had been opened with creased corners bearing the imprint of his thumb. The 2 reports behind it detailing casualties among the priests and witness statements were stacked together and had remained untouched. He leaned back in his chair, resting his hand on the end of the armrest, his right index and middle fingers unconsciously alternating to tap on the wood, the rhythm slow, with 4 to 5 seconds of silence in between each tap, passing the time. The Longjing tea in the cup had steeped to a yellow hue, the leaves sunk to the bottom. A ring of light brown watermarks on the cup's wall marked the level of the liquid. He lifted it to his lips, realized it was as cold as the room temperature, and set it back down. Separated by 2 walls and a corridor from the conference room, the elder had sat inside for over 2 hours, during which he had someone bring in tea once. When the tea was returned, not a single sip had been taken, and the cup's lid was askew on the edge of the tray. The inner room, where the white-haired head of the family was located, had its door closed. The shadow guards reported through a side door, their footsteps barely audible, and soon fell silent. Lin Hongyuan closed the list of assassins and pushed it to the corner of the desk, aligning the edges of the paper perfectly, with the tabletop indicating that this batch of personnel had been dealt with. He picked up the communication device and slid his thumb across the screen, looking at the list of only 4 contact numbers in the encrypted frequency. He directly tapped the second one to call. It rang twice before connecting. "Father." Lin Ruoyan's voice came through the receiver, her tone calm, with no inflection at the end, sounding just like when she reported on student council matters. "The secret realm has been wiped out." Lin Hongyuan paused after saying this, and the other end of the communication device was extremely quiet, with no follow-up questions or sounds, not even a change in breathing. "He'll leave the rest to you." He finished his instructions, immediately pressed the hang-up button, and the screen went dark in an instant. The entire call, from connection to disconnection, lasted no more than 15 seconds. He placed the communication device screen down on the table, leaned back against the chair, and resumed the tapping motion on the wooden armrest with his right index finger, maintaining a rhythm of tapping every 4 or 5 seconds. Only this monotonous sound remained in the study. He sat in the shadows for about 3 minutes, opened the bottom drawer, took out a blank piece of paper and a short pen, wrote a few words before folding it, and rang to have a shadow guard come in and deliver it, instructing it to be sent to the inner room. The paper read: arranged. In the student council office on the 3rd floor of the Xingqian Academy. Lin Ruoyan placed her phone screen down on the table, slowly moving her thumb away from the edge, repeatedly confirming the disconnection status. The holographic projection on the table was still lit, with the scheduled timeline for the elite ranking competition hovering in Madara blue light, marking the time nodes of each stage. She stared at that blue line for 2 or 3 seconds before directly raising her hand to turn off the device. After the projection disappeared, the room immediately darkened significantly, leaving only the desk lamp illuminating a small area on the table. She opened the left drawer and took out a brown file folder without a label, prying open the edge clasp with her fingernail, flipping through the neatly printed contact list inside, where 3 columns displayed names, channel numbers, and notes in an orderly fashion. The first row listed Deputy Director Chun of the Review Committee, with a notes column mentioning doubts regarding the application materials for his daughter's guaranteed admission this year. The second row was Deputy Director Zhou of the Qualification Recognition Group for countermeasures, with notes indicating a reimbursement from last year's academic funding that went into a personal account. The third row was Member Zhang of the Schedule Committee, with notes stating that there were commercial dealings with the Song family's third branch that had not declared any interests. Lin Ruoyan casually pulled out a red pen from the pen holder, the pen tip landing next to the first name, and she directly drew a circle, perfectly encircling the name and number, without any overlap or gaps. She immediately drew a second and third circle, each matching the size and curvature of the first. She neatly replaced the pen cap, closed the file folder, and firmly fastened the clasp, again pressing down along the edge with her fingernail to ensure there were no lifted edges, before casually sliding it into the inner compartment of her backpack. The light from the desk lamp illuminated the contours of half her face, the rest remaining shrouded in darkness. She supported herself on the table with her elbow, her 10 fingers interlaced together, and her gaze fixed intently on a blank area on the table. She had already reviewed the statements submitted by the witnesses. There were no aggressive actions throughout the entire incident. The wounds on the hundreds of assassins were all inflicted by their companions. 2 priests had died, and 1 was severely injured during the mutual slaughter, and nobody on the scene had noticed any signs of Chu Ye's involvement. No one could describe what methods he had used. She had previously assessed the full power operation of the Absolute Spirit formation to be ineffective against him, so, before the secret realm opened, she had already altered the action plan from a direct confrontation to a pressure tactic based on rules. However, a new problem had now emerged. Chu Yi possessed a certain special ability that allowed over 100 trained assassins to kill each other while remaining conscious. This had transcended the conventional realm of firepower confrontation and belonged entirely to the domain of cognitive suppression. She unzipped her backpack and took out the personal record book, flipped to a blank page, gripped the pen tightly, and decisively wrote a line of text. No interception, no confrontation, I act directly from the qualification aspect. She smoothly finished writing the last word, then drew a heavy horizontal line below that line to separate the area before closing the book. Suddenly, the communication device vibrated, and an internal document popped up, a schedule reminder indicating that the schedule committee would hold a routine meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. With an expressionless face, she swiped away the reminder, directly opened the communication group, and quickly typed a line of text in the input box notifying everyone that next Wednesday's discussion meeting would include additional agenda items and requesting that they keep time free in advance. The success prompt for sending appeared briefly on the screen before disappearing. She dropped the communication device, pushed her chair back, and walked to the window, looking down at the Xingqian Academy's night view from the third floor. The lights in the teaching building had mostly gone out, with only a few scattered lights still on in the northern dormitory. The room where Chu Yi lived was separated by 3 buildings and a dense thicket. From this position, she could not see the exact window, but she had firmly memorized the approximate location, having marked it in detail on the first day he entered the school. She lingered in front of the glass window for a long time, her profile reflecting on the transparent surface, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Her hands naturally hanging by her side, slightly curled, with her thumb continually rubbing against the hardened skin on the outer side of her index finger's second joint formed from long-term pen holding. In the inner room of the Lin family in the imperial capital, the white-haired head of the family took the note delivered by the shadow guard, casually unfolded it, and glanced at it. The words arranged were clearly written on the paper. He placed the note back alongside his pillow, following the creases, staring at the dim ceiling above with bloodshot eyes. His thin lips moved slightly, emitting a sound too faint to be heard. Even the close shadow guard standing by could not perceive it. The events from 3 years ago must never be brought up again. After giving this instruction, he tightly closed his eyes, struggling to regulate his breathing. The note was pressed firmly under his pillow, the folded edge bearing heavy pressure. In the third-floor area of the Xingqian Academy, Lin Ruoyan pulled the curtains from both ends to the middle, completely closing them, securing the ties, and turned back to sit at her desk. She skillfully reopened the holographic projection, directly bringing up the complete schedule timeline, her index finger hovering over the third week's node, lightly tapping to zoom in where the deadline for the qualification review for the countermeasure course happened to fall 3 days before the first round of the ranking competition. A full 3 days was more than enough time to completely erase a blind contract spirit master with significantly below standard spiritual vein data from the competition list. She reached out to minimize the projection and pushed it to the edge of the desk to keep it on standby, picked up her backpack, and walked to the door. As her palm pressed against the metal doorknob, she paused, gazing deeply at the still-lit desk lamp in the room. In the dormitory where Chu Yi resided, there existed a target that was easier to be seen as a breakthrough point than he himself. Vice Dean Zhou Mingyuan locked the office door from the inside. The notification attachment editing interface on the screen had been open for nearly 20 minutes, with the cursor resting beneath the last rule in the main text. His hands lingered at the edge of the keyboard, unmoving as sweat beaded on his forehead, sticking his eyebrows together. He repeatedly read the message sent by Lin Ruoyan in his communicator 3 times. It contained only one sentence: Director Zhou, the end of the 4th page of the attachment needs an additional rule regarding the qualification criteria for the duo competition. I have drafted the specific text. You can paste it directly after verification. The accompanying text box contained a segment stating that both members of a duo team must independently pass the basic spiritual power assessment conducted by a spirit contract master. Those whose spiritual power rating is below C will be forced to switch to a solo competition mode, and the binding qualification will be suspended during the event. He read the passage again. There were no literal flaws to be found. Every term was firmly embedded within the framework of the federal spirit contract law, the procedures compliant, and the cited clauses complete. Presenting it to any review committee would not result in rejection. Zhou Mingyuan placed his hands on the keyboard and began typing, inputting the text word by word. After completing it, he adjusted the line spacing to visually unify the new content with the preceding paragraphs, checked the format twice for issues, and clicked Send Print, synchronizing the document to the bulletin board posting system. He sat back down, wiped his forehead, and replied with the words "done" in the communicator. In the student council office on the 3rd floor, Lin Ruoyan was flipping through another schedule when she saw the message pop up. She turned off the communicator screen and tucked it into the side pocket of her backpack, picking up a pen to continue making annotations on the form, her movements fluid with no pauses. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the foundational class on spiritual energy theory began. The instructor, surnamed Wu, was in his 40s and wore thick-framed glasses. He had a solid academic background, but spoke with a dullness typical of an academic report, often asking and answering his own questions, leaving students feeling bewildered. Today he was discussing the application of the law of energy conservation in the spirit contract combat system. Halfway through he brought out a demonstration device from beneath the podium. A silver-gray machine about half a person tall, with a sensing panel on top capable of reading the type and intensity of spiritual fluctuations in real time. Come on, each group, send one person up to demonstrate. Just place your palm on it, normal output, don't exert too much effort. A few students in the front row went up one by one, and the sensing panel displayed standard readings BBA. The data was neatly shown on the screen as Instructor Wu explained the waveform characteristics alongside the model. It was the turn of the group at the back by the window. Chuyi sat in his chair, showing no intention of getting up, with his arms crossed on the desk, half-flitted eyes looking towards the podium, appearing relaxed and casual. Hey, the student in the back, yes, you come up and give it a try? Lin Chushuang whispered beside him. He's calm. Chuyi pulled his hands away from the desk and walked directly to the podium. He did not press his palm against the sensing panel, but merely hovered it about 20 centimeters above the surface. A minuscule energy disturbance emanated from his palm as he deliberately suppressed his chakra, close to the lower limit, minimizing his output to the extreme. The sensing panel lit up. The readings began to rise from the standard range BAS. The numbers surged faster and faster, crossing the S-grade upper limit mark and entering the SS-grade red warning zone, with the numbers on the screen continuing to bounce upwards. Instructor Wu's expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, then to complete daze. The readings jammed at twice the range, with the device emitting a sharp, buzzing alarm. A line of red warning text rolled across the screen. Detection range exceeded. Please check sensor calibration. The classroom fell silent for a moment. This device might need to be restarted. Instructor Wu pushed up his glasses and walked over to press the restart button. The screen went black for 2 seconds before lighting up again, and the sensing panel returned to standby mode. Chuyi's hand remained on the desk, without moving. Even the output had not been interrupted. The panel captured the edge of the energy field again, and the readings jumped once more, exceeding the limit within 3 seconds. The buzzing grew more urgent than the first time, and the red text on the screen flashed wildly. This time Instructor Wu did not reach out to press the restart button. He took a step back, staring at the data on the screen, his lips moving, but not producing any sound. A few students in the front row turned their heads, all eyes focused on Chuyi, and someone instinctively scooted their chair back by 2 centimeters. I didn't use any force. Chuyi retracted his hand and stuffed it into his pants pocket, his tone casual. The device returned to normal readings after his hand left. The buzzing ceased, the red text disappeared, and the sensing panel resumed standby mode. Instructor Wu stared at the panel for a long time before finally speaking. You can go back to your seat now. Chuyi turned and walked back. As he passed by, Lin Chushuang spoke in a very low voice. Can you not cause trouble in the classroom? I'm not causing trouble. He pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back, his arms crossing on the desk again. Lin Chushuang fell silent for 2 seconds before saying nothing more, saving the data from her perception map into the notes layer marked with a bracketed annotation. He genuinely did not feel that he was causing any trouble. When the class bell rang, Instructor Wu did not assign homework as usual and let everyone leave. After all the students were out, he remained at the podium, fiddling with the device for over 10 minutes, repeatedly running the self-check program, with each item showing as normal. At 7 o'clock that evening, a technical report was sent from Instructor Wu's work terminal addressed to the college administration. The core conclusion stated that the cause of the sensing panel malfunction could not be determined to be an instrument issue, but suspected that an energy type beyond the college's measurement system recognition range had intervened during detection, recommending updates to the sensing algorithm and reporting the special energy type for filing. The person on duty at the college administration read the report twice and stamped a classification label in the upper right corner: Sangqiong Special Energy Behavior Record. The report was then forwarded to the Federal Strategic Observation Archive. Chuyi and Lin Chushuang were on their way back to the dormitory when they passed the corridor on the first floor of the academic building. Lin Chushuang's cane paused momentarily in front of the bulletin board. Her perception map scanned the outlines of the text on the posted documents at low power. The ink distribution and line spacing on the paper were translated into energy density differences in her mind. The spacing on the first 3 pages was evenly arranged, but at the end of the 4th page the spacing between the last 2 lines was slightly wider by a few tenths of a millimeter. Lin Chushuang pointed out the situation. There's something on the 4th page of the announcement. The line spacing of the attachment page is different from the main text. Her voice was calm, reporting the abnormal coordinate data of this area in a completely objective tone. Chu Yi adjusted his Sharingan slightly to scan the announcement details, fully absorbing the content of the new rule at the end of the 4th page into his memory. From the font to the wording to the cited regulatory clause numbers, everything was gathered in his sight. He withdrew his gaze, and the two continued walking, the sounds of the cane and footsteps alternating in the corridor. After rounding the corner past the bulletin board, Chu Yi finally spoke, his voice low between the two. Spiritual power rating below C. Forced to compete solo. Your spirit contract binding is suspended. Lin Shuxuang's cane rhythmically paused for a moment, the tip lingering at the seam of the floor tiles for half a second before resuming. She wants to eliminate me from the ranking battle. She thinks that removing you will affect me. A pause hung in the air for several seconds. Chu Yi did not continue speaking, his footsteps steady, as Lin Shuxuang followed beside him, adjusting the frequency of her cane back to normal. So she was wrong. This time Chu Yi did not respond. The two continued walking, the lights at the end of the corridor casting long shadows of them, their dark silhouettes blending together indistinguishably. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Yi locked the door and created a new file in the system notes, placing the additional rule from this instance alongside Lin Ruoyan's operational methods during the previous qualification test. The commonality between the two actions was strikingly clear. Both followed official channels and operated within the framework of the rules, with procedures so clean that even audits could find no faults, leaving no traces of misconduct. This indicated that she never intended to confront him directly on a physical level. However, there is a natural limit to the means of rules. They can only manipulate the qualification, recognition, and competition processes. Once entering the actual combat segment of the competition, the space for intervention by rules would suddenly narrow. At that point, to protect the interests of the Lin family, she would have to bring her own destined spirit to bear. Chu Yi closed the system interface and in the darkness opened his Sharingan to gaze at the ceiling. Her true trump card had been hidden all along within that spirit which had never shown its face. Lin Shuxuang's perception map remained in standby mode for less than 3 hours. At 1:17 p.m., a high-density energy field suddenly cut into her detection range, located 80 meters from the perimeter of the public rest area of the northern dormitory. She had only seen that level of spiritual vein density once before, on the first day of school, while staring at the person entering from the third-floor corridor. Lin Shuxuang withdrew her left hand from the table and pinched a small piece of fabric at the edge of Chu Yi's right sleeve. Her grip was light, but precisely positioned, allowing him to feel it without turning his head. They're here. Chu Yi's hand rested on the water cup, his thumb tracing a circle along the beads of water on the rim, his actions unceasing while his gaze remained fixed outside the window. How far? 40 meters. She just came up from the eastern stairs alone, with no other sources of spiritual energy nearby. Lin Shuxuang increased the sensitivity of her perception, her voice low and even. The main spiritual vein density is clearer than the last long-range scan above SS level. I can't lock in the exact value. She carries interference with her. Chu Yi took a sip of water, placing the cup back on the wooden table with a soft sound as the bottom hit the surface. Where's the interference? In the middle section of the main spiritual vein, slightly below. There's a node there where the energy concentration is different from the surrounding spiritual veins. Something foreign has embedded itself and taken root. Its frequency is low but stable, and it's currently expanding outward. Lin Shuxuang's brows did not furrow, maintaining her previous tone. This is the first time I've seen such. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, the sound of leather shoes striking the tiles at a regular rhythm, with no change in the pauses between steps. Chu Yi lowered the rotation speed of his Sharingan to the minimum and turned to look at the entrance to the rest area. Lin Ruoyan turned the corner of the corridor, dressed in a deep blue uniform of the student council at the Starry Academy, with a vice president badge on her left chest. She held a black-covered welcome manual for new students in her right hand, walking with a straight posture and a hint of a smile on her face. Her gaze briefly lingered on Chu Yi before quickly shifting to Lin Shuxuang, who sat with her head bowed, wrapped in bandages. Chu Yi, classmate. She took a seat on the single sofa opposite them, placing the manual flat on her lap, her back not touching the chair, slightly leaning forward, ready to stand at any moment. The Student Council has several resources for specially recruited new students, including priority scheduling for laboratories and communication channels with representatives from various families. If you need anything, you can submit an application through the platform. Chu Yi's gaze swept across her face, then turned to the wall behind her. He held the cup in his hand, his lips brushing against the rim as he slowly took another sip, not responding to her words. Lin Ruoyan's smile remained unchanged, her speech pace steady, continuing without any pauses. Additionally, there will be 2 training days for combat courses before the ranking competition. The student council manages the allocation of venues and equipment, and if you need extra time you can report in advance. Chuyi finished the last bit of water in his cup, placing it bottom up on the table, still saying nothing. Lin Xushuang fully powered her microscopic detection layer of the perception map. While Lin Ruan spoke, she scanned the direction of the other's spiritual veins from the main vein to the branches, increasing the sensitivity to its highest level. The data on the node within Lin Ruan's body was much clearer than before. That thing was embedded 2 inches below the midpoint of the main spiritual vein, a compressed high-density, luminescent body. On the surface it showed no traces and seemed to blend seamlessly with the spiritual vein itself, but the energy frequency differed significantly from that of the vein. It continued to radiate an energy field outward at a very slow pace. Lin Xushuang saved this set of parameters deep in her notes. Her expression unchanged, her fingers leaving Chu Ye's sleeve and resting back on her knee. Then she sensed that Lin Ruoyan had released a perception probe. A faint spiritual energy tendril extended from the tip of the other's main spiritual vein, probing towards her along the direction of the spiritual energy particles in the air. This level of scanning made almost no sound and would be undetectable to ordinary high-level perception contracts. Lin Xushuang's dual-ear perception map immediately captured the trajectory of this probe. Lin Ruoyan was attempting to read the fluctuations in her spiritual vein capacity. Lin Xushuang remained seated, making no reaction, allowing the other's perception to scan over the outer wall of her spiritual vein. She knew that the data the other could read indicated that the density of her spiritual vein after chakra modification was higher than when she enrolled, but the total amount of spiritual energy still hovered below the Clevel standard line, leaving her just short of breaking through the final barrier. Lin Ruoyan completed her probing. She turned to look at Lin Xushuang, her smile slightly gentler and her voice lowered a bit. Lin, classmate, if you need assistance with living resources, the student council can also help. She closed the distance with her words, having just managed to complete precise perception across the width of the table, and she had already figured out what she wanted. Lin Xushuang sensed that the other had retracted the probe, and the tip of the spiritual vein returned to a stable state. The entire scanning process was very brief, with no other movements. Chuyi reached out to pick up the empty cup on the table. Lin Ruoyan took out a folded invitation letter from the manual and pushed it to the center of the table, the student council's official seal, and her name printed on it, inviting Chuyi to the seminar for specially recruited new students next week. Chuyi moved the empty cup slightly forward, causing droplets of water to fall on the lower right corner of the invitation letter, the water stain spreading on the paper, perfectly covering the text above her name. He placed the cup on the table, stood up, and grasped Lin Xushuang's wrist, walking out. Without saying a word, Lin Ruoyan sat on the sofa watching the two vanish at the end of the corridor. She lowered her head to look at the invitation letter, now pressed by the water, the stain covering half of her surname. She took the invitation letter, tilted it to pour off the water droplets, folded the paper neatly, and returned it to the inner pocket. Standing up, she smoothed her skirt and left the rest area via the eastern staircase, her steps exactly mirroring her arrival. In the corridor, only the sounds of Chu Yi and Lin Xushuang's footsteps echoed. They exited the dormitory building, turned, and entered a tree-lined path, with no other spiritual energy signals within 30 meters. Only then did Lin Xushuang speak. Two things. Speak. That node isn't part of her spiritual vein, it's something foreign embedded within. Its energy frequency is different from her own, and so far there seem to be no rejection reactions, and it continues to grow, albeit slowly and without pause. Chuyi casually acknowledged her, continuing forward. Second, she released a perception probe to investigate me, scanning around the perimeter of my spiritual vein and reading the situation of my spiritual energy capacity. Lin Xushuang tapped her cane on the tiles, pausing slightly. She should now know that I haven't crossed the... Chuyi loosened his grip on her hand slightly before red-gripping it firmly, maintaining the same pace, his tone very casual. Remember the frequency of that node, it will be useful later. Lin Xushuang followed the perception map to find the parameter record, making corresponding changes to the markers. Does she want to continue pushing that rule? She has confirmed that there is enough time so that additional clause will definitely not be retracted. Chuyi led her around a protruding tree root on the ground, his expression showing no fluctuations. Within 2 days, the 3 individuals on the list will be activated in order. Vice Director Chun of the Review Committee is at the front, Deputy Director Zhou of the Qualification Recognition Group is in the middle, and Committee Member Zhang of the Competition Committee is at the end to wrap things up. Lin Xushuang continued tapping the ground with her cane, taking a few steps forward, then voiced her question. How do you know there are 3 people? The file folder she brought last time contained this list. The Sharingan scanned the contents across the table. Lin Shuxuang remained silent for a moment, quietly adding a line of relevant notes next to her recorded markers. When do you plan to take action? Shu Yi guided her along the tree-lined path, pushing open the side door of the dormitory building. His pace slowed slightly as he turned to look in the direction beside him. When she completes the last step. Lin Shuxuang carefully pondered this statement, testing the edge of the stairs with her cane as she ascended, only speaking after reaching the corner platform. You want to wait until she has used all her means from the rules. Once those means are exhausted, she won't have any other tricks left. Shu Yi pushed open the fire door in the corridor, the cold wind blowing in through the gap. The fewer escape routes she has, the sooner she will reveal her trump card. Lin Shuxuang paused at the door, casually directing her perception towards the student council office on the 3rd floor. Lin Ruoyan's energy field was in that location, and the overall fluctuations of her spiritual vein remained unchanged. The high-density node deep within her spiritual vein continued to grow. By evening, Chu Yi sat alone in a chair by the window, the system interface directly displayed in front of him. He pulled up the frequency parameters within Lin Ruoyan's body and shifted the timeline of the ranking competition to the side for comparison. The 3 days leading up to the first round of the ranking competition coincided precisely with the deadline for reviewing qualifications for the combat courses. The 3 individuals on the list would receive related actions within the next 2 days. Vice Director Chun would hold a review meeting tomorrow morning. Lin Ruoyan simply needed to deliver the supplementary agenda documents, and the subsequent matters would proceed according to the protocol. Chu Yi closed the system interface, looking towards the bed in the dimly lit room. Lin Shuxuang lay on her side, asleep, her breathing steady and her perception abilities maintained at a very low level. He had been recording the growth data of her spiritual vein daily. Currently, she was still short of some spiritual energy to reach the level threshold. Based on the current rate of feedback, it would take another 4 to 5 days to break through the boundary. The rule layout established by Lin Ruoyan would be finalized in a couple of days. The timelines on both sides coincided perfectly. Chu Yi shifted his gaze to the pitch-black campus outside the window. The teaching building across from the northern dormitory was already completely dark, but that room's light would soon illuminate again. Her means were nearly exhausted, just one last step remained. He was waiting for her to reveal her trump card. Chu Yi leaned in the chair for 3 hours without moving. The dual template switching training ended 20 minutes ago, and the last set of data was thrown into the system's notes. The switching delay was stuck at 0.26 seconds, and the white gap between the red and blue energy lines shrank by another segment. His elbow rested on the wooden armrest, his Sharingan spinning at its lowest speed, his gaze fixed on the wall ahead, without moving. Lin Shuxuang on the bed was already sound asleep, her breathing steady, and the perception map was set to standby at minimal power. Her arm extended outside the blanket, and her cane leaned against the bedside within easy reach. Chu Yi pressed his hand on the seal of the storage bag's hidden layer, summoning a gray-white translucent system panel interface, with small text floating at the top. Progress of the Abyss I Subalter Coordinate Archival Analysis. The blue-gray progress bar stopped at 62%, with the latter half completely empty. Chu Yi scanned the blank segment, sliding his finger down to expand the coordinate fragment analysis source record. The first column was marked as the extraction of residual memories of the Abyss Guardian within the league finals, with the extraction time and energy matching recorded in the notes, and the matching degree value stuck at 94%. The second column was entirely empty. A red text prompt popped up below this column. Acquiring another relevant coordinate fragment can complete the full positioning. The current confirmed subalter is located in the underground area of the Imperial capital, but the precise depth and specific location cannot be locked. Chu Yi pressed his thumb against the edge of the interface and slid it to the right, transforming the panel into a gray 3-dimensional terrain map of the Imperial capital's underground area. A dark red circle encircled the center of the map, covering nearly 6 square kilometers, with the center located between 50 to 80 meters underground, making it impossible to lock down the exact location. He zoomed out the map, marking several nodes with abnormal energy density along the outer circle. On the east side of the Imperial capital, 4 nodes were positioned outside the circle's range, one of which was a mark made casually 2 days ago, while passing through the old streets of the Imperial capital, where the energy base color matched the residual aura of the subalter. Chu Yi casually marked this node with a red label and added a note next to it. The energy characteristics at this point on the streets of the Imperial capital matched the subalter's base color at 71%, requiring confirmation. He stowed the map and tossed the panel to the left side of his vision, walking to the window to part the curtains. Outside, the sky was completely dark with all the lights in the North Teaching Building turned off, leaving only a few safety lights from the main campus visible. He turned his head to glance at Lin Chushuang on the bed, who was sleeping soundly, her right eye tightly wrapped in bandages and her left hand resting on the blanket, her fingers slightly curled. Chu Yi withdrew his gaze and sat back in the chair, closing his Sharingan, as he mentally calculated the itinerary for the next day. He planned to take Lin Chushuang for a walk in the streets to familiarize her with the energy density of the imperial capital and to gather details about that node. He mapped out the route in his mind, heading east from the dormitory to the end of the old street. That node was definitely located 3 floors underground in an abandoned office building, and before entering, he would let Lin Chushuang use her perception map to review the internal structure, filtering out extraneous spiritual energy signals before proceeding further down. Chu Yi ran through the route twice in his mind, confirming that there were no loopholes before opening his eyes, using one hand to press on the edge of the system panel to bring up the node's layer for the coordinate fragment gap and adding a line at the bottom. If this node is confirmed as a transfer station for the Abyss infiltrators, it can be used to obtain the second coordinate fragment. He saved the notes, closed the panel, and leaned back into the chair, leaving only Lin Chushuang's long breaths in the room. Chu Yi closed his eyes and summoned the frequency data of Lin Ruin's spiritual vein nodes recorded during the day, comparing it against the subalter's base color in the system database, with the matching degree rising sharply to 83%. He archived the data into the system documents, slapping a red annotation next to it. The source of the nodes within Lin Ruoyan's body seems to resemble the Abyss Eye, with an unclear growth mechanism requiring her to reveal her trump card for confirmation. Chu Yi kept the file open and casually pulled out the scanning record of Lin Ruoyan's spiritual vein that Lin Chushuang had checked, placing both sets of data side by side. He compared the parameters of the embedded node radiation from Lin Ruoyan's main spiritual vein with the subalter's base color. The similarity was extremely high, with only the radiation rate showing some discrepancies where the subalter maintained a constant value while the node was slowly rising. Chu Yi watched the 2 frequency curves for 5 minutes, tapping his fingers against the armrest, then shoved the data into the archive's bottom layer before closing his eyes to rest. He did not continue to analyze the node matter. The primary task at hand was to obtain the second coordinate fragment, ensuring the subalter's foundation was solidified so that later, whether on the offensive or defensive, he could maintain precise control. As for the flesh within Lin Ruoyan's body, it would only be revealed when she was cornered. Chu Yi severed a series of deductions in his mind, leaning back firmly in the chair, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing rhythm into a shallow rest, remaining motionless in the shadows. 73 meters below the surface, in the main altar room of the Abyss subalter, the high priest stood before the main altar, his right hand covering a half-meter wide black stone tablet on which a layer of extremely fine dark red patterns was moving, the motion slow and dry. The back of the high priest's mask was embedded with 7 living eyeballs harvested from 7 spirit contractors, perpetually displaying a state of sleeplessness to capture low-frequency visual information. The red patterns on the stone tablet reached midway and halted abruptly, while the eyeballs on the back of the mask tightened violently, their pupils sinking deep with a trickle of saline seeping from the edges. The high priest pressed down hard on the stone tablet with his right hand, while his left hand raised from his sleeve with an open palm, holding a silvery crystal, the surface of which began to emit light spots. The scene extended outward through the crystal, unfolding a translucent blue light curtain around. The eye of the subalter within the secret realm has been destroyed. All 100 death warriors have perished. The 9-aperture sacred lotus has been taken by the firmament. The high priest remained silent before the light curtain for a minute, his fingers braced against the crystal's surface, while the light curtain hovered in midair, and he stared directly into its depths. The stone walls of the altar were densely covered with sacrificial inscriptions, the characters emitting a dark green glow, with one lighting up and extinguishing every few seconds, rotating and shifting without any pattern. The high priest released his grip on the stone tablet and walked to the bottom of the altar room, pressing the buttons on the communication platform. The spirit energy conduction array activated accordingly, and the triangular formation surrounded a faint blue flame. 3 men wearing the same priest robes entered through the side door. These newcomers did not wear masks or undergo eyeball modifications, and their spiritual veins were enveloped in a circle of black mist energy. The 3 stood silently before the platform. The high priest's voice floated through the gaps in the mask. Accelerate the sacrificial progress. He paused for half a second before continuing. It's only a matter of time before the firmament strikes. The subaltar must complete its final preparations before being precisely located. The three executing priests lowered their heads in unison, none daring to inquire about the compression deadline. The high priest waved his hand, increasing the brightness of the altar room's inscriptions by a factor of 2. The characters that had rotated every few seconds were now crammed into 2 seconds per cycle. Check the stabilizers for the sealed area east of the Imperial capital. He threw out this statement as he crossed towards the dark door of the altar room. If the firmament finds its way in, I don't want any issues over there. The three executing priests suppressed their necks and acknowledged the task. The high priest stepped into the dark passage, the door sealing shut, leaving the room in complete silence with the inscriptions on the walls flickering chaotically, the light and shadow mixing on the ground into a tangled pattern. 120 kilometers east of the main urban area in the underground sealed area, there was not a single source of light, leaving only a few thin spirit energy chains leaking dark purple fluorescence. A figure was tightly bound to the wall's base by the chains, her shoulders straightly tied to her ankles, the chains